You clearly inherited the combat power of red-haired Shanks, but the school beauty who ate the rumble fruit wants to kick you off the ship, just because there is no anime One Piece in this world. So when the world changes and the devil fruit era arrives, everyone thinks that making a contract with devil fruit is the way to go, and no one would choose the powerless ones in One Piece. At this moment, there are 2.5 minutes left until the contract ceremony. Have you already decided who to contract with? With your exceptional talent, you can successfully contract with any devil fruit. As the higher your talent, the higher the success rate of the contract. However, you do not intend to choose a devil fruit. No matter how high your talent is, you can only choose one devil fruit. Those without the ability to contract can contract with multiple fruits the higher their talent. With your exceptional talent, you can choose to contract with 7. This world, only you understand the anime One Piece. At this moment, the aloof school beauty Lin Mushue approaches, interrupting your thoughts. After you awaken your strongest talent, Lin Mushue is no longer aloof, but becomes your admirer. Brother, I have already made up my mind. I won't join any other pirate crew. I'll start my own, called the Proud Sky Pirates. What do you think? Brother, you can be the captain. After all, you have the highest 10-level talent, 1 level higher than me. I'll be the vice captain, and you can look after me in the future. Other classmates on the school playground envy you a lot. Lin Mushue is the school beauty, with a 9th level talent. She appears aloof in front of them, but when facing you, Lin Mushue's tone softens and becomes gentle. A man named Li Tsong approaches with a flattering look and gazes at Lin Mushue, saying, Xiao Shui, with my 8th level talent, I will carefully choose a powerful sounding devil fruit. I will definitely join your crew, and by then, I will be the 3rd in command of the Daijiao Pirates. Lin Mushue coldly said, let's talk about the matter of the 3rd in command later. Also, don't call me so affectionately. I'm afraid brother you will misunderstand. Okay, I understand. Li Tsong smiled on the surface, but he was unhappy inside. He had a crush on Lin Mushue for many years. He used to think he had a good chance. After all, his family was wealthy, and Lin Mushue was not so indifferent to him. But after the world changed, money became less useful, and she was not as warm towards him. Li Tsong harbored a lot of hostility towards you, thinking to himself, why did he have to appear in this city? Without him, with my 8th level talent, Lin Mushue wouldn't be so cold to me. I hope that kid has bad luck and picks a devil fruit with a name that sounds powerful but is actually weak. At this time, the contract ceremony began, and those with low talents entered first. In order to prevent those with high talents from contracting weak devil fruits, the weak devil fruits were contracted by those with low talents first. After waiting for 2.5 hours, Lin Mushue entered the contract space and greeted you before entering. Brother, I'm going in first. I will carefully choose a powerful one. You finally entered with a 10-level talent, and only a few of the strongest devil fruits remained. You will definitely be able to choose the strongest devil fruit. Okay, you can go in. At this time, many people have already come out after ending their contracts. Some are happy, some are sad. Kai Koen, which devil fruit did you contract with? With my 3rd level talent, I can only succeed by choosing an artificial devil fruit. I chose a very suitable artificial devil fruit for me, the bird fruit in chicken form. Upon hearing this, you sighed inwardly. Indeed quite suitable for Kai Koen. In the devil fruit contract space, many people are choosing based on their names. Superman type door fruit. Can you summon doors after eating it? Doesn't sound impressive. Not choosing. Superman type song fruit. Will you sing better after eating it? Not choosing. The rubber fruit must also be very weak, and I definitely won't choose it with my 9th level talent. I want to choose a powerful one. Many men are now staring at the transparent fruit. Can it make oneself transparent? Although it can be invisible, it should not have combat power. With low talent, like it. At this point, you directly enter the contract space. Choose to come to the space of the powerless. The goal is very clear. At this time, there are not many choices for the powerless space. Originally, there were 10 million powerless people, but now only the strong ones who have not been contracted remain, and the weak ones have all been contracted by those with low talent. Because the number of devil fruits is limited, many people can only choose to contract with the powerless. At this time, there are more than 10 statues left here, including Pirate King Roger, Dark King Rayleigh, Hawkeye Mihawk, Red-Haired Shanks, Zoro, and even a former Navy Admiral Zifa. In this era of pirates, devil fruits of the Navy forces have not appeared. 3 years later, the Navy forces in One Piece will arrive and oppose the pirates. Therefore, there are no devil fruits like Magma and Blinkland fruit, and there is no cap in the list of those without abilities, only the opposing forces of the Navy. It is normal for Zifa to be here, while others like Gold, Roger and Sanji are not here. It seems they have left due to a contract. You have made your choice, Roger, Rayleigh, Shanks, Mihawk, Zeph, Ors, and Jinbei. The reason for choosing Ors instead of the renowned Jabra who was on par with Rayleigh is that Ors, being a giant, possesses immense strength and can easily move an island or even a kingdom with just his strength. The combat power of the incompetent in the contract can be stacked. When this power is stacked, each of one's strikes will be very powerful. As for why Shangping was chosen, he is at the bottom of the combat power among these people. But he has one advantage, which is that he can move freely in seawater. And in seawater, his combat power can be enhanced. After the world changed, the map underwent drastic changes, similar to the world in One Piece, where most of it is ocean. Various high technologies have disappeared, and the most common means of transportation are ships. So Shangping's ability is very important. After the contract is successful, you feel much stronger. Although you are only at level 10 now and cannot fully exert the combat power of each one. Even if you can only exert 1%, the cumulative effect makes you very strong now. Everyone has to reach level 100 to fully inherit the combat power of the powerless and exert the full power of the devil fruit. At this point the contract ends. You can choose one weapon and outfit from the contractors. You didn't hesitate too much, quickly made a choice. That is the weapon of Hawkeye Mihawk, one of the supreme great swords, the Black Blade Yoru. The outfit also chose Hawkeye's stand-up collar robe. Do not feel can only choose a weapon pity. After all, they are not three-knife flow. Choose A. Naturally choose Hawkeye's weapon. Not only is the supreme fast knife, the most important is because of a word, handsome. After choosing, Yu floated the crossblade black dagger knight in his hand and directly carried it behind his back like Hawkeye. Okay, choice is over. You can go out now. In the next instant, information flooded everyone's minds. All have finished choosing, and all will now be teleported out one by one to the location they were at before entering. Those who have not succeeded in the contract can choose to become ordinary people and not choose to cultivate. And after 7 days' time, the talent will disappear. If you choose to continue cultivating, you can also. In the next instant, many people were teleported out. Some happy and some sad. The contract didn't work out. Ha ha, I did it. Pick the artificial devil fruit. Although I also succeeded in my contract, I contracted to an incapacitated person. And after I succeeded, I also learned his name, which is Pepper. Ha, it's a shame that you're considered pretty good for a level 6 talent, but you've contracted an incapacitated person. Hey, the 6 devil fruits that I chose, surprisingly, they all failed. Some of them obviously don't sound powerful, such as the rubber fruit, shock fruit, floating fruit, thread fruit. I contracted a little bit. They all failed. When the last chance was left, the man-made devil fruits were also all chosen. I can only go to the incapable person's space to contract. Originally I wanted to quickly choose those tall giants, but blink of an eye is gone, so I retreated to the second best, and chose a body type is not low, but the head is small and also concave green pepper. Just hope that he is in the pirate world. Can be some strength. Don't fantasize about how strong you can be by your own cultivation. Even if you pick the most powerful of the incapable, it's still definitely not as good as the worst of the artificial devil fruits. So, you're really unlucky. Talent matters, but choice, too, is chance. After the sorrow and joy, some people who had not succeeded in their packs were contemplating whether to choose to cultivate and become a pirate, or to give up and continue to live an ordinary life. The original condition is good. The talent level is still very low. Choose to give up. After all, when the pirate, sailing adventure is very dangerous. 3 years later the Navy appeared. He is also absolutely cannon fodder. It is better to continue to be a civilian. Some of those who live in poverty decide to continue their training and become pirates, trying to improve their training by hard work. I do not want to live the previous life, day after day bitter than working, and tired and suffocating. I choose to cultivate. The level is constantly rising. Then their own strength, perhaps also can be powerful, like the protagonist in the Kung Fu movie. Give up. Rely on your own cultivation. You have to be more talented to do so. Those with low talent should continue to live a hard life. It's better than having no life afterward. Many people make quick choices. At this time, in the playground of the high school where Yi Yu was, some people were excited and some sighed. A male student curiously asked his 3 roommates in the dormitory, Yang Wei, Buju, Zhao Xie, what kind of devil fruit did you 3 obtain? I'm only gifted at the 3rd level, and after choosing a non-artificial devil fruit twice, I failed, and in the end, I had to choose an artificial animal-based pug fruit. I talent level 4, choose rubber fruit or failed. Originally thought that must succeed. Listen to the name are not very powerful. After 3 times or failed, the last time I was afraid of nothing cannot get. So also chose artificial devil fruit. Hey, so angry Those of us with less talent don't want the real devil fruit. And it's not bad to be able to choose the artificial devil fruit, only to realize after going in that there are only 600 or so real devil fruits. Then, the real devil fruit naturally belongs to the Dragon Kingdom's top 1000 in terms of talent, and you can't possibly enter the 1000 even if you are gifted at level 4. It makes me feel better when you say that. I wonder what kind of devil fruit the schoolgirl, Lin Mushue, obtained. At this time, Lin Mushue teleported out, and all of a sudden, everyone looked over. Curious. Lin Mushue, who had come out, was very happy, apparently, having chosen a satisfactory devil fruit. Lee Kurama first time quickly stepped forward, not so lick and humble, waist straightened a little, because the talent of the 8th level, he chose to the self-proclaimed satisfaction of the devil fruit, superhuman system power fruit. I saw it at the time and didn't hesitate to choose it, originally thinking it wouldn't work out, thinking that surely I could have pure power. Strength is the symbol of the strong. Especially the most representative of the strongest power, Pangu, with the power to prove the way. So, thought that maybe the 10th level of talent to contract success, but did not expect, the contract succeeded, became a force fruit ability, so that he is very satisfied, and think, perhaps not inferior to Yi Yu, the pursuit of Lin Mushue, there will be a chance. Li Tsong hurriedly bragged, Yuki, I contracted to obtain a very powerful devil fruit. I will definitely become one of the top powerhouses in this world in the future. Lin Mushue was slightly curious, and her eyebrows jumped to inquire. Oh, what is it? It's a superhuman power fruit. How's that for awesome sounding? Have to admit, the name to see, indeed like a powerful devil fruit. The attitude towards Li Tsong, slightly better, not so cold, but also not as treating EU. So enthusiastic. Lin Mushue nodded lightly. Sounds like a good devil fruit. Li Tsong confident, it will be very powerful. The 8th level of me, after obtaining the force power fruit, I feel that the power has increased so much. When 100 levels, it is difficult to imagine how strong the power will be, and I will also try to cultivate to improve. Beyond the Pirate King world who has the ability of this fruit. Then cheer up. In the future, if the Heaven's Pride pirates want to reign supreme, they'll need you. Good. Li Tsong inquired curiously as he sensed Lin Mushue's attitude towards him had improved. Yuki, I see you're in a good mood. With a 9th level talent, you must have chosen a satisfactory, powerful devil fruit as well, right? Which one is it? Lin Mushue didn't say anything, but instead looked towards the vortex flow exit in anticipation, her tone becoming delicate. I'm going to wait for Brother Feather to come out and tell him. Li Tsong's face darkened and he was upset, but he still smiled. Good, then we'll wait for him to come out. All the students, teachers looked at each other at the playground. Only Yi Yu was left who had not come out yet. And all of a sudden their eyes were all looking towards the vortex flow exit, and as the swirling stream flashed with light, Yi Yu's figure stepped out from it, all eyes focused, concerned, curious. Yi Yu has come out. End of chapter. Chapter 6 Declaration. Chapter 6 Declaration. The one they were most concerned about was naturally Yi Yu, and even Lin Mushue's radiance had to be overshadowed. And at this time, outside of East Ocean High School, many people wanted to come in, wanting to see which devil fruit Yi Yu, a 10th level talent, had obtained. Outside the school, the crowd is dense. Only a lot of reporters can enter. To the playground, guarding the vortex exit, carrying a camera, as long as Yi Yu out, will immediately broadcast, real-time reports. And in every city in the Dragon Kingdom, many people are either at home or on the street, watching the TV or the big screen. Not only was Yi Yu being paid attention to, but the 10th level talent prides from other cities were likewise, and had already started reporting in advance at this point. As soon as the 10th grade talented Wang Su came out, he was surrounded by reporters, clicking photos and flashing lights all gathered on Wang Su. Honorable 10th level Heaven's Pride Wang sequence. You contracted the devil fruit, right? Are you satisfied? Which one is it? Wang sequence was very satisfied with the opening. Of course the contract too, and finally went in. Only the 9th level are difficult to contract the devil fruit. I contracted to obtain the animal system phantom beast species immortal bird fruit. The crowd was extremely envious and more adoring, and the reporters were quick to report on it. Amazing. It's actually an immortal bird fruit. Congratulations. Become an immortal bird fruit ability. You will definitely be one of the top powerhouses in this world in the future. Does it feel much different now? Without using the fruit ability, there's no big change, but the level has been raised by 1 level to 11. As for using fruit abilities, although it is still far from being developed, but I can probably understand a little bit. It does allow me to have a very strong recovery, resistance to injury. I believe that by constantly leveling up and developing, it will be hard to die later on. Saying that, Wang Su used his fruit ability. His right hand turned into an eagle's claw, and there was a green flame burning on his claws. On the one hand, it was to show others, but more than that, Wang Su also couldn't wait to see his ability. Clicks and clicks of photographs were taken, and everyone was envious, with glowing eyes, looking so handsome, so envious. I'm a 4th level talent, and I've obtained the artificial devil fruit animal hippo, so I wonder if I can join the pirate group founded by King Sequence. Wang Su opened his mouth. My goal, to create the strongest pirate group in the Dragon Kingdom. Since my fruit ability is the immortal bird, then my pirate group will be called the Immortal Pirate Group. As for the crew, the starting point has to be a 4th level talent. Of course, if a 4th level talent is contracted to an incapacitated person, then it is not possible to join. Great, I can join. At this moment, all the other 10th level gifted heavenly prides, who had come out earlier than Yiyu, were also in such a scene. For a while, the hot searches continued, almost all of them being dominated by 10th level talent possessors. The first item in the hot search was not about a 10th level talent heavenly pride, but a 9th level talent. Explosion. The 9th level gifted celestial, Zhou Ge, has gained the ability of the time fruit. It made the 10th level talents all a little envious. It felt tied to time, so it must be strong. Hot search number 2. Explosion. 10th level gifted celestial pride, King Power Division. Obtains animal system fish fruit phantom beast species, green dragon form. The hot searches were basically dominated by talented 10ths, 9ths, all of whom had successfully contracted to get powerful devil fruits. Everyone is also concerned, looking down at their phones. The celestial pride have yet to show up with a failed contract. After all, there is a strategic arrangement with reduced tolerance for error. All of the Heaven's Pride have contracted powerful devil fruits. No Heaven's Pride have obtained artificial devil fruits, and even less Heaven's Pride have contracted incapable people. Look at hot topic number 5. Hot search number 5. Burst. Regret. Unlucky through and through. Talent level 8 possessor Sun Long. Contracting a powerful devil fruit is a failure. The last chance. Devil fruit is left with more than a dozen of level 9 are difficult to contract, and artificial devil fruits are all contracted. Sun Long can only go to the area of incapable person. Picto appearance looks in the incapable person. Relatively powerful. He contracted an incapable person, and after contracting, he learned the name of this incapable person. Roranoa Solon. Sun Lung was devastated, paralyzed on the floor crying, his mind broken. The netizens felt sorry for them. I'll be damned, to have such an oopsie. It's a waste of an 8th level talent. I wish I had been given this talent. While it's true that there are fruits that don't sound powerful, it's the fact that the contract couldn't work, and it's conceivable to have such regrets. But it's also true that he was unlucky enough to be so unlucky that the artificial devil fruit didn't even get picked. Originally, it was also recruited in advance by the pirate group created by some celestial pride to give a cadre crew status. But now, it's hard to say whether or not you can get on the ship, and even if you can get up there, it'll definitely be the lowest level crew. Yeah, I'd be more devastated than him in his place. There can't be any more unlucky than him. Can there? Definitely not. The hot search has already appeared 9 10th grade gifted heavenly prides, and there's still one more. Yeah, there's another one. East Ocean City High School student, Yi Yu. After all the talent tests were over, the 10th grade talent ones received national attention, and the names of these 10 people could be pronounced even by Alzheimer's. At once, the entire Dragon Kingdom were all concerned about which powerful devil fruit Yi Yu had obtained. Even the 10th level heavenly pride were similarly waiting for the news, thinking that they would soon know. At this time, the city of Hang, a 19-year-old girl with a high ponytail was wearing a tight black sportswear, putting her tall figure on perfect display. She was youthful, pretty, and her whole person gave off a valiant feeling. She was Xia Ling. Her right hand was raised. A cold aura filled the air. Her index finger was extended, and with the activation of her fruit ability, an ice prism condensed at the tip of her finger, and even such a small one was exuding a cold aura, causing the temperature of the surroundings to drop significantly. Summerling was satisfied that the devil fruit she had obtained was the frozen fruit. Although after obtaining the frozen fruit, my potential will be great and I'm bound to be strong in the future. But I believe that the ability that Brother Feather has obtained will definitely be stronger than me, and that will still cover me. At this time, the East China Sea City High School, Yi Yu walked out. All the people cannot take their eyes off. Not completely out. Just the figure in the vortex. Let them for a shock, because it feels like a lot of changes. Looks more imposing. Upright posture. Just a figure. Give them a sense of dominance. When Yi Yu came out, appeared in front of all the people, the reporter crazy photo. All the people are more eyes light. Yi Yu dress up. The aura has changed. handsome pulling the stand-up collar robe, behind the back of a cross-black knife. The whole person gives them a feeling that is, too handsome and too cool. Yi Yu has come out. Even though he hasn't shown his devil fruit ability yet, he's so handsome and looks so forced. Yeah, it looks like it must have contracted a very powerful devil fruit. Right now, among the 10th level gifted heavenly prides, only Yi Yu's ability hasn't been announced yet. The entire Dragon Kingdom is watching and waiting. Lee Kurama was all aghast when he saw it, and he was jealous in his heart. Damn it, it's so handsome, and it also gives people a sense of dominance. It seems that praying is useless. He gained a powerful devil fruit ability. Lin Mushu fast steps overflowing with smiles up to the front. The reporters quickly spread out to make a road, close to the happy road. Brother Feather, I've obtained the nature-based rattling thunder fruit. How about it? Doesn't it sound, just by its name, awesome? It's a devil fruit that can control lightning. This made the surrounding people shake. The rattling thunder fruit. It did sound strong, and the power of the thunderbolt, without having to think about it, was terrifying. In an instant, Lin Mushue was on the hot search. Yi Yu nodded his head inside softly. Rattling thunder fruit? It does feel powerful. Congratulations. He. Lin Mushue looked forward to it and inquired. Brother, you must be even more powerful than me. Which powerful devil fruit did he obtain? Instantly, the surroundings quieted down. All stopped taking pictures, afraid of the sound of taking pictures to cover the voice of Yi Yu, knowing that a new big explosion of hot searches is coming, and Yi Yu is going to announce it. Yi Yu directly shook his head. I didn't obtain a devil fruit ability. Lin Mushui? All? End of chapter. Chapter 7. No one will see me. Chapter 7. No one will see me. Everyone suspected that they had misheard, and how was it possible that they had not obtained it? After being stunned, Lin Mushui covered her mouth and laughed. Brother, you're joking with me, aren't you? This joke isn't funny at all. Stop messing around. Quickly tell me, which powerful devil fruit did you obtain? At this moment, this scene is being broadcast live, because only Yi Yu has not yet been on the hot search, so the entire Dragon Country many people are concerned. Some look at the phone, some watch TV. At this moment also feel that Yi Yu is joking. The students also laughed. Yeah, that's not a good joke, Feather. And right now not only us, but the whole country is watching you with great attention, wondering which awesome devil fruit you've acquired. Feather, come on. For your potential, even those 10th grade talent prides are envious of it. After all, at that time, when the light of the test monument erupted, yours shone the brightest, brighter than all the other 10th grade talents. You are known as the strongest talent in the Dragon Kingdom. There is no one else, so you are the most promising of them all. This was indeed true, which was why Lin Mushui liked Yi Yu so much. However, Yi Yu seriously said, no kidding you guys, I just chose the fruitless ability person, the strongest talent I have. I can contract 7, so I chose 7 abilityless people. This made the surrounding area instantly dead silent, and the entire Dragon Kingdom, silent. Everyone stayed there with wide eyes, incredulous, horrified, and uncomprehending. It took a long time to react, and instantly, the entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. I'll go. No way. I can't believe I'm not kidding. What's the idea? The strongest talent, to choose an incapacitated person instead of a powerful devil fruit? Although each person can only have one devil fruit, and those with high talent can contract more than one incapacitated person. But, how powerful can the number of incapacitated people be? Yeah, definitely go with the devil fruit. How strong can someone cultivate without powers? Just as those of us who don't have the fruit to cultivate. It's definitely impossible to become strong. We can't even be counted as middle tier strong. Yeah, why? Even if you choose 7 of the most powerful incapacitated people and your battle power can be stacked, it surely doesn't compare to the potential of a single artificial devil fruit. This is a total waste. Lin Mushui was incredulous after a moment of stagnation, and inquired seriously. Fei, brother Fei, this isn't true, is it? How could you not choose a devil fruit? If it's bad luck. No, it's impossible for you to have bad luck, because whichever devil fruit you contract will succeed. So, it must be a fake, right? Yi Yu said with a straight face. It's true. That puts no hope in anyone's mind. It's outrageous. The strongest talent, yet they chose to contract 7 incapacitated people. Wasted. Completely wasted. The accomplished strength in the future will definitely not even be as good as me. A 4th level talent contracted with an artificial devil fruit. Too wasteful. Such a good talent. Don't know how to cherish it. This talent is given to me. I can wake up laughing in my dreams. Absolutely carefully and seriously choose one of the strongest devil fruit. But he even did this. Wasteful. 3 years later the Navy but will come down. Then Yi such a choice. It is equivalent to when the time comes we have one less powerful combatant, deliberately chosen incapacitated. Or are there no more devil fruits left and they've all been chosen? Deliberately chosen. That's just too stupid and brainless. So I think the latter is highly probable. Unlucky as hell. Even more unlucky than that Sunlong. It's possible. Yi is only coming out now, which means that the last one to go in. So it's possible that one of the devil fruits is gone after going in. Thinking of this, all eyes immediately looked towards Yi. Yi also perfunctory 2 sentences. Well, after going in is no more devil fruit. Can only go to the incapable person space? Pick 7 looks pretty good. Should be the incapable person in the very powerful 7. It was confirmed and everyone crumbled. Too much bad luck. AI. The creation of the world. Even if you pick the awesome 7 of the incapacitated, even if it's the 7 that a lot of people can't pact with, they're all losers with low-level talent that can't be packed with. Yes, low-grade talent cannot be contracted. Does not mean that it is powerful. After all, the talent is too low. My 6th grade talent are confident to go in and then choose words. Who can be contracted successfully? No level 6 talent goes in and fails the contract, right? No, I'm 5th level talent. I went in and chose a giant. His name is Haldin. I contracted it straight away. I think Haldin is the most powerful of the incapacitated. After all, being a giant and covered in muscle, it's very powerful. Hey, the strongest talent. Just like this died. Even if the contract 7 powerful incapable person, I'm afraid that at most it will be equivalent to 3 or 4 levels of talent after the achievement. And the 4th level of talent also have to be artificial devil fruit ability person. It's probably all overrated. At this moment, the hot search exploded. Yi was on the #1 headline, but it wasn't at all the same as what they thought. Not because the strongest potential appeared, but because of the weakest heavenly pride. Amazing. The strongest talent. Yi actually chose 7 incapable people, completely playing himself out. Explosion. Yi, who was the most anticipated, was unlucky to the extreme and did not pick a devil fruit. Explosion. Yi, who originally had the strongest talent, who made people worship and envy and respect, and who had the greatest potential, was reduced to a clown at this moment. Explosion. The most demonic Yi, after the end of the contract, became mediocre. In the future, not to mention reigning supreme in the Great Sea, it is hard to say whether one can crew on an awesome ship. For a while, the front of the hot search was all about Yi. At this moment, after determining that it was true, Li Song laughed out loud, not having to care in the slightest. In the past, when Yi was the strongest talent, although he was unhappy in his heart, he didn't dare to show it, but now, he laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, too funny. It's bad luck to pick 7 incapable people. And it's also bad luck to go in and lose all your devil fruit. Ha ha ha, couldn't you have gone in earlier? You must have been devastated just now. It's hard as, isn't it? Ha ha ha, good, good. Li Song laughed to his heart's content, even sarcastically, not afraid in the slightest, because now Yi is no longer the strongest talent, completely destroyed the 10th level talent, and his heart is happy. His own cursed prayer really works. Li Song mocked like this, no one around said anything. And Yi's female licking dog, Lin Mushue, likewise didn't say anything, and even directly changed her face. Li Barn, you're absolutely right. He is indeed too funny. End of chapter. Chapter 8, Denied Boarding. Chapter 8, Denied Boarding. This makes Li Song not surprised. Now Yi has been very ordinary. High talent. Obtained the ringing thunder fruit Lin Mushue. Naturally do not see. Li Kara stepped forward and shouted more intimately. Schwerer. It seems that this position of captain of the Heaven's Pride Pirates cannot be given to him. Lin Mushue scornfully looked at Yi and nodded her head. Of course, he doesn't deserve it at all. It seems that this captain's position still has to be taken by me who has obtained the powerful rattling thunderfruit. As for the vice captain, for the time being, you will be the captain. Before there is a more powerful than you on board. Li Song is the vice captain of my Heaven's Pride Pirates. Li Song was joyful. Good. I, who possess the force fruit, definitely have the qualifications and will definitely become strong. While saying that, he looked at Yi with contempt, as if he wanted Yi to hear that he had obtained the force fruit. For this fruit, Yi naturally knows that the fruit ability of the Blackbeard Pirates helmsman, Badgers, is not good. As for the rattling thunder fruit, I have to say, it's really powerful, and Aniru is the one who suffered the loss of appearing too early, as well as being restrained by the open-ended Luffy. If Anilu had appeared 2 years after the top of the show, then it would have been much different. Therefore, Lin Mushue's potential, indeed, was not low, but Yi Yu would not balk at it in turn. Before the pact, one is the strongest talent. After the pact, one is still the strongest and will be broken. Lin Muxue skimmed Yi Yu and despised. I was puzzled when I came out just now. The level is still 10. I, who obtained the rattling thunder fruit, rose from 9 to 10, while you didn't rise one level. No wonder. Contracted 7 incapable people. However, only Yi Yu himself knew that the reason why the level didn't improve was because he contracted 7. So the difficulty of leveling up was to be harder than others and required a bit more. But it didn't affect much. After all, one's talent was high and one's cultivation speed was fast. And in this way, it would give himself a more powerful cross-level battle power. At this time, many people wanted to join the Heaven's Pride Pirates. Sister Snow, I'm gifted at level 4. Artificial Devil Fruit Spider, can I join the Heaven's Pride Pirates? Sister Yuki, I'm gifted at level 5. Animal-based canine fruit Beowulf form. I'm talent level 4, although I contracted an incapacitated person. But the contract was with a giant with a 20-meter height. Can I join the Heaven's Pride Pirates? I'm gifted level 3. Indentured incapacitated. Name's Crick. Can I join? Lin Muxue nodded lightly. Those with 5 levels of talent can become combat crew members of my Tianjiao Pirate Corps, and those with 4 levels and 3 levels, the incapacitated of the contract, can get on board, but the lowest level of crew. As for the first and second level of talent, don't think about it. My Heaven's Pride Pirate Corps also has a threshold. It's not like any cat or dog can get on. Great. That makes a lot of people happy. Lin Muxue reminded. However, there are too many people to stay on one ship, so it's just combat crew on the main ship later on. And when there's a secondary ship, the lower crew goes up. Understood. This makes sense. Li Tsong glanced at Yi Yu and asked Lin Muxue. Share, what about him? What's the arrangement? Lin Muxue disdainfully said. Naturally, he can't even be a combat crew member. Although he has contracted 7, he can't even compare to the artificial devil fruit. At most, he can be a low-level crew member. Li Tsong did have some regrets, was hoping that Yi Yu could not even get on the boat. Lin Muxue looked at Yi Yu and inquired. Well, don't think I'm heartless. I'm at least willing to let you on board as a minimum crew member. However, Yi Yu shook his head. After seeing through your face, even if you let me be the captain, I won't be happy. Unless, kneeling down and begging me, I'll reluctantly consider it. These words stunned everyone, not expecting Yi Yu to say such words. Li Tsong and Lin Muxue looked at each other and both laughed, thinking it was too ridiculous. Lin Muxue scorned. Where did you get the breath to say that? And to think you're the strongest talent? Letting you be the captain. Unless my brain is kicked by a donkey, it's impossible to even let you be a combat crew, and a captain. Don't be funny. Yi Yu asked with certainty. Are you sure? You won't beg me to be the captain? Nonsense. Who would let you, a man indentured to 7 incapacitated people, be captain? Li Tsong covered her mouth and laughed. He really has a brain problem. It seems that there are quite a few not so good brained people in the 7 people in the pack that have been assimilated. A number of people stepped forward to flatter. Kara is right. It's quite possible. That's pathetic. But pathetic people have to be hated. Still think you're a heavenly pride that will be held up by everyone? Accept reality. You're already mediocre. Making you a lowly crew member is all in your favor. Can't see it, hurry up and get lost. Still think you are a heavenly pride? And beg you to be the captain. Sister Shua has obtained the powerful rattling thunder fruit. You are also worthy of letting your school sister beg you? Yuck. Lin Muxue and Li Tsang then listened and gave an appreciative look, signaling a good point. These doglegs were immediately flattered and their hearts were happy. At this time, Zhang Sweet stood out in anger. You guys are too much. Before you treated Yi Yu with respect and all sorts of flattering, now you're even like this. Many people gazed at Zhang Tian. Although they knew that Zhang Tian was gifted at level 7 and was considered a genius, but with Lin Muxue and Li Tsang backing her up, they were not afraid. He can't see himself right now, and it's good for him that we're saying this so he can recognize himself. Yeah, he's like that. There's not going to be any more dog licking, is there? Is it hard to believe you're going to lick him? You are at least gifted at the 7th level, and just now I heard you say that you obtained the Superman system flower fruit, so it shouldn't be bad, but there's no need to flatter Yi Yu. Zhang Tianyi frowned. I'm not flattering, I just can't stand to see you guys like this. It's too much. Many people were surprised. Did not expect Zhang Sui to be so tough. The impression is a do not like to talk, sitting in the corner, introverted, and often shy, seemingly cowardly girl, but even at this time to stand out. Yi Yu was a bit more favorable to Zhang Tianyi and thanked. I'm grateful that you can come forward, but there's no need to say anything. I don't care how they are. It's good to be able to see the true colors clearly. Yi Yu looked to Lin Muxue. Back to the flavor. Before the end of the talent test night, you personally door to find me. Invite me later with you to create a pirate group. Want to do my vice captain? I said to consider. You a variety of pampered softly, so I was very surprised. With the usual high and cold you are too much of a contrast. When I agreed, you also excitedly kissed me. And now look back again. When I agreed, you also excitedly kissed me. And now when I think back again, I can still clearly remember that feeling. And I have to say that your little mouth is very moist. At the end of his words, Yi Yu licked the corner of his mouth as if he was reminiscing, while skimming over Li Tsong. This made Li Tsong's fists clench, his face ugly, his heart hard to bear. Lin Muxue even gave her first kiss to Yi Yu. Damn it! He himself had chased after her for so long before, and he hadn't even held her hand. End of chapter. Chapter 9, kicked off the boat? Chapter 9, kicked off the boat? Lin Muxue's face was ugly and very regretful. She had thought that Yi Yu would be the strongest in the future, but she didn't expect to become a waste now. Just as the argument was ready to be made, the sound of the message once again echoed in everyone's ears. Those who are gifted at level 5 or above, but have not contracted to obtain a devil fruit, nor have contracted to be incapacitated, may be given knowledge of cultivation, including only the teachings of the sight and sound colors, and the colors of arms. This makes many people wonder what the color of sight, the color of arms is. I'm a devil fruit ability. I don't need to learn this, do I? In the devil fruit era, it's definitely important to focus on developing and enhancing devil fruits, rather than focusing more on improving your own strength. That's a good point. Go all in on the devil fruit and don't waste time on yourself, instead of affecting the development of the fruit. Agreed. Think about it. Before the mutation, no matter how much you practiced, how powerful could you be? Before the mutation, could someone beat 100 people alone? That's why the upper limit of humans' own strength is very low. We have to put our mind more on fruit development. We can't just think about relying on leveling up to inherit the strength developed by the possessors in the Pirate King. We have to think about developing it ourselves. I know some seeing color, armed color information, from the incapacitated person I contracted given. Well, think it's still quite practical. Exactly how much use? Don't know. After all, I'm only at level 5 now. I can't appreciate the power of seeing color. Armed color more yet. That is to say, contracted incapacitated people who know the seeing color, the arming color, don't have to learn it. Indeed, soon, a number of people gained knowledge of cultivation, clearing up the seeing and arming colors, and were fully capable of teaching themselves or others. And the talent level 5 to 7, nothing contracted, is also there. The Dragon Country population base is large, so people who have the seeing and arming color teaching knowledge. Each city, there can be 2 or 3. Donghai City, there is a talent level 5. At the moment know the seeing color and armed color. Knowing this, Lin Muxue ordered, let that person come in. Soon, the man named Li Tian came in, agitated. I learned about the seeing and arming colors. It's pretty important. Even for devil fruit power users, you must learn it. This came as a surprise to many. Necessary? It won't be a waste of time? Shouldn't we develop devil fruit full time? Li Tian seriously said. Of course, devil fruit development is important, but seeing color and arming color are also to be learned, can be the icing on the cake. Seeing color can more easily sense the opponent's attack, even expand the range, improve perception, reaction ability, and armed color hegemony. The effect is more obvious. After mastery, can cover a layer of armed color hegemony on the body, enhance defense, and can be in the fist, enhance the attack, as well as weapons can also wrap armed color hegemony, enhance the attack power. This surprised everyone, and the entire Dragon Kingdom soon knew about it. It seems that the seeing color and the armed color hegemony, indeed, need to be learned. I'm indentured to an incapacitated person. I subconsciously know some. Great. This is good for me who has no ability to cultivate and improve myself. For those who have the ability is even better. Having the ability even if it's not enough, they themselves can become stronger. Strong combination Yeah, the ones that can only cultivate to gain the seeing color and armed color are definitely not as good as the ones that have the seeing color, the armed color, and the devil fruit ability. It's a good thing I didn't pick an incapacitated person, because the seeing and arming colors can be learned. Soon, people who know how to explain whether or not you can learn it, and what you can achieve when you learn it, varies from person to person, and the more gifted will learn it better. At this point, even the pride of the heavens who possessed a powerful devil fruit felt that it was time to learn, and that it could indeed be the icing on the cake, rather than the snake. Li Tian shook, and with some apprehension, glanced at Lin Muxue. There's another awesome ability about the armed color hegemony. Lin Muxue saw him tangled and frowned. What ability? Don't beat around the bush. Just say it. That is, armed color hegemony, which can attack the natural system of elementalization. This, too, was spoken of in other cities, and there was a sensation. My God, armed color hegemony is awesome. It can even attack the elementalization of the natural system. I thought the nature system was the most powerful of the devil fruits, but now it looks like it's the equivalent of being cut down a bit. It also makes sense. If you can't hit, then it's useless even if your power is strong. The natural system would be too buggy. Luckily there's armed color hegemony. Then you have to learn it. Damn it, I am a natural system shasha fruit. Originally also think can be very strong. Now was Gram Sama. Why should there be armed color hegemony existence? Learn it, and be stronger by mastering the seeing and arming colors. At this time, Lin Mushua knows that you will definitely see the smell color. Armed color hegemony. After all, contracted 7 incapacitated people, however, will not be high on Yu, because they will also learn sooner or later. It is equivalent to Yu has no advantage at all. If you don't know how to see and hear the colors, you can learn them, but if you don't have the devil fruit, you can't get it in any way. Everyone also continues to think that incapacitated people are inferior to artificial devil fruit power users. Methinks that, if an incapacitated person can learn the armed color seeing color, and a devil fruit capable person can learn it, then it goes without saying which one is stronger. Subsequently, those who possessed the knowledge of seeing and hearing colors, and armed colors of teaching, were asked to be in the school, and to act as teachers, and there are still 30 days before the real mutation. During this period, powerful sea beasts, ferocious beasts, sea king class, and ferocious secret realm won't appear. In order to give all people the time to develop, to avoid just obtaining a powerful devil fruit, and then encountering powerful sea beasts, thus dying prematurely. So, everyone is ready to seize these 30 days to learn the seeing and arming colors and prepare to continue on campus. If the contracted incapacitated person knows the seeing and arming colors, they do not have to learn them, and will continue to master them as they level up, inheriting the strength of the incapacitated person. The seeing and arming colors hegemony. Zhang Sweet summoned up the courage to come to Yiyu's side, lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Yiyu, her face flushed red, and whispered encouragement. Yiyu, cheer up. Although you didn't get the devil fruit, you're 10th level talented. Work hard to level up and inherit the strength of an incapacitated person, as well as the seeing color and armed color hegemony. If you indentured people can't, let's learn together. Yiyu smiled faintly. No need, the person I contracted will. That's good. Struggling briefly, Sweet Zhang, her heart beating faster, inquired. Yiyu, will you create a pirate group? If it is created, I would like to join. Is that okay? Before Yiyu could speak, the others burst out laughing. Litsong sarcastically said, Love brain? He's no longer a heavenly pride. What face to create a pirate group? Who would join? Even if you join. In the future, this pirate group, there is definitely only the two of you. Ha ha ha, what Kara said is very right. They are all scrambling to join a pirate group created by a heavenly pride. Who would join one with average strength? Venturing out to sea like that, isn't it looking for death? Lin Mushue reminded. Zhang Tianyi, it's best to join us. Isn't following him looking for death? Or, do you like him? Want to babysit for him? Zhang's sweet face reddened with determination. I don't like you guys and won't join you. Besides, I believe you won't be as bad as you guys say. Mastering the powerful seeing and arming colors might be powerful too. Humph, being powerful doesn't compare to being capable. Can't an ability plus a hegemony be compared to only a hegemony? Humph, we have what he has, and what he doesn't have, we have. So how can we compare? This made Zhang Tianyi instantly dumbfounded and unable to refute. Yiyu said, there is no need to break up with them. Creating a pirate group, I don't have an idea right now. Let's talk about it afterward. I'm going to get busy first. Bye. Okay, bye. Zhang Tianyi went back home as well. Lin Mushue looked at Yiyu's back as he left in disgust. It's been a real shame for me to be close to you this whole time. At that moment, one of the crew members in charge of the shipbuilding aspect arrived and spoke in a respectful voice. Sister Snow, time to change your tune. Captain, well, go ahead. What is it? We've built our boat and we're sailing to the coast tomorrow. Okay, go check it out then. The crew was worried. Captain, will you come and cause trouble when the time comes? After all, most of the money for shipbuilding comes from him. Lin Mushue smiled contemptuously. Oh, it's not his money either. It's because he is the strongest talent. The official gave him money, thus allowing him to have a good pirate ship. But now, it's already mediocre. This ship naturally has nothing to do with him. It's fine if he doesn't come. If he dares to come and ask for it, saying it's his, and relying on it, I'll make him look good. Li Tsong agreed, sneering, if he dares to come up, kick him off the ship. End of chapter. Chapter 10 Perfect Leaf Feather. Chapter 10 Perfect Leaf Feather. Yi Yu left, ready to pack up some necessities and start grinding. Just then, the phone rang. Chicken, you're so beautiful. North knows. Chicken, you're so beautiful. North knows. Looking at it, it was Xia Ling who called. And when he answered, Xia Ling's concerned voice came. Yi Yu, are you okay? Tone, full of worry. Xia Ling naturally also know the strongest talent. Yi Yu did not contract to the devil fruit, but contracted 7 incapable people. For any heavenly pride, is a very strong blow. She is worried about the collapse of Yi Yu. Quickly call. Yi Yu wouldn't be hard, but happy. I'm fine, but, in the opinion of Xia Ling, Yi Yu tone joy, but let her more heavy, if it is venting, to cry to themselves, venting their inner depression, anger, so okay, but now it is as a little bit of nothing, which, on the contrary, let Xia Ling think, is the most dangerous. Xia Ling comforted. Although you didn't obtain the devil fruit and can't become strong in the future, you don't have to be too sad. In the future, in this dangerous world, Sister Ling, I'll cover you. Before, thinking of letting Yi Yu cover himself, even though he was a heavenly pride, he was naturally no match for the strongest 10th level talent Yi Yu. But now, it was different. Xia Ling wanted to give Yi Yu hope through herself, and happily inquired, Brother Feather, do you know which devil fruit ability I contracted to obtain? Yi Yu was naturally curious and concerned. After all, he was an orphan, and Xia Ling was a very close person to him. You're happy. It's supposed to be a very powerful devil fruit? The devil fruit I contracted is called the frozen fruit. This made Yi Yu's eyes light up and he exclaimed, Frozen fruit? It sounds awesome. Ling's sister, with your talent and this fruit ability, you will definitely be very strong. Brother Feather, I'm not showing off to you again either, for fear that Yi Yu would be struck down and feel even more bad in his heart. Xia Ling assured, although you failed to contract the devil fruit, but in this dangerous time, there is still me. I will try to become stronger, and continue to develop the freezing fruit. This world, age sister, I cover you. Didn't I tell you before? We have already created a pirate group in advance. I am the vice captain. As for the captain, it is a female classmate who is also a 9th grade talent with me, and I am also a roommate, called Zhao Yenner. He contracted to obtain a fruit called burning fruit. So, the pirate group we set up will definitely get stronger and stronger. When that time comes, you join and follow me. Sister, I'll cover you better, even though your talent isn't that strong anymore, but you can definitely join, and we'll adventure and sail in this changed and new world later on. So don't despair, you still have me, you know? Yi Yu knew that Xia Ling was really thinking that he had been hit. He was really happy, but explaining was also troublesome, so he nodded his head. It will indeed be awesome pirate group. Xia Ling inquired, by the way, the Heaven's Remarkable Pirates created by Lin Mushue, what identity did it give you? Before she knew that it was the captain. But not anymore. Yi Yu shook his head. I'm not allowed to join anymore. Xia Ling breathed a sigh of relief. This is good. Then wait for a period of time. Now although the powerful sea beasts, dangerous secret realm has not yet appeared, to wait for a month, but a lot of creatures in the sea are also mutated, become possessed of the power of the war. At present, no one will choose to sail, will stay in the land, where the city, there will be no one will be randomly shuttling, are beginning to skill their own ability, learning hegemony, waiting for the real mutation before the beginning of the action, recruiting, convergence. So sister, I cannot immediately go to you, wait for me 25 days, by then you cannot personally loan to the city where I am, although not far, but also separated by 100 kilometers of the ocean. At that time, sister, I go to pick you up for you to escort. In addition, our pirate group is the strongest as the honor, in the pirate group name is not yet determined before, the most powerful when the captain, so I will be with the flame after a while to see who is stronger. And, for the recruitment of the crew, not only look at the talent strength, but also look at the character, before there will be a test of character. Feather brother, your person I know clearly, by then can be exempted from this examination. As for becoming a formal crew, although there is also to have strength aspects of the examination, but sister, I also have face, by then strive to let you do not need to pass the examination to enter. Of course, you also need to regain confidence, to practice although the contracted incapacitated, but after all, it is 7. The talent is still the strongest 10th level, perhaps not worse than obtaining artificial devil fruit. Sister believes that you won't be too mediocre. Go for it. Yi Yu nodded. Okay, I know. I'll wait for you to pick me up when the time comes. Okay, bye. I'm going to go learn about hegemony, and try to get a preliminary grasp of it when I pick you up so I can be a little stronger and cover you better. Bye. Hanging up the phone, Yiyu smiled bitterly. All thought I was weak. It's normal. After all, you're the only one who knows the King of Thieves. At the moment, although it has not fought, but the strength of his own strength at the 10th level, Yiyu felt that it could not be inferior to how much the Lieutenant General, even if the 7 people who are now contracted, each person's combat power. It is difficult to play out 1%, but these superimposed, then it is also extremely considerable. And these 7, the foundation is very strong. So even if 1% of the strength is less than, it is also very strong. Do not have to wait for their own 100 levels. I believe that's 60 or 70 levels. The war power can be the same as a single Roger. 100 levels of these 7 war powers won all inheritance. That would be even more terrifying. Overriding the 4 emperors, the King of Thieves, and even overriding more than a little bit of half a point. No more thinking about it. It's still a bit far away after all. In the courtyard, Yiyu clenched his fist, feeling his own power, very strong, and also inherited a variety of top-notch sword arts, directly integrated, including, seeing the color, armed color, and even the hegemonic color hegemony. All the abilities of the 7 men were pretty much known by themselves. They just weren't as powerful as these men were in their peak state. The 7's strength, speed, physical body, domineering aura, and sword techniques were stacked on top of each other, and they were much stronger than one would expect. Now, no one single-handedly can defeat their horrible selves, and, with the Black Blade Knight in his own hand, he could not only send out Hawkeye's chop, but he could also use it to chop out divine avoidance. After packing up his things, Yiyu was in his own yard and began to make punches to feel his strength, breaking a 1-meter-tall rock with one punch, the Black Knife Knight drawn in his hand, right hand single grip, random vertical chopping out, an emerald green small chopping burst out, cutting the ground open, surfacing a gully, chopping hit a small wigwam in front of him, directly cleaved into 2 halves, another chopping attack chopped out, Yiyu a flash, has floated in front of the chopping attack, extremely fast. After all, there was no slowing down the speed of the powerful, especially the redhead. In the face of his own chopping attack, Yiyu did not attack, but instead crossed his arms to block in front of him, his armed color raining aura covering him. The next instant, the chopping collision after the stalemate in front of Yiyu, just let Yiyu slightly backward half a step, both hands force upward, chopping lifted up in the air collapsed, Yiyu unharmed, satisfied with his own strength, speed, physical body, sword skills, domineering aura, and all kinds of powerful moves. It was simply perfect. In pirates, the strongest creature on land, sea and air is Kaido, but in this world it will be himself. On land, needless to say, in the sea, one indentured himself to Jubai and moved freely. As for the sky, having contracted Zephyr, he had naturally mastered one of the Navy's 6 styles, the moon step. Just then, the message sounded once again in everyone's head. 2 pirate stone tablet lists have descended. They are the Pirate Bounty List and the Strongest Pirate Group List. Bounty List, 100 spots, and the Strongest Pirate Group List, 20 spots. In the next instant, the ground rumbled and shook, and everyone looked up to the sky as 2 golden stone monuments broke through the clouds and descended from the sky. End of chapter. Chapter 11 One King and 4 Emperors. Chapter 11 One King and 4 Emperors. After landing, the golden stone monument stood in the center of heaven and earth, towering into the clouds, and no matter how far away one looked, one could clearly see the stone monument, especially the several large words above it. The tablet on the left, the Pirate Bounty List, 1st place, 2nd place, 100th place. The stone tablet on the right, the list of the strongest pirate groups, 1st place, 2nd place, 20th place. Now, on both lists, it's not on the list yet. Then the sound of information came flooding back again. Those who are on the list will be given experience for leveling up, and the higher the ranking, the more experience will be given. As for how to get on the list, the Pirate Bounty List opens in 3 months. At that time all people can enter the secret realm of the bounty, face the strong enemy. According to the number of kills, there is no time limit. There is no limit to the number of kills, so as to judge their own combat power. This made everyone understand that the bounty represented their own strength, and the stronger the battle strength, then after entering, the battle performance was naturally good, and the bounty would be higher. After the bounty list is announced at that time, every 6 months, you will enter the bounty secret realm again, and each time, you will still be given experience based on the rankings. This made everyone happy and meant that even if they didn't get 1st place the first time, they could continue to work their way up and go for a higher bounty afterward. As for the strongest pirate group list, will be opened in half a year, will open the pirate group ranking battlefield. Both sides of the battle winners advance. Do not have to worry about the pirate group against the battle. There are a large number of casualties. The battlefield environment is special, in which serious injuries and even death will be transported out of the former how to enter the state, out of the same. This makes a lot of people feel good. After all, the two sides of the pirate group big battle. Surely intense. There are a lot of casualties. 3 years after the Pirate King world of the Navy descended. So a lot of people do not want the pirates have too many casualties. In addition, the strongest pirate group list, for the top 5, there will also be a special reward. That is to give the top 5 pirate groups the title. The first pirate group, endowed with 1 king. The second through 5th pirate groups, given the title, 4 emperors. The message sound then faded. In the next instant, the entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. 1 king, 4 emperors, what a domineering title. Surely they all belong to the pirate groups created by the Celestial Pride. To be precise, the bounty list is what belongs to the Heavenly Pride. While those of us with ordinary talent can join a powerful pirate group, then after that we could be a member of the 4 emperors pirate group, or even a member of the 1 king pirate group. Cultivate hard and make sure you become a member of the mighty pirate group. The ones with ordinary talent have no hope for the bounty ranking, but they do expect that, in time, their bounty will reach as much as they can, because it's a symbol of the glorious strength of being a pirate, and represents the card face. At this moment, those who were the most excited and combative were naturally those Celestial Pride. West Bank City. A stout, unruffled middle-aged man looked at the 2 stone tablet lists with a burning, confident gaze. The Green Dragon Pirate Corps founded by my King Power Division will definitely become number 1 by then, and in the ranking battlefield, no matter how powerful the Pirate Corps is, they will all be defeated by my Green Dragon Pirate Corps. As for the bounty list, Wang Quanshi raised his head, his gaze locking directly onto the first place. The personal list, I, the King's Power Master, will more than ever be number 1, the man with the highest bounty. The first on this list also symbolizes the possessor, the strongest pirate in the world, the strongest man. For these 2 firsts, Wang Quanshi was confident that he must take it. After all, he was one of the 10th level talent prides, and he had even obtained the animal fish fruit phantom beast seed green dragon form. Even now that he was 11th grade and his fruit ability had only been developed a little bit, it had allowed him to see how powerful this fruit was, confident that he was bound to be the strongest, and when his grade was a little higher, he felt that he could even fully turn into a green dragon. Sioux City. A plump, pretty and cold imperial sister similarly stared at the 2 stone tablet lists with a burning gaze. She was also gifted at level 10, called Song Ling, and was a soul fruit possessor. Obtaining this fruit, she realized how powerful it was. Being able to snatch the lifespan of living creatures and grant souls to dead things so that they could be manipulated by herself. In other words, when powerful enough, even seawater, mountains, thunder and lightning, etc., one could grant souls and thus manipulate them. This made her extremely confident, and she was originally still regretting that she hadn't been able to pick the illusory beast seed immortal bird fruit, but now she was incomparably glad that she had obtained the soul fruit. The juggernaut pirates that I created must take the first place. The first place in the bounty is also mine. Anyone can only be underneath me, won't allow anyone to be on top of me. I like being on top. Program City. A man is extremely confident. To become the number 1 pirate group, the test is the overall strength of the entire pirate group. The captain is very strong, but the crew doesn't have too many strong people, and it can't become the number 1 pirate group. However, there is one thing that is extremely certain, and that is the bounty list. I, by Xiao Han, will definitely be number 1, because I am a shock fruit ability. By Xiao Han, also gifted at level 10, originally thought that the shocking fruit obtained by the contract might be the bottom of the list of powerful devil fruits, but after he obtained it, and after slightly understanding it, it became clear that the shocking fruit is very strong, not simply vibrating, or causing earthquakes as simple as that, but it is a fruit that has incomparably powerful destructive power. Now that he was 11 levels old, he was still far from bringing out the power of the shock fruit. But even if just a little bit was developed, it made his battle power strong. Therefore, he was immensely confident that the number 1 bounty must be him, and the strongest man in the world must also be him. At this time, there are a lot of Heaven's Pride pirates. All have their own self-confidence. All want to get high ranking, not only because the higher the ranking, the more experience given. Most of all, this is the honor. Know which Heavenly Pride do not want to become the first, and do not want to be subordinate to others. You at this time out of the house looking at the 2 stone monuments, it is clear that a lot of Heavenly Pride all want to become the first. Yi Yu did not say anything more. Looking at the first of the bounty list, already thinking about it. 2 months later, his own bounty, how much will it be? With the strongest talent, plus having contracted 7 of the strongest of the pirates, number 1 is not a goal, but an inevitability, because if you're not number 1, you're sorry to have contracted so many of the ceilings of the pirates. Yi Yu's tone, not wild. The first is inevitable. Will only think of one thing? When the time comes to their own bounty, will there be a break? At this time, Yi Yu heard a familiar voice coming from the distance, and looking over, Lin Muxue, as well as Li Tsong were also looking at the stone monument not far away. Li Kangbeiji, Shuer, our Tianjiao pirate group, when the time comes, must become the first pirate group, become a king among pirate groups. In addition, the bounty list, although I have a powerful force fruit, but I do not hold the idea of the first bounty, because there is Shuer Yua, obtained but a horrible ringing thunder fruit, will certainly become the first place. Lin Muxue raised her head, her face proud and more confident. My talent level 9, although it's not one of the strongest talents, but my rattling thunder fruit, it's bound to be no inferior to those devil fruits with level 10 talents. The first bounty, I do have hope. At this time, Li Tsong noticed Yi Yu in the distance, knowing that he could hear. After all, now are not ordinary people. Sarcastic sarcasm. Shuer, you also have to thank Yi Yu. Not only is it a 10th level talent, but it's also the strongest talent in the 10th level. But he didn't manage to pick the strongest devil fruit. If he was allowed to pick it, then even you, Shuer, would have a hard time coming in first, so you have to be thankful to him. Lin Muxue could hear the sarcasm in Li Tsong's mouth and looked at Yi Yu, remembering that she was like a licking dog before. Naturally she was very angry and humiliated, sneering and nodding her head. You're right. Lin Muxue came to Yi Yu, thankful but full of sarcasm. Indeed, I must thank you, and thank you for the many celestial pride, for not obtaining the devil fruit, but instead contracting 7 incapacitated people. Not only did it empty the first place of the bounty for the celestial pride, but it was also a way to get a person on the bounty list. Li Tsong agreed. Yes, when the time comes, the 100th place of the bounty, will definitely thank you, because you obtained the devil fruit. You are bound to be on the list, but the current you, there is no way that you will be on the list, and it will be an empty spot. End of chapter. Chapter 12, Backdoor? Chapter 12, Backdoor? In the face of sarcasm, Yi Yu spoke faintly. Whether it will be on the list or not, we'll find out then. This caused them to be stunned, not expecting Yi Yu to say this. Li Tsong covered his mouth and laughed. Ha ha ha, you're really being funny. You're even thinking of being on the list? It's not, is it? You have such thoughts? Lin Muxue also felt that she had heard a very funny joke and scorned it proudly. Yi Yu, you still think you are the strongest talent? Contracted 7 incapable people. Even if you have a 10th level talent, how powerful can you be? This is the devil fruit era. Obtaining devil fruit is the king. Li Tsong sarcastically said. Yuki, if you tell him that devil fruit is the king, he won't be able to understand it. After all, he doesn't have devil fruit and doesn't know how powerful it is. Lin Muxue agreed. Also, Yi Yu was too lazy to waste time with this kind of person and turned around to go back, leaving behind a sentence. Li Tsong, pray that you're not the 100th, because once there's more of me on the list, you'll be 101, and it just so happens that you're not on the list, so think about how hard it is. However, Li Tsong still felt confident that it was a joke. It's really ridiculous. You wouldn't be able to make the list. As for my ranking, it will definitely be the top 50, or even the top 30, although my talent is in the Dragon Kingdom, and can't be ranked in the top 100, but what I've obtained is a powerful force fruit. Yi Yu directly closed the door. Li Tsong and Lin Muxue left to go to school to learn about hegemony. Li Tsong had thought about it too. 101 places. It was really hard. No matter who it was for, it was devastating. It was an honor to be on the list, even if it was the 100th place in the bounty, because at least it was on the list. The stone monument that stood in the center of heaven and earth, towering into the clouds and clearly visible to everyone, was bright with golden light, and it was a great honor and a great card for the name to appear on it, while the 101st place just happened to be not on it. 120 are not so difficult. 101 is certainly very difficult. Just as the examination of Tsinghua University, just 0.5 points difference, is very devastating. But Li Tsong was confident. Humph. There's no way I'm going to be 101. At this moment, Zhang Sui looked at the list of the strongest pirate groups and did not have much interest in the idea of joining a powerful pirate group, but instead, his eyes were firm and he whispered, even if my talent and fruits aren't bad, I won't necessarily join a powerful pirate group. I'll join whichever pirate group Yi Yu is in. If someone saw it, they would be incredibly sure that Zhang Tianyi was just crushing on Yi Yu. But, only Zhang Sweet herself knew that it wasn't love brain, but an event that had happened once, many years ago. After attending the same layer of high school as Yi Yu, Zhang Sweet knew that she wasn't recognized, but she recognized her at a glance. Without you that year, I might not have been around. I'm happy that you awakened the strongest talent. Now you're contracted to 7 incapacitated people. But in the future in this dangerous world, I'll protect you. I'll be with you. Zhang Tianyi knew that Yi Yu did not intend to be an ordinary person or a pirate. At this time, the entire Dragon Kingdom, almost everyone has made the decision to basically become a pirate. And only those who were originally in a good condition, with poor talent, and contracted weak and incapable people will give up their cultivation and continue to be ordinary people. At this time, the city of Hang. Xia Ling looked at the stone tablet list and appraised it. Want to better cover the younger brother Fei? Naturally, we need to have strength. Then the bounty list. I must make myself top ranked. As for the pirate group list, our pirate group also want to fight for high ranking, because only strong people, strong groups, can play a sheltering role. Fei brother has a strong backing, can also be more secure. So, these two lists, we all want high ranking. I will work hard to improve myself, behind in the pirate group ranking battle, bring with my brother to win all the time. As for the bounty list, there is no way to help. Individuals enter the secret realm, can only make Yi Yu become a member of the powerful pirate group. At this time, the beautiful young girl in a fiery red dress with long fiery red hair gave off the impression that she was hot-tempered and not to be messed with. But in the face of her friends, she was incomparably gentle. In terms of figure and looks, she was not inferior to Lin Muxue and Xia Ling. She was Zhao Yener, the burning fruit ability. Xia Ling, let's go learn about hegemony. Good. The two of them traveled to Hang City No. 1 middle school together. And on the way, Xia Ling was a little embarrassed. Flamer, what I just told you, is it okay? Let Yi Yu be exempted from all examinations and join us. And, give an official crew position. Right? Zhao Yener is a bit entangled. Sigh, Xia Ling, although we are the best friends, but the recruitment of the pirate group, but also cannot arbitrarily backdoor the future sailing adventures, but also need to have the ability of the crew. Irresponsible solicitation. Not only for our entire pirate group crew is not responsible, but also for your friend's irresponsibility. No ability, even in the formidable pirate group, but also will be dangerous. Although you will be sheltered, you have to have some strength yourself, don't you? Xia Ling pouted, I don't care. Brother Fei is my most important person, must be with me in a pirate group, thus can better cover him, must let him join. As for the strength, surely won't be very bad, although contracted 7 incapable person, but at least it is once the strongest 10 level talent, and 7 incapable person battle power can be stacked, should not be inferior to artificial devil fruit ability person. I can be sure that even though this is the devil fruit era, Yi Yu will definitely not be inferior to some artificial devil fruit ability users. Zhao Yan and helpless, I also have to do things openly and honestly. This way, low-level crew recruitment, he cannot test directly into. What you said is also somewhat reasonable. After all, 10 levels of talent, 7 incapable people, but the official crew have to test. Summerling also knew that this was the limit. Well, lowly crew is fine, as long as it's on this ship, Zhao Yener reminded. Naturally in the beginning, but as it continues to grow, it will definitely mobilize when there's more than just one main ship. No need to mobilize. I'll have Brother Feather follow me and be my personal crew. Well, if you're going to find him in a month's time, then make a deal with him to become a lowly crew member without having to take a test. But he'll still need to take a test if he wants to become a full-fledged crew member, with passing grades, in order to become a full-fledged crew member. Good, Zhao Yener expects. Conducting the examination, it is also a pleasure to see the emergence of those with high grades to become one of the cadres of our pirate group, or even, those who are better than you and me, with grades that surpass us. Before the official establishment, the strongest will be honored, and anyone who breaks my record can directly become a captain. Xia Ling said, although this is the case, but basically will not appear. Hang City's genius, basically determined, unless other city heavenly pride to come to join us, but basically impossible. We'll choose the local, or the pirate group is strong enough, so that some of the heavenly pride behind the cross the sea also want to join, or the last possibility is that there are acquaintances and friends that are willing to come over. Xia Ling inquired, do you still have any powerful heavenly friends? Zhao Yener shook her head. No, what about you? Xia Ling sighed lightly. No, I have few friends. My good friends are just you and Yi Yu. Zhao Yener didn't hold out hope and guessed. Then there shouldn't be any that can break our record. and we'll keep going to refresh the examination record in the meantime. Xia Ling was combative. Then let's keep competing. At this time, Yi Yu constantly use all kinds of moves. Experience now exactly how strong he is. And then also went down to the sea. In the sea do not even need to hold their breath. Can breathe. And the action is not hindered in the slightest. Fighting with the land is no different. Like a fish in the water in general. This is the contracted benefits of the very flat. After feeling it, Yi Yu went home, had a good night's rest, and left tomorrow. End of chapter. Chapter 13, Lemony color is useless? Chapter 13, Lemony color is useless? Although this month before the distance from the real mutation, many people will go to learn the hegemony knowledge, but Yi Yu naturally do not need. After all, the contracted people, too many hegemony strong, their own direct inheritance of the fusion, naturally do not need to learn. And, with many uninhabited islands undergoing changes and harsh climates, it's also better for grinding. Early the next morning, Yi Yu left home and headed to the beach. At this moment, Lin Mushui and Li Tsong arrived, followed by many people, naturally members of the Heaven's Pride Pirates. They chatted and were happy. Becoming a pirate is pretty good. Yes, it's much better than before. Even though I'm only gifted at the 3rd level and contracted with an artificial devil fruit rat, I'm not an ordinary person anymore. Those who had status and money before, when they see me, they all treat me with politeness and respect. I am also. Our family just out of my talent is not bad. Level 4 talent. The contract is artificial devil fruit coyote. At once last night and this morning. Come to my house to give gifts all the time. All sorts of bash-ah. In the past, I was a stinking part-time worker, being squeezed and bullied by my boss in all kinds of ways. But after realizing that I'm a member of the crew of the Heaven's Pride Pirate Group, I had a big change in attitude straight away, and was served tea and water. In the past, the rich people were the masters and didn't put us in their eyes. But now that we've become pirates, we've elevated our status. And those who have rich capitals have directly become the bottom of the social ladder. And it's a feeling that's really cool. Not only them, but quite a few people in other cities, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom, were feeling good. Those who have money, are not well endowed, and are prepared to remain commoners, have long since lost their status. The original social underclass was in a happy mood. We've been suffering for most of our lives, and we've finally turned over a new leaf. Thank you for the devil fruit age to come. Work hard to cultivate and become stronger, although the future is dangerous. But even more so, I don't like the kind of uninteresting world before. At this moment, Li Tsong introduced himself to Lin Mushui, Schwerer, the current crew of our Heaven's Pride Pirates, a total of 800. Hearing this, Lin Mushui frowned slightly. Only 800? Although 800 is quite a lot, but after all, the entire East China Sea city, so many people, the number of people who become pirates, starting at 5 million people, and they pirate group only 800. Indeed less, Li Tsong explained. Isn't this just one ship at the moment? Lin Mushui ordered. Then let the secondary ships become more. Before we can contract, we are not the only ones preparing the ships. There are at least hundreds of pirate ships that were built in the East Sea City, right? That's true, but each one of them, led by someone with good talent, although not as talented as you and I, they wouldn't risk joining a big pirate group randomly. If we were the only one in East Sea City, those small pirate groups with some talent, would choose to join. But now, the powerful pirate groups in East Sea City, are not only us. I've already investigated clearly. There are 3 other big pirate groups. Their strength is not inferior to us. Lin Mushui raised her eyebrows, condescending. Can it be that these 3 pirate captains can be as powerful as me? Naturally no, even if the talent is the same as yours. But the one you obtained is the rattling thunder fruit. These 3 pirate captains, all of them are 9th level talent. Contracted devil fruit, although not as good as your ringing thunder fruit, but it sounds not weak. Respectively, the superhuman system shadow fruit, animal system dragon fruit ancient species of heterotropic dragon form, animal system snake fruit phantom beast species of octopus form. Because their requirements for recruiting crew members are a bit lower than ours, we want 3rd level talent to start, while they are 2nd level talent to start, and those who are contracted to be incapacitated can also join, so they have more pirate crew members than we do. So, should we relax a bit? After all, it must become the strongest pirate group in East Sea City. There is no one. That way some casuals will join, and other pirate groups with some strength will also jump ship. After all, in the beginning, where's the camaraderie? It must be the one that puts in the most powerful. Lin Mushui felt that what Li Tsang said was also somewhat reasonable, and now the pirate crew is somewhat less, but the good thing is, they are not minions. Lin Mushui arranged. Then, relax it a bit. Talent level 3. Even indentured incapacitated people can join and become a low-level crew member. Good. At this point, they came to the beach and saw a ship docked on the beach. Very large and imposing. Like a whale. Li Kara proud. We have a cool boat, don't we? Lin Mushue nodded. Not bad. In the future adventurous voyage, the pirate ship is naturally a poker face. The construction is not bad. However, this pirate ship, naturally, was a rough model given by Yi Yu, roughly drawn according to the ship of the Whitebeard pirates of the King of Thieves world, the Mob Edie. So this pirate ship was somewhat like the Mob Edie. Lin Mushue and Li Tsong were the first to get on the ship and visit the other pirate crew. The official crew also got on the ship to feel it first. After all, in the future adventurous voyage, a lot of time will be on the ship. Standing on the deck, looking out to sea, they were mesmerized. Just then, a 6th level talent, named Xingfeng, quickly boarded the ship. Excited. Captain, I have something to tell you. Something very important. I was the first to discover it, and so far the hot search hasn't shown up for it. Lin Mushue looked over, puzzled. Li Tsong recognized it. His name is Xingfeng, level 6 talent. But he's the unlucky one. The contract is not a devil fruit. He's an incapacitated person, called Green Pepper. Lin Mushue remembered that there was such a person under her impression and faintly inquired. What's up? Xingfeng was excited. Captain, I know a piece of information from my contracted person, which let me have it directly. In fact, the hegemonic aura. Not only there are only 2 kinds of arming color in seeing color. In fact, there are 3 kinds of them. And there is also one called hegemonic color hegemonic aura. Hearing this, Lin Mushue's expression was shaken, causing the other pirates on the ship who were chatting to be quiet. The others were shocked to hear it. Overlord color hegemony? That sounds awesome. Yeah, it feels like it's more powerful than armed colors and seeing colors. Lin Mushue inquired. What is the purpose of the Overlord color hegemony? Will you teach it? Xingfeng shook his head. I won't, and no one will teach, because the Overlord color hegemony can't be acquired through learning, but is innate. This incapacitated person I contracted, Green Pepper, he was innate, and awakened at a certain time. Although the Overlord color hegemonic aura, there are very few awakened people, but I believe, there must be some contracted incapacitated people in the Dragon Kingdom who, like me, also possess the Overlord color hegemonic aura. This makes Lin Mushue a little regretful. Innate? Then the person who obtains the devil fruit. It is impossible to have the Overlord color hegemony. Only the contract to the incapacitated person. It is possible to have. Xingfeng continued. Hegemonic color hegemony is a kingly qualification. This caused Lin Mushue to be shocked. King qualification? The others were also stunned and looked at each other. Is it really great? But it can't be cultivated to obtain it. Among the incapable, they even possess this kind of hegemony? The devil fruit power users and the pirates must all have them as well. But alas, those who obtain devil fruit can only obtain the ability, and cannot obtain everything that the devil fruit possessors and the pirates have. Lin Mushue frowned and inquired. Hegemonic color hegemony. What specific means? Is it strong? Do you know it now? Show it. Xingfeng said. I don't know much about Overlord color, either, so I believe that I will know more about it after my level gets higher and higher. As for displaying it, it's possible now. Only, right now I'm only level 6, so displaying the Overlord color should be very small in terms of power. Show it. Show me what a dominant color hegemony can do. Then, Xingfeng's eyes flashed as an aura erupted and rippled out. But, there was nothing moving around, just the leaves on the deck, which were fluttered a bit. Even those more than 10 meters away were not blown. Everyone staring intently, naturally, saw it. Li Tsong inquired. That's it? Xingfeng scratched his head. Yes, after all, I'm only at level 6, and I'm still far from being able to utilize the Overlord color power that Green Pepper possesses. Li Tsong had a disdainful look on his face. Oh, garbage. What king's qualification? Even if it can be fully utilized, what's the use? Everyone else chimed in. Yeah, even though it's impossible for the captain and vice captain to have hegemony color hegemony, but now that I've seen it, I don't even need to have it. It's too weak. I told you how an incapable person can have a powerful hegemonic aura. It seems that this hegemonic color hegemonic aura is weak. With this power, it's not even as powerful as a spring breeze. Even if you're level 100 and completely inherit Green Pepper's 100% strength and dominating color, I'd say that at most the power is the same as a slightly bigger wind. Lin Mushue also doesn't feel sorry at all anymore. Despise. What hegemonic color hegemony? The qualification of the king. It's really exaggerated too much. Originally it would still be slightly lost because it's not there, but now that I look at it, it's purely hilarious. Xingfeng nodded his head repeatedly. It's me who got a little excited. This overlord color hegemony. It really doesn't seem impressive. Just then, an exclamation rang out. There's a man coming in the distance. It's hard to see, but this figure looks so domineering from afar, and there's still a sense of compulsion. Closer, get a better look. Stand-up cloak, crossblade on his back. It's Yi Yu. End of chapter. Chapter 14, kick Yi Yu off the boat. Won't regret it? Chapter 14, kick Yi Yu off the boat. Won't regret it? They were surprised by it and originally thought that the one who came was a strong person, but after seeing it clearly, they realized that it was Yi Yu. If you didn't know him, you'd think he was a strong man. Yes, the aura is so strong and domineering. And the costume, and then a big black sword with a cross on his back. It's really quite handsome. Unfortunately, everyone knows him and knows that his name is Yi Yu, the most powerful talent, but contracted 7 incapable people. At this time, even Lin Muxue had to admit that just now looking from afar, even she was shocked for a moment. She thought that it was some strong person who was going to come and join the Heaven's Pride pirates, and her heart was happy for a bit, but it was Yi Yu. Li Tsong was upset in his heart and cursed, "Why are you so pushy?" At this time, a crew member knew that Li Tsong was very upset with Yi Yu, so he fawned and said, "Vice Captain, I think he is just looking at the aura of the incapable, not being able to obtain the devil fruit. He picks some incapable who looks like they have the aura of the incapable, and obtains the dress-up, weapons, aura, etc. of the incapable, and although he looks like he has the compulsion and the aura of the incapable, he is just strong on the outside." Another man chimed in, "That makes sense, and I see that he wants to eat soft food, so he only chooses handsome people to contract with, thus being able to eat soft food and be protected by women in these dangerous times. Doesn't that Zhang Sweet, who gained the flower fruit ability, like him? Yeah, just trying to be a softie." When Li Tsong heard this, he felt better in his heart and exclaimed, "You guys are right. What's the use of looking cool and handsome on the outside? In this world, it's strength that counts, and it's about whose devil fruit ability is strong." Lin Muxue did not look at Yi Yu again, but asked Qingfeng, "Lastly, may I ask, the overlord color hegemony cannot be made stronger through cultivation?" "Yes, Captain." Lin Muxue looked down on the overlord color even more and guessed, "Then, even if there are other people who have the overlord color, then the power will be similar to yours, and to use it now, it won't even be as powerful as a lowest grade fan." Qingfeng nodded. "It should be. It will be similar to my hegemony color. After all, even if I inherit it, I can't use much of my hegemony color power at my current rank, and there shouldn't be many people who are like me, because hegemony color hegemony possessors can be said to be rare. Such qualifications are rare in the Pirate King world, and the devil fruit ability person, surely all have. Then no ability person has the hegemonic color, surely even less. Maybe only I have a person. Otherwise it is not so about the hegemonic color hegemony. At present there is no hot search. So, surely." Lin Muxue got impatient and interrupted. "Alright, stop it. I'm no longer interested in the overlord color hegemony, an extremely trashy ability. Even if it's impossible for me to have it, I don't care at all." Li Tsong agreed. "Yes, a very chicken-ribbed ability. Even if Qingfeng is level 100 and fully inherits Green Pepper's overlord color hegemony, it will at most shock some minions down, so it's too chicken-ribbed." Qingfeng was a bit embarrassed, originally thinking in his heart that through his possession of the overlord color, he could raise his status a bit, but now it seemed that the overlord color hegemonic aura was indeed weak, and felt that, with a higher level, the overlord color hegemonic aura shouldn't be of much use either. At this time, Yi Yu noticed Lin Muxue and the others, as well as the familiar ship. Yi Yu went straight over and leapt up, landing on the deck. It catches everyone's eye. "Yi Yu is coming up. Come and do what? Want to join us?" There was a lot of talk. Li Tsong frowned, disdainful. "Yi Yu, what are you doing up here? Hurry down." Lin Muxue similarly frowned in scorn. "Didn't I say that I won't let you join? However, if you're willing to be a lowly crew member, it's possible to consider letting you on board." Yi Yu shook his head. "A lowly crew member? How could I possibly be one?" Lin Muxue laughed. "Hee, low class is very much giving you face. Official crew you don't deserve. Improperly. Hurry down. You are not a member of the Heaven's Pride pirate group. Coming directly to my territory is a provocation to me." Yi Yu would not go away, looked at the boat and sighed lightly. "It's not a bad build. It's a bit off from what I drew, but it'll do." Li Tsong frowned. "None of your business. This is our ship." Yi Yu was displeased. "Who said it's yours? Most of the money, I paid for it, and the drawings of the ship, I also paid for it." Lin Muxue reminded. "If you obtained a powerful devil fruit, You're the captain of this ship. But now, having contracted 7 incapable people, you're already not even as good as a gifted level 3 or 4 artificial devil fruit ability. Hurry up and get down. Now this ship has nothing to do with you at all. Yi Yu sighed lightly. Hey, want to kick me off the boat so badly? Lin Muxue smiled scornfully. He, what else? If I don't kick you off the ship, will I let you continue to be the captain? Don't even say captain. Not even the official crew. Li Tsong despised. Schwerer, I think he's just weak himself and wants to seek refuge and join us. After all, you gained the powerful rattling thunder fruit ability. But, again, you want to join and don't want to be a lowly crew member. Think pretty well, Lin Muxue proudly said. Now you, no qualification, not worthy of my ship. Tianjiao Pirate Group, as the name suggests, is a group of heavenly pride, cannot waste, and you have played yourself waste. Hurry down. Yi Yu laughed and asked, in the future, you won't regret it? Regret? Lin Muxue was happy. How could I possibly regret it? How much potential do you think you have? In the future, your strength will be at most about the same as a 4th level talent. In the eyes of a 1st or 2nd level talent, it's not weak, but in my eyes, it's too weak. How could I regret it? You think you're strong? Still think you have a lot of potential? At that moment, a man in a suit stepped forward. Yi Yu, because of your high talent, the official gave you a lot of money to build a ship, but now you are no longer a heavenly pride, and this money for building a ship doesn't belong to you. So this ship, it really doesn't have much to do with you. The only value that you have is that you provided the ship's drawings, but the ship's drawings can just get a shipbuilding painter with some experience to draw one. So don't think about how this ship has much to do with you. Lin Muxue's tone became low, reminding, you're not of this pirate group, you don't deserve to join, and this ship doesn't have much to do with you, so why don't you hurry up and get off? When you announced that you hadn't obtained the devil fruit ability, you were destined to be kicked off the ship by me. Li Tsong sarcastically, if I were to say that this ship has a little bit to do with you, it's okay, after all, you came up with the drawings, then the toilets of this ship will be divided among you. You'll live in the toilets in the future, and be responsible for cleaning them, then you can be given a job as a cleaner of a pirate ship. Lin Muxue was also very happy. She had previously lowered her voice and pleased Yi Yu in all kinds of ways, and she also wanted to see Yi Yu suffer and agree. Yi Yu, if you want, the toilet belongs to you as compensation for taking out the drawings. Yi Yu, however, walked towards the toilet and said indifferently, does this part of the ship's toilet belong to me? Lin Muxue and Li Tsong nodded. Of course, it's just as well. Then, Yi Yu coldly smiled. The words rattled. A leap to the ship's toilet above. The black knife in the hand knight pulled out. Randomly chopped down a knife. Are not how to play the strength. The knife gas will be the toilet together with the deck below the shattered hole, floating a bottom of the big hole. This stunned everyone on the ship, not expecting Yi Yu to dare to make a move on the ship and cut out a big hole. The shipwright's face changed in shock. With this big hole, directly all can't sail. The seawater will pour in. The ship will sink. Yi Yu jumped off the boat. The Black Dagger Knight was already behind his back and spoke faintly. Well, a part of me that belongs to me I've destroyed. That's why I came up here. And now that it's done, and I don't care to stay on your ship, goodbye. End of chapter. Chapter 15, won't you beg to come aboard later? Chapter 15, won't you beg to come aboard later? Seeing Yi Yu preparing to leave just like that, everyone on the ship did not react. Lin Muxue's face quickly turned icy cold. Furious, Yi Yu, stop right there. Li Tsong was furious. After destroying our ship, you want to leave just like that? We are the Heaven's Pride pirates. If this matter spreads out, where will our face go? Li Tsong looked at Lin Muxue and reminded, Schwerer, this is an important time for recruiting people. If this matter gets out, it will be laughed at, so make sure you clean him up. You can't let him just walk away. That would make it look like our Heaven's Pride pirate group is bullied. Lin Muxue is also clear, and this is not the main thing. The main thing is obtaining the ringing thunder fruit of their own, but the captain of the Tianjiao pirate group, Yi Yu dared to do so, is completely do not put themselves in the eyes, so that she is very disgraceful. Yi Yu, you really don't put me in your eyes. You even dare to destroy my ship. Yi Yu was puzzled. Wasn't it you guys who said that part belonged to me? What's wrong with me destroying my own? This made Lin Muxue's fists clench and she was furious. This is what you came for. Right. You've been thinking of doing this for a long time. What a big nerve. You still think you're a heavenly pride? Do you still think that I will treat you with respect? You don't want to leave like this. Lin Muxue was ready to make a move and teach Yi Yu a lesson. Li Tsong, on the other hand, was even more impatient. Schwerer, to deal with him, there's no need for you to make a move at all. I'll clean him up. Just as Li Song was about to make his move, a crew member alerted, "Lieutenant, you can't do this at will." The other crew members rushed to warn. "Yeah, the official regulations were released. The whole Dragon Kingdom knows about it. That is, before the real mutation. Between the pirates, there can be no conflict, unless the other party is causing harm to you on the human body, and you can do something to counterattack. Otherwise, try not to have a conflict, because in 3 years the navy will come down. So the pirates would be better off if they can be more present by then." "Lieutenant, calm down. If you do it, you may face punishment." Lee Kurama disdained. "Humph, in the past we had to listen, but now it's the devil fruit era, and the strongest is the best." "It is, but it's already the default rule. Before the pact, it was set that no one could kill each other for no reason before the real mutation, especially in this month before the real mutation. When sailing, everyone knows that it is impossible to live in peace, because sailing, adventuring, there is bound to be a lot of competition, fighting for treasures, territory, fighting to become stronger and stronger. In the face of the secret realm, treasure, no one will choose to share equally, will certainly compete for, and resources are limited. All feel peaceful development inevitably does not work. After the real mutation, is bound to be the survival of the fittest, the survival of the fittest. Together peaceful development, then 3 years later against the navy, must be finished, because the resources are divided equally. It is impossible to appear too strong. So, after a true mutation, there are no rules, knowing that there is no constraint, and the only way to become stronger is to keep competing. A brutal sailing adventure to decide out which will make it to the end and become strong in the grind. However, before the real mutation, it was not allowed to kill each other without reason, and that would face punishment from the powerful. Many people also think it makes sense. Sailing adventure, inevitably conflict, resources are snatched by whoever, the strong become stronger, and before the real mutation, and do not have to take risks, fight for the treasure. So this month, is to avoid reducing casualties. There is no sense of casualties. This was also the reason why the more than 800 people of the Heaven's Pride Pirates did not surround Yu in the first place. Even though they were the Heaven's Pride Pirates, they were not the only powerful pirate group right now, and the powerful Heaven's Pride was not the only one in Lin Mushui. Li Tsang said in a deep voice, "Yes, you can't do it for no reason, and a pirate can't even oppress and do it to civilians at will, but can it still be called a pirate? Vice Captain, this is also for the sake of the stability of the entire kingdom. Let's wait for the real mutation before teaching Yu a lesson, right? Bear with it for a while." "Humph, now it's not like there's no reason for him to cut a big hole in our ship. This, you just said, that part belongs to him, so it's hard to count the reasons." Li Tsong threw a slap across his face and shouted angrily, "So just let him go like that? Right under our noses? What face do we have left?" Li Tsang then smiled sarcastically and looked at Lin Mushui. "Share, what do you think?" Lin Mushui naturally wanted to make a move, but indeed, as long as it wasn't too bad, it wasn't allowed to make a move. Using this as a reason, it was also difficult to make a move, and one had to admit that this ship, indeed, had a tiny bit to do with Yu. Lin Mushui let out a long breath to calm herself. Forget it. Although Li Tsong was upset, he could only endure it. Lin Mushui reminded Yu in a loud voice. "Yu, from now on, you don't have any relationship at all with the Heaven's Pride Pirates, and this ship. So, in the future, don't think of coming to join us and climb the relationship. You were kicked out of the Heaven's Pride pirate group by me, and you also destroyed a small portion of the ship that belongs to you. So, too clear. Got it?" Li Tsong also concurred. "Right, too clear. In the future, don't be cheeky and say that you are related to the Tenjio pirates." Yu disdained. "I begged for it. I don't want to get a little bit involved with you guys, and in the future, don't beg me to get on the boat, let alone beg me to be your captain." When these words came out, everyone was first stunned, then they all laughed. "Ha ha ha, what joke is he telling? That's hilarious." Lin Mushui despised. "Idiot, begging you to get on the boat? Begging you to be the captain? Because you contracted 7 incapacitated people, you've been struck dumb and have mental problems? How could I, who kicked you off the ship, beg you to come aboard, and ask you to be the captain? You've got it all figured out." Li Tsong cupped his arms and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, I can't, my stomach hurts from laughing. Just you? How did you come up with that idea?" Lin Mushui was incomparably firm. "In the future, I, Lin Mushui, will not be able to let you get on the ship, much less let you be the captain. It is impossible to beg you to come back. In the future, you don't want to hear that the Tianjio pirates are becoming more and more famous and powerful in this sea, thus regretting it. Regretting it is useless. begging me to let you get on the ship as a lowly crew member. It's impossible. Li Song nodded. Yes, when we become the 4 emperor pirates, or 1 king, you kid will regret finding a place to cry. Yi Yu didn't say anything else and directly left, but at that moment, in the seashore seawater, suddenly resounded the dense oozing sound of teeth clashing together. Incomparably dense. Crunching continuously. Wow! Suddenly, densely packed piranhas emerged from the seawater and directly pounced and bit. Originally, they were small man-eating fish, but after the mutation, each fish had the size of a 5-year-old child, and with their big mouths open, the dense sharp fangs could be seen. A black press of small man-eating fish, numbering more than 100, pounced and bit, and if a person were to face it, they would instantly become a skeleton. The members of the Heaven's Pride Pirates weren't panicking, they were outnumbered and, most importantly, had a captain. Lin Mu Shui disdained, leapt out and rushed alone towards the more than 100 piranhas that were densely pouncing, urging her rattling thunder fruit ability, her whole body crackling with discharges. Discharge! 100,000 volts. Boom! An electric light shot out, crackling sound constantly. Piranhas were instantly electrocuted. The next instant dense piranhas, small fish with black smoke all over the body, fell to the ground. Even if there are piranhas close to Lin Mushue, but also by the electricity around the body to the electricity of the charcoal black fell to the ground. Soon, the 100 or so piranhas, all of them dead, emitted a charred odor as well as the smell of fish on the ground. The crew of the Celestial Pride Pirates adored and cheered. The captain is awesome. That settles it. Not bad for a captain with the ability of the rattling thunder fruit. Quickly look, there is a portion of piranhas that rush towards you, and there are quite a lot of them. At that moment, the gazes of all the people on the ware focused on Yi Yu. Li Tsung gloated. This kid, he's going to suffer. Lin Mushue similarly gloated. If you don't die, you'll have to shed your skin. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Yi Yu's Overlord color shocked the crowd. Chapter 16. Yi Yu's Overlord color shocked the crowd. The people of the Heaven's Pride Pirates all felt that Yi Yu was going to be miserable. That's what he gets for deliberately coming to sabotage our ship. Although the real mutation hasn't come yet, but the various animals on the original Earth, but mutated, especially the sea creatures. So now, not to mention the civilians, even some pirates, do not dare to freely stay in the seaside, because it will be very dangerous. Yeah, like this scene right now. If I face it, I'm definitely screwed. Even for me, who is gifted at level 4 and possesses an artificial devil fruit rabbit. It's hard to escape death when facing these piranhas. The number of piranhas that Yi Yu is facing is not less than what the captain faced just now. A dense group. Even if Yi Yu is gifted at level 10 and contracted 7 incapacitated people, he will be finished. The lighter ones will shed layers of skin. The heavier ones will only have bones left. He must have panicked and would have panicked and called out for the captain to save him. That's a given. Naturally, Li Song could think of that and inquired. Captain, then you won't step in if you call for help, will you? Lin Mushue's face was cold. Of course I won't save. I'm not familiar with him. In addition to chopping a big hole in our boat, even more I won't save. However, from the fact that he struck just now, it can be seen that it is still not that bad. Death should not be, but certainly seriously injured. After gloating, Lin Mushue, as well as the others, were expecting Yi Yu to panic and then ask for help towards them. However, Yi Yu was not facing these piranhas. Yi Yu faced them blandly, raising his head. Above, in front of him, were all blackened piranhas, and all around Yi Yu became dimmed. Originally, Lin Mushue was waiting for Yi Yu to ask for help, but now he didn't ask for help at all, making him a bit upset, knowing that we won't answer even if we ask for help. At this moment, Zhang Sui happened to pass by from afar and saw the scene. Her face changed in shock. Yi Yu, get out of the way. However, Zhang Tianyi knew in her heart that Yi Yu would not be able to avoid it because the number was too much and too sudden. She rushed over furiously, panic in her heart. Yi Yu must not have an accident. At the same time, she activated her flower fruit ability and crossed her arms in front of her chest, wanting to lay a big net coalesced with many arms in front of Yi Yu, but the distance was too far. It was too late. Zhang Tianyi was so anxious that she was on the verge of tears. It's too late. What should we do? Something can't happen to Yi Yu. Yi Yu didn't expect that Zhang Tianyi would be so concerned about himself. He could see that she was pale and on the verge of crying. Does she really like me and why? Thinking briefly and wondering, as for this group of piranhas, Yi Yu naturally noticed it a long time ago, even before it rushed out of the sea. After all, Yi Yu has a powerful seeing color hegemony. Most of the contracted powerhouses are seeing color powerhouses, not to mention the red-haired Shanks, and seeing kill. Currently only the redhead possesses it. Therefore, Yi Yu's seeing color, very strong, even if it is still far from being able to bring out the contractor's overbearing aura. But in the present, it is also very powerful. Looking at these densely packed, open-mouthed, fang-filled piranhas in front of him lunging and biting towards himself, Yi Yu was very bland, his hands in his pockets, unperturbed. This surprised and puzzled the people on the Heaven's Pride Pirates. So calm? No draw, no counterattack? Although there are 7 incapacitated people contracted, but after all, talent level 10 is not the lowest level of strength, so it's still possible to resist, right? I think he's given up and doesn't want to live. Even if he resists, it's hard to survive. Li Song cried out. Yi Yu, beg me, maybe I'll step in to help you and give you a way out. Schwerer, what do you say? Lin Mushue could see that Li Song was saying this on purpose, and wouldn't make a move if Yi Yu begged, just so that he could feel better inside. Remembering that before, she had lowered her voice to Yi Yu and begged in all kinds of ways. Lin Mushue also wanted Yi Yu to be soft to herself and beg for herself, so she opened her mouth. Hurry up and get on your knees and beg me, and I'll discharge to help you out some. However, Yi Yu directly ignored them. Lin Mushue coldly grunted, don't you beg, then be swallowed by the piranha. However, in the next instant, Lin Mushue's words crunched to a halt, her eyes wide with disbelief. Li Song, as well as everyone in the Heaven's Pride Pirates, were all staring in disbelief at what they were seeing. Zhang Tianyi had originally collapsed in despair, but the scene in the distance shocked and delighted her, only to see, facing the group of piranhas, Yi Yu just stood there, facing with his hands in his pockets. When the piranha was about to engulf Yi Yu, a sudden change occurred. Yi Yu's eyes flinched, his eyes snapped, his complexion became cold and stern, an aura suddenly erupted on itself, instantly dominating. As if ringing with a buzz, a dark red aura erupted and swept away, rushing towards the group of piranhas that were going to engulf Yi Yu. Crackle! Even, a few subtle arcs of dark red electricity surfaced. At this moment, Yi Yu became even more domineering, unruffled and extremely intimidating, causing those watching from afar to tremble inwardly and sweat. And the piranhas, instantly all with their eyes in circles, all stunned, clattered and fell, under their horrified gazes. The piranhas, all of them were stunned and fell to the ground. The ground in front of Yi Yu was full of fainting piranhas. Even on the ship of the Heaven's Pride Pirates, many people collapsed on the deck, rolling their eyes and losing consciousness. A number of people watched as the crew member fainted next to them, stunned and puzzled. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? What's going on with them? Who did this to them? How they suddenly fell? And 100 of them at that. They were shocked, incredulous, disbelieving, and their perceptions were shattered. And Qingfeng was incomparably shaken and shocked out. This is, the Overlord color hegemony. Lin Mushue, Li Song are shocked. Originally felt some like the hegemonic color hegemony released by Qingfeng just now. Both are aura outburst, but do not dare to be sure, because the gap is too big. Slightly to the deck of the leaves blowing, and Yi Yu's hegemonic color hegemony. All the piranhas shocked. The gap is also too big. Li Song was shocked. How is it possible? This is really the Overlord color hegemony? Lin Mushue was also stunned. Overlord color hegemony has this power? Without having to do anything, directly puts so many piranhas, all stunned. Even the hegemonic color target is not here. Surprisingly, there are 100 people affected, fainted on the ground. They didn't expect it to be such a scene. Yi Yu didn't make a move. A dominating look stunned all these piranhas. Knowing that it was the Overlord color hegemony, Lin Mushue frowned. Qingfeng, didn't you say that the Overlord color hegemony can't be enhanced through cultivation? You and he both possess the Overlord color reigning aura. Logically speaking, your Overlord color reigning aura should have the same power. Why is it that you can't even blow the leaves of a tree that's more than 10 meters away, while his Overlord color reigning aura can shock the piranhas? And already 100 of us on the boat, into unconsciousness. Qingfeng was also shocked, not expecting it to be so terrifying, and hurriedly explained. It's the inability to cultivate to become stronger. The Overlord color hegemony is elevated according to the changes in the possessor's prana. The stronger the prana, the stronger the Overlord color. It seems that among the incapable people he contracted, there are those with strong prana, so his Overlord color is completely different from mine. This made Lin Mushue understand and realize her mistake. The dominant color was not trash. At this moment, Yi Yu put his hands in his pockets and turned around to leave. Zhang Tianyi sighed in relief. Yi Yu is not in trouble at all. Great. Lin Mushue couldn't afford to be shocked and hurriedly jumped off the boat and ran over, shouting, Yi Yu, wait. End of chapter. Chapter 17, Lemony Chicken? Chapter 17, Lemony Chicken? Seeing Lin Muxue get off the boat to call Yi Yu, Li Tsong frowned slightly, realizing something bad. Yi Yu was puzzled and frowned inquiringly. Anything else? Lin Muxue inwardly shook. Did not expect Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony to be so strong. His own use of the rattling thunder fruit ability to kill more than 100 piranhas, and Yi Yu a overlord color. The piranhas all fainted and collapsed, although there was no death. But it was also extremely shocking. Lin Muxue's tone softened quite a bit, and a smile was squeezed out of her high-cooled face. Yi Yu, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful overlord color. It seems that the incapable person you contracted isn't too useless. Yi Yu was impatient and didn't want to waste time. Say what you have to say straight out. Don't beat around the bush. Lin Muxue was angry in her heart. She is a heavenly pride Lin Muxue. She took the initiative to come over and show you a smile. But she was so cold. But Yi Yu's overlord color. It was too strong. It was so powerful now. Then as it leveled up, it would definitely be even more powerful. For her, it was a very good battle power. Lin Muxue issued an invitation. Yi Yu, get on my ship. You won't be allowed to be a lowly crew member anymore. You can become a full crew member. This caused Li Tsong to frown. As he thought, Lin Muxue wanted to recruit Yi Yu to join. He naturally did not want to. The people of the Heaven's Pride Pirates were not surprised. After all, if they were to face the piranhas just now, they would rarely be able to finish them off. Yi Yu sarcastically said, "It's not that you won't beg me to get on the boat, right? It hasn't been long and you're backtracking?" Lin Muxue corrected. "I'm not begging. I'm inviting. For what happened before, I'm apologizing to you. So forgive me. Get on the boat. I've come over to invite you personally like this. You won't disagree, will you?" As the words fell, Lin Muxue had a petulant stance and blinked her eyes, waiting for Yi Yu to respond. Yi Yu pondered. "Your pirate group. I very much don't want to join. However, if you are willing to kneel in front of me to apologize and beg me, I can consider it." This caused Lin Muxue's face to change and she was instantly furious. "That's all I'm inviting. And you're not in? Not joining?" This made Lin Muxue very angry. Was not expected. Yi Yu, although your overlord color hegemony is powerful, it is far from making me kneel down and apologize. I personally came over to invite you like this. It's very much giving you face, but you don't even appreciate it? I'm the owner of the rattling thunderfruit. I'm the school's flower girl, Lin Muxue. Highly talented, high potential, and so good looking. Such a perfect me personally coming to invite you. And you actually don't agree? Yi Yu's face was cold. I'm not like some of your licking dogs. You want me to join just like that? There is no sincerity at all. You. Lin Muxue was furious and felt that she was being sincere. As for lowering her voice even more, impossible. Yi Yu is not worthy. But, also not wanting to miss out on a battle force like Yi Yu, he slightly regretted it in his heart. Just then, Li Tsong walked up and snorted coldly. Yi Yu, you really think highly of yourself. Schwer personally invited you and you didn't even join. Yi Yu sarcastically said. I told you, I'm not like you licking dog. Li Tsong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he said to Lin Muxue. Schwer, if he doesn't join, forget it. Do you really think he's a character? His overlord color hegemony. Although it did surprise us and made quite a few of our crew fainted, but it won't be long before he wakes up. Not to mention that all of the stunned ones are low-level crew members. So this overlord color hegemony is still chicken ribs? Not much use. Even if he levels up and his overlord color hegemony will also increase. But the strength of our lowly crew members will also increase. And even in the later stages, his overlord color hegemony will surely only be able to stun some of the minions. And minions are too many to be considered a big deal in a world like this. So his overlord color hegemony, even if it's not ordinary, will still be chicken ribs. Lee Kurama clasped his hands on his chest. Scorn, so, there is no need to think highly of him. Compared with those of us with powerful devil fruit abilities, far from it, there is no need to invite him to add. Lin Muxue let out a low gulp. Shut up. Li Tsong was stunned and surprised. Lin Muxue hadn't given up yet? He made it very clear himself that the overlord color hegemony was chicken. Although nothing was done and the piranhas all fell to the ground, it was different from Lin Muxue, who used the rattling thunder fruit to kill all the piranhas, whereas Yi Yu, who just stunned the piranhas, would soon wake up, and was of little use. However, the reason why Lin Muxue is so persistent, has her own considerations, facing the strong, or even a little bit of strength, the overlord color hegemony is useless, is chicken ribs, but can put down a lot of minions. It is very powerful. In the future pirate group war, imagine, have a powerful hegemony color hegemony crew, both sides before the war. First a hegemony color hegemony passed, the other side fell a piece. reduce the other side of the pirate group too many minions of the war, which plays a big role. Moreover, a pirate group, in terms of quantity, must have the most low-class crew members, so the overlord color hegemony is very much needed in a big battle. This is why she personally came over to invite Yiyu to join, thinking that the Heaven's Pride Pirate Corps is in great need of someone with a powerful hegemonic color hegemony. Lin Muxue finally inquired, Yiyu, I'll ask you one last time, to join or not? If you are willing to join, I can make you one of the cadres of the Heaven's Pride Pirates. This shocked Li Tsong, including the Tingio pirates. Li Tsong instantly upset, Snowy, he is not worthy at all cannot because he has a chicken ribs of the hegemonic color hegemony, let him become a cadre our Heaven's Pride Pirate Group cadre, at least must be a genius must be a very good strength of the person, and he has already played himself waste, by virtue of the hegemonic color hegemony, is not qualified to become a cadre at all. Schwerer, you are too high on. Lin Muxue chided. Shut up, go to the boat and leave me alone. Li Tsong could only leave, upset that it was not necessary at all. Lin Muxue looked at Yiyu with a smile on her face and inquired, how is it? I'm already very sincere? Yiyu proposed, Captain, give it to me, then you kneel down and apologize to me. I can consider it. This made Lin Muxue directly break her defense and scolded. You think you're beautiful. I've compromised so many times, but you're really getting ahead of yourself. Do you really think you are a person? I only want to rely on your overlord color hegemony to clean up some of the minions during the big battle in the future. Do you really think you are so important? In this world, is the world of the strong, with the ability to clean up the minions of you. It is nothing, a great war, still the strong dominate. The number of strong is the most important. Let you become a cadre is to lift you, but also want to be the captain of the ship. You do not deserve. How many people want to get on my boat? Not to go. Now give you the opportunity you do not grasp. Later regret to go. As the words fell, Lin Muxue stopped inviting, knowing that it was impossible, and turned around to walk towards the pirate ship. Yiyu sighed lightly. I'm the one who gave you the opportunity. You're not useful. This made Lin Muxue's footsteps lurch and laugh scornfully. He, really think you're a character? You didn't make it to the ship. At most I have a slight regret in my heart. Then with the passage of time, at most an hour I will forget about it and no longer regret it. You talk as if I missed out on a very important combatant. Ridiculous. Yiyu did not say anything else, turned around and left. At the same time, his heart laughed. Overlord color hegemony can only stun minions, chicken ribs? At this, it is tempting to laugh. They are not at all clear about the redhead's hegemonic color hegemony. How horrible it is. The Navy Admiral can be stunned. Not to mention that everything in their own contract can be stacked, including the hegemony color. So, when the time comes, his own overlord color will surpass the redheads, and even be stronger than Joey Boy's overlord color. Thinking of this, Yiyu was looking forward to how Lin Muxue would look when sometime after that, his own overlord color hegemonic aura stunned a strong person of admiral strength, causing the admiral to break out in a cold sweat. Without further thought, Yiyu walked towards Zheng Tianyi and smiled faintly. I'm fine. I worried you earlier. Let's go. End of chapter. Chapter 18, shut up. Chapter 18, shut up. Good. Zheng Tianyi was relieved. She almost thought that Yiyu was going to have an accident just now. Yiyu inquired. Zhang Sweet, you haven't joined the pirate group yet? No. Why? Your talent isn't bad. You're a genius too. And the one you obtained is still a flower fruit, so you should be very powerful. Yiyu naturally knew about it. Robin's fruit ability. Zhang Sweet was a bit lost. It seems, not very impressive. However, right now it was not awesome, but Yiyu was very optimistic. Can't tell yet. Tell me about your fruit abilities. Sweet Zhang began to talk about what he knew so far. My fruit ability can make the opponent's body like a blossom, grow my arms and legs, as long as it is within my line of sight. I can use my ability to grow them on its body. It can be attacked, or there can be other ways, such as defense, and my ability is also very effective in sneak attacks. And there will be a lot of arms and legs growing. The exact upper limit is unclear. Yiyu sighed lightly. So, there is still a lot of potential. The more unclear the wide range, it means that there is a lot of developability. Perhaps in the future, you can all be like the top transforming Buddha through thousands of hands. This made Zhang Sweet surprised, unexpected, and very happy. For the true thousands of hands, it is natural to know. Yiyu is also clear that Zhang Sweet understands, because this world does not have the king of thieves, but there is Naruto, so it is natural to know the top of the Buddha. Zhang Sweet was excited. Really? Yiyu nodded seriously. Well, it is possible, like if your flower fruit awakens, so be confident. Aha, I'll try to level up and work on my own development as well. Originally felt that the fruit she obtained was not very powerful. Lost inside. She is very strong to become stronger, so that she can better protect Yu. Help Yu. Now know that their fruit is actually not small potential. Naturally happy. Zheng Sweet was a bit embarrassed and said shyly, I don't intend to join any pirate group right now, so I'll join with you whichever one you join. Yu nodded. Okay, one day before the real mutation, a friend of mine will come to me, one of the powerful pirate groups in Hang City. You will go there with me at that time. Good. Zhang Tianyi was very happy, just to be with Yu. Yu currently had no intention of creating a pirate group, and even if he did, everyone now thought he was wasted. Now this time, seize the time to sharpen and improve, create, manage the pirate group, also will waste energy and time. And Xia Ling, where the pirate group is the strongest for the honor, their own past, directly become the captain on the line. Just then, the message echoed again. 3 days before the mutation, each city will appear a trial secret realm, team type secret realm, 2 or 2 teams. The secret realm lasts for 1 day. Everyone can enter, but it is recommended that a strong combination, because the stronger the battle strength, the better the results. The reward is naturally higher. This is the only time you can enter the secret world before the change. After this secret realm, the secret realms afterward will appear randomly appear in a certain place. The type is not certain. The secret realm has a single group, large team and other secret realm. How the secret realm is also strange. Some need to enter. Some are things within the secret realm descending, although strange, but there is only one thing for sure. That is, their own strength is strong in the face of the secret realm. There are only benefits. So, during this time, work hard to cultivate and improve. And after the real mutation, this world sailing adventure is filled with all kinds of dangers and superiority. All of a sudden, the entire Dragon Kingdom, all those who became pirates, were fighting. Be sure to take advantage of this secret realm. Because of the danger after the true mutation, this secret realm that appears in every city is so that everyone's strength can be raised a bit, so that after the true mutation, their strength is guaranteed a bit more. After that, there will also be quite a few secret realms. Very good. To improve their strength, not only can they gain experience through their own grinding, killing sea beasts and so on, there are also secret realms. Then I believe that the enhancement will not be small. And in the face of the Navy's descent 3 years from now, there will be no need to worry that they don't have enough time to grow. It's a shame that this time it's not a large group secret realm, and I'm joining a powerful pirate group, so I could have gotten my hands on it. Work your way up. At this time, many people were already looking for teammates, while Heaven's Pride was naturally with Heaven's Pride, all wanting to seize this opportunity to get a not-so-small boost before the real mutation. Celestial Pride, all want to become the strongest. If the talent, fruit ability is not much difference in the case, then their own level is important. At this time, Li Song smiled sarcastically. Schwerer, when the time comes, let's team up? Lin Mushui hesitated slightly. Although Li Song was a force fruit ability person and his strength wasn't bad, he was definitely inferior to herself. Possessing the rattling thunder fruit himself, he was definitely the top celestial pride, and would prefer to team up with the ones that were not inferior to him, so that he could achieve better results. However, at present, want to find similar to oneself, other cities is impossible. Now no one will risk across the sea to come to a certain city, afraid of premature death in the sea. As for the ones looking for this city, with the same level 9 talent as themselves, there were about 10 of them, but they had also all set up pirate groups, and those heavenly prides, they must have teamed up with the heavenly prides of their pirate groups. So after thinking about it, I had to go with Li Kuran. It wasn't very satisfying, but there was nothing to be done about it. However, while preparing to agree, Lin Mushui had a bright idea and looked at Yu. Lin Mushui ignored Li Song and shouted to Yu in the distance. Yu, do you want to team up with me? If you want to, you can. You can team up with me, but you have to get on my ship and make you a cadre, or even a co-captain. Yu directly shook his head. I don't want to. You find someone else. You. Lin Mushui was about to collapse with anger. She was rejected again. It was fine before the contract. Yu had the qualification, but now she even rejected herself back to back. Lin Mushui scolded. Are you stupid and have a brain problem? You can really. However, Yu's next instant, suddenly fiercely toward Lin Mushui angry glare. Suddenly the aura once again became cold, domineering, aura, as well as the demeanor, eyes, very intimidating. A low drink. Shut up. Hegemony color hegemonic aura rushed out, instantly enveloped the Tianjiao pirate group, so that the entire pirate group everyone was shocked. Fixed in place. face cold sweat, subconsciously did not dare to move. Even Lin Mushue was instantly shut up, incomparably obedient and shocked. Looking at Lin Mushue shut up. You cold, lazy to take care of you guys, have been there to force lie, give you face? As the words fell, Yu took Zheng Tian's hand and left, leaving behind the Heaven's Pride pirates who obediently shut up and didn't dare to speak. Only when Yu disappeared from their sight did they look at each other. End of chapter. Chapter 19, Ryazakura. Chapter 19, Ryazakura. The crew was stunned by this. I actually subconsciously didn't dare to move just now. The aura is too strong and intimidating. Is this the overlord color hegemony? Lin Mushue's face, on the other hand, was unsightly, feeling humiliated that her own self, who possessed the rattling thunder fruit, had actually shut up just now and didn't dare to say anything else, as if continuing to push Yu would be a very dangerous thing to do. But Lin Mushue felt that was impossible. Humph, just now shut up, does not mean that I am afraid of him. How can he be my opponent? It seems that this hegemonic color hegemonic aura is really powerful, can make me all be slightly intimidated. However, in the face of absolute strength, possessing the hegemonic color of you, with me cannot be compared at all. This time will first spare you, and you are not even worthy of my hands. 2 dropped. Li Song sneered. He's going to risk his life in this dangerous world. Sooner or later he'll be finished. Subsequently, the entire Dragon Kingdom, all the pirates, began to study hard to improve, wanting to master more of the seeing color and armed color hegemony when the first secret realm arrived. And at this time, Yu said goodbye to Zhang Tianyi and had already arrived at the seashore, and immediately leaped into the sea. It startled quite a few people in the distance. Someone jumped overboard. In this day and age, you wouldn't jump into the sea even if you committed suicide, would you? There would be no bones left in the body. It's the sea that has the most mutated creatures. Isn't jumping and looking for death? That's why a lot of powerful pirate groups, right now, don't dare to recruit across cities because they can't sail easily at the moment. And he actually jumped straight into the ocean. I see it clearly. He's Yu. What? Yu? Does he really not want to live? It would seem so. After all, the strongest talent, yet contracted 7 incapacitated people. Soon, this matter reached Lin Mushue's ears. Li Song was surprised when he found out. Lin Mushue was equally puzzled. He jumped into the sea and swam far away? What does he want to do? Li Song said, it can only be that he doesn't want to live. Even though he has a powerful overlord color hegemony, but at most he can stun some of his minions, and when he encounters a powerful sea beast, he'll inevitably become the sea beast's food. In addition to this, Lin Mushue did not know how to explain, so she did not think about it and continued to start studying. On the sea more than 10 miles away from Donghai City, Yu was swimming at an extremely fast speed, faster than a shark. In this way, it was also able to serve as a sharpening effect, having already swum 18 kilometers. During the period, naturally, there are sea beasts appear. The most is a variety of fish, and electric eels, mutant giant crabs, relative to Yu hands, but a look over, the hegemonic color hegemonic aura outbreak, they are all stunned. Not stunned, but also all the face of the cold sweat to escape. Just like that, Yu was swimming smoothly and continuously, until the night, Yu swam 100 kilometers and saw an uninhabited island, and from afar, he could see that above the island, dark clouds were thick. When we got to the island, the wind was howling, it was snowing heavily, the conditions were harsh, and the temperature was in the low 40s. Yu felt that this was a good environment, and he began to grind here next. First, the bag was taken out, which contained several pieces of high-density weight-bearing iron blocks, directly tied to the limbs. Back, 5 iron blocks, the total weight of 200 pounds. In the old days, it was hard to carry 200 pounds on one's back, but now it was a matter of moving under such weight, daily life, and even facing wild beasts, and carrying weights, in order to sharpen them. Although his body was heavy, his movements were not much affected. After all, he had contracted 7 incapable powerhouses, and the inheritance overlay naturally included their physiques. Yu first took out the big fish that he had just killed, then prepared firewood, lit it and started roasting the fish. No food was prepared so that it would be a real grind, and everything was made from local ingredients. Soon the smell of fish was overflowing, but at the same time, there was a rustling sound coming from the grass. In the darkness of the night, Yu looked over and saw 10 pairs of oil-green glowing eyes emerging from the grass, accompanied by the sound of a wolf breathing low. Brush! Suddenly, 10 mutated coyotes rushed out. Each one of them was the size of a black bear, very fast and strong. After the mutation, the battle strength of the coyotes were also all drastically improved, and their biting power was also amazing, surpassing the previous crocodiles. That's why no one would currently sail risking their lives for fear of a premature death, having to seize this month to improve and thus deal with the creatures that would appear after the real mutation, when they would surely be stronger. Get lost and don't interrupt my meal. Yiyu a hegemonic icy cold eyes. Hegemonic color hegemonic aura swept away. These wild wolves immediately shivered. Eyes full of panic, subconsciously backward again and again. Some of the weaker wolves fell straight to the ground and fainted. By this time, the fish was also cooked, sprinkled with seasoning, smelled like it, and began to smell and eat, with very few spines. But just then, a low bear's roar sounded like muffled thunder. At once, in the jungle, many birds and beasts flew away in panic, and as the ground vibrated louder and louder, even the ground under Yiyu's feet shook with it. With a rumbling sound, the large tree in the back was violently pushed, only to see a black bear with a body size of 10 meters tall emerge and meet the wild wolves. The bear's paw flung out, and the 3 wild wolves were directly slapped away, wailing miserably and dying directly after landing on the ground. Yiyu continued to eat the fish and turned his back to the black bear. The black bear looked down at Yiyu in front of him and drooled. He didn't expect that after the mutation, someone would dare to come here alone, looking at the delicious things, as if when he didn't exist. His back was turned to himself. The black bear felt that the delicious food was going to come to him. The bear's paw slapped out directly, ready to grab the human in front of him the moment it touched. But when he was close to touching it, the figure in front of him flickered, and he grabbed the air. His 2 bare palms stretched out and grabbed out at the same time, and with a bang the 2 palms merged as if they were swatting flies, but they still didn't touch the substance, and once again they shot blanks. The black bear was angry, too contemptuous of himself, and kept grabbing out. But Yiyu still had his back turned, eating the grilled fish, while his body was moving quickly, all bringing up a few residual shadows, and no matter how the black bear at the back grabbed, he couldn't touch the corner of Yiyu's coat. The black bear was shocked and dodged all of them when his back was clearly turned. Someone who saw it would be absolutely shocked to be able to know that it was the seeing color hegemony. After eating his fill, Yiyu turned around, the black bear blasted his palm and Yiyu's fist blasted against it. Bang! A fist and a palm collision. The size of the fist and the bear's palm, the extreme contrast. Yiyu in front of the black bear, also appears to be very small, but the collision of the moment, there is no stalemate. Yiyu's right arm straight stretch, and the black bear a scream, directly blown out, rumbling sound constantly, smash down 10 big trees before stopping. Some people see, absolutely will be dumbfounded. No fruit ability, just its own strength, so strong, this is the power that people can have. A punch will blow away the black bear. The black bear roared angrily and lowly, leapt up, the ground trembled, and came over Yiyu, both palms fiercely bombarding down. Yiyu's right palm stretched out, facing through the air. Before it touched, an impact force erupted, and the black bear was directly blown into the air. More miserable screams, spitting out blood, flying 50 meters high before crashing to the ground, directly dying. If anyone saw it, they wouldn't even know what it was, thinking it was an ability. But in fact, this is armed color exterior, and in the land of wabi-sabi, it is known as Ryusakura. Yiyu naturally will be this degree of armed color hegemony. Pluto Riley, Roger, red hair such a strong person, naturally all will be. Their own natural inheritance also have, just the power is not so strong. After all, now only 10 levels. However, it was still more than enough to deal with this kind of mutant creature. End of chapter. Chapter 20, Maximum Difficulty. Chapter 20, Maximum Difficulty. The days after that, Yiyu spent on this island, running with weights, climbing mountains, or swimming in the sea. He also encountered quite a few mutated beasts and underwater creatures, which were dangerous for other people, and even the heavenly pride, to face alone. But Yiyu's battle power was extremely strong, and he solved all the mutated creatures that appeared. During this period, there were some powerful ones that made Yiyu even bother some hands and feet. A huge tiger, an elephant that mutated into a mammoth, as tall as a small mountain. Yiyu did not draw his sword, but used his physical skills to compete with the mammoth in terms of strength, limiting himself in order to play a role in honing the more the other party is good at. Yiyu also used the other party is good at fighting. Mutant tortoise, strong defense, Yiyu and he constantly collision. Competition between the two sides of the defense. The speed of the fast, is the smell color hegemony, coupled with their own speed, to constantly flicker gorilla. It had to be said that such a deserted island was quite good. There were all types of beasts and animals, which led to Yiyu being able to fight in many ways. Soon, there were 4 days to go before the real mutation. Yiyu's physique, which was much more robust, took off the load and immediately felt that his whole body was light. From the 200 pounds of weight bearing at the beginning, to the current 400 pounds of weight bearing, The first secret world starts tomorrow. Gotta get back. Yi Yu jumped into the seawater and swam towards the East Sea City at a faster speed than before. The speed was as fast as a sports car barreling down the highway at top speed. When an hour passed, Yi Yu came close and leapt up from the seawater to the shore. It can be so fast, partly because of its own strength and partly because of VH. Yi Yu was glad that he had made the choice of not choosing to obtain one of the strongest devil fruits, but instead contracting 7 incapable people. Otherwise he would have been a dry duck. After coming up, Yi Yu went home and rested, adjusting his state to the peak, entering the secret realm, getting good grades, and obtaining more rewards. At this time, the East Sea, and even the various cities of the Dragon Kingdom, everyone had also stopped grinding, studying, and were adjusting their state, and the heavenly prides of each city were all fighting with high morale and confidence. At that moment, the message echoed again. As soon as 12 o'clock comes tonight, the first secret will appear, lasting 24 hours. In addition, clearing the highest difficulty of that secret realm will result in an additional experience bonus and the team will be notified to the entire world. So teams can be named, no more than 15 characters, and only if they pass the highest difficulty will the team name be announced 3 times around the world. Before entering the secret realm, say the name of the team to be recorded. For a while, the cities caused a lot of turmoil, especially for the Celestial Pride. The whole world announced it. It's quite a card. Those of us with average talent, don't even think about a team name. It's impossible to pass the highest difficulty. Then it must be adding your own name. No, I think it's more about recruiting, as many people thought. At this point, the Celestial Pride were already thinking of team names. Bai Xiaohan was confident. Almost a month of hard work, not only to make myself stronger, but also to be able to shine in the first secret realm, or even become number 1. And now that I can create a team name, it's even better. Hey Jia inquired. Boss, what kind of name should we think of? With the strength of the 2 of us, we can definitely pass the highest difficulty. Bai Xiaohan quickly thought of it. The team will be called, the Strongest Pirates Recruiting. Welcome Tianjiao Jumping. Hey Jia agreed. Yes, since the whole world has announced it, it's natural to recruit people. It's good advertising. And, it's best if we're the only team that passes the highest difficulty. It's much more effective. Bai Xiaohan nodded. Indeed, the 2 were extremely confident even though they didn't know how hard the highest difficulty was. White Xiaohan, 10th level talent, shock fruit ability, created a pirate group called the Strongest Pirates. And Black Jie, 9th level talent, dark fruit ability, vice captain of the Strongest Pirate group. The 2 felt that if they teamed up, they must be the strongest team. At this moment, most of the other cities' heavenly prides were also like Bai Xiaohan, with team names that were of the recruiting type. Hanging, Xia Ling naturally teamed up with Zhao Yener, and actually wanted to team up with Yi Yu in her heart, sighing inwardly. It's a pity that we don't have a city with Brother Yu right now, otherwise I would have teamed up with him, thus achieving good results so that the rewards he receives can be more. But it's okay to miss out this time. There are still plenty of opportunities afterward. There are plenty of chances to cover him, and when this secret realm is over, I'll go to pick him up and join our pirate group. However, Feather's younger brother seems to have a good teammate who is also a devil fruit power user and a female student in the same class. Thinking of this, Xia Ling pouted, a little uncomfortable inside. To be precise, jealous. Gee, how could I have thought that? Xia Ling and Zhao Yener, and the team names are up for the trick. East Ocean City. Lin Muxue is extremely confident that he will be able to pass the highest difficulty. During this time, he has already mastered some of the skin on the smell color and armed color hegemony. On the speed of learning, faster than a lot of heavenly pride. Lin Muxue inquired. Li Song, how much of the 2 types of hegemony have you mastered? Li Song was a bit embarrassed. It's still a bit unstable. Sometimes it succeeds, sometimes it fails. Lin Muxue despised. Humph, what a slow learner. Li Karai explains and pats himself on the back. That Shuai you are a heavenly pride. I definitely can't compare to you. I believe there are many heavenly prides, also not as fast as Shuai you learn. Perhaps Shuai you now, ringing thunder fruit plus 2 kinds of hegemony, is already the strongest in this world's single body. Lin Muxue is more condescending and feels that it is not impossible to not talk about this, but to talk about the main topic. Stop the horseplay and say the name of the team. Li Song's eyes glanced at Lin Muxue's S-shaped curve perfect body, especially that big butt. Really wanted to really slap Lin Muxue's butt, but know that it can only be thought about now. Li Karama briefly pondered. Naturally, it is also recruiting, and it should stand out as powerful. Lin Muxue nodded. Then it's called, the Strongest Rattling Thunderfruit, Recruitment of the Tianjiao Pirates. Li Song nodded. It's fine, Both the recruiting information and the emphasis on the rattling thunder fruit lets people know that the captain of the Celestial Pride Pirates is strong and has a lot of potential. After the compliments, Lee Kara scoffs. I'd like to know what kind of team name you would come up with. Lin Mushue despised. What's the point of starting? How can he pass the highest difficulty? And at this time, Zhang Sui came to Yu's house and the two were discussing. Yu, what's a good name for our team? For the most part, it's all about recruiting. Yu said. We don't have a pirate group now, so naturally we don't need to be like them, but I've already thought about it. Sweet Zhang was curious. What is it? Yu hemmed and hawed. Just call. Lin Mushue and Li Tsong are stupid. End of chapter. Chapter 21, The First Secret Realm. Chapter 21, The First Secret Realm. Zhang Tianyi covered her mouth and laughed. This is indeed quite good. So let's call it that. Yu inquired. How well have you mastered the seeing and arming colors? Got some skin in the game. Plus you've been very helpful in teaching me. Zhang Sui was very grateful, and before Yu left, he instructed her slightly, which benefited him greatly and felt that Yu had taught him well. Yu's teaching, naturally, is very good, better than those who awaken knowledge. After all, the contracted people are among the hegemony of the strong, as well as the basic tutor underworld King Riley. All then waited in adjustment. Soon, at 12 o'clock in the evening, the first secret realm appeared, and everyone had already gathered on the streets. Only a blue vortex stream appeared over each city, and all one needed to do was look at the vortex stream and enter it with a thought. At once, everyone entered, and before they did, they all mumbled their team's name as well, before the swirling streams of light spilled out, enveloped and disappeared. As for Yu and Zhang Tianyi, they had already entered the secret realm by now. The moment you enter, you know exactly what the secret world is about. It was a white space, and upon entering, Zhang Tianyi immediately felt his body sink. Zhang Sui was surprised. Gravity environment? Yu, on the other hand, didn't feel anything at all, but he could also feel that the gravity was changing. Yu said, this also tests itself. As an ability user, one cannot just think about relying on their abilities. This was something that Zhang Tianyi also kept in mind, and during this time, she would also hone herself. And at this time, the other ones that entered also realized that it was actually a gravity environment, and it was only the first level. It felt like carrying 100 pounds of gravity on their bodies, and the total number of levels. There are 10, and the higher you go, the higher the gravity must be. This caused many of the Heavenly Pride's faces to stare, knowing that this secret realm was not easy, and realizing that their own enhancement had to be taken seriously as well, and that they could not rely too much on the fruits. Lin Mushue frowned slightly, feeling her body sinking slightly as she naturally focused more on ringing thunder fruit development. It seems that in the future, one will have to focus slightly on oneself, but one will also have to develop the rattling thunder fruit more. And how much can one's own enhancement be enhanced even if it consumes more than one's mind? At this moment, Zhang Tianyi and Yu prepared to fight, only to see 100 vicious wolves appeared in front of them. Their eyes were blood red, extremely fierce, and the strength of each one of them was not weak. And the strength information of the vicious wolves surfaced in everyone's mind. That is, each one of them had the strength of a naval ensign, and the division of naval strength and titles, starting with ensigns, from lowest to highest is lieutenants, rear officers, midshipmen, first officers, commodores, rear admirals, lieutenant admirals, grand admirals, and field marshals. Therefore, everyone felt that the strength of the evil wolves was not high, but they did not dare to be careless. After all, 100 evil wolves, or in a gravity environment, and found that gravity seemed to be ineffective against the evil wolves. At once, in every secret realm, the battle then began. At the end of the battle, you can choose to rest and adjust for up to an hour, or you can choose not to rest and go straight to the next level, all thinking about making the most of the day. After all, it's only one day. The higher the number of levels passed, the more experience was given, and everyone knew that there was not much of a level gap now, especially between the Celestial Pride. During this period of time, Tianjiao basically spent a lot of time on learning hegemony, so the leveling up was not high, the highest batch, just 12 levels. As for Yiyu's level, it was also level 12, although it was also the highest batch. Yiyu's difficulty in leveling up was too much higher than those heavenly prides. After all, Yiyu was very difficult to raise, and the power to fight over the level was even stronger, so Yiyu's 12th level was not something they could compare to. Zhang Sui inquired, Yiyu, does your overlord color hegemony have any effect on these vicious wolves? Zhang Sui thought, first let Yiyu bully color influence. Yiyu nodded. Of course. Zhang Sui was happy. Good. Then you use your hegemonic aura to affect them first. It's best if you can stun them, and then kill them without any effort to save your physical strength. When your overlord color hegemonic aura can't work, then I'll use my ability. After all, using the fruit ability consumes a lot of physical strength. Okay. Seeing 100 vicious wolves rushing ferociously, Yi Yu directly exploded the overlord color hegemony. Instantly this white space became dark red, raging with countless dark red arcs of electricity. The hegemonic chi rushed out, instantly covering 100 evil wolves, and at once, all of them rolled their eyes and fainted to the ground. Zhang Suite was incomparably shocked, having heard that Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony was powerful and had stunned the piranhas before, but this evil wolf was clearly even more powerful. Surprisingly, all of them were instantly stunned and most of them were bleeding from their 7 orifices, and they had also inflicted substantial damage. Zhang Suite was stunned. So powerful. Afterwards, Zhang Tianyi took out her dagger and took care of all the vicious wolves. Yi Yu is not the slightest bit surprised. These are also minion level in the pirate world. It is normal to be stunned by one's own overlord color hegemony. Just like that, without any effort, Yi Yu and Zhang Tianyi naturally did not choose to rest and chose to enter the second level. The screen turned. It was still a white space. The gravity reached 200 pounds, and Zhang Tianyi felt an even greater sense of heaviness. And the temperature was lowered, as in the middle of winter, estimated at 10 degrees below zero. At this time, many of the celestial pride had also quickly resolved the vicious wolves of the first level, and knew that the second level had added a harsh environment, which was low temperature. All of a sudden, it felt a little bad, and it was definitely harder back there. This time, there were still vicious wolves, but no longer 100, 200, and each of them was one size larger. While the vicious wolves had the size of a black bear, Sweet Zhang prepared for battle, crossing his arms in front of him, ready to use his fruit ability. Yi Yu, you use your overlord color hegemony to affect them. Even if you can't stun them, you should be able to make them feel a little dizzy, which would be excellent. Yi Yu's overlord color hegemonic aura exploded, and as Zhang Suite prepared for battle, thump 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 fell to the ground. Under her horrified gaze, all 200 vicious wolves, in unison, fell down and fainted. Zhang Suite exclaimed, "My God, so powerful, it can still stun." For the hegemonic color hegemony, Zhang Suite had a change of opinion. It is also too strong. It is so powerful now. When it is 100 levels, how powerful can the hegemonic color hegemony be? It won't even be able to affect strong people, right? If in a big group battle, it would be even more terrifying. Even if the other party has 100,000 battle power, but a hegemonic color hegemony in the past, there are only a few strong people left in an instant. It's too scary. Zhang Suite instantly felt that Yi Yu was a group battle nemesis, and that the overlord color hegemony could make minions lose their battle power. Zhang Tianyi once again took out his dagger and quickly resolved the vicious wolves, still without any effort, and entered the third level. With the gravity reaching 300 pounds, Zhang Suite felt that it was much more difficult to move. But fortunately, he had the fruit ability to perform it even if he stood still. The temperature here, too, has dropped to minus 30 degrees. The bad wolves were naturally stronger, each with the strength of a Navy first lieutenant, and each just a little weaker than Zango and the pirates. Yi Yu's hegemonic color hegemonic aura erupted, and although it didn't make them all faint, it could still affect them, only to make them feel dizzy. Zhang Suite felt that this was also very good and powerful, making them unable to fight at all. Then holding the dagger and matching her ability, she continuously solved these vicious wolves. Yi Yu also stepped in, with every punch blasted out. Large swaths of vicious wolves were solved. Zhang Tianyi was surprised to find that Yi Yu's actions remained unaffected and that the power of each punch was so strong. End of chapter. Chapter 22. Actually, I'm very strong. Chapter 22. Actually, I'm very strong. Zhang Suite reminded. Yi Yu, you must be giving it all you've got. After all, each punch is so strong in power. Leave it to me first. You save some of your stamina. However, for Yi Yu, it was actually all in a light punch, and it had such power. Against this level, which needed full power. At this moment, Lin Muxue and Li Song came to the third level and sneered. Li Song guessed, Yi Yu definitely won't last past the third level. For him who has contracted an incapacitated person, there is no benefit at all from such a secret realm as it is very restrictive to himself. Lin Muxue nodded. Indeed, gravity plus cold will only maximize the impact of one's own strength, as without the ability to do so, one can only rely on their fists and feet to move and fight, whereas we are able to use our abilities even when we stand still. As the words fell, Lin Muxue released electric light from her hands, soaring forward and bombarding away, electrocuting a group of vicious wolves to death. Their sweaty hairs rising, their bodies stiffening, and the bones within their bodies could be seen the moment they were electrocuted. However, at this time, Yi Yu and Zhang Tianyi had already entered the 4th level. Yi Yu and Zhang Tianyi fought together and resolved it quickly. Then on the 5th level, Zhang Tianyi had begun to use his abilities, and on one vicious wolf, large hands emerged and choked the neck, and with a crunching sound, many of the wolves collapsed. Subsequently, on the 6th level, Zhang Tianyi had already consumed a lot and was already having trouble moving, so he can only stand still and use his abilities on the vicious wolves in his line of sight. Hakara no Hana, cramp. 8 hands emerged from the vicious wolf, neck, arms, and body, completely deformed by the large hands, collapsing in a miserable scream. But, realizing that Zhang Tianyi's ability needed to be in sight, the vicious wolves had a large number of them, spreading out in all directions and attacking from behind. Under the gravity, it was very difficult for Zhang Tianyi to turn around, and it would take a few seconds to fully turn around, which was fatal. And Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony was no longer able to influence here. The 6th level of gravity has reached 600 pounds. The temperature is even lower to minus 60 degrees. Gravity plus the body is fast freezing. Action is naturally difficult. Zhang Sweet clenched his teeth and insisted, going all out, with vicious wolves pouncing behind him, laying down his hand in a large interwoven net behind him at his own dead center position for blocking defense. I must pass this level. Even if I can only go so far, I can gain some more experience for Yi Yu. I must take him through the 6th level. Yi Yu did not make a move at this time, just watched. To pass this level, naturally it was simple, but it was hard for Zhang Tianan. The reason why he did not make a move was because such a grueling battle would benefit Zhang Tianan, and it could play a great role in honing her skills. For himself, it was just a smooth affair that didn't serve to sharpen his skills, so he let Zhang Tianyi fight first. In the end, Zhang Sweet relied on herself and managed to pass, surprising Yi Yu. Very hard, very strong, very persevering, breaking her own limits and doing it. Zhang Tianyi sat down directly on the ground, panting and weak, apologizing. Yi Yu, I'm sorry, I may only be able to go here, but there's still a lot of time left, so I can rest for an hour, and then enter the 7th level, and I'll see if I can solve some more, because even if I don't pass, the rewards can be counted, and I'll try to kill as much as I can before I'm eliminated in the 7th level. Yi Yu exclaimed, you're so powerful, you're bound to become strong in the future, but there's no need to rest. Zhang Sweet froze and understood. I'm sorry, I can only take you as far as the 6th level. If it was Sister Xia Ling, she would definitely be able to take you through more. Yi Yu smiled faintly. I mean, no need to rest. Directly enter the next level. Zhang Tianyi's face changed. This will be dangerous. I can't protect you. It's okay, I'll take care of the rest. Just don't move. If it's cold at the 7th level, I'll give you all my clothes to wear. In the next instant, Yi Yu moved his mind and entered the 7th level. Gravity, to 700 pounds, but the temperature is no longer cold, but instantly rises to 60 degrees of heat. It made Sweet Zhang want to undress. So hot. At this time, there were quite a few heavenly prides who had also arrived at the 7th level, including Lin Muxue and Li Tsong. Li Tsong was already pale and depleted, with not much stamina left, as he had done all the fighting before and had not rested, so he was nearing his limit, and Lin Muxue was still at her peak, as not much had been done, just to seize the moment and retain her stamina. Li Tsong is out of breath and struggling to move, struggling to throw punches. It's heavier. It feels like it's hard to breathe. Share, I can't hold it much longer, and it's so hot. Li Tsong was sweating profusely, taking off his clothes in the heat. At the same time, he sneaked a look at Lin Muxue, thinking that she must be hot too. For a long time, Lin Muxue recognized herself as hot as well. Li Tsong inwardly laughed badly and said on his face, Schwerer, take off your clothes if you're hot. Don't worry, I won't look. Lin Muxue frowned and shouted coldly, you can go out now. Ha, you're pretty much spent. You can't be of any use here. Get out and get out of my way, lest I explode my rattling thunder fruit ability later and electrocute you as well. This makes Li Tsong afraid, jealous of the power of the ringing thunder fruit. The heart is not happy. Use up their own kick-off. A person can quit as long as the other person in the team is still in it. Li Tsong insisted. I can rest for an hour if you solve this 7th level. No need. Rest for an hour. It's hard to recover much. There's not much time to hurry up. Don't be my drag. You're a force fruit. You also need your own attack. It's hard for you to swing your fists. What's the point of talking about exploding force fruit power? Get out. I'm going to use my rattling thunder fruit ability. Okay, I'm going out. Li Kara could only go out reluctantly. Afterwards, Lin Muxue's entire body raged with lightning and her hands stretched out. Discharge. Limit. 300. 000 volts. A current of 300,000 strength was now the limit for her at level 12. In the next instant, miserable screams continued. At this moment, Zhang Sui's eyes widened as vicious wolves appeared. 700 of them, each of which was the size of an elephant. Zhang Sui reminded. It's so much harder. It'll be dangerous. Yi Yu. Let's quit. Yi Yu shook his head. No, you just watch. However, Zhang Tianyi knew that she also had to make a move. Even though she was very tired, she had to fight side by side with Yi Yu, bracing her body to keep up the battle and trying to make a move, which was blocked by Yi Yu. Yi Yu stepped forward and protected Zhang Tianan behind him. At the same time, he pulled out the Black Blade Knight behind him, and in a flash, his aura was even stronger, and he turned back with a smile. Sweet Zhang, actually, I'm very strong. End of chapter. Chapter 23, Showing Strength. Shocked. Chapter 23, Showing Strength. Shocked. Zhang Sui was stunned by this. This 7th level was too difficult. Even if he was in his peak state, it would be impossible to pass. And Yi Yu now even wanted to fight alone. However, she did not continue to hold on strongly, but looked at Yi Yu's back at this time, her heart inexplicably filled with a sense of security, only feeling that this back, in this space, invincible in general. But then again, there was some disbelief, an illusion or, after all, 700 dire wolves, each as large as an elephant. To say that the strength of each of these evil wolves, Yi Yu felt that has the general strength of the king of pirates and the axe emperor manga. But for himself, no difficulty. Holding the Black Knife Knight in his hand, a piece of vicious wolves pounced and bit over. Yi Yu's face was bland, holding the Black Knife Knight in his right hand, lifting it up, and splitting it down. Clang! With a clang, an emerald green chop erupted, directly splitting a vicious wolf pouncing in front in half, and together with the vicious wolves in the rear all split in half. Even those on both sides of the chop were injured and flew out backwards, screaming miserably. In an instant, patches of vicious wolves flew through the air, their limbs in pieces. This scene left Zhang Tianyi dumbfounded, staring at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. Good strong. This scene broke Zhang Sui's cognition. Without relying on devil fruit, can it be so strong? Just a knife. It has such power. And also burst out emerald green light chopping. Facing the vicious wolves, Yi Yu casually waved the Black Knife Knight. Pieces of vicious wolves kept dying. Zhang Sui was shocked while feeling that Yi Yu was not even fighting with his full strength right now. Zhang Tianyi didn't expect that Yi Yu was so strong. Originally, he felt that he was more powerful than Yi Yu and was going to lead Yi Yu to obtain more rewards, but now he realized that it was Yi Yu who was leading himself. Soon, all 700 vicious wolves were taken care of. Yi Yu was unharmed and his clothes were all clean. Without resting, Yi Yu prepared to enter the 8th level. Zhang Tianyi, I'm going into the next level, so you exit and leave the next to me. Zhang Sui vibrated, not yet reacting, and nodded in shock at Yi Yu's words. I'm quitting now. But Yi Yu, why are you so strong? Yi Yu said. Who said that this world is the era of devil fruit? The strongest among the incapable is also very powerful, not to mention that I contracted 7. Zhang Tianyi somewhat understood. It seemed that everyone had thought wrong. However, Zhang Sui still felt inwardly that there was still a gap between Yi Yu and those top devil fruits, reminding Yi Yu, stop and quit when you reach the limit. To die in here is to really die. There is still a long way to go in the future, and there are many more chances to gain opportunities, so if you can't support it, quit. Yi Yu inwardly warmed up, could deeply feel Zhang Tianyi's concern and worry, and nodded his head in assurance. Well, don't worry, I won't let myself die. Wait for me outside. Good. Zhang Sui was also at his limit, and even if he rested, he felt that it would be a waste of time, because to rest, his teammates would have to be in the resting space as well, so he quit. At this point, quite a few people had already withdrawn, leaving only a small number of Heaven's Pride still continuing. Yi Yu arrived at the 8th level, 800 pounds of gravity. Even he felt that his body was heavy, but still could move without too much impact. At most, make Yi Yu's speed slowed down by 20%. The number of vicious wolves reached 800, and each one of them was stronger than the 7th level as well. And the temperature here, it reaches 80 degrees of heat. Yi Yu held the Black Sword Knight in his hand and rushed towards the evil wolf. An hour later, the battle was over, and even Yi Yu was a bit out of breath and sweating profusely. But, not having reached his limit, and not intending to rest, he went straight into the 9th level. 900 pounds of gravity, 900 vicious wolves, each one. The strength has the general strength of a Navy Rear Admiral, equivalent to the battle power of Kirby's good friend, Baru Mabwa. Monolithically, in the world of the Pirate King, it is weak, but after all, 900 in number. It is not a small challenge for Yu. Not to mention such a harsh environment. The vicious wolves were bigger and stronger, but their speed was not slow at all. And each of them, as if they knew how to shave 6 styles of the navy, rushed in at an extremely fast speed. Yu swung the knife at the same time, quickly dodging, seeing the color hegemony to the extreme. Armed color hegemony covering the whole body. At the same time the Black Knife Knight, also winding armed color hegemony. The battle continues again. And at this time, powerful those Heavenly Pride, is still far from the 9th level, even if the strong combination, but also did not use Yu so fast. When the end of the secret realm, there are still 6 hours. Yu passed the 8th level, but already panting, face slightly pale, although not yet reached the limit, but the physical strength, energy are consumed quite a lot. Did not directly enter the final 10th level, but rest for an hour. Because of the lack of rest, Yu didn't even have the confidence to pass the highest 10th level and couldn't help but marvel. The difficulty of this secret realm, a lot bigger than imagined, but it's good. The difficulty, the risk is directly proportional to the reward. Since it's difficult for me to level up, it's all the more important to complete. After resting for an hour, Yu got up and entered the 10th level. 1,000 pounds of gravity, 1,000 vicious wolves. The aura emitted by each one of them was not weak, equivalent to the strength of the Navy's midshipmen, which could also be said that the battle power of each one of them was about the same as that of the pirate crick. And the temperature, it reached 100 degrees hotter. Yu was glad that the contracted incapacitated person had made his physical body very strong, as well as this period of time of refining, as well as the coverage of the armed color hegemony, or else this high temperature. It would be very difficult to stay here for an hour. There were still 5 hours to go before the end of the secret realm, and one had to hurry, because this battle was bound to be a long-lasting one. For others, it's impossible to fight for so long, because it's completely white space, not mountainous woods, and there's no way to have a guerrilla war. However, in the world of pirates, it is common for strong men to fight for 7 days and 7 nights, such as Akane versus Green Pheasant. Therefore, sticking to 5 hours, Yu might be able to do it, and this battle, which was also the most challenging battle at the moment, was also a refining of himself. The battle continued as Yu fought soundly, feeling just how strong he was now, without having fought at full strength. It was unknown before, but now with the battle, a more accurate understanding of his 12th level self, more powerful than most of the lieutenant generals among the pirates, can be said to be at the level of elite lieutenant generals, and he himself is only at level 12 now. Each contracted strong man, the strength of up to 2%, so it can be imagined. When the 7 strong man strength is inherited by all of them, how strong is Yu? From the end of the secret realm, there was still an hour left. Those head celestials, who had only entered the 10th level, were already at their limits, consuming a lot. Their clothes were tattered, and their entire body was in a sorry state, even with injuries. But, entering the 10th level, they gave up. It was impossible to pass. Lin Mushue entered before firm, must pass, but after entering, looking at the still gravity, temperature, quantity, strength enhancement, let her all despair. That's too hard. End of chapter. Chapter 24, Passing the Barrier. The Heavenly Pride is all shocked. Chapter 24, Passing the Barrier. The Heavenly Pride is all shocked. It was hard, but Lin Mushue didn't give up. There's still an hour left. Even if it's impossible to pass, then I'll kill as many as I can. And since even I can't pass, then the other celestial pride surely can't either. Even those with 10th level talent can't do it because their devil fruits aren't any stronger than my rattling thunder fruit. Although she knew that she wouldn't be able to pass, Lin Mushue wasn't very lost and felt that no one would be able to pass, which made her heart feel better. It's like a schoolboy who got 99, 1 point short of a perfect score, but it's true that it's because it's hard, not because it's his problem, and that all the other schoolboys in his class are 99, so then there's no regrets, and it's the same for everyone. At this time, she cannot move at all. After all, more mental energy, put on the development of ringing thunder fruit. In fact, the 8th level, it is difficult to act. The gravity is too strong. The consumption is not small. The reason why she has come so far is because of the ringing thunder fruit ability. Lin Mushue smiled confidently. I believe that the best result will be me, only because of my rattling thunder fruit. It's too suitable for this secret realm. Even though I can't move, I can make my whole body thunder and lightning, and these vicious wolves will pounce over senselessly, and will only be electrocuted to death continuously. Electricity. Lin Mushue let out a low cry, her entire body raging with lightning, her entire body shining brightly with azure light. Evil wolves saw someone appeared. They pounced. Soon screams rang out, but did not die immediately. After all, the strength are not bad. Not to mention Lin Mushue now. Ringing Thunder fruit power has not so strong, because the physical strength consumption is very large. That's one of the drawbacks of being an ability user. The more you explode your fruit abilities, the more physically exhausted you become. In the end, after supporting here for half an hour, Lin Mushue will not be able to do it, and she will teleport out with a thought, and she will be satisfied with her own limit. Li Karajoy inquired, Schwerer, how's it going? Past the 10th level yet? At this time, the Tianjio pirate crew are also waiting. They have come out early, mostly the 4th level, the official crew 5th, cadre 6th, a few 7th level. Lin Mushue shook her head. It's impossible for anyone to pass the 10th level, even if shock fruit ability by Xiaohan, fish fruit fantasy beast species Qinglong form Wangquancher, animal lineage fantasy beast species immortal bird fruit wing sequence and other heavenly pride. It's too difficult. I reached the 10th level, and I was barely able to solve at most 30 evil wolves, and then it's not going to work out at all. But believe it or not, I've already got the best grades, and I've got a better score than those 10th level heavenly pride or better. Lin Mushue was extremely confident, and even more so, she was confident in the rattling thunder fruit. Li Tsong didn't expect it to be so hard, but it's quite good that he's dipped his toe in the water. Lin Mushue, on the other hand, was a bit contemptuous. Humph, it's all because you're too lame. If you were more powerful, you could still kill more evil wolves in the 10th level. Li Tsong was embarrassed. It's me that's dragging my feet a bit. This secret realm somewhat restricts me. After all, I'm a force fruit, and when I'm suppressed by gravity, it's hard to move. However, Schwerer, you are so powerful, then I believe that we have to get the results. Must be the best. Even the 2 10th grade talent join hands. It is impossible to compare to your results. After all, the ringing thunder fruit is too strong, can be attacked and can be defended. Lin Mushue's face eased slightly, and upon thinking about it this way, it was indeed true. The crew, on the other hand, balked. Congratulations, Captain, on being the best. It won't be announced, but you don't have to announce it to know. Nor is it likely that there will be an announcement that will resound throughout the Dragon Kingdom, because the captain couldn't even get past the 10th level, and neither could anyone else. At this time, the Celestial Pride also came out one after another. After coming out, they were all just as certain as Lin Mushue that it was impossible for anyone to pass the 10th level. Hainan City. Momo Fruit ability secret came out weak and satisfied. I'm at my limit, and I couldn't even pass the 10th level, so it's even more unlikely for others. He was incredibly sure of this, simply because, with the Momo Fruit ability, he could make use of an external object, which would be a pistol or a grenade. It was useless for others. A hot weapon of this power wouldn't be able to do much in the secret realm, and only weak people with low talent would buy some to take in with them. But he was different, simply because of the Momo Fruit's ability to magnify the speed, size, weight, and strength of any object it touches by multiples. Right now at level 12, he can magnify multiples 8 times, and by the time he's at level 100, he knows that all of them will be able to be magnified 100 times. This is why it is said that hot weapons are most useful to himself, even if they are small in power. In his hands they can be multiplied. Therefore, he was confident that he must have scored well, and his teammate, who possessed the devil fruit, which was the animal system K9 fruit phantom beast species 9-tailed fox form, was also powerful and heavenly. At this time, Bai Xiaohan and He Jie came out, very wretched, pale, bruised, and extremely weak. The two lay straight down, gasping for breath. Phew, it's too hard. Me with the shock fruit ability, plus you with the dark fruit, the two of us teamed up, and we didn't pass the 10th level. And there's even a big gap between us and passing the level. Yes, the 10th level of 1000 vicious wolves. We too limit, go all out, only to solve a total of 100. There are still 900. The difference is too much, but it can also be determined that no one can pass. Indeed, both of us are so far away from passing, then it's impossible for anyone to pass. This secret realm, it would be good if it appeared later. I'll be a few levels higher in rank, and the shock fruit power can be stronger, so I believe it's possible to pass. It didn't pass, but it wasn't hard on the heart, because it was known that all the heavenly pride would be like that. As for the team named Whitey, it's not lost on anyone. No one has managed to get through. No team has been announced to the world. At this time, some of the top heavenly prides also came out. The King Power Master was equally woeful, even if he was contracted to Kaido's devil fruit ability. His teammate, on the other hand, is the vice captain of the Green Dragon Pirates, Yang Ashes, who possesses the fruit of Dragon fruit ancient seed, toothless pterodactyl form, the ability of Ashes, the leader of the 3 plagues among the pirates. At this time, Wang Su injury can be better. After all, It is the undead bird fruit, originally thought to rely on the ability of endurance. Can pass, but not enough time, and physical strength cannot support to continue to use the undead bird fruit ability. His teammate, a celestial pride with the ability of the meatball fruit, a 9th level talent, and the vice-captain of the immortal pirates, Wang Xiong. Their thoughts, the same ones as the other heavenly prides, were not lost. Surely no one could pass the 10th level, and at this point, too, all felt that no one was in the secret world anymore. Waiting until 12 o'clock at night exactly, when the secret world disappeared, and at that moment, Yi Yu was still fighting, going all out, even using the overwhelming color winding. Possessing the hegemony color was a must for top powerhouses, and without it, it was impossible to master hegemony entanglement. With the battle, Yi Yu became even more clear that, indeed, the only way to override everything was to be domineering. The roar continued. Yi Yu was already holding the Black Blade Knight tightly in both hands, fighting with the vicious wolves. Even his body began to show bloody cuts scratched by the wolf's claws. Even if you are fast, see the smell color, and the armed color is powerful, but you still have to be injured. That is how difficult it is. But the good thing is, as the number decreases, it can gradually get easier, but not too much easier, because the physical strength is also rapidly depleting, and the injuries are aggravated and getting weaker and weaker. In the end, when there were still 3 minutes to go before the end of the secret realm, Yi Yu successfully passed and killed the last vicious wolf. With a thought, Yi Yu was teleported out and appeared in the place where he was before entering, his own home, and Zhang Suite was already waiting. Seeing that Yi Yu was injured, his face was pale and very weak. His face changed and he quickly held on. After coming out, without the gravity, the harsh environment, Yi Yu felt heavenly comfortable and was able to stay standing. Yi Yu, are you okay? I'll call a doctor for you. No, small wounds, just bandage and dress yourself. After all, you're not an ordinary person anymore. A little treatment and you'll heal quickly. Zhang Tianyi was slightly relieved, and at that moment, by 12 o'clock in the evening exactly, the secret realm disappeared and the message rang out. End of the first mystery realm. Reward given to all those who participated in the mystery realm, based on merit. All of a sudden, the sky, sprinkled with countless beams of light, enveloping everyone, bathing in them, experience values were rising, and Yi Yu, even more so, gained a lot of experience values. The beam of light dissipated. All the people gained all the rewards. Yi Yu heart surprise, satisfaction, 12 levels of their own, directly raised 3 levels, 15 levels. The other top celestial pride also did the same, raising the 3rd level, but they had to know that the experience value Yi Yu needed to raise the 3rd level was at least 3 times more than them. The celestial pride was satisfied, and originally felt that this was the end of it when the message rang out. Now, announcing the successful all through the secret realm team, there is only one team that will pass all 10 levels. Now start announcing the name of the pass team to the whole world. Suddenly, the entire Dragon Kingdom was shocked and fell into a brief silence. The ones who were most shocked were naturally those top heavenly prides, because only those who entered the 10th level knew best how difficult it was, and how impossible it was to get through all of them. The celestial pride was stunned for a moment in disbelief. How is it possible? Surprisingly, someone passed the 10th level? Who is it? End of chapter. Chapter 25, Publication, Disgrace. Chapter 25, Publication, Disgrace. The celestial pride were all shocked, because only they understood how difficult the 10th level was. And if someone passed the 10th level, it meant that not only were they stronger than them, but they were stronger by more than a little bit. They would have been even more shocked if they knew that just one person, without teammates, had passed the 10th level. For a time, within the hearts of the celestial pride, they were extremely lost and unbalanced. It was fine that none of them had passed, but one had appeared, causing them to be devastated. Bai Xiaohan frowned. Damn, how did it happen? Shock fruits me. I'm confident that I'm the strongest in terms of attacking power. No one can surpass me in terms of destructive power. Teaming up with Dark Fruits You is the strongest team, I think, and we can't even get through it, much less anyone else. How did we get a team? Black Jia was also shaken. I can't believe that means someone is better than us? Bai Xiaohan frowned. That's impossible. What could be stronger than the shocking thunder fruit? Is it hard to believe that it's the rattling thunder fruit? It's only this fruit that I feel might be comparable to me in terms of destructive power. Black Jia shook his head. It's not very likely. After all, talent level 9, not to mention his teammate, a talent level 8. However, we'll know who it is soon enough, as the team names are going to be announced. They weren't thinking about it, and their faces were hard as they waited for the announcement. The other celestial pride, with Bai Xiaohan's thoughts, were all in agreement with the discussion. In this era, everyone wants to be the first, to be the strongest, especially the top heavenly pride. After all, they all started at the same time. It's kind of a very equal start, but if someone passes, then the experience they get will be quite a bit higher than them. At this point, the king's power division shook with firmness. Knowing who it is, we must invite him to join our Green Dragon Pirates, make him even a vice captain to create the #1 pirate group. And at this time, there were many captains of powerful pirate groups that wanted to recruit, but also felt that the probability of not having a pirate group right now was very low. Hanging. Xia Ling and Zhao Yener were also in a sorry state, consuming a lot and clear about the difficulty of the 10th level. Zhao Yener marveled, so powerful. The team formed by the two of us is far from being able to pass the 10th level. Xia Ling nodded her head. Yes, clearly seen the difficulty of the 10th level, so I know that someone passes it, and I think it's so powerful. I don't know if he has joined the pirate group. If he hasn't, it's good. We must invite him to join with all our strength. When we have no choice, Flame, you can use your beauty. This made Zhao Yener roll her eyes and glared at Xia Ling, saying in a bad mood, why don't you use beauty? In terms of looks and figure, you're not worse than me. And even in terms of figure, your pair of long legs can be longer than mine. You're totally a model figure. Xia Ling pouted. I don't need to. I'll save my beauty for brother you. Humph. I knew you like him, and always say they are neighbors and good friends, but I think they are just childhood friends. But really with you, your feathered brother will be under a lot of pressure. Summerling was puzzled. Stressed? Why? You have big boobs and no brain. You're so outstanding. Freeze fruit ability, good looking and powerful. In our pirate group alone, there are quite a lot of people who have a crush on you, so if it's known that the two of you are together, can he not be under much pressure? Will feel unworthy of you? Feel eating soft rice? Xia Ling said unhappily, whoever dares to mock brother you, even if it's a pirate group, I'll make him into an ice sculpture. However, most of our pirate group's characters are good and won't be too shady. Not discussing it, they quieted down and waited for the announcement. Lin Muxue frowned at this moment. His heart was unbalanced. Someone had surpassed him. Who was it? At the same time, somewhat unwillingly, dark thoughts came to mind. If this person was teamed up with me, it would have been fine, and I would have been able to pass the 10th level, but it's a pity that I don't know him, then I must know him and get close to him, and now he's above me in terms of strength. Li Xang prayed in his heart. It has to be a woman, but not a man. He could already feel that Lin Muxue's eyes were burning a few points, eager to get acquainted. At this moment, Zhang Tianyi was surprised, staring wide-eyed, feeling the great increase in her strength at this moment. Level up, greater, originally 9 levels themselves, directly scuttled to 15 levels, directly jumped 6 levels, which gives too much. This also means that Yi Yu passes through a high number of layers, and even, all may be. Zhang Suite was incredulous and looked at Yi Yu in shock. Originally felt that Yi Yu, even if he exceeded his expectations, was much stronger than he thought, and felt that Yi Yu alone, at most, passed the 8th level. But the 8th level, it is impossible to give so much. Sweet Zhang was surprised, excited, and inquisitive. Yi Yu, could it be that the only one who passed the 10th level was you? Yi Yu smiled faintly. Soon you will know. Listen, this team, at once. Sweet Zhang quieted down. The entire Dragon Kingdom, all of them instantly became quiet. Lin Muxue secretly thought, I hope it's a guy. If it is, I must get to know him and befriend him. Even, such a guy would be a good match for me. Thinking of this, she was confident, felt completely can become. She is so good-looking, so powerful. With which man to fall in love? Will not say yes? Inevitably yes. No man in the face of their own pursuit will not answer. Thinking of this, Lin Muxue gave a beat. One person accepted, causing his brow to furrow in disdain. Humph, it's only that Yi Yu. I'm chasing after him. He'll be reluctant, but it's fine. It doesn't matter at all if he's willing or not. I can't look at him. And the one who passes the 10th level, it can't be him either. It must be someone I don't know. So as long as there's no grudge, it's good to say that there's a lot of hope of becoming a couple with him. However, when she thought of this, her thoughts instantly crunched to a halt as the sound of information began to be announced, resounding throughout the Dragon Kingdom. The only team to have all cleared the first secret level is called Lin Muxue and Li Xang are stupid. Lin Muxue and Li Xang are stupid. Lin Muxue and Li Xang are stupid. Lin Muxue, Li Kara. In an instant, the entire Dragon Kingdom was dumbfounded, especially Lin Muxue and Li Xang, who directly stayed in place with a question mark on their faces. Instantly, the Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. Not a recruiting type of team. That way you don't know who it is. Lin Muxue, Li Xang? Is that the captain of the East Sea City Heaven's Pride Pirates? Yes, It's been on the hot search. It's the rattling thunder fruit ability. The top female Heaven's Pride Lin Muxue, the captain of the Heaven's Pride Pirates, as well as the vice captain, force fruit ability person, Li Song. Although it's not a recruiting message, one can know a message through this name. That Li Song and Lin Muxue definitely know the passer and have a bad relationship. The team name is cursing these two, so the relationship must be bad. These two are very embarrassed and humiliated at this moment, aren't they? Ringing throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, 3 times in a row. Ha ha ha, it's so humiliating. At this moment, Lin Muxue and Li Song, who were indeed very humiliated, had a face that was hard to see. Lin Muxue roared low in anger. Who the hell is it? Dare to scold me like this? End of chapter. Chapter 26, It Can't Be You? Chapter 26, It Can't Be You? Li Song also had an ugly face and frowned. Damn it, how dare you call us stupid? Who are we inviting? The members of the Heaven's Pride Pirates, on the other hand, were stunned and at the same time, their hearts were a little heavy. This meant that the one who passed the 10th level, with Lin Muxue and Li Song, had a grudge, and it was not a small grudge. The name of the team is not used to recruit people. It is only used to scold Lin Muxue and Li Song, and they are naturally heavy as a member of the Heavenly Pride Pirates, and they don't want to be hostile to strong people. Lin Muxue also noticed the crew's worry. Exasperation. Don't be known by me, otherwise, I will definitely let you know how powerful I am. And passing the 10th level doesn't mean that you can defeat me. If he can pass the 10th level, not only is he strong, it must also include durability. And if I go all out for a quick battle, there's no way he can withstand my onslaught. Also, even if he's stronger than me now, the rattling thunder fruit must be the strongest, and I'll surpass him sooner or later. When Lin Muxue said this, the crew relaxed slightly. After all, the rattling thunder fruit was indeed powerful. The crew wondered, Captain, do you know who it is? Li Song and Lin Muxue's brows were furrowed, completely unaware and without a clue. Lin Muxue frowned at Li Song and inquired unhappily, could it be that you're constantly in trouble with your enemies? Li Song was arrogant and had a bad heart. She knew that. Li Song hurriedly explained, no even if there is a grudge with me, there is no heavenly pride and together with you scolded, then it is very likely that there is a grudge with you and me. Speaking of which, the two were struck with a thought. Lin Muxue shook her head decisively. It can't be him. Li Song nodded. It seems we thought of a piece. Indeed it can't be you. Contracted 7 incapable person. Even if he is a little more powerful than we thought. But it's impossible to pass the 10th level. That's even you. As well as a lot of the top celestial pride can't pass. And Yu also does not have a very strong teammate to bring the fly. Is with the flower fruit ability. Zhang Sui team, it is impossible to pass the 10th level. So this team name, is not him. Lin Muxue gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. So, who could it be? At this moment, Zhang Sui was horrified. Only she knew that it was really Yu. It was too powerful. Yu, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Zhang Tianyi was also a bit embarrassed. Originally, I thought of helping you and taking you to get more rewards, but I'm the one being taken instead. No need to be embarrassed. You also contributed a lot. Without you tackling those evil wolves in front of me, I would have had trouble clearing the level. Zhang Sui was a bit worried. Lin Muxue and the others, will they guess it's us? If so, there might be trouble. It's okay, they won't be able to guess. You don't know my true strength. Can you think of a contracted incapacitated person as strong as I am? Zhang Sui shook his head. I can't imagine that the devil fruit era. All thought the devil fruit was the preferred choice, and the incapable could only rely on cultivating themselves to become stronger, while the capable, who can also cultivate to improve themselves, can also develop fruits? So they thought that they were much stronger than the incapable, but it seems to be the wrong idea. Yu affirmed. Well, they wouldn't expect it. At this point, Summerling is pretty cool. Ha ha ha, that's a good name for a relief. Originally knowing that Yu had a conflict with Lin Muxue, he thought of going to Donghai City and teaching Lin Muxue a lesson, and now he was naturally happy to see that he was being scolded. But, also curious. Who is it? Zhao Yener inquired. I heard that your younger brother, Fei, has a conflict with Lin Muxue. Well, before that, he was my feathered brother's lickspill, but knowing that my feathered brother contracted an incapacitated person, he made a big shift to all kinds of mockery. So your feathered brother, and very powerful and strong friend, thus giving him a hard time? Summerling thought about it, but couldn't think of anything. This is not clear. After all, I often with him together time is not much, especially after I went to college. He is still in the East China Sea in high school. Do not know all his friends. However, it should not be. There are friends, but also all in the East Sea. The East Sea city's strong people are those, although there are 3 big pirate groups, not inferior to the Heaven's Pride pirate group, but those 3 pirate group captains, the strength is not stronger than Lin Muxue, so it should not be. Zhao Yener nodded her head. Then it has nothing to do with Yi Yu. It can't be Yi Yu, and it's not Yi Yu's friend, so it can only be Lin Muxue's other people with bad relations. Xia Ling rubbed his fists. This time to enhance a lot. Rest and he'll quickly recover well. We will fight again with all our strength, to see who is the captain. Zhao Yener looked forward. Good. Let's see if my fire is more powerful or your ice is more powerful. At this point, people all over the world want to know who it is. At once, Lin Muxue and Li Tsong's social platform. Too many messages, all asking, who exactly are your enemies? And still the top Heavenly Pride. Quickly say it, so that everyone knows. Who is it? Among them, there were also quite a few Heavenly Pride messages. The King's Right Master. Tell me at once who it is that all passes through. Surely you know. Li Feng Tian. Momo Fruit Ability. Speak up. Everyone wants to know who that person is, and since he cursed you guys, then you must know him. Lin Ming. Thread Fruit Ability. Tell me who he is. Lin Muxue naturally saw it. Her face was ugly, and she replied directly. I don't know. Leave me alone. Facing these Heavenly Prides, she was not the least bit weak. They were all Heavenly Prides. Why should she be afraid? She also felt that she had the highest potential. And at that moment, in East Ocean City, the captains of the other 3 big pirate groups all came with a clear purpose. Lin Muxue, come on, tell me who it is. Having been scolded like this, why don't you face the entire Dragon Kingdom and tell who the other party is? That's it. Great shame for you all. Not going to him? If you don't dare, tell everyone his name. Lin Muxue became more and more annoyed, was already very upset, and there were many people who came to ask about themselves. Directly nonchalantly drank. I don't know. All leave me alone. At this time, many people are broadcasting live, facing the entire Dragon Kingdom, and many people are watching to see if they can be asked. The 3 pirate captains were unforgiving. How could you not know? People would love to know. If you don't, we'll beat you to it when you recover from your physical injuries. Don't toast it. Lin Muxue is not the slightest bit afraid. The body current crackles. Just came out. Recovered a little bit of physical strength. The whole person is also not a small deterrent. Mainly from the ringing thunder fruit. You guys can come all you want then. I'll electrocute you all. This made the 3 captains frown. Did they really not know? Or was it clear that they were trying to know this person and then recruit him vigorously? So they didn't say anything? That's why so many Celestial Pride wanted to know. Mainly to recruit. And since the name of the team wasn't recruitment, it was highly likely that it hadn't joined the pirates yet. Such a strong person. Recruited in. A big boost for the pirate group. However, no matter how you ask, you don't know. The Celestial Pride also knew that there was one person who fit the bill, who might scold Lin Muxue and Li Tsong, and that was the name no one didn't know. Yi Yu. Soon, the Celestial Pride felt the same as Lin Muxue, Li Tsong, that it was impossible. None of them had passed the 10th level, let alone Yi Yu, who had not gained the powerful Devil Fruit ability. End of chapter. Chapter 27, 2 months later, Yi Yu vs Lin Muxue. Chapter 27, 2 months later, Yi Yu vs Lin Muxue. Lin Muxue and Li Tsong could do nothing but eat their words, but would not give up on catching this team out. I'm going to work harder to improve. Having this such an enemy in the shadows is a threat to me. Li Tsong guessed. Could it be Yi Yu's friend who told the other party to do this? Doesn't he have a very close female friend who is a Heavenly Pride in Hang City who possesses the frozen fruit? Lin Muxue shook her head, thinking it was impossible. 2 level 9 talents. Freeze plus burning fruit, and it's impossible to pass the 10th level. That's strange. Can't think of it at all. Forget it. Don't think about it. Right now improving strength is most important. After this secret realm, everyone began to quickly heal and rest. After all, the real mutation was still a day away. Yi Yu had medicine on his body, and his wounds were rapidly healing, and he didn't even need to wrap the straps. Because of so many strong people, the life force, and the recovery force was naturally superimposed. Everyone else, on the other hand, had to be wrapped in straps because no one was uninjured. After sleeping all night, Yi Yu got up at 7 in the morning and felt refreshed and exhausted. Feeling his strength, the improvement was great. After all, he was now level 15, and had inherited more of the contractor's battle power. At this time, the phone rang. It was Xia Ling calling. Brother Feather, I'll be picking you up about this afternoon, and it'll be our entire pirate crew. Yi Yu said. That's a bit bad, isn't it? For the sake of coming to pick me up alone, the whole pirate group came over. Why don't Zhang Sweet and I go over there by ourselves? Xia Ling resolute, no. Although it has not really mutated, but it is too dangerous. The sea is a lot of mutated creatures. You just wait. In addition, we go to the East China Sea city, but also can recruit to see if there is anyone to join. After all, there are still quite a few casual cultivators. Okay, then I'll meet you at the beach this afternoon. Good. Stay away from the beach when you get there. The beach is dangerous too. Good. Xia Ling was confident. Then I went to spar with Flame, and if I win, I'll be the captain, and I'll have to cover you in the future. I'll naturally take the captain's position, and I'll be able to better position you as well. Yi said, this will make your crew unhappy, right? You can't cover me too much. It's just like going to work in the past, a company that comes in with a relationship, but it makes the hard-working employees secretly unhappy. What's to be upset about? You're the most important person to me, and so are they for a change. It's understandable. Okay, I'm hanging up. Hanging up the phone, Xia Ling headed to a gym to spar with Zhao Yener. Just now, on the phone, did not ask Yu and Zhang Sweet how many levels they passed, for fear of hitting Yu. After all, if he picked a powerful devil fruit, Yu would definitely be able to pass the 9th level and kill some more at the 10th level, whereas right now, it's at most 6 or 7 levels. Although Zhang Sweet was powerful, he wasn't too powerful of a heavenly pride, and at most, he could bring Yu to the 7th level. Xia Ling also didn't share her pass number, not wanting to bring up the topic, mindful of Yu's feelings. Xia Ling and Zhao Yener were 10 meters apart, facing each other, their battle intent rising. Xia Ling was confident. This time I'm going to defeat you and pick up Yu as the captain. Know what you're thinking, but you'll still be the co-captain. That's not necessarily true. Fire and ice can also be mutually exclusive. Besides, I think, in the pirate world, the freeze fruit ability person is stronger than your burning fruit ability person. As you level up, I feel that the freeze fruit is stronger. Zhao Yener was excited. Come on then. Flames rose from his fists, and then he blasted a fist through the air towards Xia Ling with a low cry. Fire fist. A ball of flame erupted out. Because of the 15th level, so the scale, destructive power, temperature, far from being as powerful as Ace's fire fist, but in this world, it was also an extremely strong battle power. Xia Ling's right arm lifted and pointed forward. The cold air rose and a small ice bird was converging. Lifelike ice. Popped the pheasant's beak. Lifelike ice birds flew out, colliding with the flames and erupting. The flames and the ice, the high temperature and the low temperature, were in a stalemate, causing this space in the gymnasium to be half icy cold and half scorching hot. The wall of fire and the wall of ice collided and stalemated. Gradually, the wall of ice forced the flames back gradually, making Zhao Yener surprised that Xia Ling's frozen fruit power, the enhancement was indeed stronger than she had imagined. But Zhao Yener had her own self-confidence. Even though in the pirate world, freeze fruit ability users are stronger than burn fruit ability users, I'm going to keep developing it myself. So at the same level, your fruit ability isn't necessarily stronger than mine. Xia Ling smiled with conviction. Flame, can it be that I won't develop it? With a roar the flames and ice exploded. Zhao Yener took 3 steps back and Xia Ling took 2 steps back. Immediately, Xia Ling grabbed a prepared handful of grass from his pocket, and the moment he threw it out, cold air filled out and enveloped the blades of grass, and in an instant an ice blade formed. Zhao Yener's eyes lit up. Not a bad idea. Zhao Yener's double fists flamed over, and at the same time, she also exerted a slight mastery of her armed color hegemony. Both naturally use armed colors. They are both natural after all. Then the intense cutting continued. At this time, Yu was feeling his elevation. His whole body weighted with 1,500 pounds of weight, then bouncing in place, throwing punches, and sitting in push-ups, and there was no difficulty. Zhang Sweet looked surprised. 1,000 pounds themselves will be instantly on the ground, unable to move, but Yu seems to have no weight on the body as itself is too horrible. Soon, it was afternoon. The phone rang. From Summerling. Brother Feather, I won. I am now the captain of the ship, but the name of the pirate group has not yet been determined. Determined at the time of the real mutation. After all, the strongest person as the captain. The position of the captain was uncertain before, but after that it can be determined. It is me. Flame, even if you want to surpass me, it will not be easy. Yu smiled. Congratulations. That's awesome. That's right. After all, in the future to cover you well, I will leave now. Lead our pirate group. Set sail to the East China Sea city. Our ship is also the top shipwrights to build. Even if the mutation, all kinds of high-tech disappeared, cannot be reappeared, but our ship, not inferior to the warships, is expected to 3 hours to the East China Sea city. Okay, I'll be there early in 3 hours. At the moment, many people were terrified and many people were yearning. Because, once 12 o'clock at night, the real mutiny comes. Too many pirate groups, then starts sailing adventure. Then the sea is bound to be turmoil, scramble, friction constantly, the great age of navigation. The celestial pride looked at the 2 stone monuments that towered over the clouds and stood between heaven and earth with confidence. The bounty list, the pirate group list, must be number 1. Even if there is a mysterious and powerful guy who passes the 10th level, it won't stop me, by Xiao Han, from becoming number 1. The other celestial pride, all thought so. 2 months until participation in the bounty list, and 5 months for the pirate group list. Just then, the message echoed. The end of the first secret realm. After the real mutation, all types of secret realm, there will be irregular, random locations, but there will also be a fixed time, fixed location secret realm. In 2 months after the second fixed secret realm opened, can now announce the type of secret realm, for the singles ring, 1v1 singles, only one time, that is to say, there will be half of the pirates to get the rewards. The stronger the opponent, will defeat it, the higher the reward. The weaker the opponent, defeat them and the reward won't be much. Now randomly assign your opponents, and the message voice will tell you when the assignments are over. In the next instant, random assignment begins. Lin Mushui thought, assign me a strong person. Li Tsong sneered, share ye you with me. Soon, the distribution was over. The message voice echoed in Lin Mushui's head. Lin Mushui, solo in the ring secret realm. Opponent, contracted 7 incapacitated people. Yi Yu. As for Yi Yu, the sound of information echoed in his mind. Yi Yu, singling out the secret realm of the ring. Opponent, ringing thunder fruit ability. Lin Mushui. End of chapter. Chapter 28, a soft touch? Chapter 28, a soft touch? Lin Mushui was a little unsure whether she should be sad or laugh after knowing her opponent. Li Tsong, on the other hand, had a slightly heavy face and was under some pressure. Li Tsong curiously inquired, Schwerer, who is your opponent? Lin Mushui sighed. I wanted to match a strong person, but I matched this waste. In the eyes of the weak, he is not a waste, but in my eyes, he is a waste. Li Tsong's eyes lit up. Yi Yu? Lin Mushui nodded. Well, it's him. If it were any other weak person, I would regret it. After all, I won't be able to get high rewards, but since it's him, it's good. I'll teach him a good lesson when the time comes, and I also hope that he'll become a little bit more powerful by then, and his overlord color hegemonic energy is a little bit more powerful, so that the higher his overall strength is, the more rewards I'll get as well. Although the singles ring mystery hadn't started yet, Lin Mushui already felt that she was bound to win. Ringing thunder fruit's own, Pi to Yi Yu. One is bound to not lose. Li Tsong was happy in his heart and scoffed. Yi Yu must have known his opponent by now. He must be panicking now. Lin Mushui sneered. Inevitably. How about you? Look at your face. The match is a heavenly pride? Li Tsong nodded. Well, my opponent is a freeze fruit ability. Xia Ling, talent level 9. Lin Mushui didn't care about this reminder. You have to win. Don't disgrace our Heaven's Pride pirates. If you can't get the secret realm rewards, your rank will lag behind. As the vice captain of the Heaven's Pride pirates, don't drag your feet. If it's too weak, I'll change to a better one than you later. Li Tsong assured. Schwerer, don't worry. So what if the frozen fruit? See when it's burst by my force fruit? It's just ice. How hard can it be? It surely won't be able to defeat my power. At this point, some people are happy and some are sad. The ones who were fretting were some of the heavenly prides that were matched with weak players as well. And even if they won, they could not obtain much reward. There are also the weak ones, matched to the great ones, who are also fuming. But, most of them were matched against each other. The weaker ones were facing similar strengths and still had hope. And there were also heavenly prides against heavenly prides. It was very messy and completely random. The sound of the message echoed. It starts 2 months later, and at that time, one can choose not to enter to admit defeat, so that the other party is directly awarded victory and rewards. There will be no casualties in the sparring, because once you are seriously injured and unable to fight, or when you are about to die, you will be teleported out, and you will lose. This caused many people to breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to have too many casualties in this secret realm. Lin Mushui, on the other hand, frowned. Can we just admit defeat? Then this brat, Yi Yu, will definitely admit defeat. Li Tsong nodded. Definitely. After all, Schwerer, you are the top heavenly pride. Even if his own strength is not bad, he is far from you. The overlord color hegemonic aura can deal with the minions, but it's impossible to affect you. At this time, Yi Yu knew that his opponent was Lin Muxue, but was satisfied, secretly sighing. A narrow road between enemies, matching to her. Quite good. Yi Yu inquired of Zhang Tianyi, who is your opponent? My opponent is indentured to an incapacitated person named Lin Zhu, talent level 6. Who are the incapacitated? Call Virgo. Yi Yu heard, immediately thought of, in the King of Thieves, Doflamingo's henchman, undercover identity into the Navy, became a lieutenant general, the whole body can be covered with armed color hegemony, and Luo fighting was dismantled. The strength is still good, and the weapon is a bamboo stick. Yi Yu reminded, although the talent level isn't as high as yours, you should be careful when the time comes and go all out. Well, I know. In the past, Zhang Tianyi would not care. After all, it was an incapacitated person. But now, through Yi Yu, he already knew that incapacitated people could not be taken lightly. At that moment, Summerling called, and when she answered, she could hear the sound of waves and was apparently already sailing. Brother Yu, I'm on my way here. Who is your opponent? My opponent is a person who has a conflict with you, called Li Tsong. When the time comes, watch me teach him a hard lesson and take it out on you. Yi Yu assured some, Li Tsong that has the freeze fruit you can completely hang him. As for my opponent, is also a person who has a conflict with me, is the rattling thunder fruit ability, Lin Muxue. This caused Xia Ling's face to change. What? Lin Muxue? This matching mechanism is too messed up. Arranging Lin Muxue for you, the gap is too big. When the time comes, you'll directly admit defeat. Don't go in. Yi Yu said, Sister Ling, you think too badly of me. This caused Xia Ling's heart to sink. What you mean by that is that you won't admit defeat when the time comes? Of course I won't admit defeat. I'm naturally going in. Xia Ling stared, reminding her strength, how much potential. You know very well, even if I face her 2 months later, I don't dare to say that I can win 100%. How can you not admit defeat? She has a grudge against you. When the time comes, she will surely intentionally target you, and lay a harsh hand on you, even though I will be teleported out. I don't want to see you bruised and battered all over. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Besides, after you enter, just want to raise and silently exit. Don't worry. Well, you can go to the beach. It's almost here. Good. Hanging up the phone, Yi Yu and Zhang Tianyi headed to the beach. Some other pirate group saw it and tried to pull it together. Sweet Zhang, join us. The talent isn't bad, and up to now you're still a casual cultivator. Our pirate group is also a powerful pirate group. You get on board and we'll give you a cadre as a cadre. Zhang Sweet refused. No need. I already have a pirate group coming. A powerful pirate group from Hang City? The captain is a freeze fruit ability. Summerling. They were aware of it. After all, mighty pirate group actions are noticed. There was already a hot search. They knew that Xia Ling's pirate group was sailing over. On the internet, everyone also understood that it was mainly because of Yi Yu, because Xia Ling and Yi Yu knew each other. At once, many people commented that Yi Yu was a soft eater. At this moment, the 4 strongest pirate groups in East Sea City were each gathered at the beach. The Heaven's Pride pirates were naturally there, and their ship was docked at the beach, and the ship that had a hole cut in it by Yi Yu was repaired. When Lin Muxue saw Yi Yu, she directly walked over and despised. I really didn't expect that the person who was matched to the singles ring was you. In order to get more rewards, you have to work hard to become stronger. Yi Yu said blandly, you should also try to become stronger. This caused Lin Muxue to freeze, not expecting Yi Yu to say the same lines as herself. Oh, pretending to be calm. You'll only be worse off when I get stronger. Yi Yu said with conviction. That's not necessarily true. Li Tsong corrected. Indeed, not necessarily. Schwerer. After all, he will definitely admit defeat at that time and not choose to enter, so you won't be able to injure him. Look at him now, he's very calm. But in fact he's so afraid in his heart that he can't possibly enter and fight with you one-on-one at that time. Lin Muxue agreed. You're right. After all, he and I are no longer on the same level. End of chapter. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Lin Muxue despised. Seeing that you're not scared at all right now, I know that you definitely won't enter when the time comes and will choose to admit defeat. Yi Yu sighed softly. I have to say, that team that was the only one to pass the barrier had the right name to let the entire Dragon Kingdom know about it. These words made Lin Muxue and Li Tsong instantly furious and humiliated. But, didn't make a move either, knowing that Yi Yu's good friend was a freeze fruit ability person, and was close to arriving at the moment. If they did, Xia Ling would definitely make a move against them, and at this time, a battle between pirate groups could not easily happen. First of all, regardless of whether or not they could win, there would definitely be casualties, and the other 3 pirate groups were all there. so if they took advantage of the opportunity to dig in, it would be even worse. Yi Yu and Zhang Tianyi walked towards the beach, and from a distance, they could already see Xia Ling's pirate ship. This ship, also the diagram provided by Yi Yu. According to the King of Thieves, the red-haired pirate group's ship was built, so when he saw it from afar, Yi Yu knew that Xia Ling had come, and at that moment, on the pirates, some of the crew whispered, sailing directly to East Sea City, the captain is here to pick up Yi Yu. Although I said I was seeing if I could recruit talent, I mainly came to pick up Yi Yu. If the choice was the devil fruit, then it was very necessary for our pirate group to come out to pick him up. But now that Yi Yu is no longer considered a heavenly pride, it's a bit unworthy to make such a fuss. Keep your voice down so the captain doesn't hear you. Anyway, after Yi Yu joins, he should be a low-class crew member. If he wants to become a full crew member, he has to pass the examination. He can't directly become a full crew member. As for becoming a combat crew member, or even a cadre, it's even more impossible. He can't just go through the back door like this because he's a good friend with the captain. Yes, necessarily not. And as much as we respect the captain, we will have to protest when the time comes. Let's see if we can recruit a powerful crew this time. Otherwise it's too worthless to take away only one Yi Yu. At this moment, Xia Ling walked out and coughed lightly, and at that moment, the crew hurriedly quieted down. Zhao Yener came out along with her, and there were 8 other cadres, all of whom were also devil fruit ability users. Xia Ling looked out over the shore and could see a figure, although it was blurry and a very small bit, but it was certain that it was Yi Yu. The heart was glad that it had been a long time since I had seen you, and that we would be able to navigate the adventures of this dangerous world together in the future. Zhao Yener reminded Xia Ling, remember to promise me that you can directly become a low-level crew member, but if you want to become a full crew member, you can't do it through the back door. You have to take the test. No. However, just when the pirate ship was still 1,000 meters away from the shore, all of a sudden, above the ship, a white swirling stream emerged. This made everyone blush. On the pirate ship, everyone looked up and their faces changed. It's the secret world. What type of secret realm that randomly appears? This kind of secret realm, anyone can participate in it. It's opportunity for us. Let's see what type first. On the shore, the 4 pirate groups, 2, saw it. Lin Mushue's eyes lit up. Random secret realms appear. Li Tsong took out his cell phone and said, secret hotspots have appeared in multiple places. The same white swirling streams, the same secret realm. A total of 10 have appeared. The remaining 9 are in other cities, basically in urban areas. At this point, in other cities, civilians are panicking. But soon, the pirates move and converge quickly. After all, these can be experiences that are bound to be up for grabs. And there are relatives and friends among the civilians of the city, so it is natural to step in. Soon, the white vortex flow, pitch black, a large buzzing and out. Everyone looked up and saw, is dense black mosquitoes, each body size. Have a soccer ball general size, mosquito nose needle extremely sharp, bright red. This made the civilians on the ground hurry back to their rooms and lock the doors and windows. If they were stung by 2 or 3 of them, I am afraid that the blood in their bodies would be drained in an instant. In the white vortex stream, the mosquitoes came out and did not act immediately, but flew in the air, because in the vortex, there were still mosquitoes pouring out, apparently waiting to gather. After gathering, it came down in a single surge, black and pressurized, like a large black cloud. At once, the pirates gathered on the ground began to attack, basically multiple pirate groups fighting over it. And at this time, the seashore of Donghai City. Seeing in this scene, the 4 pirate groups do not intend to do anything. Li Tsong said, white vortex flow is the lowest level of the secret realm. This thought, even if the lowest level, but can be solved, is also a lot of experience. But is the number of types? Then solve a mosquito. The experience basically will not have a rise. Unless the solution of 100s, to have a little rise. However, any less is still meat, and a little goes a long way. The lower the level of the secret realm, the lower the difficulty it represents, and it can be distinguished by color, from low to high, white, yellow, purple, blue, green, black, red, and gold. Right now, early on, there will be no high-level secrets, because that would be a disaster. Li Tsong tries to make a move, but Lin Mushue blocks it. Idiot. Don't do it. Why? We have to act quickly. After all, unlike the other secret realms, which all appeared over the city, this one in front of us appeared on the sea. The target of the attack will definitely attack them on the sea first. We have to go over there as soon as possible, so as not to be all taken care of by them. Lin Mushui ordered. None of you should make a move. The crew is much puzzled, and realizes that the other 3 pirate captains 2, have ordered that no action be taken. Lin Muxue sneered. Let them deal with it first. So what if I give it to them? The lowest level secret realm. The experience given won't be a lot. Not to mention that it's impossible to solve all of them by one person. That way the experience will be more. But inevitably all of them will be attacking. And how much experience can they have if they spread it out? And the thing to do is to make them have quite a few casualties, thus fishing for the win. Li Tsong was puzzled. Fishers of men? They'll take care of all the mosquitoes, right? Idiots. Let them consume and panic so they can throw an olive branch and dig in. Don't you get it? There must be someone who doesn't want to die. Li Tsong dawned. Got it. Just leave it to them to face. Even if they can exterminate all the mosquitoes, there are bound to be quite a few casualties, because the mosquitoes are too many in number. Then the ship's lowly crew members may die out, and even the regular crew members will be in danger. Lin Muxue clasped her hands to her chest, feeling wise, and nodded. That's it. The secret realm appeared in the city area. We stood idly by and would make the civilians unhappy, but now that it's on the sea, there's no need for us to do anything right away. And the other pirate groups think the same way. They're all thinking of taking advantage of the opportunity to dig their heels in. Captain, the horn is for you. One of the crew rushed to bring a loudspeaker. Lin Muxue complimented. It's still smart. Then take the horn and get ready to pull. And at this moment, Xia Ling, Zhao Yenner, and the cadres, their faces were heavy. End of chapter. Chapter 30 Hedonist Color Hegemony to the Rescue. Chapter 30 Hedonist Color Hegemony to the Rescue. The cadre looked at the shore with a heavy tone. Captain, it's not good. They don't intend to make a move. They intend to just give up on this randomly appearing secret realm. They do it on purpose. Don't do it and then dig in later. Xia Ling wasn't worried about this. They're digging people up all they want. We're not worried. Our cohesion will surprise them. Zhao Yenner nodded her head. Indeed, what we are worried about now is mainly the casualties. There are bound to be casualties, because there are too many, and did not rush down directly, but waited for all of them to come out and then came in one surge. This will be troublesome. Even if Xia Ling and I have the ability to have a wide range of means of attack, the mosquitoes are bound to spread out and come in from all directions. It's impossible for us to quickly put all the mosquitoes out. Xia Ling stared. Yes, so all the crew members will inevitably face these mosquitoes? The stronger ones are okay. The lower crew members will be in danger. This low-level secret realm is not considered to be much difficulty for us, but even if all of them are solved, there will inevitably be casualties. Not to mention, we are now on a ship, not on land. It's hard to spread out even if we want to. However, it's not like we can do nothing. In the sky mosquitoes are still gathering. Xia Ling jumped off the finger-cold gas diffusion touching the sea surface. At once, click-click-click icing sound. The seawater around the boat freezes. Surfaced a square 100 meters range of the ice layer. This was the limit of Xia Ling now. Unable to freeze the range too far, trying to let the lower crew take advantage of the opportunity to escape the shore. But the sea was far from being able to freeze to the shore. And just then, it couldn't continue to freeze, because the mosquitoes that had blackened the sky had all come out, instantly buzzing towards the bottom and spreading out, enveloping them in a potpourri of pirates. In this way, even if Xia Ling and Zhao Yenner went all out with their wide-range attacks, they couldn't get rid of all the mosquitoes quickly. Xia Ling shouted, lower crew to the center of the ship, full crew on the perimeter, combat crew, cadres on the outermost perimeter. You deal with the ones around. Flame and I will deal with the ones above. It's the only way to do it. Try to protect the weaker, lower-ranking crews and minimize casualties. But know that it is impossible to do it without a single casualty and can only try to minimize it. The lower crews were also panicked, and were bound to be outmatched if faced with too many mosquitoes, but also knew that they had to go all out. On the shore, Lin Muxue was surprised. Surprisingly, no one has fled. Their cohesion isn't bad. However, I don't believe that anyone isn't afraid of death. Raising the loudspeaker, Lin Muxue shouted, anyone willing to join my Heaven's Pride pirates? I, Lin Muxue, will step in to help, and with the rattling thunderfruit I can attack from a distance. So choose quickly. Just raise your hand and shout that you want to join, and I'll keep an eye on you and protect you. As she said that, electricity raged throughout Lin Muxue's body, and at that moment, the other pirate groups, too, were holding loudspeakers. Fighting lowly crews will just be pointless casualties. Run away and join us. We'll do it if there are mosquitoes chasing you. It's not worth it for one of your pirate crews to face it. The casualties are bound to be not insignificant and the deaths will basically be of lowly crew members. There may be casualties among the regular crew as well. Flee and join us. Li Tsang also took the opportunity to provoke. Your captain is really selfish. In order to come to pick up you, lead you to, and thus in the sea to face the sudden emergence of the secret realm, so that you in danger. You think about it, how unworthy the heart must be very upset, right? Don't follow such a captain. Join my Tianjiao pirates. Lin Muxue agreed. Yes, for the sake of a Yi. It puts you all in danger. Saying that you are here to recruit casual cultivators, but you all know in your hearts that you are mainly here to pick up Yi to join you. So it's your captain and Yi who have harmed you. Hearing these words, Xia Ling was furious and chided. Shut up you guys, Lin Muxue sneered. Isn't that the right thing to say? Hurry up and quit. Join us and you can be guaranteed not to die. At this time, here, it is also being broadcast live and can be seen all over the Dragon Kingdom, either on cell phones or on TV. Other cities, even if they show up, are in little danger and have few casualties because they're on land, can be spread out, and don't appear to have pirate groups that don't do anything about it. The other cities, all the pirate groups to fight for, to solve the mosquito, only the city of the East China Sea, appeared in the sea kilometers away from the shore, which has a limitation, so that the 4 pirate groups do not make a move to try to catch the fish. There is obviously more value in recruiting some people than in solving mosquitoes. Watching the live stream, the talk went on and on. There's definitely going to be a lot of dropouts. Yeah, if I were you I would definitely want to live and would choose to join the pirate group on the shore and run for my life. On the contrary, the result will inevitably be that Summerling's pirate group will, this time, lose quite a few crew members, a great deal. Even if Yi joins in, it won't be able to make up for it at all because Yi doesn't have much strength. Soon, to everyone's surprise, because of Xia Ling's crew, none of them faltered, but looked determined. Stop yelling, it's annoying, there's no way we're quitting. Don't underestimate our cohesion and bonding. We're partners. This makes Lin Muxue and others surprised. Unexpected, how can it be? Provocation is actually useless. The pirate group is now all set up for a month. This thought, there is not much cohesion in feelings, but Xia Ling's pirate group, cohesion is so high. This made their faces ugly, and their intentions were defeated. But, they still didn't make a move. Humph, if you don't join, then there will be no small casualties. Even though you can't get experience, you don't have much experience, so it's better to have casualties and a reduced battle force for your pirate group. Came to recruit, but it was attrition. Ha ha. Li Tsong looked at Yi Yu, who was not far away, and said sarcastically, Yi Yu, are you ashamed? Because of you, quite a few of your friends' crew are going to be killed by you. Lin Muxue also felt that Yi Yu was definitely not a taste inside at this time, and was also sarcastic. Yeah, regret? There will surely be a lot of casualties. You'll thank me with your death later. Ha ha ha. At this time, Xia Ling's heart is heavy, condensing several ice prongs towards the mosquitoes rushing down from high altitude, knowing that there will be casualties, and even more so, Yi Yu's heart at this time must be very guilty, for fear that Yi Yu will do something stupid because of guilt. But, at this moment, Yi Yu's face was bland. Zhao Yenner's burning fruit ability erupted as she prepared to constantly throw fire punches, and the rest of the crew, too, stood by, ready to attack the mosquitoes. Even if there will be casualties, they are not to be feared and cannot be shaken or there will be more casualties. However, right at this moment, Yi Yu, who was on the shore, moved. Tianjiao pirates, Qingfeng is worried. Captain, Yi Yu, but he knows hegemony color hegemony. Lin Muxue wasn't worried, I know, but what's the use of such a long distance? 1,000 meters? What's more, these mosquitoes, not those piranhas before, can be compared to. This is a secret realm out of the creatures. Although the number of people, resulting in each of the strength is not strong, but it is also more powerful than the previous piranhas, but also such a long distance. His hegemonic color hegemony can have what? However, suddenly, Lin Muxue's words rattled to a halt. On the shore, Yi Yu moved, pacing towards the harbor, facing the sea, and opened his mouth in a domineering and awe-inspiring voice. They, too, will all be my crew and companions, and to try to harm them in my presence is not something I will allow. When the words fell, just as Xia Ling as well as the crew were waiting in a tight line, their faces were grave. They suddenly changed their faces in shock, all of them looking towards the shore, their gazes focusing on Yi Yu, only to see, Yi Yu's face instantly became cold and domineering, his eyes full of might as he glared angrily towards the 1,000 meters of sea in front of him. Boom! Terrifying aura, itself on the outbreak, dark red overlord color hegemonic aura, rushed out, instantly spread to 1,000 meters away from the sea, so that this heaven and earth have instantly become dark red, everywhere filled with dark red arcs of electricity, thousands of meters away from each other. Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony, directly covered from a distance, the mosquitoes rushing down from the sky, Instantly large swaths of fainting. The body of the mosquitoes in flight stagnated, fixed in midair, and then clattered down. This scene was seen by everyone around them, and even everyone watching the live stream. All of them were dumbstruck. End of chapter. Chapter 31, They all beg ye you to come aboard. Chapter 31, They all beg ye you to come aboard. Those watching the broadcast rubbed their eyes in disbelief. My God. I'm not blind, am I? Is this Overlord color hegemony? Overlord color hegemony can be so terrifying? It stunned those mosquitoes, and from such a distance. Isn't the hegemonic color hegemonic power the equivalent of a fan? For the Overlord color hegemony, the entire Dragon Kingdom was aware of it because it had been on the hot search. Apart from Qingfeng, who possessed the Overlord color hegemony, there was another person, a contracted incapacitated person, who also possessed the Overlord color hegemony. This person's name was Zhao Lin. His talent was at level 8, and the contracted incapacitated person's name was Mitsuki Goten. So, a lot is known about the bully color. Unable to cultivate to obtain it, but also did not feel pity, because it felt that the Overlord color was very ribbed. But now, the scene in front of them made them incredulous. Zhao Lin at this time for the vibration. His talent 8 level, before the natural first choice of devil fruit. But the contract is a failure. 8 level of him, then choose to contract shock fruit. Immortal bird fruit, these, all failed. The last remaining 2 opportunities. Thinking of contract does not sound powerful, rubber fruit it. Still failed. So, he panicked and had to use his last chance to contract an incapacitated person. Hand-picking one that looked powerful and calling Mitsuki Goten. He naturally knew the Overlord color, but found that it was, indeed, very ribald. Even when used on a low-talent person, it couldn't affect. At most, it made the other person dizzy for a bit, but not to the point of fainting. And what he saw now, which he was sure was a hegemonic color hegemony, was so terrifying that it wasn't even comparable to his own hegemonic color hegemony. At this time, the beach, Qingfeng shook. His Overlord color hegemony is even stronger than before. Lin Mushue face ugly. Know that Yi Yu hegemony color hegemony powerful, but do not put on the heart. Think so far away. Certainly useless. Think in the future Yi Yu's hegemony color hegemony will not have much effect. After all the people's strength is also improving. But now, to her horror, she realized that even though the target wasn't their crew, a number of lower-ranking crew members had fainted. Li Son, horrified, jealous, shouted, "Everyone stay away from him, those close to him are fainting, stay away from him for 500 meters, no, 1,000 meters. Although the target was not them, it made many people quickly move away, because as long as they were too close to Yi Yu, who was bursting out his Overlord color hegemony at this time, they would shiver, sweat coldly, and even faint. The other 3 pirate groups, for the vibration, also did not expect the Overlord color hegemony can be so strong. At once, looking at Yi Yu's eyes, extremely burning, and Xia Ling, Zhao Yener, at this time extremely shocked, everyone on the boat realized that they do not need to do it, because the mosquitoes in the sky are falling down in a clatter. Originally, it was thought that a number of lower crew members would be sacrificed, but now, the crisis was directly resolved, without them even having to make a move. The mosquitoes all crashed into the sea and quickly drowned. Yi Yu felt that the experience boosted quite a bit, although it didn't escalate, it was still pretty good. When all the mosquitoes were stunned and fell into the sea, Yi Yu converged his chi and the world returned to normal. Zhao Yener was shocked. Xia Ling, why didn't you tell me that your friend knows Overlord color hegemony and that his Overlord color hegemony is so strong? Xia Ling was also stunned. I only just realized it. The cadres, too, were all shocked. And just like that, it was solved. It's because of Yi Yu. He didn't fight. He just exploded his hegemonic color hegemony and took care of all the mosquitoes. I was just thinking in my mind, in order to pick him up, we come with such fanfare. Very unnecessary, but now, I think, come a little abrupt. Should hang banners on the boat, lights and colors, prepare fireworks salute, Yi Yu on board the boat when a warm celebration of welcome. I'm like you, I was upset and a little sour inside before coming to pick up this connection, and now I'm tempted to slap myself. It's Big Brother. Even if our own strength is not as good as ours, this Overlord color hegemony alone is very useful. At this point, the official, lowly crew, even more embarrassed, gets punched in the face. I'm at fault. Just now I whispered that Yi Yu was a relation, and that it wasn't worth it to pick him up, and now I realize that I was wrong. I was thinking that because I came to pick him up, it put us in danger, but now that I see how powerful he is, I just want to say that even if this is a Sea King type of sea, I still have to come. Yi Yu must be on board. Captain Nyobi, It's great to have a friend like Yi. It's an honor for the captain, and even more so for us. For a while, everyone on board wanted to slap themselves. Some were even already slapping their own faces, feeling that they had just offended Yi and shouldn't have said those words. Zhao Yener was also a little embarrassed. Before there was nothing on the surface, but in her heart, she also felt that Xiaoling had some love brain. But now, she only felt that Xiaoling was so good, pulling in such a powerful one for them. Zhao Yener reminded, urging, don't all freeze. Quickly continue sailing and pick up Yi on board. Cadre, crew get busy fast. Right. Go pick up Yi. Don't keep Big Brother waiting. I have to thank Big Brother Yi properly. Otherwise the lowly crew member me would have been seriously injured just now without dying. The other pirate groups on the seashore. You can see that their captain's eyes are extremely burning. They are also definitely staring at Yi. Let's quickly go and pick up the big man on the ship. At this point, it did. And the pirate group on the beach moved quickly. Originally thought that Yi wasted. No one wants to invite Yi to join. The strongest talent. But the contract 7 incapable people. But now, do not look at the strength of Yi. Alone this horrible hegemonic color hegemony. It is very important. In the big group battle, it is simply a killing weapon. Yi, get on my boat. Cadre for you. Don't get on his ship. Get on mine and I can give you a co-captain. Get on mine. Our pirate group has a lot of girls, and our strength is not inferior to theirs. You can be the vice captain, and pick whichever girl you like. For a time, they invited, and even scrambled. Lin Mushue was shaken at this time, and inwardly regretted a little, cursing his overlord color hegemony. How did he raise it so much? Now even some of my official crew members, facing his overlord color, may be stunned. Xingfeng guessed, it seems that the 7 people he contracted may all know the overlord color, thus causing his overlord color to be so strong as it can be stacked. Perhaps, in the future, even at a later stage, his overlord color hegemony will not only stun the minions, but perhaps some of the official crew members will be affected, and even if they don't faint, they will be dizzy. Sudden dizziness in the middle of a battlefield. That's fatal. The Tianjiao pirates crew, at once, also very much wanted Yi on board. Captain, why don't you go apologize? Originally Yi would have been our pirate group. Just when the Captain, although face is important, the strength of the pirate group is more important. The sailing adventure has just begun, and having Yi can make our future much easier. At once, many cadres began to persuade. Li Tsong's heart sank with anger. Where is your backbone? Yi is not so bad that we begged him to get on the boat. So what if the hegemonic color hegemony is powerful? This is the world where the strong are honored. As long as he can't influence the strong, Yi, is still useless. Shut up. Lin Mushue chortled and walked towards Yi after a brief hesitation. The regret in his heart was to be more than the time when the piranha appeared. Although he was the one who kicked Yi off the boat and also guaranteed that it was impossible to beg Yi to join, but now he wanted to try. Although face was important, the future and prospects were more important. Lin Mushue looked in the mirror, replenished her makeup, and smoothed her hair before smiling and approaching, softly opening her mouth. Fei brother, I did not expect that your overlord color hegemony has become stronger than before. The real change is about to begin. Let's start the adventure. Tianjiao pirate group is the 2 of us. You cannot join the other pirate group. Come back. You as a vice captain. In the future, ringing the thunder fruit of me to protect you. The strong to me, the minions to you, the 2 of us to cooperate, to dominate the sea. However, Yi directly ignored it and waved and smiled towards the boat sailing ahead, seeing Xia Ling on the bow and greeting her. Sister Ling, being ignored. Lin Mushue made herself continue to keep smiling and began to apologize in a petulant manner. Feather brother, people know wrong well. Forgive people. As compensation, I go to your home tonight to find you, and I this time, not only just let you kiss a little, I allow you to catch a grasp. As the words fell, Lin Mushue looked down at her high mountain. Yi frowned and spoke indifferently. Even if you let me sleep, I won't agree to you. This made Lin Mushue's face ugly. Yi sarcastically said, you're the one who kicked me off the boat, and now you're asking me to go back? Who said you won't beg me and regret it later? Then, brother Feather, tell me how. First get on your knees and beg me, then apologize, and the captain's position has to be mine, so I can consider it. This caused Lin Mushue to blush hard and no longer continue to smile, once again being high and mean. I'm really giving you face. I've been like that, and you still give me an inch. Do you really think I have to let you on board? If it wasn't for the fact that your overlord color aura is more powerful, I wouldn't have done what I did just now. I have to admit, your overlord color hegemony is very useful, but not so much that I kneel down to apologize and give you the captain. That's impossible. You love to come or not. This is definitely the last time to give you a good face, and it's impossible to pull you onto the ship in the future. Yi Yu smiled. Really? Then what if you back out again? Or even kneel down and beg me later? Lin Muxue laughed, feeling that she had heard a huge joke. Ha ha ha, that really amuses me. Really think you're worth a lot? Just want to use you to clean up some stragglers later. Do you really think you're important in a pirate group? On the most important part of a pirate group. It's the powerful warriors. It can't be you. So I'm going to beg you on my knees to join me? No way. What is your identity? What is my identity? Overlord color hegemony powerful some of you. Simply not worthy of ringing thunder fruit ability to get me on my knees to beg you. Absolutely impossible. End of chapter. Chapter 32, all parties pulling together. Threats. Chapter 32, all parties pulling together. Threats. Lin Muxue felt that this was definitely the last time, and would definitely not let Yi Yu join again in the future, even if the Overlord color hegemony became stronger. At that moment, the other captains were furious and cursed towards Lin Muxue. What to say about Yi Yu? Even if his own strength isn't strong, the status that he possesses by relying on his Overlord color hegemony alone is definitely extremely high. You don't want to belittle Yi Yu. Yi Yu, we won't belittle you. Really, can't we get on our boat? It's okay if you can't. Make a friend. Lin Muxue saw that these people were still balking and being sarcastic. Humph. His Overlord color hegemony is powerful, but in this world, survival of the fittest. At the back, the weak strength will definitely become less and less. So what is the use of his Overlord color hegemony at that time? Weak strength can't go to the end. Even if his hegemonic color hegemony will improve, it's useless at the later stage. It can't have an effect on the slightly more powerful ones. So you guys don't flatter him so much. Lin Muxue said this, also comforting herself, and instantly felt better. But the others were still polite to Yi Yu. After all, powerful thermal weapons had all disappeared and were hard to build. But Yi Yu's Overlord color hegemony was equivalent to a powerful thermal weapon. Even though many pirate ships are equipped with cannonballs, and many crew members are equipped with guns, but the power is not big. And Yi Yu's Overlord color hegemony, it is equivalent to a wide-range killing weapon. And in a group battle, it can instantly make the place significantly reduced. And that's what they are looking for. At this time, throughout the Dragon Kingdom, many pirate groups were shaken by it. Bai Shaohan was surprised. What a powerful Overlord color hegemony. Is this the benefit of contracting an incapacitated person? Black Jia didn't care. If I were you, even though I know that the Overlord color hegemony is strong when stacked, I would still choose the powerful devil fruit. The rest of the crew agreed. Yes, the devil fruit is the king, and the battle is still won or lost depending on the battle between the strongest. And, in future group battles, Yi Yu will be easily targeted and will definitely all want to take the lead in solving him. That's right. Even though there will be people to protect them, it's difficult to do so when fighting evenly matched. Bai Shaohan stared. Even so, it's still necessary to try to draw him in and throw him an olive branch. But it seems that he's going to join the pirate group of the freeze fruit ability, and he seems to be a good friend. As long as there is hope, we have to give it a try. Not to mention, our pirate group is definitely stronger and more promising than theirs. And if Yi Yu is not willing to join, we will pull in their entire pirate group. Boss has a point. At this time, the Green Dragon Pirates. Wang Quanshi is also extremely valued. This Yi Yu, it seems that he hasn't become a complete invalid. Hegemonic color hegemony. Still very useful. Have to find a way to pull him in. Captain, his hegemonic color hegemony, to our Green Dragon Pirates, the impact is not too big, right? After all, our requirements are very high. The crew starting out have to be artificial devil fruit ability, so we also have the name of 10,000 Beasts Pirates, because most of us are animal-based. His Overlord color hegemony, at most stun the minions. Want to stun our crew? I'm afraid that can't be done. The King's Power Master was still eager. Even so, let him join, because the other pirate groups, they won't be like us. Also, Captain, so what if he doesn't join? Wang Quanshi was bashful. It's fine if we don't join. Anyway, our Green Dragon pirate group won't be restrained. It's the other pirate groups that will have to worry about it. At this time, the hot searches were constantly dominated by Yi Yu. All because of Yi Yu's powerful Overlord color hegemony. Then a lot of hot searches below. All the major pirate groups issued invitations to Yi Yu to join their pirate groups. There are the strongest pirate group, the Green Dragon pirate group, the Juggernaut pirate group, the Destruction pirate group, the Flying pirate group and so on. All are powerful pirate groups, with captains who are gifted at level 10 and have powerful devil fruit abilities, and all want Yi Yu to join them. At this time, Xia Ling and Zhao Yener know that Yi Yu has become very sought after, and after looking at the hot search, they know that there are also powerful pirate groups that have issued warnings to them not to recruit Yi Yu to join them, or else they will certainly retaliate. The crew members, too, all instantly realized Yi Yu's snatch. Zhao Yener said in a condensed voice, Xia Ling, now too many powerful pirate groups, all want Yi Yu ah. Some of them, may be stronger than us. Do you think Yi Yu will hesitate? Xia Ling believed, I support whatever Yi Yu chooses, but I know that he will definitely choose to join and be with me in a pirate group. Even if those powerful pirate groups pull him in, he won't go over. Zhao Yener breathed a sigh of relief. It was happy. It would be great if Yi Yu could get on the boat. Though, Zhao Yener was worried. There are two pirate groups, with threatening words, telling us not to let Yi Yu on board. These two pirate groups are the Soul Fruit Ability, the Juggernaut pirate group created by Song Ling, the Puffy Fruit's Golden Demon, the Flying pirate group created by the Puffy Fruit. Put words on the hotspot, saying that as long as we dare to let Yi Yu on board the ship, will be impolite to us. Xia Ling was naturally furious upon hearing this and inquired, Are you afraid? Zhao Yener smiled fearlessly. Of course I'm not afraid. Summerling then looked to the cadres, the crew, and inquired, Is everyone scared? At once, the crew spoke in unison, with great vigor. No fear. Good. Worthy of our pirate crew. Threats we cannot be afraid. In addition, how to choose? Have to look at Yi Yu. At this point, Summerling's boat docked, and Happy jumped off the boat, in the air, and could be seen bouncing around. Yi Yu secretly sighed. It's been a long time. Xia Ling has grown up again. Xia Ling jumped down and directly pounced on Yi Yu in excitement. Brother Feather, it's been a long time. I've missed you. I've been wanting to come see you for a long time, but it's not safe on the sea, so I had to come now. Xia Ling directly jumped onto Yi Yu. Her arms wrapped around Yi Yu's neck and her legs coiled around Yi Yu's waist. Yi Yu obediently put his hands around Xia Ling's waist and reminded, So many people are watching, and the live broadcast is everywhere, facing the entire Dragon Kingdom. Pay attention. Xia Ling also realized that she had lost her temper and was too excited, and hurriedly came down, feeling happy for Yi Yu. Great. Your overlord color hegemony is so powerful. The reason why he was happy was not because of the usefulness of being on the ship, but the fact that it was good that Yi Yu could have a skill, so that Yi Yu could feel better. Xia Ling then looked around, as well as the live broadcast not far away, and looked towards Yi Yu, her face serious. And at this time, the surrounding pirate groups also quieted down, including the entire Dragon Kingdom. Too many people staring at the live broadcast screen, eyes focused on Yi Yu, because all know that Yi Yu is bound to know those hot searches as well, and everyone wants to know whether Yi Yu is pressured to not choose to join Xia Ling's pirate group first, or to join directly, and exactly how he will choose. At that moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom quieted down and looked at Yi Yu, waiting for a response. End of chapter. Chapter 33, A Domineering Response. Chapter 33, A Domineering Response. While waiting, many people had their guesses. Do you think Yi Yu will join straight away? I don't think so. Because of having too powerful overlord color hegemony, Yi Yu is very sought after. If he joins, then he will be hostile to the other pirate groups. Yeah, even if Yi Yu wants to join, a pirate group wouldn't dare to take in easily. Unable to recruit Yi Yu, then it is bound to be no small threat. Although it is important to say that the strong, but it has to be the middle and late stage, and now just started. Yi Yu's hegemonic color hegemony is extremely important. I think Yi Yu will definitely say that he won't join any of the pirate groups for now, so that he doesn't offend anyone, and then say that he will only choose the strongest, leaving the conflict to the powerful pirate groups to fight over. Makes sense. At this time, quite a few powerful pirate groups were holding out hope, especially the Green Dragon pirate group, the strongest pirate group, the Juggernaut pirate group, and these. Song Ling coldly grunted. He definitely won't join. He will announce that he will join us, because if he doesn't, but he will be hostile to us. And even old me, I will personally go to him. Let him know the power of the soul fruit, and when I face him, I only need to ask a question to decide whether he will live or die. She was confident enough to feel that not many people would be unafraid to face the inquiry of a soul spell, and the slightest bit of fear would have their souls drained from them. The Flying Pirates, the Puffy Fruit Ability, and the Golden Demon are also confident. It's hard to say which pirate group to choose to join, but definitely won't join the pirate group of the Freeze Fruit Ability person right now. That would be not taking us. The powerful pirate groups. Seriously, especially since the Flying Pirates, put out the word that once I dared to join it, I'd do it to him in a very short time, so even more so, I won't be able to join it. A lot of people, that's what they think. Lin Mushue's heart was cooler at this time. sarcastically. Admit your weakness and hurry up to announce that you won't be joining. However, in the next instant, Yi Yu opened his mouth to make an announcement, and the entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. Yi Yu spoke with a straight face, "There's no need to invite the other pirate groups. I won't be joining." When the words fell, Yi Yu didn't say anything else, but said to Xia Ling, "Let's get on the boat." Summerling was happy. I knew it. Zhao Yener as well as the crew were happy. Yi Yu was still going to join them. Good. This was no small boost for their pirate group. For a while, the pirate group on the shore had some ugly faces. Lin Muxue frowned even more, not expecting Yi Yu to choose to join without hesitation. Li Tsong coldly laughed. "Yi Yu, you know the hot search now, right? Basically asked you to join them, and even some also threatened you. You even when these do not exist completely do not put them in the eyes of the as if you think that they are just a mouth high, really cannot take you how." While saying this, Li Tsong was naturally arching fire. Yi Yu's right hand was raised and ready to reach for the black blade knight behind him, when Xia Ling suddenly moved, with great speed. Shut up! The cold air swept quickly, directly freezing Li Tsong's mouth, which made Li Tsong unable to speak at all. Xia Ling said in a deep voice, "I've wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time. Now you remember. Yi Yu is not only my most important person, but also my partner." Lin Muxue's face is ugly, which makes some lose face. Naturally, it is not possible to just look at it. As the saying goes, you have to look at the master even if you hit the dog. In a single discharge, electricity arced towards Xia Ling, but it was crushed by the ice prawns that were shot out, the lightning disintegrating and the ice shattering. Zhao Yener's right hand flamed over as she said in a deep voice, "What? Want to fight?" At once, the crew behind them, too, were ready to strike. Lin Muxue wouldn't wimp out and offered, "The remaining 3 pirate groups, should we join forces?" However, the remaining 3 didn't have such thoughts. Not to mention that there was a rule that they couldn't be easily brutalized, and even if they did, there would surely be a considerable number of casualties, and it was simply not worth it. There was no benefit. Yi Yu a hegemonic color? Too many of them will faint, and Zhao Yener, Xia Ling's strength, are also very strong, as well as other cadres. Therefore, not very serious friction. Disputes of interest will not easily rise to the level of a major war. It is not worth it. The other pirate captains arch fire. Lin Muxue, you're a rattling thunder fruit ability. Believe in your strength. Against them, you guys will be enough. Lin Muxue frowned as the lightning on her body disappeared, not intending to make a move. She will not be stupid to let the Tianjiao pirate group, and the other side of the war, cannot win or not good to say. After all, Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony, can make them too much reduction in the power of the war. Lin Muxue looking for reasons, also have to follow the rules, cannot easily kill each other. After all, 3 years later the navy will come down to fierce big group war, unless it is to compete for a very big treasure opportunity. Obviously, Yi Yu only rely on the hegemonic color hegemony. Not worth it, so there is no need. Lin Muxue didn't want the big battle to break out now, because the adventure was just about to start. The real mutation would come in a few more hours, and before that, it would be detrimental to let the pirate group suffer casualties. It would just be a favor to others. At this time, the other pirate groups watched the live broadcast with ugly faces. Wang Quanshi frowned. Surprisingly, he directly chose to join, as if he pretends that we, the pirate group that is on the hot seat, don't exist. "Captain, what to do? Should we go and strangle him?" Wang Quanshi shook his head. "There's no need. We, the Green Dragon Pirates, aren't afraid of his overlord color hegemony. Leave it to the other pirate groups." At this moment, by Xiaohan's side, it's a pity that he chose to join. Black Jie said grimly, "Settle him? Avoid his hegemonic color hegemony being stronger." Not yet. Didn't a pirate group already put the word out? Let's see if they're bluffing or if they really intend to do it. At once, many people in the Dragon Kingdom, their attention was focused on Song Ling's Juggernaut pirates, and Golden Demon's flying pirates. After all, only these two, which are clearly put out harsh words, on the top few hot searches. That is, Yi Yu as long as he dares to join directly, will definitely find Yi Yu's trouble. Sharing dared to take it, and would also find trouble with Sharing and the entire pirate group. As a result, Yi Yu dared to join and Xia Ling dared to accept. At once, many people swung up to eat. The Golden Demon's face was ice cold. "Humph, what a contempt for me." Without any hesitation or fear at all, the crew was exasperated. Indeed, he did not take us seriously, and he must have known about our warnings. Is it certain that the mutation has just begun and we dare not make war on them? If we go to war, it's going to be a fierce battle and there will be a lot of casualties. Golden Demon also knew that it could be thought of at this time, Song Ling must be in a similar mood as himself, and immediately contacted. Song Ling knew that the Golden Demon was looking for him, and could probably guess, so he contacted. Golden Demon. What is it? Song Ling, Yi Yu, as well as Xia Ling and the rest of them, they don't seem to put us in their eyes, thinking that we wouldn't dare. You must be as angry as I am. Indeed, I am also angry, as if I were not afraid of us. So, let the word go first. Good. Soon, the #1 hot search was dominated by the fact that Song Ling, the Golden Demon, had issued a joint warning. Let Yi Yu directly withdraw and do not join, and let Xia Ling not accept Yi Yu, so that he can pretend that nothing happened. But if it still doesn't listen, then the Flying Pirates and the Juggernaut Pirates will join forces with the purpose of dealing with Yi Yu, and will soon head to Hang City, and declared that this is not a scare, but will definitely take action. When these words came out, all of a sudden, it caused vibrations and felt that this state of affairs, the more tense, the more concerned the gourds were. Everyone's eyes, once again, focused towards the live broadcast screen, wanting to see whether Yi Yu and Xia Ling would admit defeat. Lin Mu Shui is also bloating looking at, reminding, advise you to quit, admit defeat, even you. It is impossible not to be afraid of it, right? Juggernaut and Flying Sky, these two pirate groups, but it is likely to be the top 5 on the list of pirate groups in the near future. Is the 4 Emperor pirate group favorite? You do not want to be 2 future 4 Emperor pirate groups staring at it? There's no one who isn't afraid, right? Even she, Lin Mu Shui, didn't dare to easily mess with 2 pirate groups with the potential of the 4 emperors at the same time. At this time, Xia Ling was furious. These 2 pirate groups, really bullying people. But inside, it was also heavy. Zhao Yen'er likewise, 1 pirate group could put up a fight if they went to war with them, but 2 joining forces would be detrimental to them. But, even so, they were rising in battle intent rather than not allowing Yi Yu to join them. Xia Ling looked at Yi Yu and said with a straight face, Yi Yu, make your choice. I'll listen to you, no matter what choice you make. Even if you don't join, I can still understand. Zhao Yen'er and the others also nodded and would show their understanding. For a while, silence fell as everyone looked at Yi Yu. Yi Yu at this time looked at the hot search on the phone, his face turned off blandly, facing a live camera not far away. His eyes became cold, domineering, fearless, as if his eyes pierced through the camera and fell on the gold devil who was watching. Song Ling, unable to help it, Golden Demon and Song Ling, both frowned slightly. This look made them uncomfortable. The other crew members of these 2 pirate groups, even more uncomfortable, even foot thousands of low-level crew members, cannot help but body shivering a little. The eyes do not dare to look at the live broadcast screen, do not dare to meet with such a domineering gaze of Yi Yu. Yi Yu smiled disdainfully and spoke in an awe-inspiring voice. 2 pirate groups with the potential to be 4 emperors? Oh, even if it's 2 4 emperors, so what? After a pause, Yi Yu's voice became high-pitched. Our pirate group, but we're going to be the existence of a king in the future. How can we be afraid of just 2 4 emperors? Once again, Yi Yu's eyes and voice became cold to the extreme. If you dare to come, I don't mind making the pirate group list afterward less competitive, so that the Flying Sky and Juggernaut pirate group can't make the list. End of chapter. Chapter 34, Big Trouble Coming? Chapter 34, Big Trouble Coming? After Yi Yu responded, the entire world became silent and too many people were dumbstruck. Silence passed. Shock. Disbelief. I didn't expect Yi Yu to dare to respond like this. So dominant, not only in his aura, his eyes, but also in what he says. But that would be a pain in the ass, wouldn't it? At this time, the big pirate group, on the other hand, was shaken, not expecting Yi Yu to be so bold. And the most furious, naturally, is the Golden Devil and Song Ling. The Golden Demon became furious. What a big nerve to say such words. Do you really think we are just talking? Song Ling's face turned icy cold, and she smiled instead of being angry. Well, you have the guts. Then, it's necessary to make a move on you guys, or else where will we put our face? If Yi Yu didn't put these harsh words, they would still hesitate. After all, thinking about the real mutation has just begun. It is obvious that all of them have to avoid the friction of a great war, and they have to focus on adventuring, looking for treasure or encountering the secret realm, and constantly improving. But now, they are also being racked up, and Yi Yu has said so. If they don't do anything, then it would be too disgraceful. The Golden Demon was furious and inquired over the phone. Song Ling, you heard it all, right? So, do you dare? If you don't dare, the Flying Sky Pirates, will go find him soon. Make him regret it. Song Ling didn't hesitate. I naturally also want to let him know how powerful he is. Not putting us in his eyes at all. Really think we don't dare to make a move? Find a time. Let's act together. Even if their pirate group also has strong people, even if his overlord color hegemonic aura can make a lot of combatants faint, but when the time comes, won't we just lay out? Low-level battle power. Sit in the secondary ship in a distant place. Wait to beat EU down. He can't use the hegemonic color hegemony. Low-level battle power, then rush over. Golden Demon nodded. Not a bad arrangement. That's it. Then when there are more secondary ships, that's when we make our move. The Golden Demon inquired. Shipbuilder, how many ships does it take to fill the lower warbands? Captain, our Green Dragon pirate group. A lot of crew. After all, too many artificial devil fruit ability to join. There are a lot of being all over the dragon country. Are waiting for us to recruit. Estimated that the total number of our Green Dragon pirate group in the early stage in 30,000. Want to all take a boat. Then need 10 big vice ship. Expected to need 20 to 20 days. The Golden Demon frowned. His tone unquestioning. That's too long. I'll give you 15 days. After 15 days, I'm going to take action and touch base with them. At that time, the live broadcast will be turned on, so that Yi will kneel down and apologize and admit his weakness in front of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Yes, Captain. I'll do my best to build it. At this point, the ship's wise man reminded. Captain, it's best to focus on finding treasures and searching for the secret realm first. Doing so is something that many powerful pirate groups would be happy to see. We can't let our impulsiveness affect us. Our goal is the One King pirate group. Golden Demon's voice was low. Humph. It's useless for anyone to say it. With my strength, plus the Juggernaut pirates, could it be that you would think that the pirate battle with EU in half a month would be intense and dangerous? No. It will only be a lopsided situation. We won't have much to lose. It won't affect. In addition, all of them can be crushed them at the same time. To be collected. If you don't want to join, then die. Okay. The wise man was no longer dissuaded. And Song Ling was of the same thought. If they were one pirate group, then to hesitate and think about whether it was worth it or not. But with two powerful pirate groups joining forces, they felt no problem. Yi were the pirate group, the current powerful. Also on the freeze fruit Xiao Ling and burn fruit Zhao Yan Air, with their pirate group alone. Surely they are the dominant pirate group is stronger. Not to mention with the Green Dragon pirate group to join forces. At once, the statements of the two major pirate groups were released, occupying the first place in the hot search. The Green Dragon pirate group and the Juggernaut pirate group had confirmed that they were joining forces and would make a move on Yi soon. If Xiao Ling's pirate group doesn't want to get into trouble, don't let Yi on board. This caused many powerful pirate groups to gloat. No need for us to make a move. Yi is unwilling to join, so such an existence will die young. There'll be a good show when the time comes. Come on. Now place your bets on which side will win. Still need to think? It must be that the Green Dragon and the Juggernaut pirates won a big victory, and instead of doing it right away, shortly afterward, stating that there are tactics to have the lower crews wait on the wares first at a distance when the time comes. Indeed, in our place, the pirates would have done the same. Then they are bound to be miserable. It's not easy to say whether Xiao Ling and the others are miserable or not, because as long as they don't allow Yi to join, it's fine, but Yi must be miserable. If they don't allow them to join, then what will Yi do when he faces these two big pirate groups? He will use his dominant color hegemony? Oh, the only thing he relies on is not useful at all against the strong. They came to the conclusion that no matter what the choice was, Yi was bound to be miserable. At this moment, Xiao Ling knew the message sent by the Juggernaut and the Green Dragon pirates, and without the slightest fear, he opened his mouth in an awe-inspiring voice. Don't think I'll throw up Yi with such a threat. No way. Yi wants to join. Our pirate group is begging for it. We won't keep Yi off the ship. After responding, the Golden Demon's face was icy cold. Let me, Gold Demon, know how to freeze and burn fruits. Song Ling similarly felt that Xiao Ling was very stupid as Yi, and was completely doing deaf. At this time, Xiao Ling responded after the crew. Not at all timid. Not because of such a threat. Will not be afraid. The world is watching it. If they are afraid, then they face. Welcome aboard, Big Brother Yi. So what if the two major pirate groups are united? We're not afraid. More admiration for honoring Captain and Yi. Not a wimp at all. At this point, Li Tsong gloated. Surprisingly, I'm not afraid to remind you that it's not too late to quit and join our pirate group. The other pirate groups also rushed to seize the opportunity. Yes, quit. You pirate group next. How dangerous. Big trouble. Hurry up and quit. We will accept you. Although there's a hegemony color powerhouse like Yi, he's not a real powerhouse, just hegemony color powerful. And when the time comes, hegemony color will definitely have no use for him. The result of a certain doom. So don't hold out. Hurry up and quit and join us. However, no one disembarked, which surprised them that the cohesion was so strong. Summerling was satisfied and proud. Lin Mushui looked at Yi Yu sarcastically. What a big mouth. Still wanting to become a one-king pirate? Do you think highly of your partner? Or do you think highly of yourself? If you are high on your partner, you are indeed high on your partner. Freezing fruit, burning fruit, although it is powerful, it can't be done yet. As for being high on yourself, that's even higher. Li Tsong agreed, and uttering the words of the district's 4 emperors. It's hard to say whether your pirate group can become a 4-emperor pirate group or not, and you're still saying such big words. Yi Yu coldly smiled, looked at the surrounding pirates and coldly opened his mouth. Do you want your crew to get some sleep? When these words came out, Lin Mushui, Li Tsong hurriedly shut up, because Yi Yu's hegemonic color hegemony exploded, and their lowly crew members were going to faint. The other 3 pirate groups also hurriedly shut up and didn't dare to taunt. At such a distance, they would definitely be affected. In an instant, the surroundings quieted down, not daring to say another word about Bibi. Yi Yu didn't make a move because right now, except for Zhang Tianyi, everyone still thought that contracted incapacitated people were weak, and it was important to seize this opportunity for Xiaoling to follow up by focusing on recruiting incapacitated people who weren't seen as capable. One knows which incapacitated people are strong, so it's important to grab this and utilize it well to get a not-so-small boost in the overall strength of the pirates. It's important to improve one's own strength, and it's just as important to improve the comprehensive strength of the pirate group, which is why Yi Yu didn't do it directly. The surrounding pirate groups all quieted down as Yi Yu opened his mouth. We'll stay until 12 o'clock at night, the moment of true mutation, and anyone who wants to join us during those 5 hours is welcome at any time. Also, not only East Sea City, but all over the Dragon Kingdom, anyone who wants to join us can sign up. This made the captains of the other pirate groups furrow their brows, surprisingly taking advantage of the current national spotlight to start recruiting. End of chapter. Chapter 35, Pirate Warriors. Chapter 35, Pirate Warriors. At this time, the mighty pirates weren't worried, especially the Juggernaut pirates and the Green Dragon pirates. Golden Demon found it laughable. And recruiting people? How ridiculous. Your pirate group will face disaster soon. Who will join? The captain is right. They are indeed foolish. This Yi Yu can't think that just because he is unique in his hegemonic color hegemony, there will be people who want to join, right? At this moment, Songling also felt ridiculous, feeling that he didn't dare to have anyone join him, and united with the Golden Demon to put words in his mouth, once again occupying the hot search. Every major pirate group also has a press and publicity department that is responsible for public opinion. Soon, the first few items of the hot search are, who dares to join now? When the time comes to take action against Yi Yu, it will not be soft. Summerling was furious and unafraid when she found out. Golden Demon, Song Ling, come as you may when the time comes, and let the 2 of you turn into ice sculptures. Zhao Yener was also furious. I'll burn them to charcoal. It was, and the cadres came forward. Lu Sun, an 8th level talent, one of the 7 cadres, a slowing fruit ability. Facing my ability, your speed will be slowed down. Hearing this shook a lot of people. The retardation fruit, a very powerful ability. Speed is also important in battle. Once you slow down, you're not a living target. This Lu Sun, he truly possesses good abilities. At this moment, the other cadres also stepped forward to highlight the power of their pirate group, to let more people know that their pirate group wasn't just only Xiao Ling and Zhao Yener who were powerful, they weren't bad either. At the same time, it was equivalent to being introduced to Yi Yu. Lin Chuan, level 7 talent, one of the 7 cadres, scissor fruit ability. Cold Snow, a 7th level talent, one of the 7 cadres, a natural system snow fruit ability. Grade 8 talent, one of the 7 cadres, nature-based swamp fruit ability. Grade 8 talent, one of the 7 cadres, animal turtle fruit ability. Grade 8 talent, one of the 7 cadres, yum fruit ability. Xiao Linger, 9th level talent, head of the 7 cadre part-time ship's doctor, healing fruit ability. In a moment, all 7 cadres stepped forward, all with their own pride and not the least bit of fear. For a time, the entire Dragon Kingdom caused no small amount of shock. Envious, they're all so gifted and are all devil fruit capable. I didn't realize that they, the pirates, were so crouching and hiding. When compared like this, I'm afraid it's not inferior to the Juggernaut, or the Green Dragon pirates at all. They, the pirates, are indeed formidable. The big pirate group, naturally, is also unexpected. There are a lot of ability people, and all of them are highly talented and cohesive. And at once, it is not good to be messed with. The Golden Demon was also briefly surprised. but not the least bit afraid. Humph. So what if it's a little more powerful than expected? It's useless, Captain. This head of the 7 cadres. Awesome. Healing fruit, obviously a nurse, which is also important in a team. Yes, Captain. This kind of ability. It's rare, even if we have a ship's doctor on board, but at most it's a doctor who used to be good at healing, so naturally it's impossible to compare to an ability. A team that can fight and resist and nurse and have a large range of destructive power is tricky indeed. Golden Demon didn't care. This ability is very good. It's still a 9th level talent. Although it has no battle power, it's really a heavenly pride. When it's time to take on them, scoop her up. At this moment, Songling was also surprised, but it wouldn't dissuade the idea of acting in 15 days. Even if it was stronger than imagined, it couldn't be stronger than them joining forces. At this time, Yi Yu for the surprise, did not expect their partners are so good, especially Chao Linger, the 9th level talent. Healing fruit, I believe that the late healing ability will certainly exceed the King of Thieves and the small human princess. The importance of Chao Linger, great. A team, if many people were injured, even life-threatening, but Chao Linger was responsible for healing, then it would affect the battlefield, being healed, and then being able to quickly go back into battle. So when you think about it that way, Jolene is important. And retard fruit, Yi Yu had to say, is also a powerful ability. Just the King of Thieves and the Foxy 2 dish. This fruit ability, or quite strong. Lu Sun is still the 8th level of talent. The future is bound to be too much more powerful than Foxy. If the fruit awakened, a wide range of retardation, but also a very powerful control role. Lin Mushue's face was slightly ugly at this time, also did not expect the other side of the pirate group war power so powerful. To say that the crew configuration, the Heaven's Pride pirates, were now incomparable. Xia Ling said, Brother Yu, there would be no need for me to introduce you. Yi Yu sighed softly, everyone is amazing. Xia Ling proud, that's right, our pirate group, but also a powerful pirate group. Now do not dare to say is the strongest, but cohesion is bound to be the highest. Our assessment, character, but very strict, cannot be too much to pursue the number of, because once the crisis, will be a plate of scattered sand. And this, on the battlefield, cohesion is very important. So what if the Juggernaut and the Green Dragon pirates will join forces against us? So what if they dare to come? Let them pay the price, or even leave in ashes. It is impossible to pay a great price in order to exterminate us, right? Then what will they do afterward? Being annexed by other big pirate groups taking advantage of the situation? Many people faltered at that statement. Golden Demon heard, his eyebrows wrinkled. Can observe? The Green Dragon pirate group a lot of people. Some tangled up. Weaker okay, but so powerful. Cohesion is still so strong. Cannot just go to war with this kind of pirate group. After all, it was very unnecessary to eat the effort and the other party did not possess a lot of treasure. It was very unwise to lose one's own battle power before venturing into such a dangerous world again. The Golden Demon was happy. That's impressive. That's good. After 15 days, I believe they can accumulate some treasure on their ship and collect it by then. As for the big price that will be paid? Humph. Don't underestimate Lao Zi too much. Breaking you guys up will not cost much. It won't damage our vitality. Song Ling, likewise, could not change her mind about doing it. But at this time, many casual cultivators in East China Sea City, and even all over the world have not yet joined the pirate group. Still considering the choice of people, some shaken, before many are afraid to join. At this glance, they're pretty good, with a large range of dominating colors like Yi Yu, the strongest nurse, and quite a few powerful abilities, and strong crew cohesion. It's really quite a perfect pirate group. Even though I haven't joined yet, it doesn't mean I'm poorly talented, but I want to pick a favorite with good potential. I just haven't come across it yet, and right now, I'm here in East China Sea City, and I feel like I'm just waiting for a pirate group like this, and I'm going to go join it. I'm also going to sign up, even if the Green Dragon and the Juggernaut pirates make a move, but when the time comes, surely they won't fight to the death. Once they find out that they want to defeat it, it will cost them a lot, and they will definitely be awesome. Yes, to exterminate such a pirate group, to suffer a great loss of their own energy, and to let other powerful pirate groups reap the benefits. Isn't that a little cute behavior? They don't phase on the pirate group list anymore? So, it won't be a deadly fight when the time comes. In that case, I'll sign up. At once, many people quickly headed to the shore, ready to quickly sign up for the test and thus directly get on the boat and leave. Summerling knew at the moment that a number of people wanted to join in. Sue knew, we have an official website, not in the city of East China Sea. You can now enroll in the official website. The URL is 3 big no slip point. Kanban Shitadus Wizui Point Kang. For a while, Xia Ling looked at the backstage of her cell phone and found that many people were signing up, and in the blink of an eye, it was 100,000. Summerling was happy. A lot of people signed up. Yi Yu looked towards Lin Muxue and the others and thanked them. Thank you for calling people to turn on the live stream and giving us such a great opportunity to recruit. End of chapter. Chapter 36, Substantial Damage Overlord Color. Chapter 36, Substantial Damage Overlord Color. Lin Muxue's face was unsightly, originally thinking that Yi Yu would make a fool of himself in front of the entire Dragon Nation, but it turned out to be so domineering that he joined and recruited a lot of people. Lin Muxue also took the opportunity to hurry up and said, I'm a 9th level talent, Rattling Thunder Fruit ability, even if I'm not a 10th level talent, but my strength is no less than a 10th level talent. The potential of the Rattling Thunder Fruit is even higher than those 10th level talents, so those who want to join my Heaven's Pride pirate group, hurry up and sign up as well. When the later stages, I may no longer be human, but will become a god, the god of thunder. This surprised a lot of people, and while the other pirate captains rushed to say the same, it had little appeal. After all, Lin Muxue was going to be more powerful and have more potential than these captains. Rattling Thunder Fruit. Thunder and lightning? That sounds awesome. Becoming a god of thunder later in life might actually be possible. She does have strong potential. Following her, she can definitely be covered. Consider it. Lin Muxue looks at public opinion and is quickly able to detect that it is very smug. Looks like quite a few want to join. That's what I've got. Li Cong patted the horse's ass. That's of course. Swear you are not inferior at all to Bai Xiaohan. Wang Quan sure. Golden Demon they, even among the 10th level talent, there are quite a lot of abilities are inferior to you. Swear you in the future will absolutely become the first in the bounty list, become the strongest pirate. Lin Muxue drifted in and out of hearing this, feeling that it was inevitable. As for the Golden Demon, Bai Xiaohan and the others, they were also a little jealous in their hearts. If it wasn't for the fact that when they went in, the Rattling Thunder Fruit had already been contracted away, they would have definitely contracted the Rattling Thunder Fruit first. There was some regret about this. Some of the 10th grade talent, White Les Han, Wang Quan division will not regret, because feel his ability, not inferior to the Ringing Thunder Fruit, even more powerful than the Ringing Thunder Fruit. Lin Muxue looked at Yi Yu, full of gratitude, and her tone was full of sarcasm. Yi Yu, I have to thank you for such a bright performance that made the entire Dragon Kingdom pay attention to it, thus also giving me a good opportunity to advertise. Thank you. Yi Yu shook his head. No need to thank you. You're really nice. Lin Muxue was surprised. How could Yi Yu say that? It must be derogatory. Frowning and inquiring. What do you mean? I mean you're nice. Now advertise and recruit more people, thus allowing them to rest more later. Lin Muxue was puzzled. More rest? Many people also wondered what it meant. Yi Yu coldly smiled. After all, you and I have a big grudge. In the future, we can't avoid more friction. Once I release my Overlord color hegemony, your crew, don't they faint? Don't they fall into a deep sleep in a beautiful way? If you kill them, you can also die in no pain. So you are really good to them. This made Lin Muxue's face ugly, and when this came out, it had a great impact on their recruitment, making him extremely angry. Don't you talk nonsense. Even so, you can't be shocked. My Heaven's Pride pirate group will not accept the talent is too poor. The start has to be good. Your hegemonic color hegemony. It's hard to affect. In addition, our pirate group also has a hegemonic color hegemony possessor. It surprised a lot of people. Did the Celestial Pride pirates have one as well? So what is known so far? There are 3. One was the one who had contracted Mitsuki got Anda. One was Yi Yu. And the other, the Tenjio pirates. Lin Muxue said, Overlord color hegemony can fight against each other? When the time comes, Xingfeng will fully explode his hegemony color. Even if he can't fight against it, he can offset it a little bit. Then my elite crew definitely won't faint. So, those who want to join, don't panic. At this time, originally there were indeed some people who wanted to join, thinking that Lin Muxue was really powerful. But when Yi Yu said so, they were afraid and shaken. Now the Overlord color hegemony was so strong, and it would definitely be even stronger in the future. As for the fact that their strength would also increase, inwardly, they felt that the speed of enhancement would not be able to catch up with Yi Yu's dominating color. They don't want to faint instantly and sparingly and then be lifeless. Yi Yu was disdainful and inquired, Are you sure it's really going to be like this? As the words fell, Yi Yu suddenly erupted his Overlord color hegemony and surged towards the Heaven's Pride pirates. This caused Lin Muxue's face to change and she hurriedly shouted, Xingfeng, explode the hegemony color with all your might. Xingfeng quickly erupted. but his aura erupted on itself before it began to diffuse. Instantly collapsed. Facing Yi Yu's overlord color. Easily collapsed. Did not play the role of the slightest influence. As for the Tianjiao pirate group ship, the sound of bumping and collapsing on the ground was constant. A large part of the crew rolled their eyes and fainted. And even some of the weak ones were bleeding from all 7 orifices. The live broadcast put on this scene, causing people to shake and once again see the terror of Yi Yu's hegemony color hegemony. What a terrifying hegemonic color hegemony. Not only fainting, but also causing substantial damage. Some of the weak ones are bleeding from all 7 orifices. My god. Even the hull. It shook slightly. In the future, Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony will not be so strong that, after releasing it, the other party's pirate ship will directly crumble and disintegrate and sink into the sea? It's possible. After all, pirate strength can increase with rank, but ships don't. That person's overlord color is too weak against Yi Yu's. It's better not to join the Heaven's Pride pirates. If I get on board, I definitely won't be able to carry Yi Yu's overlord color either. Me too. Instead, I want to join Yi Yu's pirate group as well. Mighty pirate group. Basically our ability person. So Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony. Then we think the role of the late overlord color to destroy the pirate ship. Then even more powerful ability person. Once fell into the sea, also instantly incapable of fighting. I want to be in a pirate group with Yi Yu. Me too. For a while, more people wanted to be with Yi Yu a pirate group. And the ones who wanted to join the Heaven's Pride pirate group were extremely few. Yi Yu thanked Lin Muxue. Thank you, once again. Through you guys, it highlights the advantages of my hegemony color hegemony. More people want to join. Summerling added. Indeed, more people signed up instantly. At this moment, Lin Muxue was about to explode with anger, her entire body raging with lightning, wanting to make a move and roaring low. You're a bully. Xia Ling, Zhao Yenner, is also bursting with ability, and the crew on the ship are all ready to fight, not afraid in the slightest. Li Tsong hurriedly reminded. Schwerer, calm down. Now is not the time to fight them. Don't be overwhelmed by anger. Although Lin Muxue is very angry, but can only be impotent and furious, once the hands, it is indeed not good. There are bound to be not a small number of casualties. Humph. Yi Yu, I'll let you be happy now. When the single challenge ring is held 2 months later, I'll teach you a hard lesson if you dare to enter. Kiyoshi gloated. Captain, there is one good thing about it. What? These sudden words caused Lin Muxue to be puzzled, and also caused everyone to be puzzled and look over curiously. Qingfeng explained, he might choose to enter the secret realm of the ring to face you, because the overlord color hegemony depends on the prana. If he doesn't enter, and directly admits defeat, it means that he's afraid. Then the prana will definitely be affected as well, and the overlord color hegemony will naturally suffer, and it will be weakened. So, if he doesn't enter, his prana will be lowered, and if he enters, he will be violently beaten up by you, Captain. So no matter what the choice is, it will be unfavorable to him. End of chapter. Chapter 37, to be a captain. Chapter 37, to be a captain. These words made Lin Muxue dawned on her, and she was in a very good mood, quipping, you're right, it is indeed good. This matter, too, was naturally heard all around, as well as by those watching the live broadcast. Indeed, no matter what the choice was, Yi Yu would be bad. Xia Ling, on the other hand, was frowning, thinking about whether or not to settle Lin Muxue now, even if it would be a violation, even if he didn't settle it now. After the real mutation, he would look for an opportunity to deal with Lin Muxue. However, it was also clear in his heart that it was very difficult to solve Lin Muxue. Lin Muxue looked at Yi Yu and sneered. Yi Yu, so what will you choose? Yi Yu said with a bland face. Of course I will choose to enter the secret realm. Li Tsong smiled gloatingly. It's not possible to choose any way, but it's good to choose like this. Lin Muxue despised to choose like this. It's really stupid, but it's also understandable. Compared to fighting with me one-on-one, you naturally don't want to lose some of your chi. After all, your most outstanding is the overlord color hegemony. If the overlord color hegemony is lowered to the same level as the Qingfeng, then you're also completely useless. However, 2 months later, fight me. Even if you face a death crisis and will be teleported out, I will let you go out with serious injuries, unable to move, and lie in bed for a few months. Yi Yu ignored it and said to Xia Ling, start preparing for the assessment of the people who are going to be on the ship. In addition, there is one last thing to announce. Looking towards the live camera, Yi Yu seriously said, for the highly talented, but contracted incapable, our pirate group will also be willing to recruit, and will not give the lowly crew status, will be based on the assessment, good grades, become a cadre are possible. At once, it caused quite a stir, and many people were stunned. Xia Ling, Zhao Yener was also stunned, as were the crew members, whispering in whispers. Contracted incapacitated people with high talent may become cadres of our pirate group? Does this have what it takes? Big brother Yi Yu is painting the cake? Apparently it can't be that strong. Although Xia Ling was puzzled, she didn't use to say anything and obeyed Yi Yu. A lot of people, they are puzzled and can't figure it out. Why did Yi Yu do that? In order to recruit more crew members? After all, those with high talent. But if they contracted incapacitated people, they are also basically low-level crew members status. And those with high talent have not cognizant of the fact that they are not Heaven's Pride anymore. So they are all very reluctant to become the bottom of a pirate group. So it leads to the fact that most of them, right now, haven't joined the pirate group yet. Indeed. So Yi Yu seized this windfall and tried to recruit them? Recruiting it won't do much. Right. At most it will make the number of combatants a bit more. And the hegemonic color hegemony is so rare, currently known to have. There are only 3. Yi Yu can be so sought after. But also because the hegemonic color hegemony is very strong, and the other contracted incapacitated person with high talent, but there is no hegemonic color. Ah, then there is not much value. Right. After all, after 15 days, the Juggernaut and the Green Dragon pirates are going to make a move against them, so they want to recruit more people, right? Even if they're not powerful, they can't be underestimated when they're outnumbered. They thought of it this way, and felt that it could only be so. Lin Muxue was extremely disdainful when she heard it. Humph. Recruit a group of cats and dogs, and give back the high position, then your pirate group later, destined not to be on the list of the strongest pirate group. Not to mention a king, the 4 emperors are not likely to be you. Unlike our Heavenly Pride pirate group, cadres can only be Heavenly Pride. Combat crew also have to be a genius. That's why called the Heavenly Pride pirate group. Take the elite route. Now know your hegemonic color hegemony. We have to take the elite route even more, so that you will face us in the future. Hegemonic color is useless. The elite of our ship. You can't shock a stunned. After the sarcasm, Limousine is confident. I'm bound to become the strongest pirate group. Join our pirate group. The bottom of the guarantee to become a 4-emperor pirate crew. The highest goal is a king. So welcome to sign up. Our Tianjio pirate group's website is, the 3 big do not leave a point. Washisabi point came. The Heaven's Pride pirate group had people signing up all of a sudden. But naturally, it was impossible for there to be as many as Yi Yu's pirate group. Lin Muxue led the pirate group to leave, and all the other pirate groups left as well. And Xia Ling just let the pirate ship stop here first, waiting to recruit some East Sea city willing to join, and then start sailing. At this point, many people speculated. What do you guys think? How is Yi Yu's own strength? After all, he hasn't demonstrated it yet. It's all about bursting out the hegemonic color hegemony. I also want to know. After all, Yi Yu is very domineering. When he didn't unleash the overlord color, he was also very handsome, carrying that pulling crossblade on his back, looking very forced. What do you guys say? Yi Yu's swordsmanship, isn't it going to be more powerful as well? What are you guys thinking? The packs are incapacitated. Even if they are 7, how powerful can they be? Yes, the overlord color hegemony is strong because the overlord color cannot be cultivated, born awakened, according to the prana. As for the other aspects of strength, it is possible to cultivate and improve, and the incapable person, doomed to not be a strong person, even though he carries a sword, it doesn't mean he's great at swordplay. If you were given a sword and allowed to practice hard day and night, how good do you think you could be? Can it compare to devil fruit? It does compare. However, Yi Yu's own strength won't be too weak. After all, a 10th level talent, contracted 7, I think, can be comparable to a 4th level, or 5th level talent that possesses devil fruit. That's not much of a powerhouse, at best above most ordinary pirates and below genius pirates. So, in order to preserve the chi and not let the hegemonic color hegemony decrease, when Yi Yu fights Lin Muxue, he definitely has to come out with serious injuries. Don't even have to wait for that time, to first face the Juggernaut and the Green Dragon pirates in half a month. Still have to pay attention when the time comes. I'm so excited to see what goes through. Don't worry, we ordinary people can see it too, and it will definitely be turned on live. At this time, Yi Yu got on the boat, and Xia Ling was puzzled. Brother Feather, why do you place such importance on the incapacitated? This is a secret for now. You will be clear on the ground subsequently. Be aware that the prerequisite is that the talent has to be high, above the 5th level. Good. I'll pay attention. Yi Yu arranged. When the time comes, give me the list and add the names of the incapacitated people they contracted with as well. I will look at it and judge and give them positions. Summerling nodded. Good. Subsequently, Summerling couldn't have been happier. Brother Fei, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, but you have such a strong overlord color hegemony, unique in the world. It's so good. Originally, when you became an official crew member, it was all difficult and you had to take an examination. But now, you can directly become a cadre. You don't need to take the examination. Zhao Yener nodded her head, just like Xiao Linger, who has little battle power of her own, but can become the head of the cadre because of the 9th level talent, the powerful healing fruit. However, Yi Yu shook his head. I don't want to be a cadre. This caused Xia Ling to be stunned and advised, Brother Fei, don't feel embarrassed. Don't feel that it's because of me. No one will object to you becoming a cadre. Zhao Yener nodded. Indeed, if it was a case of not knowing about your overlord color hegemony, Xia Ling, in her capacity as a captain, opened the back door for you to become a cadre, I would have stopped it. But right now, you're perfectly capable of becoming a cadre. You guys are thinking wrong. Yi Yu corrected. Incomparably serious. I want to be a captain. End of chapter. Chapter 38, Defeat Xia Ling and you can become a captain. Chapter 38, Defeat Xia Ling and you can become the captain of the ship. This makes Xia Ling and Zhao Yener collectively shocked. Originally thought it was feeling embarrassed to become a cadre, afraid of not having this qualification. But Yi Yu is, to become a captain? Even Xia Ling, who was in a difficult position, hurriedly explained. Fei brother, this cannot be our pirate group is the strongest for the respect, let you be a cadre. Everyone will not have a problem, because even if you are not strong enough, but the hegemonic color hegemony is absolutely can make you become a cadre. So, at most, you can only be a cadre, perhaps in the future. The overlord color hegemony is strong again to break our cognition. To become the capital of the cadre is possible. As for the captain, Fei younger brother, or don't want to think about it, even if I'm the captain, but I can't give the captain position directly to you I'd like to give it, just a lot of people will disagree, it will be a bad rule, so that the crew members are unhappy in their hearts. Zhao Yener agreed, Yi Yu, you just joined, you don't know the rules yet, the strongest is the best, I was the captain before, but Xia Ling just defeated me, so he is, and to become the captain, you have to defeat the cadres who have the power of battle in turn, then choose one to fight from me and Xia Ling, and as long as you defeat, you will become the captain. After all, the strength of the two of us, it can be said that the strength of the two of us, we can say that it's an even match. Yi Yu shook his head. I'm meant to be the captain. In the beginning, I didn't create a pirate group because I thought that I could just take over you guys. This made Zhao Yener a little embarrassed, too embarrassed to say it explicitly, and looked at Xia Ling. In fact, the heart is a little upset. From the arrangement of Yi Yu just now, it is a little upset in the heart. To recruit the contracted incapable person, Yi Yu just directly put the word to arrange it. Should have to ask her and Xia Ling's opinion first. After all, Yi Yu does not have much say yet. But now it was clear that Yi Yu had made himself the captain of the ship. After all, they weren't very familiar yet, and the bad words, Zhao Yener couldn't say them to her face. Summerling knew that it had to speak for itself. Brother Feather, this really can't be helped. I can't backdoor you to the point of making you captain just because I'm on good terms with you. So many people will complain, and quite a few will even choose to quit. And even though we're cohesive, we have to be fair and just. Yi Yu said, of course there's a way. Didn't you guys say just now that defeating the cadres with fighting ability in turn, and then defeating one of you, wouldn't that be fine? This caused Xia Ling and Zhao Yener to be stunned and then nodded their heads. Well, it is, but there's no way you can do it. Yes Brother Fei, your overlord color hegemony cannot affect the cadres fighting, you are also surely not a rival. Just now we're introduced, they are also all very talented. The ability is also very strong. Yi Yu inquired, will you go back to Hangzhou first later? Well, although it hasn't completely become our territory, 1/3 of it is ours, the remaining 2/3, occupied by the other two powerful pirate groups, but it also has our base, with crews left behind, going back not only to get them on board before the voyage, but also to see if there are any people in Hangzhou who are willing to join, and through this time there are definitely some. Through the enrollment, you can see that there are 10,000 people enrolled in Hang City as well. Yi Yu nodded his head. Good, then I'll conduct the assessment when I arrive in Hang City, so that it's fair and just. Despite this, Xia Ling and Zhao Yener felt that it was a bit redundant, but did not refuse. Xia Ling curiously inquired, Brother Feather, there are obviously ability users you contracted who are good at swordplay, as evidenced by this large sword you're carrying. Yi Yu nodded. Well, I'm good at it. Xia Ling expects. It seems that Brother Fei's own strength, should also not be as bad as we imagine. Then go back. You will start the examination. If you can defeat us, you can naturally become the captain, but if you fail, you can't. Zhao Yan'er reminded. At that time, you can't go back on your words and force it again. Yi Yu smiled faintly and nodded. Don't worry, if I didn't pass, I naturally won't force myself. That's it then. Right now, the name of the pirate group has not yet been determined. After returning to Hang City, the gathering of personnel is over. Then the name of the pirate group will be determined, and then the voyage will take place. Also, in case of failure, Brother Feather, you will remain a cadre. Xiao Ling and Zhao Yan'er felt that Yi Yu couldn't even pass the level of the cadres and was unable to fight them. Even if Yi Yu would be a bit more powerful than they imagined, in terms of battle power, he would definitely not be able to compare to the cadres with battle power. Therefore, they could already imagine that Yi Yu would be assessed by then, fail quickly, and then become a cadre, so that they would also be willing, and would not be embarrassed by this matter. At this time, a lot of people came to sign up for the harbor, and there were 9 long lines of people coming. 9 tables were set up and the cadres sat in their chairs and began to take charge of registering inquiries. Naturally, the first thing to do was to rank the talent level and whether or not it was an ability. Talented and capable. You can join after passing the character test. Talent is good, not ability. The list is given directly to Yi Yu, who will decide what kind of position to give. This is something that a lot of people are wondering about. Let Yi Yu give the position directly, without even having to conduct an examination? It's a bit of a misnomer. Even if you're an ability, you still have to be tested. But the captain promised both. That's it. Although making Yi Yu a cadre, but after all, Yi Yu is so sought after. It's perfectly fine to give Yi Yu such a privilege. Soon, inside the ship, in a separate and cozy room, Yi Yu sat in front of the table, looking at the list of names that kept being handed to him. No more, no less. After all, they all require talent level 5 or above. Looking at it this way, Yi Yu realized that there are quite a few with good talent who didn't manage to contract the devil fruit. After all, there aren't many choices, and there are quite a few devil fruits that have names that don't sound awesome, but are actually very powerful. So the contract fails and only one last chance to use it to choose an incapacitated person. As for why they didn't pick an artificial devil fruit that was sure to be contracted, it was because the artificial devil fruit was contracted the fastest at the time, so they had to take their own luck and choose to be in the incapacitated. Look hard, and pick one that looked powerful to be contracted. Looking at the list, Yi Yu could see quite a few familiar incapable people. Zhang Air, 5th level talent, contracted incapacitated person named Sig. Yi Yu knew that it was the mountain bandit Sig, who was also flirted with as the king of mountain thieves for throwing wine at the redhead. Yi Yu sighed. It's a pity that a 5th level talent, which isn't low, is contracted to a sigil, then it can only be a lowly crew member in such a pirate group. Yi Yu put a check mark in the column of lowly crew members behind his name, and then continued to look at it. This man's 5th level talent, contracted to the rising star of the giant nation among the pirates, held in, was not a waste of that talent, giving him a combat crew status. For each pirate group, the status of the crew goes from low to high, lowly, official, combat, cadre, co-captain, and captain. So combat crew, second only to the cadre, is pretty good. Upright cloud, male, indentured incompetent. Usopp, encountered the straw hat group. First give a combat crew. After all, now the grade is not high, and the early Usopp is also very weak. So now there is no need to give cadre status, such as the grade is higher. More inherit Usopp's strength, and then give a cadre it. Wang Jin, 5th level talent, contracted incapacitated named Akin. That's fine too. Give a combat crew status. Rinku, 5th level talent, indentured incapacitated person named Haku. This one rings a bell with me. The fisherman from the Revolutionary Army, specializes in fisherman karate, also given a combat crew status. Yi Yu kept looking at it. There were quite a few good ones. This was the benefit of not showing his strength to many people yet. He could take the opportunity to recruit the incapable people that others could not see first. Although the test can be exempted, but the character test, naturally, should also be carried out. After all, in the future, as a crew member, if you are a true partner and friend, don't be false. When it was almost over, Yi Yu looked at the last list, one of which made Yi Yu's eyes light up. It's him. End of chapter. Chapter 39, Sanji Contractor. Chapter 39, Sanji Contractor. This makes Yi Yu for one of the joy. The king of thieves and the incapable person, is also very powerful, is also known. Star of the week, 8th level talent, contracted incapacitated person named Sanji. That was why Yi Yu was happy. Meeting another Straw Hat group and still one of the 3 major war powers. Sanji. Yi Yu looked at the information and gave the arrangement. Though the 13th level now makes him not very strong, it will allow him to become a cadre straight away. After reading it, Yi Yu looked at the incapacitated people that were recruited this time. There were 300 of them, and all of them were of good character. This kind of battle power, in the view of many powerful pirate groups, simply do not see. But in Yi Yu's view, all have good potential, especially Zhou Xing. After all, inherited is Shanji's battle power. Everyone thinks the incapacitated are weak, not only because they don't know the Pirate King, but also because, right now in the early stages, the indentured incapacitated are, indeed, not strong. At the same level, the devil fruit is brought to bear with a lot more power. The power of an incapacitated person, on the other hand, is much less to be utilized. That's why, at the moment, there are no incapacitated powerhouses. Even if there are a few who are confident and can become strong, they are not favored because it depends on the strength. Yi Yu called for Zhou Xing at this time, and he quickly came. Big brother Yi Yu, you're looking for me. For Yi Yu is also worship envy. Think it is the same way. After all, are highly talented, contracted the incapable person. But Yi Yu is different from him, has a powerful hegemonic color hegemony. Yi Yu inquired, are you confident in yourself? Do you think you can become strong? Zhou Xing scratched his head and said, I am somewhat confident, but when I said that I might become a strong person in the future, and said that the person I contracted wasn't weak, no one believed me and thought it was a joke. Or maybe it was just me, because when I was sparring with someone who was less gifted than I was and possessed a devil fruit, I quickly lost. Yi Yu encouraged, don't be discouraged. Who says that incapable people are necessarily inferior to capable people? One cannot generalize. Zhou Xing was a bit confused. Such a statement, even if one wanted to believe it, one could not believe it. After all, the reality was that it was indeed inferior to the ability. Yi Yu seriously said, I think highly of you. Work hard to level up. When you inherit most of Sanji's battle power, your strength should be very good. You join this pirate group. I'll give you cadre status. It was incredibly flattering to Star Chow. Ha, cadre? I don't have the qualifications, right? The cadres of our pirate group. Their talent is not inferior to mine. And the contracted ones are all powerful devil fruits. How can I be qualified to be a cadre? Let's forget about it. And just give me a combat crew. No, a full crew. I want to join the other big pirate gangs. They only let me be a low-level crew. I can't accept it. Although some pirate gangs are willing to let me be a full crew, or even a combat crew, but they are all small pirate gangs. I'm happy to be able to join our pirate group. Making me a cadre is too much for me. Yi Yu shook his head. It's not a lift. You should be able to slightly feel that you're not very bad, right? Zhou Xing nodded. Yes, I feel that my footwork, very strong, and even sometimes burst full force, can flash some sparks. Kicking became a little stronger. Realized that maybe I'm not that bad. So this period of time, I'm also all very hard to grind. Learning hegemony, my strength to improve, to be more powerful than I thought. Originally had the self-confidence, but with the person who had cut before to cut again, still can't beat them. Speaking of which, Zhou Xing became discouraged. Yi Yu comforted. It's okay, now the level is low. Just started. And you 13 levels. It does not mean that you can play Sanji's 13% of the battle power. Far from it. But as long as the level is higher when it can be played more, maybe there will be a miracle. Zhou Xing's eyes lit up. Big brother Yi Yu, you are also contracted as an incapacitated person. Could it be that, since your own strength is not bad, you won't belittle us either? Yi Yu said, I'm also in a somewhat different situation from you guys. After all, I contracted 7 of them, which can be stacked, but I can clearly tell you that incapacitated people aren't necessarily worse than some devil fruits. Okay? I'll keep that in mind, and will work hard on the voyage afterward. Thanks to Big Brother Yi Yu's appreciation. Yi Yu nodded and inquired, by the way, looking at your profile, before you mutated, you were also a star hotel chef? Yes, my cooking is still pretty good. Then you could also serve as the ship's cook. There are some cooks left, but with such a large crew, naturally more cooks are better. Okay, cooking is my hobby too, and I like to cook. After chatting, by now, the people who had passed through had boarded the ship, making the pirate ship look slightly crowded. In the King of Thieves, the redhead ship is not big, but the drawings provided by Yi Yu expanded 5 times, so this ship, which is similar to the redhead pirate group, is to be bigger, or else so many people can't be loaded now. Yi Yu quickly learned that this time, the capable plus the incapable A total of 500 people had been recruited, with the incapable favoring the incapable. Now put on. The total number of crew members could be 3,005. The number is not large, but it is also on the route of elite crews, and those who are too weak to come up. Xia Ling was in a good mood. Originally felt that. This time, he came to East China Sea City, mainly to pick up Yi Yu on board, and recruiting people was also an excuse, in order to be able to make the crew feel better inside. Even if you recruit people, you feel that the most dozens, but now, 500, and the quality is very good. This was then all thanks to Yi Yu's call for a hegemonic color hegemony performance that made many people want to join. The crews were also happy and the overall strength was naturally improved. But many were puzzled, including Xia Ling and Zhao Yener, as the crew talked. This time, the incapacitated are soliciting more. Yeah, and, for the most part, they're given good positions. Was a bit surprised. Thought most of it was lowly crew, but it's full crew. Our pirate group's low-class crew status, it's actually pretty good. After all, it's a powerful pirate group. Some of the medium pirate group's combat crew, to our ship, can only be a low-class crew, but this time, most of the incapacitated person's crew, but became a full-fledged crew. Even, there's an incapacitated crew member who went so far as to become a cadre straight away, named Star Chow, indentured to someone named Sanji, and moonlighting as our ship's chef. Although it's an 8th level talent, and the talent is high, the indentured incapacitated, becoming a cadre is a bit outrageous. It was arranged by Yi Yu, and it's not good to complain. Could it be something special? At this moment, Xia Ling, Zhao Yener also felt the displeasure within many people. After all, quite a few of those with abilities were unable to become cadres, while an incapacitated person had just come in as a cadre. If Yi Yu was a cadre, they wouldn't be upset. After all, the overlord color hegemony was useful. But Zhou Xing, what was so special about it? Xia Ling inquired in puzzlement. Brother Fei, I didn't expect you to let an incapable person be a cadre. Although it is said that this time for the recruitment of incapable people, as well as the position arrangement, all listen to your arrangement. But this arrangement, Zhao Yener said, there is something wrong. Yi Yu also naturally could feel the doubt in many people's hearts, dissatisfaction. So he came out, looked at the crew whispering on the deck, and spoke aloud. I know that many of you have doubts, but one should not take the incapacitated too lightly, especially the highly gifted ones, even if they are not strong now, but being the same incapacitated person, I am sure that when ranked up, they will not be inferior, or even more powerful than most of you. At these words, more people were shocked and looked at each other. Big brother Yi Yu, this is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? It's not like they have bully colors. Even if the strength isn't bad, it can't be stronger than the devil fruit. Yi Yu positively said, that's because the level is low. It's still hard to play out. In Naruto, there are also hardworking geniuses who don't know ninjutsu, but also become strong. Maitreya, Shaoli, isn't it? So, although the two are not the same, but can also use this as an analogy, incapable person, not necessarily worse than some ability, if high talent, contracted to the incapable person in the strong, also has the potential. At that moment, one of the combat crew stepped forward and offered, I am the battle crew in the formidable 6th level talent. Now 12 levels, the devil fruit is the animal system canine dog fruit hue wolf form. If the incapable person Zhou Xing can be cut in the fight to defeat me as an able person, then become a cadre, we will be convinced. The rest of the crew nodded in agreement. Yi Yu nodded. Good, then you are allowed to spar. Zhou Xing, come out. End of chapter. Chapter 40, can't win? Chapter 40, can't win? Zhou Xing stood out, a little apprehensive, and looked at Yi Yu, afraid of disappointing him. Yi Yu encouraged, believe in yourself, give it your all, and you'll be able to realize that you're actually not particularly bad. Okay, I'll do my best. Zhou Xing's eyes firm up. He must win, because so many people are watching. If he loses, then not only is he sorry for Yi Yu, but he also makes Yi Yu lose face in front of so many crew members. After all, it was Yi Yu who was so supportive of becoming a cadre. Hello, my name is Hu Tian. My talents and abilities have just been introduced, so beware. I won't show you mercy just because you're incapable. Zhou Xing's wariness rose. Of course I'm going to give it my all. Just come on, there's no need to let go of the water. Good. Hutian directly used his ability, and soon, his face turned into a wolf's face, and some hairy wolf hair grew on his body, and then instantly moved. With great speed, he quickly swept to Zhou Xing's right side, his wolf claws ready to swing out. To Zhou Xing's surprise, he was able to react. Before, he sparred with a pretty good genius, always lost, tried to learn hegemony, sparred before entering the secret realm, and still lost. However, after participating in the secret realm and leveling up, there had been no cuts, and now, Zhou Xing realized that he had gotten a little stronger. Facing Hu Tian's attack, the seeing color hegemony was exerted, narrowly dodging it, and quickly retreating to pull away, while letting out a low shout. Demon wind kick. With a poof, Zhou Xing's right foot rose up in flames. It shook everyone to their core. What's going on? His feet, why are they on fire? A ballist? Obviously not a power user. Why can it produce flames? At this moment, Zhao Yan'er was the most shaken. The burning fruit's own self could make flames, but why could Zhou Xing's right foot also rise up in flames? Wouldn't this make the burning fruits herself embarrassed? With the release of the demon wind kick, Zhou Xing's entire body spun at high speed, and the flames of his right foot became more and more raging. Someone looked out. It's not an ability. He's spinning at a high speed, thus generating high temperatures in his right foot to become crimson or even floating flames. That's the point. But it's still startling. An incapacitated person who can do this? Zhou Xing directly just went all out and used demon wind kick, not daring to be careless in the face of an ability. Self-speed is boosted and mental focus is achieved. Hadian was surprised by this and moved more quickly around Zhou Xing, and when he reached his back, his wolf claws slashed out. Zhou Xing then quickly turned around, and then his fire-burning right foot quickly kicked in quick succession, so fast that it all brought up a piece of residual shadow, as if there were several fire-burning feet kicking and striking Hu Tian. Hu Tian's face changed, reacting so quickly and attacking so quickly. He immediately swung his two claws in unison continuously, extremely sharp. However, colliding with Zhou Xing's feet, he unexpectedly felt strained. In the process of being constantly forced back, his claws were burning with pain, and his arms were literally aching from the powerful force. Seeing Hu Tian quickly fall into a disadvantage, the crew members were stunned. The incapacitated, on the other hand, had glowing eyes. Although it was known that Zhou Xing must also be a special case amongst the incapacitated, it could also prove that the incapacitated were not that weak. After successive kicks, he kicked back Hadian, then moved quickly and circled around behind Hadian. Hadian quickly turned around, and even if he reacted, it was too late to dodge. Devil's Windfoot, Lamb Shot. Focusing his power on his right foot, the power was even stronger. Hu Tian was kicked out even though he was defending with all his might. It was very painful. Avoiding damage to the boathouse, many people wanted to help, but they were all jolted back several steps before they stopped. For a moment, more people shook. Hadian was convinced. You're better than me. Very good. Yi Yu inquired. So, is there any opinion on him being a cadre? All the crew members shook their heads at once. No, it can be this powerful without a devil fruit. Definitely a minority. There's a reason to be a cadre. Us regular crew incapacitated people. We'd better not think about it. Yi Yu said, although it's a minority, but you guys don't be discouraged. You should practice hard to improve your seeing color and armed color hegemony. Do high-intensity workouts, hone yourselves, and strengthen your own strength, speed, defense, etc. Your strength, too, can get a not-so-small boost, as long as you're willing to work hard. You won't be inferior to those artificial devil fruit ability users. This made a lot of people were believing. After all, it was Yi Yu who said it. Big brother Yi Yu. Then what exactly should we do? Yi Yu arranged. There is an equipment room on the ship. Choose a dumbbells that can be adapted to these, to feel the difficulty, and then lifting weights, or swinging, can be practiced to reach the limit, and then stop. Have to be willing to suffer. Then its own strength will be improved. What Yi Yu was talking about was naturally a high-intensity workout like Sauron in The King of Thieves. Okay, we know. We'll work on it. Yi Yu reminded. Don't say anything about the points of knowledge you have gained today. Understand, since the efforts to hone themselves can also get a good promotion, then naturally will not say out. Now many people are focusing on fruit development. Incapable person also directly give up. Just think of as soon as possible to enhance the level, and thus inheritance, do not know to enhance their own. Work hard to get stronger. You can't just think about leveling up, but you also have to keep doing all kinds of high-intensity workouts. At this moment, Xia Ling and Zhao Yan'er somewhat understood why Yi Yu wanted to be the captain. This makes them, also to the incapacitated, impressed some. It seems that it is not as bad as imagined. There are some still good, especially the high talent, contracted incapacitated powerful. Xia Ling said, Brother Fei, it seems that your strength is a bit stronger than I thought. Zhou Xing has such strength above the combat crew, even if it is not yet compared to a cadre, but it can be a cadre without relying on the ability to be so powerful. So, Brother Feather, your own strength must be stronger than Zhou Xing, right? Yi Yu nodded non-committally. Well, yes. No wonder. It seems that not only is the Overlord color hegemony powerful, but his own strength isn't bad either. Xia Ling and Zhao Yener understood, but, nevertheless, reminded Brother Feather, despite that, it can only be said that the contracted incapable person is not that weak, but there is no way it can be comparable to our kind of fruit ability, right? You should be able to be on par with one of the cadres, but if you want to defeat me or Flame, you still don't want to think about it. You haven't seen our abilities. You don't know how powerful we are. It's that you don't want to fight with you for fear that you'll be shocked. After all, you're quite confident right now, and that's what I want for you. Although, when it comes to fighting, I also want to let go of the water. But it's about the position of captain. I can't let go of the water. So, when the time comes to fight with the cadres, it's just fine. The gap between you and me and Flame is not small, just like the cadres. The difference in strength with us is not small. You can just rest assured that you'll be covered by Sister Me. Sister, I'm very powerful. Even knowing that incapacitated people are a bit more powerful than they think. They are, for sure, not as powerful devil fruit abilities. It also felt that EU, even if he contracted 7 of them, he would definitely be no match for them. After all, they were extremely talented and capable. Looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, they were among the top group, and for Yi Yu to defeat himself? Obviously impossible. Yi Yu smiled faintly and said, I will spar with you guys when the time comes. Okay, then you go for it. You have to defeat the cadres first in order, and you have to defeat the cadres in one day, with no long breaks in between. Yi Yu nodded. Well, I know. End of chapter. Chapter 41, No More Hiding. Chapter 41, No More Hiding. Yi Yu suddenly thought of something and inquired. Sister Ling, isn't there a highly gifted, contracted incapacitated person in Hang City, seemingly named Sun Long? Xia Ling nodded her head. Sun Long? I have an impression of this person. He was in Hang City and was on the hot search. Zhao Yener also had an impression. I also know that this person is as unlucky as you. Gifted. Ahem. Xia Ling glared at Zhao Yener and interrupted her. Zhao Yener realized and hurriedly shut up, apologizing for saying the wrong thing. Yi Yu. Sorry, it's okay. You're actually more likely to say that I'm more unlucky than he is. Although it was true, Zhao Yener wouldn't say it for fear that Yi Yu would be sad. Xia Ling continued. This Sun Long, gifted at level 8, contracted an incapacitated person called Roranoa Solon. Yi Yu nodded, indicating that he knew. Talent level 8, and only one contract, level 9, can be 2. At the 10th level, you can have 3, and only the most highly gifted of yourselves can have 7. Although he himself was a 10th level talent, it was because the highest talent level was a 10th level. Yi Yu inquired, Sister Ling, see if there's this person Sun Long in the enrollment of Hang City. Okay, let's see. Summerling looked while inquiring. You also want to recruit him and give a cadre likewise? Yi Yu nodded. Well, after all, an 8th level talent. The contracted incapacitated person won't be inferior to Zhou Xing if he's powerful, or even a little more powerful. This made Xia Ling and Zhao Yener's eyes light up. In that case it was indeed a talent. This person has some more information I know. To join the mighty pirate group, want to be a cadre, because of high-mindedness, feel that he is not bad, and has a dream to be the best with a sword in the future. But all think it's a cutie pie. At most give a full crew, but he is still reluctant. Yi Yu was not surprised. After all, the person in the contract was Saurana. Summerling Joy found it. He signed up. There's contact information, right? Contact it directly. Good. Summerling dialed the phone. And at this time, in Hang City, in a wooded area, Sun Long was doing a very human grind. And those with high talent abilities would be horrified when they saw it. For, with both his right and left hands, he held up a boulder each, constantly sitting and squatting, and also standing up straight, his arms constantly raised, practicing his arm strength, his arm muscles bulging, his silhouette perfectly defined. Subsequently, grabbed a very heavy, looks like there are 500 pounds in the dumbbells, hands clenched, swinging, although it is very difficult, but every time you swing, extremely powerful, strong wind whistling. Sun Long firmly believed, although the 8th level of talent, I was unlucky to contract the incapable person, but as the level rises, I found that it is not as weak as I imagined, and it makes me incredibly obsessed with the sword art. All of Sauron's sword strokes are very strong, and there are a lot of moves, so that I wonder if he is a naming fruit capable person, and is too good at naming his moves. I feel that Sauron must be very strong, and won't be any better than some of the capable person I think. Sauron must be very powerful, not worse than some ability users. When I rank high enough, I'll be able to get a clear picture of Sauron's true strength. At the same time as raising my level, I have to work hard to improve myself. While learning about hegemony, my own sharpening can't be ignored. The stronger the power, then the power of the sword swung out will naturally increase. Under a big tree on the side, there were 3 knives, which were clearly Sun Long's, and when contracting, one could choose to obtain the opponent's weapon. The 3 swords are the Wada Wikamanji, the 3rd generation of Anatora, and Yama. After practicing, Sun Long lay down, panting and sweating with some anticipation. Yi Yu will come soon, right? Want to spar with him? From the fact that he carries a cross-black blade on his back, it can be seen that within the people he contracted, there must be people with great swordsmanship, so his swordsmanship shouldn't be bad. Want to spar with him? Also, already signed up. Since Yi Yu said he wanted to recruit more incapacitated people, then maybe I can pass, just to see what kind of position to give me. If it's a low class, or official crew, don't want to be one. Think at least it has to be a combat crew, otherwise, I don't want to join. Just as he was resting his thoughts, his cell phone rang. You come from Dandong, change me all snowy white, want to eat Cantonese food. Sun Long answered the phone and found that the display was the pirate group built by Xia Ling called, and directly connected. Yi Yu's voice rang out. Sun Long, right? I'm Yi Yu. You should know me. Sun Long's eyes lit up. Naturally I know. I knew before, and after today's incident, I know even more. Yi Yu seriously said, as long as you pass the character assessment, you can directly join our pirate group. We have just left Donghai City not long ago. We expect to arrive in Donghai City in more than 2 hours. You can come directly at that time. Good. Sun Long inquired. If I pass, what kind of position will it be? You didn't belittle the incapable, which makes me feel good, but it would have to be a combat crew for me to be willing to join. Yi Yu said bluntly, if you pass, I'll directly make you a cadre and at the head of the cadres. These words caused Xia Ling and Zhao Yener, too, to be shaken. Sun Long was also stunned, not expecting it at all. Incredulous. Make me a cadre? Or the head of cadres? Really? Yi Yu nodded. Of course it's true. Okay, I'll be there early. Hang up the phone. Sun Long is very happy. He always said that his potential is not small, even if it is not so powerful now, and with some powerful ability to cut with some powerful ability to lose. But with the level up, Sun Long clearly feel more inherited Sauron's strength, and then you can feel it. The strength to improve is not small. Xia Ling and Zhao Yener both frowned slightly, and Zhao Yener gave Xia Ling a wink, signaling to say something. Xia Ling was worried. Brother Fei, this arrangement of yours, if you give him cadres, it's okay, but the head of direct cadres? This is not good, right? Zhao Yener nodded her head. Yeah, not too good. After all, the head of our current cadre is the 9th level gifted Xiaolinger, powerful healing fruits. I'm afraid she's the strongest nurse in this world. Yi Yu nodded. Well, Xiaolinger is very good and important. But, this Sun Long, I don't think it will be worse than Zhou Xing. This, Yi Yu said. Just let him show his strength when the time comes. Directly fight with a cadre, let him be if he wins. If he doesn't win, then cadre it. This made Xia Ling and Zhao Yener feel that it was fine. And inwardly, they felt that even though Sun Long was powerful, he was certainly no match for the cadres of the abilities. Xia Ling looked at Yi Yu and kept staring, and so did Zhao Yener, as if she wanted to see through Yi Yu. Yi Yu was a bit uncomfortable and said, being stared at by 2 big beauties all the time. I'm weirdly embarrassed. Why are you staring at me all the time? Xia Ling pondered with her hand on her chin. Brother Fei, you all dare to let Sun Long be the head of the cadres, so you must think that this Sun Long is quite powerful. But a 10th level talent, contracted 7, so you obviously think that you are even more powerful. So, I'm curious about your own strength, how strong it is. Zhao Yener nodded. I'm curious too. Yi Yu smiled and said, you'll all know soon enough. After all, I'll be fighting you for the position of captain, won't I? Zhao Yener skimmed her mouth and said confidently, whether or not you can pass the cadres level, it's all still hard to say, and within a day, defeating several of them is a bit difficult for me. So, even if you're better than Zhou Xing, Sun Long, it's still difficult. Xia Ling was agreeable, but noticing that Yi Yu remained bland, he inquired, Brother Yu, have you ever really fought with Lin Mushui? Ever felt how powerful she is? Yi Yu shook his head. Without having fought, I haven't felt her power. Xia Ling drifted off. Then I know. Again, you wouldn't be able to feel how powerful we really are. So you're blindly confident. Forget it, let's not talk about it. When the time comes, I hope that you can pass the cadres level, and then I'll let you know how powerful the frozen fruits me is, so that you'll willingly be covered by me. Zhao Yener patted her chest. I'll cover you and protect you too. Your dominant color is important. Xiao Ling threw a wink. How is it? About to be covered by our two big beautiful heavenly beauties. It must feel pretty good, right? It's not certain who covers who. Wait until you beat the cadres before you say such things. Come on, I'll look forward to you sparring with us. Yi Yu laughed. Okay, I'll try my best. When the time comes to fight, Yi Yu naturally won't hide it. Although incapable people many cities haven't recruited yet, but even if they are known by Xiao Ling as well as the crew, they won't be able to spread it out first. As long as they let them keep it a secret when the time comes, they naturally won't talk about it. Otherwise, the incapacitated, the other big pirate groups, would have taken it seriously. The ship was sailing on the ocean, an hour and a half away from Donghai City. Just then, Xiao Ling's cell phone rang, and when it was connected, an anxious and grave voice came. Captain, it's no good. What happened? Summerling had a bad feeling about this. End of chapter. Chapter 42, Going to War. Chapter 42, Going to War. Captain, our territory has been taken over by the Sandstorm Pirates and the Nightfork Pirates. What? This caused Xiao Ling's face to change, not expecting the other party to dare to do this. Yi Yu knows that these two pirate groups, in Hangzhou City, the strength is not similar to the previous Xiao Ling's pirate group, the captain of the Sandstorm Pirate Group. Shara, the Sand Fruit ability, the captain of the Nightfork Pirates. Yi Ming, the Thread Fruit ability, are also both highly gifted, although they are both at the 8th level, not as high as Xiao Ling and Zhao Yener, and their abilities are not as strong as the two, but they have recruited a lot of people. After all, Xiao Ling recruiting, character assessment is very important, which makes a lot of people want to join, but also cannot join, while the threshold of the Nightfork and Sandstorm Pirates, it is very low. These two pirate groups knew that to match up, they would have to give an advantage in numbers, and each of the two pirate groups had more than 10,000 crew members. Xiao Ling was originally not worried because no one would want to have a conflict during this period, but it was surprising to take their territory while they were gone. Summerling frowned and inquired, when did this happen? Shortly after your departure, after the occupation, which cut us off from the outside world. We just came out and told you right away. Xiao Ling was exasperated. They really have a lot of guts. You guys wait, we'll be right there. Yes, Captain. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Ling was furious. Zhao Yener's battle spirit also rose. We must make them regret it. Xiao Ling nodded. Before, if we would have chosen to hesitate to make a move for the sake of the territory, but now that we have Brother Feather, the number of Overlord color hegemony Tyank, and this time we have recruited so many warriors, our strength has been increased by a lot. Zhao Yener nodded. Yes, our strength is already stronger than their single pirate group, although their pirate group also has strong people, but it can't compare to us. At this time, the city of Hang, Sandstorm Pirates Shara, face heavy, on the side of the vice captain, called Lucci, ability is Cat Fruit Panther form, that is, the fruit of the Pirate King in Lucci, the 8th level talent. Lucci inquired, Captain, what should we do? Originally thought of with the Nightfork Pirate Group, together occupy the division of their territory, so as to expel them from Hang City, in addition to looking for a place to use as a base, even if they know, but also dare not take the risk to deal with us, because it is occupied by our two pirate groups, but, now their strength to enhance quite a lot, especially that Yu. Hegemony color hegemony is very strong, our advantage, most of them are the number of. Shara nodded. I know, but don't worry, they won't dare to make a move, so what if there is Yu? When the time comes, just let the lowly crews be farther away. If 1,000 meters doesn't work, then 10,000 meters. I don't believe his overlord color can go that far. Lucci reminded. Captain, why don't we contact Yi Ming? It's best to make an alliance and gather together first, so they definitely won't dare to make a move. Shara frowned. Is that necessary? There are a lot of people recruited, but most of them are incapable, so what's there to be afraid of? Captain, taking on one of our two pirate groups individually in turn is troublesome, and casualties are sure to be high, even if they won't allow themselves to suffer too many casualties before the mutation. Just in case. Okay. Shara then contacted Yamin. As for why we need to grab land, it makes sense, because after the real mutation, many places, there will be random treasures, so for the powerful pirate group, naturally the more land the better. Treasure is wanted. After all, treasure can be used to exchange for experience. That's why the occupation of the Hangtown turf. At this time, Yi Ming was also a bit worried, and the cadres all proposed an alliance. Answering the phone, Yi Ming said, I can roughly guess your intentions. Shara inquired. So, the alliance? You can alliance. Announce it to the public. Our two powerful pirate group alliance. They can only endure. They don't dare to come back at all. Even if they come back, the most they can do is to take away the dozens of people he left behind. They don't dare to make a move against us. Yes, they are no match at all. What's more, in 15 days, the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates will unite against them. It's even more unlikely for them to get into a friction with us right now. And now that the big battle has been reduced, they're even more screwed after 15 days. Yes, two pirate groups, not afraid at all. Soon after, the League announcement was released and hit the hot seat. The territory of Hang City, the pirate group built by Xia Ling, is occupied by the Sandstorm and Nightcrawler pirate groups, respectively. Sandstorm is allied with the Nightcrawler pirates. A lot of the foodies instantly got it. That's pretty provocative behavior. Even if it's a shame for a pirate group to have their territory occupied. This time, Summerling and the others, they surely won't dare to do it. Yeah, Sandstorm and Nightcrawler are allied. Not to mention, in half a month, there's the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates to face. Cootie. Only then will we do it. It's just going to have to be as if it didn't happen. It's just going to have to be deflated. Everyone thought that Xia Ling's pirate group would not make a move. And at this time, Xia Ling, Zhao Yan Air, naturally knew. Extremely angry. Fists clenched. Damn. Zhao Yener was heavy. In this case, it's hard to make a move. Dealing with one alone, it's our advantage. But with their alliance, even though we have Yi Yu, who can target their low combatants, they are allied together, and their combined strength is stronger than ours. So, although she didn't want to, Zhao Yener already had a choice within her heart. Xia Ling sighed and nodded. Hey, one can only endure. At this point, the crew, the cadres naturally know, and are just as upset, and would love to fight, and take back the territory. But no, it's not realistic, and the atmosphere is a little heavy and stifling. Another update from the crew in Hangtown. Captain, not only are the two pirate groups allied, but their lowly crews, all divided into 100 groups, are set up in various parts of Hang City. Got it. Hanging up the phone, Summerling knew better than to make a move. Zhao Yener said, this is done in order to spread out the lower crews, thus making Yi Yu's overlord color less influential to them. Xia Ling nodded. Well, even if Brother Fei's overlord color is very powerful, the distance is very far, but spread throughout the entire Hang City, Brother Fei's overlord color hegemony, it will be very difficult to play to affect them. This battle, indeed, cannot be fought. Right at this moment, Yi Yu opened his mouth with a stern tone. I think, to do it. This caused Xia Ling and Zhao Yener to shake. To make a move? The crew had heard it too, and though their eyes lit up and wanted to fight and save face, they knew that the captain would not allow it. Summerling inquired. Why? Yi Yu said with a straight face. This will be an opportunity for a battle of prestige, letting the world know how powerful we are. Xia Ling nodded, although it is said so, but the premise has to win. Although the choice not to fight will be ridiculed by many people, but it can reduce casualties. It is better to lie in wait. This time endured. 15 days later, full force to deal with the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirate Group. When the time comes to choose a good sea terrain, Yi Yu shook his head. This time, our comprehensive strength has increased quite a lot. We can fight, even if they are allied. So what? Our comprehensive strength is quite a bit higher than they think. They despise incapacitated people. But us this time, there are quite a few powerful ones among the incapacitated people. At this point, the crew that wants to fight more than anything else is the incapacitated. Wanting to prove that, well, they're not so bad. If they tolerate it this time, it will make people think that they are easy to bully, and they will definitely get an inch in the future. So they must establish authority. Even though they understood this, Xia Ling and Zhao Yener still had heavy faces and were ready to shake their heads in rejection even though many of the crew members looked over eagerly. Captain, battle. Even if I have to sacrifice, I will fight them, knowing that we are not to be bullied. It's suffocating. Very angry. The Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates are going to come to mess with us in 15 days, and now the Night Forks and Sandstorm Pirates have also grabbed our turf and eaten that we don't dare to make a move. So we're going to move to them. I captain. Make war with them. Xia Ling sighed and shook her head. It still counts. At this time, Yi Yu confidently voiced out, interrupting Xia Ling's words with an awe-inspiring voice that resounded through the entire pirate group. What if I said that my dominant color, at the moment, has a range that can cover the entire city of Hang? End of chapter. Chapter 43, Drawing the Sword. Shocking Xia Ling and Zhao Yener. Chapter 43, Drawing the Sword. Shocking Xia Ling and Zhao Yener. These words shocked everyone beyond measure. Covering an entire city? That's too scary, isn't it? What a horrible range 0. Strong, too strong. The crew was overwhelmed with vibrations of adoration. Charing vibrated and inquired, will it affect civilians? No, I can control it with precision. Unless it's in my vicinity, then it will be stunned by the overlord color I emanate. Because with the outbreak of overlord color, I have a range around me, which is completely covered with overlord color. While at a distance, it is possible to spread out and set the point. This made everyone understand and feel too strong, and the crew couldn't be happier. That makes it useless for them to be scattered throughout the city. Big Brother you can completely restrain their numbers, then it is possible to fight. Captain. At that moment, all eyes looked towards Xiaoling. Xiaoling decided. Then fight. It must be established. Ow. The crew was extremely excited, cheering, no longer holding back the fight inside. Soon, the statement hit the hot seat, leaving everyone shaking and surprised. Look at the hot search. Summerling's response. I'll be damned. To choose to go to war? Didn't expect that at all. Why? That's too just, but it would cost a small fortune. After this battle, there will definitely be casualties and a reduction in battle power. So how can we face the juggernaut and the flying sky afterward? Want to establish prestige? From there, it's better to recruit people, even if there are casualties in this battle. But taking the territory and saving face, there will be people who want to join. If they don't fight and concede, a lot of those who sign up won't think about joining because it's a pirate group that anyone can bully. It was reckless, though. At this time, Sandstorm and the Nightfort pirates were surprised when they found out. Yi Ming sneered. Humph, since you chose to fight, then come on, just fight your way out of fleeing. Shara nodded, confident, we're in an alliance. There's no way they're a match. All hands on deck. These two pirate groups, with a great deal of vigor, were not worried in the least. At this time, East Ocean City, Lin Mushui gloated and laughed when she found out. Ha, it's stupid to choose to go to war, Li Tsong sarcastically said. Ha ha, who gave them the courage? Liang Jingru or Yi Yu? Scattered throughout the city, his overlord color hegemony can't affect many people on the other side. Lin Mushui looked forward to, hurry up and start. I want to hear about Yi Yu getting thrashed, because the priority to deal with is definitely Yi Yu. After beating Yi Yu down, the lower crews can make their move and take them down in an encircling position. Li Tsong nodded. Yes, the city is now their territory. They are definitely laying out preparations now, and tactics are important. If they go now, they are sheep in a tiger's den. But we are happy to see them decide like this. Lin Mushui realized that there were already quite a few live feeds to the city, and too many people in the country were paying attention, because the only big conflict happening right now is here. Even though all of the multiple locations also have conflicts, they are minor ones with small pirate groups. Natsu Ling was introducing Sandstorm and the Nightfort Pirates' high-end battle power at this time. The captain of the Sandstorm Pirates, Sasha Fruit, and the vice captain, Cat Fruit Leopard form, are all celestials. The cadres are also all abilities. There are fast chopping fruit, explosive fruit, light and heavy fruit, ripe fruit, animal system dog fruit Tibetan mastiff form, animal system snake fruit black mamba form, captain of the Nightfort Pirates, thread fruit, vice captain, Yi Tong, his brother, childish fruit, and the cadres are all powerful abilities as well. Sticky fruit, Bakugan fruit, spinning fruit, Tun fruit, Ishi fruit, gas fruit, and spring fruit. The high-end battle power of the Nightfort Pirates is stronger than that of the Sandstorm Pirates. This gave many of the newer crew members an understanding, but not at all afraid. The battle spirit rose and it was good to be challenged. Just then, the message echoed. The real mutation has begun. All kinds of random secret realms and treasures have appeared all over the world, and all kinds of ferocious beasts and powerful sea beasts have also appeared in various seas and islands. The real adventure has begun. It shook everyone to their core. It was finally here. The real voyage was about to begin. The sea, full of opportunity, descends, and the age of the great voyage opens. Many pirate groups, starting to sail, are looking forward to the future, and all want to make a name for themselves. The city, Sandstorm and the Nightcrawler pirates naturally did not sail, waiting for the big fish to take the bait. At this time, Xiaoling's pirate ship was sailing on the sea. The sea suddenly surged and became less calm and windy. That makes it exciting for more people. The environment all became instantly hostile. That's why it's important to have a navigator. 2. The unknown dangers also make it exciting. Look, the sky. At once, everyone looked up into the sky. Yi Yu similarly looked over to find that a vortex stream was surfacing and was yellow in color. This represented a secret realm that was one level higher and more difficult than the previous white vortex. It's a random location secret. We were lucky to run into the mutation just as it started. I wonder what type it is and if the entire pirate group can participate. It's molded. Just gaze into the swirling stream and you'll know the information. Yellow swirling streams molded in the air, and then information flooded into his mind. A secret realm for 3 people. Only 3 people could enter, and when they successfully passed, they would share the experience of the secret realm equally. The crew was lost, having thought about fighting a bit. Xia Ling said, 3 people or not, after all, there will be a big battle waiting for us later. Everyone wait outside me. Yes, Captain. The crew is curious as to which one will be picked to go in. Xia Ling, Zhao Yan Air, the natural one to go in. Then pick another one. Xia Ling looked at Yi Yu. In her heart, she wanted Yi Yu to gain experience. Proposing, the third person, choose Yi Yu to come with us. After all, if within the secret area, there are too many numbers of battle forces, then Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony can work. The crew nodded. Agreed. Summerling nodded. That's it then. Let's the 3 of us go in. Yi Yu responded. Good. In the next instant, the 3 looked to the swirling stream and chose to participate. Light poured down, enveloped and disappeared, entering the secret realm. When we came in, it was a plain area and no enemies appeared. But, soon, a wooden door appears ahead and the message is known. A single person chooses to enter, enters, fights a single target, and if he or she is defeated within 60 seconds, he or she passes the level directly. Unable to defeat it within 60 seconds, the target in the wooden door will come out and double its battle power. And when it comes out, participants can fight it. Pass before you come out, normal experience bonus. After you come out, 1. 5x experience. When you face a death crisis during a battle, you will be automatically teleported out and fail the mission. It made sense to the 3. Summerling eyes. When you come out, you get extra experience. Zhao Yener nodded. Despite that, it's the yellow secret realm after all, so it's still best to not let him have double the battle power added. Well, it's best if I can go all out inside and make quick work of him. Xia Ling said. Feather brother, not multiple quantity type. Then you lie down. Sister, I take you to fly. Zhao Yener smiled faintly. Yes, the 2 of us will take you to lie down and win. Yi Yu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He really thought he was a soft eater. Xia Ling directly chose to enter. Flame, I'll go first. Okay, cheers. Well, I'll try to solve the target in 60 seconds. Summerling then entered the wooden door. Zhao Yener had already taken a battle stance, because since it was a yellow vortex, the difficulty was definitely not bad, the opponent was definitely not weak, and it would be difficult to overcome it in 60 seconds unless there was a big gap in battle power. So, think there's a good chance that the target will come out. Time passed by second. Yi Yu was not worried that something would happen to Xia Ling, now the yellow secret realm. It was not considered a secret realm of despair, especially for the strong. If the color yellow could make a top heavenly pride like Xia Ling feel desperate, then no one would enter if the purple secret realm appeared. The yellow secret realm, although difficult, wasn't too dangerous. Even if Xia Ling couldn't defeat it in 60 seconds, he certainly wouldn't be at too much of a disadvantage. When 60 seconds were almost up and it wasn't over, it was clear that the fight was still going on. At 60 seconds, the wooden door opened and Xia Ling bounced out, landing steadily next to Zhao Yener and Yi Yu. In the next second, a figure scurried out, and looking over, it was a tiger-shaped man. It came out with bulging muscles and a stronger aura. Xia Ling stared. The strength has indeed doubled. Zhao Yener inquired. How is it? How is the strength? 20 level of foreign beast tiger man. Battle power is very strong, but when fighting, weaker than me some. Now come out. Even if the enhancement doubled, not I can defeat alone, but fortunately there are you. Zhao Yener understood that it meant that the chances of winning were high, and teaming up was very likely to defeat it. Zhao Yener's whole body flamed over. Then let's join forces. Xia Ling nodded. Well, go all out, and beware. He'll be able to see the smell color and the armed color hegemony, and be more masterful than us. Okay, got it. At that moment, the 2 men's gazes stared, coldly staring at the tiger man in front of them. At this time, Yi Yu noticed Xia Ling's right arm and his face changed. The right arm's shirt was ruptured, and through the split, another bloody gash could be seen inside, dripping blood. There was a ticking sound, and blood dripped down his fingertips and onto the floor. Yi Yu inquired with concern. Sister Ling, you're injured. Xia Ling had just made herself act fine, not letting her expression show her pain to avoid making Yi Yu worry, and now that she was seen, Xia Ling shook her head and smiled. It's fine, a small injury. Let spirit heal it when you get out. It will heal quickly. None of it will leave a scar. Zhao Yener also noticed that the wounds weren't small. Although they weren't considered serious injuries, they weren't considered light injuries either. And her battle spirit rose. Team up and get it over with as soon as possible. You can't afford to lose too much blood. At this point, blood was still dripping down his fingertips to the ground. Although it was not a serious injury, Yi Yu's heart was instantly icy cold, and the gaze he looked at the Tiger Man was cold, icy cold to the bone, and extremely intimidating. The Tiger King actually subconsciously trembled inwardly after looking at each other. As Xiao Ling and Zhao Yener were preparing to make their move, Yi Yu took the lead and stepped out, quickly rushing towards the Tiger Man, while at the same time, his right hand reached behind his back and drew out the Black Sword Knight. Yi Yu suddenly made a move, or rushed over alone, causing Zhao Yener's face to change in shock. Xiao Ling was even more florid, instantly filled with worry, anxiety, and exclaimed in unison with Zhao Yener, "Yi Yu, come back quickly, you're no match for him." End of chapter. Chapter 44 Yi Yu's Strength, Shocking Xiao Ling. Chapter 44 Yi Yu's Strength, Shocking Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling and Zhao Yener never expected that Yi Yu would dare to rush up. The words that were just said can already reflect the Tiger Man's power. Xiao Ling himself singled out. Enough time, can defeat the Tiger Man, but now out. The battle power doubled, then singled out. Xiao Ling felt unable to defeat this Tiger Man. Means that the Tiger Man now, the battle power is a little bit stronger than himself. Therefore, to join forces with Zhao Yener, he would be able to take care of this Tiger Man. But Yi Yu surprisingly rushed up directly by himself after seeing that he was injured. Obviously, what he said could express the Tiger Man's greatness, but Yi Yu still rushed up alone, angry and losing his mind because he was injured? Too late to think more and be shocked. Xiao Ling and Zhao Yener quickly rushed up, wanting to help Yi Yu in a hurry. Even if Yi Yu was a bit more powerful than they thought, he was certainly not a match for the Tiger Man and had a huge gap in battle power. After all, Xiao Ling or Zhao Yener, no matter who it was, couldn't defeat the Tiger Man in single combat. While rushing over, Zhao Yener continued to exclaim, "Yi Yu, quickly stop. Don't fight him. You're no match for him." Xiao Ling was even more anxious and worried, fearing that something would happen to Yi Yu. "Brother Yu, come back quickly. He's not something you can deal with. Just leave it to Flame and I." However, in the next instant, Xiao Ling and Zhao Yener instantly stared in disbelief. The scene that happened in front of their eyes shocked them to the core, instantly stopping their forward rush, stunned in place as they watched what was happening in front of them, only to see, after Yi Yu pulled out the Black Sword Knight behind his back, he held the sword in his right hand and slashed out without any frills, a piercing emerald green chop bursting out. The Tiger Man's face changed in shock as he felt the terrifying power of the chopping blow, which tore a gully in the ground in a flash. The Tiger Man's sharp claws catapulted out, just like a knife blade, ruthlessly chopping and slashing, cutting out 5 white sharp edges. However, when they clashed with the chopping attack issued by Yi Yu, the 5 fronts directly collapsed. The Tiger Man's eyes widened and his pupils contracted as he watched the emerald green chopping attack zoom in and out of sight, quickly crossing his arms to block while his arms became pitch black and covered with a layer of armed color hegemony. Clank! With a clang, Tiger Man blocked with both arms, but was quickly shaken back, exiting 20 meters away in the blink of an eye, cutting a trail on the ground, while his arms, with his armed color hegemony being torn apart, let out a rising scream of misery. Ah! With a snort, the Tiger Man's arms were directly cut off in half each. Half of the arm, along with the palm, fell to the ground, and blood continued to gush out from the cut. The Tiger Man was in extreme pain, and his heart was horrified. How could it be so strong? Now in this period of time, Yi Yu's tone was icy cold. "Leave a wound on my elder sister's arm, then cut off both your arms first." At this time, in the back, Xiao Ling and Zhao Yener were still stunned in place, dumbfounded as they watched the scene. This was too strong. Just a single slash. It cut off both arms of the Tiger Man. If they were in their place, it would be impossible for them to do so. Yi Yu turned back at this time, smiled faintly and showed his cards. "Actually, you guys are no match for me." Xiao Ling and Zhao Yener shook and were a little embarrassed at the same time. After all, they had just exclaimed for Yi Yu to stop, saying that Yi Yu was no match for the Tiger Man, and now it seemed that they were wrong. Xiao Ling shook, incredulous. "Brother Fei, how did you get so strong?" Zhao Yener was also stunned. "That blade just now, it was so powerful. Even if I were to strike my fire fist, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to resist it at all." Yi Yu was helpless. "Didn't I say? I'm quite powerful, and the reason why I'm quite the captain of the ship is because of my strength, which is more powerful than yours." Xiao Ling and Zhao Yener were still a bit confused that Yi Yu, who contracted 7 incapacitated people, was stronger than them. Yi Yu said. We'll talk about the specifics later. I'll settle this tiger man first. At this moment, the tiger man roared angrily, opening his tiger's mouth, hissing, and in his mouth he was condensing a white light mass. Whoosh! In the next instant, more than 10 small light clusters were quickly spat out, faster than bullets, and shot at Yi Yu from different angles, while the Tiger King was also moving quickly, and all around Yi Yu, there were light clusters constantly and quickly shooting. Xia Ling hastily reminded. Xia Ling still chose to change her words because Yi Yu was too strong. Feather, his light ball is very powerful. Don't get hit. Just now, inside the wooden door, he had naturally faced it, and had it not been for the rapid body elementalization into ice, the injury would have been aggravated. However, in the next second, they were once again shaken by it, only to see Yi Yu's body flashing rapidly, all bringing up a piece of residual shadow, dodging all the light clusters, and even when the light clusters came from behind, he dodged them without turning his head back. Zhao Yener shook. What a fast speed! And the seeing color hegemony is also powerful. Xia Ling, your feather brother, completely did not become ordinary because of the contract incapacitated person. Too strong, much stronger than us. Xia Ling shook, happy, at the same time recalled before, some embarrassment, but also said to cover Yi Yu. But now look, which need their own cover. Clearly as Yi Yu cover their own. While quickly dodging, Yi Yu quickly approached the Tiger King and chopped out with a knife. Even though the Tiger King dodged at full speed, he was also affected by the waves and a deep and long blood gash surfaced on his body. The Tiger King was getting more and more alarmed. His injuries were getting worse and worse. This sword art was also too terrifying. The power of each blade was too terrifying. Obviously there were no move names. Nothing was shouted. It was just a fancy free chop, but the chop that erupted from each blade was too strong. And, not only the sword skill, this armed color, the seeing color, its own speed, reaction, is also horrible. When the Tiger King got close and kicked his right foot out viciously, Yi Yu's body rotated to slash behind him. The Tiger King is a little more relieved, because this time did not break out chopping. Then the power is, boom! The sharp-edged claw that poked out from his right foot collided with the black blade and was directly cut off, and with a terrifying force coming from it, the Tiger King flew out backwards. Whoosh! With a flash, Yi Yu quickly rushed towards the Tiger King, coming behind the Tiger King in the upside-down flight, holding the black sword knight in his right hand, raising it high and chopping it down. Clank! The emerald green light chopped and erupted, and with a poof, the Tiger King's body was chopped into two halves, and he collapsed and died in a miserable scream. The sound of the message echoed. The secret realm has passed, and teleportation back to the location before entry has begun. Xia Ling and Zhao Yener had already looked bewildered. It was over so quickly. If they were to join forces, it would take some effort and time to solve the Tiger King, but it was quickly solved by Yi Yu in a few strokes. The transmission went out to the joy and amazement of the crew. So quick to pass. Awesome. Worthy of a captain and co-captain. After all, the talent is high and the fruit ability is powerful. If it's a quantity type, Yi Yu can also reduce the number quickly. Xia Ling and Zhao Yener were inwardly horrified, looking at each other and marveling in unison. Passing the yellow secret realm so quickly has nothing to do with us. It was Yi Yu who passed it alone. Now, I'll announce something. End of chapter. Chapter 45 Yi Yu becomes captain. Chapter 45 Yi Yu becomes captain. Hearing Xia Ling's words, everyone was incredulous and didn't react. Captain of the ship, what did you say? Yi Yu passed alone? Summerling nodded. Yes, it has nothing to do with Flame and I. This caused the crew to be horrified and stare at Zhao Yener with wide eyes. Zhao Yener nodded. Indeed, the crew believed it and were shaken by it. Holy, the captain wasn't kidding. Awesome. This is a yellow secret realm. Yi Yu cleared it alone. Could it be the quantity type? Yi Yu relied on the overlord color and solved it. Most likely. There must be more mosquitoes than before, just to be restrained by Yi Yu. Otherwise, the captain and co-captain are so strong. Naturally, they won't be led by Yi Yu to lie down and win. At once, they all felt it was so. Summerling said aloud, continue what I just said. At once, the ship fell silent, wondering what Summerling was going to announce. Zhao Yener had guessed it, and even then, was fully supportive. Summerling announced, from now on, I'm not a pirate captain. This stunned the crew once again. Why? Could it be that the vice captain is stronger than the captain again? So now it's the vice captain who is the captain again. After all, in our pirate group, the strongest is the most honored. So it is. Summerling laughed and shook her head. You're thinking wrong. Zhao Yener nodded her head. Indeed, I thought wrong. With my current strength, I'm still unable to defeat Xia Ling. Her current frozen fruit is still a bit more powerful than my burning fruit. At once, the crew was directly confused. Not so, then why? There couldn't be any better than the captain and co-captain on the ship. Xia Ling looked at Yi Yu and declared with a straight face, "From now on, Yi Yu becomes the captain of our pirate group." At these words, there was a brief silence and a pin drop. There was silence for 3 seconds and everyone clammed up. "Ha? What? Making Yi Yu the captain of the ship? This? Although Big Brother Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony is strong, but his own strength, he definitely can't compare to the captain and vice captain. Yeah, if the contract was a powerful devil fruit, the most strongly gifted Yi Yu would definitely be more powerful than the captain, but right now, Yi Yu's power is only in the overlord color. It's obvious that the strongest are honored. Why is it like this? Have the rules been changed?" One crew member pouted, a little upset. Is it because of the captain's relationship with Yi Yu? Knowing that the two are very good friends, but to give the captain to Yi Yu as the captain, it won't work. Yeah, it must be that Yi Yu wanted to be, so the captain let it be. The captain must not be a normal friend with Yi Yu. I see that the captain likes Yi Yu. Captain, we're not convinced. We can't do this. The rules can't be changed. Yeah, this will be laughed at by the other pirate groups too. Xia Ling said in a solemn voice. Quiet everyone. Of course the rules haven't changed. It's still the strongest is the most honored. That's why I let Yi Yu be the captain of the ship. It's because Yi Yu is stronger than Flame and I. The shock of the crew was already a wave stronger than a wave. Yi Yu was stronger than the captain and the vice captain. How was this possible? Xia Ling said. The yellow secret realm just now was not a quantity type, but only one enemy, so you should be able to guess roughly the strength intensity of this enemy's strength. Even if it was me fighting the other party solo, it would be difficult to defeat, and I would need to join forces with Flamer in order to solve him. However, Yi Yu stepped in and quickly resolved the opponent all by himself, and Flamer and I could see that Yi Yu didn't even use his full strength to deal with the Tiger Man, so it can be said that he was hanging on for dear life. Zhao Yen'er nodded. That's right. He then looked at Yi Yu to confirm the inquiry. Yi Yu, just now, you didn't use your full strength, did you? Yi Yu shook his head. No. This made Xia Ling and Zhao Yen'er curious. So, exactly how much strength was used? Can you tell us? They could see that Yi Yu had solved the Tiger Man easily, without using his full strength, but it was not clear how much Yi Yu had specifically left. Yi Yu thought about it and said, let's say he used 3 points of force. This made Xia Ling and Zhao Yen'er instantly extremely shaken. Originally thought that even though they didn't use their full strength, they should be able to have a little more than half of it, but didn't think that it was only this much. They are believed. Recall, Yi Yu are one-handed holding the knife to swing. If two-handed holding the knife, then the power is not doubled so simple. For example, hitting someone with a stick in one hand hurts, but hitting them with a stick in both hands at full force is not as simple as doubling the pain. So, they do believe it, as outrageous as it is. Zhao Yen'er marveled. I didn't expect that not only was it stronger than me, but it was also stronger than just a little bit. After Xia Ling was shocked, she was happy. Fei, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Remembering that I said I would cover you before, now that I think about it, it's too ridiculous. At this point, the crew was listening to a bit of a cloud of cognitively shattering information that, in their minds, was constantly being digested. Yi Yu single-handedly defeated the Yellow Secret Realm enemy, an enemy that even the captain couldn't defeat. Yi Yu solved it without using his full strength. As much as I want to believe it, it's so unbelievable that even coming from the captain and the mate, I have a hard time believing it because it's so outrageous. Yeah, it couldn't have been made up to make Yi Yu the captain, could it? Xia Ling and Zhao Yen'er weren't surprised. After all, they were incredulous after seeing it at the time, and it was normal for the crew to be suspicious. Who would have thought that contracting 7 incapacitated people could be so strong? Xia Ling seriously said, it's true, there's no need to lie to you guys. Just now I realized that incapacitated people are no worse than devil fruit, to be precise, the strongest among the incapacitated. Zhao Yen'er nodded. That's why Yi Yu is so powerful. He didn't choose the devil fruit, not because he was unlucky enough not to choose it, but because he had a clear goal in the beginning. Isn't that right? Yi Yu nodded. Well, good guess, because I want to recruit more incapable people, so I didn't let anyone know. So this time, everyone also don't spread the word for now. When the incapable people have been recruited almost, then I will show my face to the world. Right now, everyone just know that I'm very strong. Yi Yu's words made the eyes of the contracted incapacitated person light up. Although it was hard to believe, it could be true. Otherwise, why would Yi Yu purposely recruit highly gifted incapable people? On behalf of their potential, which was not inferior to the same gifted capable people. Many people were still in disbelief and stood in place somewhat dazed, half believing. Contracting 7 incapacitated people that can be so much more powerful than the mighty captain and co-captain? That's a powerful freeze fruit and burn fruit. All the crew looked at each other. You looked at me. I looked at you. Xia Ling said. I know it's hard for everyone to believe, but that's how it is. As for those who still don't believe in some of them now, you'll believe in them very soon. After all, a pirate group. And you'll also be able to see Yiyu's power very soon. The crew thought it was a fair point that the fake couldn't stay fake and go undetected. There will definitely be opportunities to participate in the secret world together afterward. Xia Ling announced. So, from now on, the captain is no longer me, but Yiyu. The crew cheered and applauded. Congratulations to Big Brother Yiyu for becoming the captain. From now on, we won't call Yiyu Big Brother, we'll just call him Captain. Can an incapacitated person really be this strong? I'm more confident after contracting Sanji. Xia Ling looked at Yiyu and proposed. Now think of a pirate group name. You think of one. After all, you're the captain. And the real mutation has begun. And we haven't been able to settle on a name before, but now we can. End of chapter. Chapter 46, the only thing that overrides everything is dominance. Chapter 46, the only thing that overrides everything is dominance. Yiyu nodded. Okay, then I'll think of one. At once, the ship fell silent. The crew anticipating, excited that the pirate group name was going to be available. After a brief moment of thought, Yiyu announced, the name of our pirate group is, the Bajiyu Pirate Group. It makes everyone think it's okay. Baha Feather. Baha is the color of dominance, and Feather stands for captain. It's very much our specialty. Very well, just the bearing feather pirates. The crew loved it. Yiyu corrected. Hegemony does not only represent the overlord color, but a larger scope. Hegemony. You guys remember, the only thing that overrides everything is hegemony. This made everyone vibrate, muttering these 8 words, and the more they chanted, the more they felt the words, which were very domineering. It seems that dominance is important. Captain, we'll work harder to cultivate our armed color and seeing color hegemony. It's great to be on this ship and meet the captain. It's great to know a lot. The crew then celebrated and cheered. Xia Ling said, go back and take our territory. Then celebrate. Zhao Yen'er nodded. Yes, the pirate group is truly established. The captain is determined, as well as the name of the pirate group, and the pirate group flag. When we go back, draw one, by the captain. The cadre's wariness rose. We must take back our territory. Let everyone know that we are not to be bullied. Even if they are strong and choose to join forces, we are not afraid. The captain's overlord color hegemony, affecting their low combat power, so that they are drastically reduced in number. And then we can fight against these 2 pirate groups when we face them. Let the snow fruit of me fight painfully. The incapacitated, at this point, are the most excited. If it's true that the captain is stronger than both mates, then that means that the incapacitated, indeed, aren't bad. The mate wouldn't lie to us. I was still regretting that I was contracted to an incapacitated person because of my high talent. But now, I'm glad that the incapacitated person is no worse than a devil fruit. I'm convinced too. The captain must be pretty good. The mate wasn't exaggerating. Most of the crew is convinced. Soon enough, about the establishment of the Beijiu pirates and Yiyu becoming the captain. It hit the hot search. Because it was Yiyu, it directly occupied the first and second of the hot searches. Too many people, naturally, saw it first, which caused a furor. Frozen Fruit Summerling gave the captaincy to Yiyu? Why? Although Yiyu's dominant color hegemony is powerful, their pirate group isn't the strongest man the most respected? The rules changed? It can only be that the rules have been changed. Otherwise how could Yiyu become the captain? There's no way Yiyu could beat Xia Ling. Yiyu isn't qualified at all. Right. It's hard to become a captain with the world's strongest hegemonic color hegemony alone. That's not clear. Isn't Xia Ling relationship with Yiyu very good? I see that it is relying on the relationship to be the captain. It's possible. At this time, the Heavens Pride Pirates. Lin Mushue naturally knew about it quickly. Full of contempt, sarcasm. He even became the captain of the ship. What a joke. But also changed the name of the Beijiu pirates. Even more of a joke. Is not a strong person Yiyu as the captain of the ship? Make this pirate group name seem a little bit not powerful. Li Tsong nodded. Yes. If he obtains the strongest devil fruit, then the name, there is a bigs. But now he is also the king color hegemony is the strongest. Stun some minions just. I think it should be called the soft rice pirates. Contract those people. It is true that it is because of handsome. But also really let him eat soft rice. So that Xia Ling gave him the captain position. Perhaps. Also seduced Zhao Yen'er. Otherwise only Xia Ling agreed. But it's not enough. Lin Mushua became more and more contemptuous. What a soft rice man. Wanting to be the captain of my Tianjiao pirates. Wanting to eat my soft rice? I won't let it. But let him succeed at Xia Ling. Ha! At this time, the Sandstorm Pirates and the Nightfork Pirates, naturally, both knew about it and found it laughable. The Bearing Feather Pirates? They don't have that chance, much less the strength. Yi Ming sarcastically, scornfully, Yi Yu as captain. Ha! What a hilarious thing to do, pulling down the grade of the pirate group. Also, if they were to come and take back their territory, they would only be defeated by our combined forces and flee the city in a sorry state. Shara nodded. That's right, if they dare to come, let them be even more humiliated. It's not called the Baju Pirates. It should be called the Throwing City Pirates. The City of Cities. Ha ha ha. The captain gave them pithy names. Ha ha ha. The crew laughed for a moment. The two pirate groups, which had gathered together, were now here, starting out as full crew members. The low-level crew, which had added up to 60,000, were spread throughout every part of the city, in order to avoid being affected by the Overlord's color hegemony. After gathering together, they were extremely confident that the Bearing Feather Pirates could not possibly win, and would lose miserably. On their own, they might not be a match for the Bearing Feather Pirates, but in an alliance, they could definitely be defeated by a large margin. At this time, the Baja Feather Pirates were close to arriving. One of the crewmen binoculars looked and then reported, 10 minutes more, Captain, and there are no men on the other side of the shore. Yi Yu nodded his head. Got it. It seems that it just wants us to enter the city, thus surrounding us. Xia Ling was confident, bashful. With you, Feather, their crew distribution is useless. Zhao Yenner looked forward to it. Being able to cover the entire city is a bit unbelievable to me, but since the captain said so, it must be true. I'm looking forward to it, and I'll be able to see that kind of picture soon. Also already got our promotion and distribution department ready. Yi Yu said. Actually, there is no need to prepare. They will be ready for us. They must have prepared quite a number of people. When the time comes, they will broadcast it live from afar, highlighting the power of their alliance for the entire Dragon Kingdom to see. At this time, as Yi Yu thought, indeed, the live broadcast has been arranged. They didn't feel that they would advertise the Bearing Feather Pirates like Yi Yu's outburst of Overlord color hegemony earlier, confident that it would be a picture of their alliance in power and the Bearing Feather Pirates fleeing in defeat. At this time, the Beijiu pirate group has docked at the seashore. The crew disembarked. Yi Yu is the leader, walking in the front. On the left and right sides are Xiaoling, Zhao Yenner, and in the back are the cadres, the combat crew, the official crew, and the low-level crew. Such a battle. Yi Yu as the captain of the ship walked in the forefront of the sea position, completely in line with Hawkeye's wearing and carrying a black knife knight, plus Yi Yu's height and stature, but also in Hawkeye is almost the same, so let Yi Yu's handsome and forceful, extremely high, and even because it is also contracted Rayleigh, red hair, Roger, so that the Yi Yu's handsome and forceful, stronger than Hawkeye my hawk, even Blue Dye, who was the strongest pushover in the anime world, was somewhat inferior when facing Yi Yu. Xia Ling looked at Yi Yu's back, only to feel too cool, and secretly said in her heart, Brother Yu is really growing more and more handsome, and not only handsome, this aura, and cool and domineering, but also charming. Even Zhao Yenner was mesmerized. It was indeed too cool, making her heart beat a little faster. She hurriedly retracted her gaze and secretly said, Xia Ling likes Yi Yu. I can't be mesmerized by Yi Yu. I'm a good sister with Xia Ling. The crew behind them, too, thought the captain was so handsome, and they were proud and honored to have such a captain. At this point, the nation was suddenly concerned about what would happen next. End of chapter. Chapter 47, Full Outburst of Overlord Color. Chapter 47, Full Outburst of Overlord Color. For a time, many people throughout the kingdom, once again, were concerned. I can't believe I actually dared to come. Unwise. Although face is important, the future is more important. Facing the Sandstorm and Nightfork Pirates Alliance, it's impossible to get back the territory. It's bound to lose, and there will be casualties, thus the overall strength of the pirate group will be lowered. Then what about facing the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates 15 days later? It's even more finished. Even this time, perhaps the Bearing Feather Pirates are about to be disbanded by the beating. No one was optimistic about the Baja Feather Pirates, thinking that they would lose their fortune. Also all know that the two major alliance pirate groups, the crew are scattered. Then Yi Yu's Overlord color hegemony is also very difficult to affect. Other big pirate groups, some gloating, just created and about to face a blow. It would be best if we could take care of Yi Yu. It's bad to have such a horrible hegemonic color hegemony around. It'll make most of our crew oppose. Yes, with Yi in the future to compete for the list of the strongest pirate group. Yi is very tricky. When the power, the range is definitely stronger. Some people gloat and others think about helping. Among them are the surgical pirates. The captain's name is Luo Jin, a surgical fruit ability. Captain, should we help the Bayou pirates, thus leaving a good impression on them? There should be no harm in befriending Yi. Luo Jin sighed. There is this idea, but it's too late. The distance is far. The past has to be a day. After arriving, the battle is close to the end even if it's not. Some pirate groups wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to give Yi a good feeling, but they were too late and gave up. At this moment, Yi and the others went straight ahead and entered the city, making more people sigh and feel brainless. It's obvious that you're letting you guys in, and I can't believe you didn't choose to fight on the beach, so you'd totally get shut down. Yeah, they're even more screwed. When Yi is resolved first, then the lower crews will gather and surround them. With a disparity in the number of battle strengths, there is no way back. Soon, Yi and others came to the stadium area. Originally, this city, 1/3 of the area, is Xialing theirs, and the gymnasium is the center of their pirate group's territory. Now, it's occupied, but the people from the opposing pirate group aren't here. Apparently, there's a desire to get them deeper. Outside the gym, the crew that stayed behind came over. Guilty. Sorry, Captain. We didn't hold. Xialing said. It's fine. How can you guys hold it? Besides, I'm not the captain now. You should have seen the hot search. The new captain is Yi. Okay. The 100 or so people who stayed behind to face Yi, although very puzzled, why will become the captain of the ship? The heart feels that it is relying on the relationship, but the hegemonic color hegemony is powerful. When the captain of the ship is also okay, right? The crew reminded. Captain, let's leave. This battle is a sure loss. Yeah, we're not afraid to die. But, it doesn't make sense. Although face is important, there is no need to fight this kind of losing battle that has no chance of winning. Lie down and keep getting stronger. There is still a lot of territory to collect, and when you're strong enough, you can snatch it back. Yi said. Your proposal is also good. However, it is not necessary. It stunned them. Xialing said. Yes, there's no need. It's not certain who will win and who will lose. There's no way we're going to give up our ground and leave. These crew members also stopped saying anything, and at once their wariness rose. In that case, let's fight. And at that moment, a teenager with dyed green hair came along, stocky and muscular, carrying 3 knives, running quickly to and wiping off the sweat. Phew, almost missed it. Obviously had to be here over 2 hours ago but got lost a couple times. Seeing this person, Yi guessed something. The teenager walks up and introduces himself. My name is Sun Lung, and the contracted incapacitated person is called Loranoa Solon. Xialing was surprised. Why are you here? Come here? Sun Lung grinned. I'll naturally come. Haven't I already signed up? As long as I pass the character test, I'll be a cadre of your pirate group, or the head of the cadres. What a high regard for me. Speaking of this, Sun Long turned towards Yi and smiled gratefully, while at the same time vibrating inwardly, thinking that Yi looked so domineering, especially noticing the crossblade Yi carried on his back. He was instantly curious. Are there any sword masters among the incapacitated people you contracted? Yi nodded. Well, it seems that the Sauron you contracted is also good at swordsmanship and is still a 3-blade stream. Yes, let's spar sometime. Yi inquired. Even knowing that we're going to have a big battle, even though many people think we're inferior, you came to fight with us? Solon's battle intent rose. Of course, I also want to show them what happens when they belittle me, and make them regret it. Going to enroll before and making all sorts of taunts at me. Ah, it makes me very upset. Yi nodded his head, appreciating. At this time, you still dare to come and join. Your character assessment. No need to carry out. Directly join the Overlord Feather Pirates. According to what I said, you are the head of the cadres. Xialing and Jia Yener also admired Sun Long. Being able to come at this time of the day was indeed not a bad character. Sun Long was happy. Ha ha, joining such a powerful pirate group, or the head of the cadre. It's too much to look up to me. When I fight later, I won't let you all down. I'll give it my all. As the words fell, Sun Long's battle intent rose, and he couldn't wait. At this time, a man walked out of the gym, laughing mockingly. What an idiot. To join them at this time, it's really too much. The man who came out had a bratty face, an unpleasant, fierce look, a scar on his face, and a head of yellow hair. The crew member from earlier said, he's one of the cadres of the Nightfork Pirates. Spring fruit ability, Bahimi. In this way, Yi felt that this guy, with the pirates and the spring fruit Bellamy, also has a few similarities. And, to look more arrogant, more owed to beat. Summerling wondered. It's just him. Bihame nodded. It is indeed just me, my equivalent of a negotiator. The Baju pirates. The cadres frowned, feeling too much contempt and exasperation for them. Lu Sun of the retarded fruit frowned. Dare to come alone. What a big nerve. Really don't put us in our eyes. Really think that we are so easy to bully and don't dare to do anything to you? Bihame was not afraid and blandly said. Indeed, I think you guys don't dare to do anything to me now. The reason why I came here is to give you guys a chance. Our captain said that you guys leave immediately and we won't start a war with you. How about it? Gave you guys a chance. Make good use of it. The Night Fork and Storm Pirates, though confident that they could win, felt that it was best not to go to war, because even if they had a large advantage and were able to defeat it, there would definitely be some casualties. They were more interested in taking the city and didn't want to lose a single soldier, so they didn't go straight for it, letting Bihame's equivalent of a negotiator come here first. Yi Yu spoke faintly, not answering, but asking the crew behind him. Everyone answer him for me. At once, all of them, in one voice, were furious. It is impossible to leave. Battle. Take back our land. Yi Yu smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Worthy of being a crew member of the Bearing Feather Pirates. Bihame frowned and grunted coldly. Toast the wine but not to eat the penalty wine. What a stupid decision. All gave you the opportunity, but you don't even cherish it. Where did you get the dependence? Thinking that by relying on Yi Yu, you can drastically weaken our battle power? Ha ha ha. Bellamy laughed and looked towards Yi Yu, clasping his hands on his chest in an arrogant gesture. Here, now you hurry up and try it with the Overlord color and see how much of our crew you can disable. The corner of Yi Yu's mouth hooked into a smile. Oh, let me hurry up and release my hegemonic color hegemony now? Bellamy nodded. Of course, release it. Yi Yu coldly smiled. This is the first time I've heard of such a stupid request. So, fulfill you. In the next instant, Yi Yu, for the first time, fully erupted the Overlord color hegemony. End of chapter. Chapter 48, the lemony color covered the entire city. All panicked. Chapter 48, the lemony color covered the entire city. All panicked. Bihame was emboldened by the fact that the low-level crew members were all spread out all over the city, and it was hard to believe that Yi Yu's dominating color hegemonic aura would have a range so large that it could cover the entire city? This is impossible. All who watched thought so too. On the Tianjiao pirate ship, Lin Muxue was cozy, gloating, in the boathouse, leaning on the sofa, getting high on melon seeds, while watching the livestream, waiting for Yi Yu to be targeted soon. Li Tsong sarcastically said, his overlord color is useless. People have all laid out in advance, since the stupidity of choosing to go to war. The other side will prioritize dealing with him, and then the lower crews will gather again, and the overlord feather pirates won't be able to play at all. Lin Muxue sneered. That's right, and at this point, there is live streaming, very sweet, from a drone high in the sky, overlooking the entire city. Therefore, all of a sudden, everyone's eyes looked at this screen live, wanting to see Yi Yu's dominating color hegemony. What was the exact range and how much it could affect? In the next instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Rumble. Yi Yu full outburst of overlord color hegemonic chi. Dark red horror chi swept. In an instant, the entire city of this heaven and earth was covered by dark red. From Yi Yu's body, a red lightning bolt erupted, spreading in all directions, quickly sweeping every area of the entire city. And the red lightning bolt, that is, the area where the overlord color aura reaches, is just where the two sides of the pirate group's low-ranking crew members are located. Storm, the Night Fork pirates, naturally, were all watching, and all of a sudden, their eyes widened in shock and dismay. Many of the live feeds, also aimed at the crew in their area, originally wanted to let people know that their crew would be fine, but now the smarts were backfiring, and all of them were being broadcasted out, only to see each area of the low-level crew are instantly first body shock, fixed in place, unable to move, the heart of the panic, the body trembling, the face of the cold sweat, and then the white eyes rolled over, thumped down on the ground, the crew in each area. In a flash, all fainted and fell to the ground. Even those on the edge of the city all fainted. Instantly, the entire Dragon Kingdom fell into silence. Everyone, stunned in place. The people of the Baju pirates were similarly shocked. Looking at this heaven and earth, it was simply too terrifying. My God, is this the full power of the captain's hegemony color hegemony? Cover the whole city. It's scary. Even standing at the very back of the captain, I can't carry it a bit. Yeah, I'm sure I'd have fainted too if I'd been with the co-captain, the cadre and all of them, so close to the captain. The lower crew, admiring the captain more and more. Even if the captain didn't become a captain by strength, he's still fully qualified to make an exception. Xia Ling and Zhao Yan'er were also extremely shocked. Such a scene was simply astounding. And now it was only the early stage. Even just at the beginning, Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony was so terrifying. Although just now past the yellow secret realm, so that the level are raised by 1 level. Yi Yu now 16 level, but only 16 level. So horrible. Wait until the late stage. This hegemonic color hegemony. How horrible will it be? Is it hard to believe that the earth will shake? Or even the sky will split open? It's entirely possible. At this time, Bei Haimi, horrified, wide-eyed, incredulous, completely hit in the face. Because the hand has a special device screen, you can see a lot of areas of dense red dots, all extinguished, which represents their loss of consciousness. All fainted. How? How is that possible? Bei Haimi subconsciously backed up, emboldened, couldn't laugh, completely lost the arrogance of a moment ago. Yi Yu, who had erupted in overlord color, smiled sarcastically. Why are you panicking? Wasn't it you who told me to unleash my full power and see? Satisfied? Bei Haimi's face grew more and more ugly as he was slapped in the face and kept backing away. If that's the case, then it's hard to say whether or not it's possible to advantageously defeat the Baja Feather Pirates when the war starts or not. At this moment, Yi Ming and Shiera were horrified and stared at the extreme. Bang! 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 Even around them, there were sounds of falling to the ground that kept ringing out. Surprisingly, even a few of the official crew members could not carry on and fainted. At once, their eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Ming frowned. Heavy, how is it possible? His overlord color hegemony. It's so strong. The lower crew members are so far away. All fainted. Even our few official crew members. They can't carry it. Shala all broke out in a cold sweat. Heavy, what should we do now? The battle power is instantly reduced by 90%, right? You have to know that a pirate group, the vast majority of them are still the largest number of low-level crew members. Now that we have lost our numerical advantage, with the elite and head battle power of our 2 pirate groups, can we defeat them without sacrificing too much? If the sacrifice is big, then it's pointless to defeat them because after all, it's just a third of this city's territory. It's not worth it at all. Yi Ming's face was ugly, and although it would be humiliating, he immediately contacted Bei Haimi through the wireless headset. Bei Haimi, talk to them. You can give up their territory to them, thus avoiding this war. That was a shameful thing to say, but it was all Shera could do. Some of the cadres felt that they could fight. Captain, the whole world is watching now, and we're like this. It's embarrassing. Yes, we can't give up our territory. Even so, we have a chance of winning. Captain, fight them. Show them the power of my stone fruit. Watch me become huge. Then their lowly crew. I can take care of a lot of them with a single kick. Yi Ming chortled. Shut up, all of you. Am I the captain or are you guys? At once, they hurriedly shut up. Shera said, even if you can win, you have to consider whether it's worth it. And right now, it's clearly not. Soon, Bei Haimi received the message and his face became complimentary. Gentlemen of the Bearing Feather Pirates, you can have your turf. And this battlefield is better avoided not to happen. It's better for everyone. How's that? However, Yi Yu used practical actions to give a reply. Xia Ling, I'll move a little closer to them now so I can stun some more of their official crew, thus lowering their battle count again. Xia Ling's eyes lit up and she nodded. Good. The crew was also excited, and the battle spirit rose. Oh, war. They regret it now. It's too late. Really think you can fight if you want to, but not if you don't? No way. Captain Mighty. It's such an honor to join the Baju Pirates. At this time, too many people in the country were shocked and had ugly faces, which once again advertised the Beiju Pirates, making more people, especially the incapacitated ones who were watched by Yi Yu, more eager to sign up and join. At this time, Lin Mushua's melon seeds in her hand, not fragrant, simply cannot knock down. Her face is very ugly. How can it be so horrible? Horrified, he glared angrily at Qingfeng who was on the side. Why is his overlord color so horrible and yours so trashy that it creates no small illusion for me? Qingfeng was embarrassed. It was indeed too much worse. However, the red-haired Shank's overlord color alone was terrifying, shocking the lieutenant general and even making the great General Greenox unable to move, his fruit ability disabled, so it was horrifying to see. Not to mention, there was more than just the redhead as the possessor of the hegemony in Yi Yu's contract. Therefore, after stacking, even though it was only level 16 now, it was enough to stun these lowly crew members, and the range was large enough with a powerful seeing color bay to pinpoint them. End of chapter. Chapter 49, If we can't talk, let's go to war. Chapter 49, If we can't talk, let's go to war. Bei Haimi's face was unsightly. never expecting the other party to still choose to fight, clearly giving them the territory. After quickly reporting back to Yiming through his headset, Yiming's face was ugly. Surprisingly, he chose to fight. Shara also had a hard look on her face when she found out. Were they overwhelmed by anger? They could have clearly given up their territory to them. Sandstorm Pirate Group Vice Captain Lucci body changes. The face into a leopard head. The body are robust, a lot of wariness rises. Captain, since they want to fight, let's fight. I think they're really drifting. Barker of the Quick Chop Fruit was equally furious. Yes, Captain. We compromised and they got the better of us. Even if ye use overlord color, beyond our imagination, made all of our lowly crew members faint, and even a few of the official crew members fell, making our two pirate groups outnumbered even if we allied them. But we have more high-end battle power, and mid-range battle power, than they do, and that part of the battle power is what matters most in a great war. The explosive fruit powerhouse? Reese agrees. Indeed, some of our awesome battle power will be able to fight against all of their lowly crew members. Then the other battle power will still have a numerical advantage when fighting with the Bearing Feather Pirates, and will definitely be stronger than them in terms of battle power. So, fight. I'll deal with the lowly crew. My ability. Everyone has seen it. Digging a booger is a powerful bomb. The cadres on the Nightfork Pirates side were all thinking the same thing. They all wanted to fight. Shara murmured, quiet. Yiming likewise, quiet. Although all of the lower crew members fainted, it's not too much of an impact on us, and with my ability, I'm able to manipulate the other side's lower crew members, and kill each other. But even though we still have the advantage isn't that great anymore, and the casualties will increase, and with the real mutation just starting, it's not permissible, and for a third of the city's turf, it's not worth it at all. Shara felt the same way and wasn't overcome with anger. Naturally she was furious but knew to be reasonable. Yiming contacted Behemi and said, ask them what they want. They're obviously not satisfied with such conditions. Ask how they can be willing to stop the war. Behemi instantly and quickly inquired, what do you want? Yi was close to the main camp of the two major pirate groups at this time, and his proximity caused more of the official crew to faint. As for negotiating terms, leave it to Summerling to decide. Xia Ling briefly pondered before saying, unless you two pirate groups quit this city is completely ours. This caused Behemi's face to change. Exasperated. Don't you guys get too carried away. Not fighting will benefit us all. There's no need to have such a small ground for this so small, thus resulting in a not so small number of casualties. You guys have to be clear. Even if Overlord Color stuns our lowly crew members and also stuns dozens of official crew members, but with our alliance, our combined battle power, we're still more powerful than you guys, and when it comes to moving, you guys will suffer the most casualties. So, we've already given you face by giving up your territory, and to think we want us to just quit and give it to you. Xia Ling was impatient. Since it doesn't work, let's cut the crap and just go to war. Behemi's face was ugly. His body half squatted, and his calves were in a circle squeezing downward like a spring. There was only one person who showed up who, as a negotiator, felt that the other side would not go to war. But it was something different than what was thought. But, even if the war started, he was confident that he would be able to leave and be fine, and kept a distance of 100 meters away from the Bearing Feather Pirates. Spring Fruit's own self was able to quickly catapult start away, so now prepared to get ready to move away, knowing that telling the captain about the offer would certainly be a no-go, and would certainly be an option to put up a fight. Still, Behemi inquired first, Captain, they want us to just quit the city and have all the territory. All of a sudden, the higher-ups of the Nightstalker and Sandstorm Pirates all heard it. Lucci was furious, simply delusional. Lisi was exasperated. If we really do this, where will we put our face? The whole world is watching through the live broadcast. If we really quit, in the future, on the Great Sea, won't we be laughed at by other pirate groups? Captain, it's impossible to agree. At this time, Yiming and Shala, both of them were furious. Their faces were gloomy. They looked at each other and had a decision. Their eyes were ice cold. Since they've gotten so carried away, let them regret it. Since they're so wild, then even if it'll be worthless this time, fight them. At once the cadre was excited and the crews were on the warpath. I'll make them regret it. Without the alliance, maybe we would have quit and opted to lie in wait. But since the alliance, there's no way they're better than us. We have more capable people, definitely more than them. They are outnumbered but quite a few of them are incapable. Just wastes. Show them what we're made of. At once, their two major pirate groups moved and came out of their main camp. In total, the war effort could add up to 800 people. Although the number of combatants was much less than the Baju pirates, they were confident that all of them were interrupted. High-end combatants. At this time, Yi Yu was a little closer to their base camp. standing on a high building and looking into the distance. This is it. We can stun some of the official crew now, and even if we get closer, the Overlord color hegemony won't be able to affect more than that. The Overlord color hegemonic aura erupted, and heaven and earth once again went dark red, with red arcs of electricity raging. Nightcrawler, Shara, and the others looked up at the sky as their hearts sank within them. Yi Yu has broken out the Overlord color again. Already shook up the crew and broke out the bully colors? What's the point? Bang, bang, bang. However, their bodies shook as the sound of falling to the ground resounded once again, and looking around, many of the official pirate crew members fainted to the ground after staggering. They were horrified, incredulous. How is that possible? Overlord color hegemony that stunned a total of 200 of our official crew. It's the weakest of the official crew, but that's just sick. They arguably don't even count as minions anymore. Luigi was furious and kicked the fainting crew member. Get up! It's too much to carry. Stand up. Shame on you? Then, no response at all. Complete unconsciousness. Yi Ming's face was ugly and vibrating. Yi Yu's dominating color was really beyond imagination. Shara inquired. What do you say? Yi Ming's battle intent rose. Naturally, we have to fight. Even if we are weakened by Yi Yu alone, who has weakened our battle power by quite a bit, we still have to fight. It's impossible to give them the territory. Fighting later, prioritize against Yi Yu, even if he will be protected. Target him, defeat him, wait for the crew to wake up, then siege over. We still have a big advantage. Shara nodded. Well, from the level of fainting, it feels like they won't wake up for a short period of time, but this big battle, it is also destined to last for not a short period of time, so prioritize targeting Yi Yu. Give them a good face. They don't want it, then let them regret it. At this point, Bihimi prepares to eject away, sneering. You guys, I'll see you later. You'll regret choosing a big fight. At once, the entire Dragon Country concerned people perked up. Still to fight. To start. End of chapter. Chapter 50, Flying Sky and the Juggernaut Pirates are here? Chapter 50, Flying Sky and the Juggernaut Pirates are here? Lin Mushu as celebrated. Luckily they didn't compromise. Rather quite wild. Where did the confidence come from? From Yi Yu? Even if the Overlord color is beyond imagination strong, so that the number of Nightfork and Sandstorm Pirate Group war power is greatly reduced, but the mid-end and high-end war power are all there. This is the most important. Li Song nodded. Right, so there's a good show to watch, and Yi Yu will definitely be prioritized for targeting. Lin Mushui naturally could think of that, and continued to lean back on the sofa to get high on melon seeds and watch the live broadcast. At this moment, the Nightfork Pirates and Sandstorm Pirates were approaching the area, but suddenly, an intelligence crew member arrived at a quick pace. Captain, good news. This caused both Yi Ming and Shara to be stunned. What is it, Captain? This news will definitely make the Bearing Feather Pirates panic and even leave directly, not even daring to ask for a bit of territory. Oh, Yi Ming and Shara were both surprised. After all, now, giving the original territory to the Bearing Feather Pirates, they all said no, to fight, and this news, can make the Bearing Feather Pirates, just leave? This naturally moved them, because at heart, there was no desire for war. Yi Ming inquired, quickly, what news? The news is that the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates secretly acted a long time ago. On the way here, there are quite a few cities, islands of people saw the Flying and the Juggernaut Pirates. Sailing routes are close to this city, so it is certain that they want to take advantage of the opportunity to deal with the EU, and then to wait until the Beiju Pirate Group is about to lose. Take the opportunity to dig people. Yi Ming drifted off. So it's like this? If so, then it's very good indeed. Shara said. They came quietly, obviously, not only want to dig up the hegemonic feather pirates, but also definitely want to dig up our people. Now they must know that Yi Yu's Beiji color hegemony stunned many of us. Then they feel that our casualties this time will also not be small. After they come, they will also surely dig our people. After all, their original strength is stronger than the current us, is very powerful pirate group. Yi Ming Joy, this news is good to know. Very timely. Immediately let the publicity and development department publicize it. Captain, it's already on some hotspots, but it was quickly taken down. Apparently manipulated by the Flying and Juggernaut pirates. They definitely manipulated it and rushed to publicize it vigorously. Soon enough, the story about Flying and the Juggernaut pirates, on their way to sneak in, couldn't be hidden. The hot search appeared, with the Flying and Juggernaut pirates on their way to each, looking to fish for a winner. This came as a surprise to many. That's a good opportunity to take. I had thought it would be 15 days later, but now it's known. The Bearing Feather pirates definitely won't choose to fight. This is something that spreads instantly. At this moment, On the Great Sea, the main ship of the Juggernaut pirates was sailing, only this one, and on board were all high-end, elite combatants, with the other warbods keeping house, and with the secondary ship still under construction, and one main ship. It's impossible to get everyone on board. The original decision of 15 days to deal with the Bearing Feather pirates was because they waited for the construction of some secondary ships and went out in full force to crush the Bearing Feather pirates. It can definitely be crushed, after all, with the Flying Pirates League alliance. But now, with the opportunity, the Beiju pirate group is going to war with the Night Fork Sandstorm pirate group. They feel that they don't need to be 15 days later. They can fish for it now and come to pick up the pieces. After the battle, both sides are sure to lose. Then that's when it's best to recruit and dig in. Songling was originally very happy, because Yiyu hegemonic color hegemony to make too many combatants fainted. Then once the war started, sandstorms, the casualties of the Night Fork pirate group, will also increase, but also better able to dig the wall. But it didn't take long to be happy. The face was ugly, cranky Songling, and her eyes were red. It left the crew trembling and shaking with fear. The captain is fuming. Songling's face was ugly. Damn it, in this case, they're bound to not fight. Especially the Beiju pirates. At this time, one of the cadres of the Juggernaut pirates, Zhaoka's face was heavy. He was one of the 4 major warlords of the Juggernaut pirates. A cookie fruit ability. The Bearing Feather pirates must have known that they wouldn't choose to fight each other. Knowing that we're on our way here, the rest of the crew knew this was the case, and sighed inwardly, having come all this way for nothing, when the old 6 plan had failed. That's why Songling was angry, but ordered, keep sailing and follow the livestream to see exactly what the Baja Feather pirates choose to do. If they both don't fight, then leave. Despite saying that, everyone felt inwardly that the battle wouldn't happen, and that the Baja Feather pirates would concede. At this moment, the reaction of the Flying Pirates was the same as that of the Juggernaut pirates. The captain of the Flying Pirates, Gold Demon, the puffy fruit ability, gritted his teeth. Damn, it's been discovered. Captain, it looks like the fishing plan is going to fail. They could only continue to follow the live stream as well. And at this point, Lin Mushue naturally knew about it. And although she wasn't involved, she was going to be even more furious than Songling and the Golden Demon. Damn it, these 2 pirate groups, how stupid, to be discovered, so that the Bearing Feather pirate group, it's impossible to start a war with the Night Fork and Sandstorm pirate groups. We'll just leave. Li-san also felt pity inside. Hey, as long as it's not a little cutie, don't want to seek death, then all will choose not to fight and leave. It's impossible to fight a lose-lose, letting the Flying Sky and Juggernaut pirates who will arrive later to take advantage of the situation. It's a good idea to be sure, but it's also a good idea to keep a close eye on the live feed. At this moment, Bihami originally wanted to eject and leave, but Yi Ming's voice rang in his earpiece. Bihami instantly knew the heat and relaxed, not intending to leave, but becoming incredibly arrogant once again. Captain, I know, none of you need to come, just leave it to me. They'll all leave with a flat stomach. Bihami looked to Summerling and the others, emboldened. You guys should know, right? If you don't know, check out the hot search. At this moment, Xia Ling, Zhao Yenner's face was heavy and she naturally knew. The cadre, all of the crew, sank inwardly, knowing that this battle would be difficult to happen. Sun Long frowned. I was hoping to make a big show of it, but surprisingly there are these 2 pirate groups trying to stage a sneak attack. Zhou Xing sighed. Even if we can defeat the Night Fork and Sandstorm pirates and take the city, we will be highly depleted afterward. And facing the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates, even if they don't come in full battle strength, there is simply no way that we will be able to defeat them. Soon the situation became clear to them. Bihami laughed. It seems that you all know it very well as well. So this battle, it's not going to happen. Xiaoling said in a deep voice, you guys don't want it to happen either. So give us our original territory and let's just pretend that this didn't happen and we'll put the matter to rest. Bihami laughed at once. Ha ha ha, you guys think so? End of chapter. Chapter 51 Yiyu Strikes, Shocking the World. Chapter 51 Yiyu Strikes, Shocking the World. Bihami is incomparably arrogant, although he is alone, but he is not worried about the other party to strike. His hands clasped his chest. Arrogant. Just now, I told you to compromise and not fight us, and your turf was given to you, but now it's not up to you. We won't give it, and you wouldn't dare to continue fighting us because of your turf, because the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirates are on their way here. If you guys leave and don't choose to fight us, then the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirates will also give up on dealing with you guys, and if you guys want to continue fighting us, then you're done for. Of course, the latter is completely and utterly stupid, and it should be clear to you how to choose. This makes Xia Ling, as well as the other crew members face ugly. although it is tempting to do it, but it is unable to. Without the Flying Sky and Juggernaut pirate group, it would have already done it directly, but now have to be sensible. Xia Ling reminded, if you give us our turf, the war won't happen. If you don't, if the war happens, not only will we have trouble facing Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates, even you guys will be the same, isn't it? So, give us the turf. Otherwise, even if we know that Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates are around, we'll still try with you guys. Those words made the eyes of Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates light up. Yeah, better fight. Don't be a wimp. Fight. Don't get too happy. It should just be a scare. There's no way it's going to start a war. A cadre voiced his thoughts. The Golden Demon didn't say anything, thinking that it was just a scare. The probability of a fight was very low, and even if it did, it certainly wouldn't result in major casualties. No one would be so stupid. Behani was not the least bit afraid and laughed. Think I'm intimidated? I don't believe you guys will make a move. I'm right here. You guys come to beat me up? Ha ha ha. You guys can only be very angry and stare dryly there, not daring to make a move against me. That way you will clash with us. And, even if we fight, we won't fight head-on, but scatter and roam tactically, and drag it out until the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirates come. At that time, we don't have many casualties. You guys will surely have casualties. Even if it's not much, you will still be cleaned up by the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirates. So don't think about getting your territory back. You're fighting. You're completely self-destructive. This made Xia Ling and the others' faces ugly. It seemed that they hadn't scared the other party, and had eaten their hands that they wouldn't do it easily now. Although many crew members would like to do it, but no, cannot be impulsive. Once out, then we'll face, is the 4 pirate group. Even though they were confident that the pirate group was strong, they knew that it was really dangerous to look like this. Xia Ling's face was heavy, without the idea of making a move. Although he knew that Yi Yu was strong, he also knew that even with Yi Yu, he might not be able to cope with this crisis. So, one cannot allow such a crisis to arise. One cannot fight. As long as there is no fighting, then the Flying and Juggernaut pirates will withdraw. After all, not all of them came. Then faced with all of them Beijiu pirates, Fei Tian and Juggernaut pirates, will not easily do it, because once they do it, they will inevitably also pay a big price. It would definitely choose to withdraw and wait for the time when there were enough secondary ships, and then 15 days later it would gather the entire warforce of the 2 pirate groups and strike at them. Summerling had the right idea, and the Flying and Juggernaut pirates, indeed, thought that if they didn't fight, they would simply withdraw. Lin Mushue's face was ugly and she stopped continuing to get high, knowing that it was impossible to fight. Everyone in the Dragon Kingdom also knew that this time, live, there would be no great war. Bai Shaohan sighed lightly. Even if we replace the Baju pirates with our strongest pirate group, we wouldn't choose to fight. That would indeed be creating a crisis for ourselves. Although my shock fruit is strong, it also consumes physical strength. The other big pirate groups also think the same way. Do Ding Beijiu pirate group will not start the war? Because Beijiu pirate group comprehensive strength are not necessarily stronger than these top pirate groups of them. At this time, Yi Ming and Shara, who had already returned to the camp base, watched the live broadcast and were in a good mood. Ha ha ha, it's a great mood to watch their ugly faces. In their hearts they must have regretted proposing just now that their land be given to them, and now the same will not go to war, but they will not be given their land. It does get very angry. Lu Chi sighed, slightly regret in his heart. Originally wanted to fight a lot. Live broadcast all over the world. Too many people watching. Wanted to show a little bit. Let the world know the power of our sandstorm pirates. Know my Lu Chi's greatness. Stone Fruit Shijian similarly regretted. Yeah, it's good that the Flying Sky and Juggernaut pirates didn't show up. I really wanted to let them know the power of our Night Fork pirates and the power of my Stone Fruit by fighting the Bearing Feather pirates. Yi Tong was confident, also thus letting the world know that the bug level ability of my childish fruit can also make our captain famous. The thread fruit. It doesn't sound powerful, but actually our captain is very powerful. Li Si sighed. It's a pity. Originally I wanted to use the explosive fruit to take care of more of their lowly crew members, and also let Yi Yu taste the power of my explosive fruit, but now I don't have the chance to do so. They were all loaded up, all of them very sorry, and looking like they would have loved to cross paths. At this time, Behani directly sat not far away, the original Beijiu pirate group's base. There is a throne-like chair. Directly sit down. Many of the crew members of the Bearing Feather pirates were furious. Some of them stepped forward and couldn't resist the urge to make a move, but they were blocked by the side. Calm down. The crew was glad to be stopped and nearly lost their minds. Xia Ling's brows furrowed. This was originally her own seat. Behani reclined back in his chair and crossed his legs, growing more and more arrogant and not the least bit afraid. Ha ha ha, it's so cool to see you guys wanting to beat me up so badly and not being able to, especially since it's just me and there are so many of you. Zhao Yener was furious. Do you really think we don't dare to make a move? Don't be too arrogant. Bei Heine laughed wildly. Ah, I'm arrogant. What can you do to me? Want to do it? Just think about it. The Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirate group. On the way here. Once the fight, we will also drag the time. Guerrilla way of fighting. By then even if we all have to consume. But surely you guys consume more. Then the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirate group. In the face of the three of us do not have any casualties of the pirate group. Then we'll only do it to you guys. Because you guys have grudges. It's because of your Captain Yi you led to messing up with the Flying Sky and Juggernaut pirates. And these two pirate groups. They're not going to fight us. They can't afford to deal with all three of us at the same time. So it's all just going to be you guys in danger. So, when you want to hit me, think about this. That way, you guys will be able to hold back. Behani finished inside. This chair feels so good to sit in. It's so comfortable. We'll go to your base later to pee. And in the future, your base will be the place where we go to the toilet. Ha ha ha. Xia Ling, as well as the crew, each with clenched fists, angry and unable to move. Behani provoked, raising his right hand and hooking a finger towards the Baja Feather pirates. Come and hit me. Ha ha ha. Do you dare? You guys don't dare. You can only endure. Ha ha ha. Behani got up, ready to go to the side of the base and call it a day. I'm going to piss on your base right now. What can you do to me? You can only tolerate it. You can only hold your breath and leave the city. With his hands behind his back, Behani tilted his head, nostrils up, and strutted towards the base to take a leak. And all of this is being watched by too many people in the world. Quite a few people looked angry. I'm all pissed off. Too arrogant. It can't be helped. It's certain that the Bearing Feather pirates don't dare to go to war. You can't do it. You can only endure it. Behani reached the entrance of the base and sighed. Cool. Going to pee in your base? It's more than just peeing. You guys can only endure. Ha ha ha. Keep enduring. When I finish peeing, you guys can only endure and watch me leave and go back to our Night Fort Pirate Group base camp. At this moment, at the base camp, Nightcrawler and the Storm Pirates looked at the image. Sure, Jian was regretful. I should have known that I'd go. It's cool to have Behani pretend in front of them like this and still have nothing happen. Li Si nodded in agreement. I'm sorry too. I should have known this. I should have known that no matter what, they wouldn't dare to let out a single fart. And I would have to be arrogant in front of them while they could only endure. Lucci sighed lightly. We have to thank the two old sixes, the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirates. Without them, we really wouldn't be able to be this arrogant. Yi Ming and Shara, too, had their mouths curled into a smile. But, suddenly, their faces changed in shock. A figure appeared on the screen. At this moment, Xia Ling and the others were preparing to leave. When suddenly, a figure, extremely fast, rushed towards Behani. It was fast, but could barely make it out. Mostly because of a little bit of weaponry. It was the Knight of the Black Dagger. Storming towards Behani was the returning EU. Behani was just about to enter the base to pee, when his face changed in shock, and when he looked over, Yi Yu's figure was already in his line of sight, rapidly zooming in. It approached in the blink of an eye, at a fast speed. That face, unruffled, with cold eyes and a low, domineering expression, made his subconscious body tremble. Behani hurriedly squatted his legs down, his calves squeezed downward in a circle like a spring, ready to eject, while signaling that he should not panic. Yi Yu must be because he did not know. If he knew, he would certainly also hold back. Yi Yu, didn't you see the hot search? The Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirates, on their way here, will fight us first, and then face them afterward, and you will surely be finished. So, even if you're angry, you can only endure it. However, Behani's eyes widened as Yi Yu's figure did not stop. Whoosh! Behani's spring-loaded legs instantly ejected, like an arrow soaring out of the string, and after colliding with the wall not far away, his head was also like a spring, bouncing back, and as it continued to collide and eject in the surrounding buildings, the speed became faster and faster, and then controlled the trajectory, ready to eject towards their base. Behani's heart relaxed a lot, so that the speed will be very fast, fast to the things in front of the eyes are blurred down. Think just the strongest overlord color hegemony EU. Strength. It is impossible to attack the high-speed movement of the self. However, in the next instant, his thoughts crunched to a halt. Yi Yu instantly floated above the rapidly ejecting Behani. His right hand clenched his fist, became pitch black, covered with armed color hegemony, and fiercely blasted down at Behani's head. Bang! Boom! Behani was directly bombarded to stop moving at high speed. falling down at high speed vertically with a roar, smashing into the ground and smashing out a deep pit, rubble flying, dust flying. Even though the body springs to life, the force is too strong. Not strong enough for a spring to bounce off, but strong enough for even a spring to be squashed into a heap. In the deep pit, Behami's head was broken and bleeding, his blood dyed his entire face red, and even his entire body was in severe pain, spitting out blood. Yi Yu landed on the ground. His right foot stepped hard on Behami's head, causing him to plunge into the ground and eat a few mouthfuls of dirt. His teeth chipped several times, screaming in pain. When the dust cleared, everyone in the Beiju pirates looked at the scene not far away. Nightcrawler, the Storm Pirates, as well as Fei Tian on the Great Sea, the Juggernaut Pirates, and everyone else watching the live stream around the world. The next scene was clearly seen through the live feed. Yi Yu stepped on Behami with his feet and looked down, his gaze cold and icy, with a furious curse. Think that will make me tolerate it? I'll put up with you, horse. End of chapter. Chapter 52, Lin Mushua doesn't have any regrets? Chapter 52, Lin Mushua doesn't have any regrets? This scene was seen by everyone, and all of them instantly stared in disbelief. The first to be shaken and in an uproar were the crew. Xia Ling, Zhao Yenner wasn't that shocked. After all, in the secret realm, she had seen Yi Yu's strength. The crew, on the other hand, although they had heard from Xia Ling that Yi Yu was actually very powerful, but inside, it was all hard to believe that incapable people, even if they contracted 7, could be so strong that they were stronger than Xia Ling and Zhao Yenner. Now, they believed a lot. Yi Yu was the captain by strength. Captain, what a bully. Ha ha ha, good scolding. Relief. Let him be arrogant. Now he's been beaten up and doesn't even recognize his mother. It's so much more soothing, and I really admire the captain more and more. Captain, forgive me for doubting you before. You are fully qualified to be our captain. The entire Dragon Kingdom fell into a brief silence, and in the next instant, it was directly clamored. Oh my god, it's so handsome, so dominant, cool, so good. Just now, when I saw how arrogant that Behami was, even I looked angry and wanted to beat him up. And now, he was directly beaten down, and his injuries are very serious. I didn't expect that to be the scene at all. It was only then that I could see that this rapidly rushing figure was actually Yi Yu. Everyone only felt that it was too handsome and overbearing, but they were soon shocked to realize that it was Yi Yu. It left them incredibly shocked. Lin Mushue, who was originally leaning on the sofa, got up violently at this moment, incredulous and wide-eyed. How could it be him? How could he be so fast and so powerful? Li Tsong was also incredulous, although the other party is not considered a heavenly pride, but it is also one of the cadres of the Night Fort Pirates now, or the Spring Fruit, but his punch directly knocked the other party cannot pop up. This requires a very strong power. If it is the Baijiu pirate group, others can still understand, but how can it be Yi Yu? His own strength, is that powerful? After being shocked, Lin Mushue's face was ugly and her brows furrowed. I didn't expect that his own strength is not bad, can beat the fast-moving Spring Fruit ability person with one blow. His strength not only is not bad, so simple, perhaps the comprehensive strength is not inferior to you. Li Tsong was confident. My speed may not be as fast as his, but his strength is definitely not as strong as mine. In my place, I can also definitely beat this Spring Fruit ability person. His spring, in front of my Force Fruit, is of no use at all. Lin Mushue understood somewhat. No wonder I said before that I would regret if I didn't let him get on the ship. It seems that he has some strength of his own. The speed is quite fast. It seems that inside the contracted people, there are flying races. After all, the races of the Pirate King world, there are many. As for the power being so strong, inside the contracted people, there must be giants. Li Tsong nodded. That explains why he's so fast and powerful. The ability person he contracted. He also knows the seeing color, armed color hegemony, so he can attack Behimi. However, even if he is more powerful than imagined, he is certainly not a match for you, Captain. He is at most at the genius level, and there is still a gap between him and the top celestials who have eaten the top devil fruits. Lin Mushue proudly nodded. Yes, ringing thunder fruit of me. On the attack power, he can't possibly compare to me. On speed, also impossible to compare to me. Also now see the smell color and armed color hegemony, because of the inheritance of incapacitated people, will be more powerful than me? But, his strength, certainly not as strong as me. The destructive power of thunder and lightning, is not a single human cultivation to enhance the power can be compared. Even if he is more powerful, he is still only a human after all. Human power, how can he compare to my lightning? Li Tsong nodded. It's like this. I reckon you must be thinking in his heart right now, thinking that you must be pounding your chest with regret when you see this scene, but actually it's not. He's overthinking it. Lin Muxue nodded. Indeed. I regretted kicking him off the ship before I even got to see the scene. And, instead, I'm happy now. Fortunately, he's also a bit stronger than we thought. So then again, in the singles ring afterward, I'll be able to defeat him and gain quite a bit of experience rewards. Li Song nodded. Yes, from what he said before, you can hear that he won't admit defeat and not come in when the time comes. He will choose to come in and fight you one-on-one. Then you can beat him up again and beat him to get high experience. The best of both worlds. Lin Muxue was in a happy mood. Yes, before, I thought that I would at most beat him up violently and gain very little experience. But now I'm happy that it's good that he's a bit more powerful. I'm very glad. If I wasn't powerful, I wouldn't get the high rewards and I wouldn't be able to beat him up. He would not dare to come in. Li Song sneered. And, right now, there's something else to be very happy about. Perhaps when the time comes for the ring battle, it's hard to say whether or not we'll be able to meet him. Now that he has made his move, he didn't hold back, but chose to fight instead. It's really stupid. Knowing that the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates are approaching, he still chooses to make his move. It really makes me happy. Lin Muxue laughed. Ha ha ha, yes, that's the most joyful thing. It's really silly. The so-called small impatience is a big plan. I'm looking forward to the next more and more. Can't wait to see Fei Tian and the Juggernaut Pirates to clean up after them. At this time, the Night Fork, Sandstorm Pirates everyone, shocked and then face ugly. Surprisingly, he chose to do it. Damn, doesn't he want to live? Yi Ming immediately externalized his earpiece voice to speak and remind. Yi Yu, if you release my men now, you can still be forgiven. We won't choose to go to war with you. If not, we will definitely go to war with you. And we will choose the guerrilla warfare method to stall for time. When the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates come, you will definitely be finished. However, in the face of such a threat, Yi Yu gave an answer with practical actions. Pulling out the Black Blade Knight behind him, he chopped and slashed, and with a poof, accompanied by a miserable scream, the Hamy's head was chopped off and rolled to the side. This scene was naturally seen by Yi Ming and the others through the live broadcast screen, and they were instantly incomparably angry. Damn it! What a nerve! I've already reminded you, but you still made a move. You really don't put us in your eyes. Humph. A moment of impulse to pretend to be a moment of pleasure. Soon, you will regret it. Just one life of my men, in exchange for the disappearance of your pirate group from this world. Then, go to war. Definitely make you guys regret. Bye you pirates. It's useless for you to endure for half a day, because your captain is going to cause you a great disaster. When the words fell, the Night Fork, Sandstorm Pirates acted at once, and was quickly dispersed, retreating towards the back of the city, then spread out in an encircling circle, and began to play guerrilla. And at that moment, the ocean, Golden Demon, the puffy fruit ability, laughed. Good good good, thanks to Yi Yu's impulsiveness and stupidity. Now, let's sail. Song Ling was equally happy. Originally thought it was impossible to fish for a winner, but I didn't expect this Yi Yu. So intolerable. Ha ha ha, very good. Prepare to fish for a winner. End of chapter. Chapter 53, Yi Yu, come as you may, fight. Chapter 53, Yi Yu, come as you may, fight. They were very happy. After all, they were already all hopeless and felt that they were bound to return. But they never expected Yi Yu to choose to make a move. Hands off even. If they let Bihini go, they could have avoided the war. But surprisingly, they cut straight to the chase, which made them happy and verbally started to encourage. And the hot search soon had this one. Sandstorm and Night Fork Pirates. Wander away to fight with all your might. When the time comes, we won't take action against you. We will only take action against the Beiju pirates that have some consumption. While wandering away, we have to inflict some consumption on the Beiju pirates, so that we can end up in a good place. Or else we will have to pay some price when we face the Beiju pirates that don't have any casualties. However, it's fine that it didn't cause much consumption, and when the time comes, the four of us pirate groups can join forces together. After all, we all have conflicts with the Baju pirates. When this hot search came out, everyone sighed and thought that the Baja Feather pirates must be finished. Lin Muxue sighed. It seems that it's hard to meet him in a single fight in the ring. He might not survive, but it's fine. When my opponent doesn't show up, I'll still be the winner and will be rewarded, which means that even if he dies, I'll still be able to get the reward. Li Song determined. It's impossible to be alive. In exchange for our Tianjiu pirate group, all of them are very capable of surviving. That's 4 powerful pirate groups. Lin Muxue corrected. In Yi Yu's place, it wouldn't be possible to live, even if it was the frozen fruit Xiaoling and the burning fruit Zhao Yener, but in my place I could live. Li Song nodded his head repeatedly and complimented. Yes, 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 Yuki, your rattling thunderfruit, after all, is just invincible. You can fight and resist fast. And you learn the smell color quickly. Even if your opponent is far away, you can still attack remotely. At this point, the Nightfork and Sandstorm pirates became more and more relieved. Yi Ming sneered. See the hot search. Yi Yu. It's too late for regrets. The battle begins. At this time, the Beiju pirate group. The atmosphere is not heavy, and there is no use of a little bit of complaining about Yi Yu's meaning, but the will to fight rises, even though he knew that this battle would be tough. In his heart, he was happy that Yi Yu chose to fight. Xiaoling's battle spirit rose. Then let's fight, and let them know how powerful our bearing feather pirates are. Ow! Yi Yu arranged in an awe-inspiring voice. In this battle, I won't make a move first. Retain my strength to deal with the Juggernaut and the flying pirates, and to deal with the district's Nightforks and Sandstorm pirates. You guys are enough. The strength of our pirate group is stronger than they think, especially the incapable ones. It's time for you guys to show yourselves. Captain, don't worry, just leave it to us for now. It is true that some strength should be retained. Even if it's treacherous, we must go all out to seek survival. Mate, you guys watch it too. Leave it to us enough. Xiaoling said. I don't want everyone to have casualties, so Flame and I will make a move. Sha Fruit Salad, Thread Fruit Yi Ming, are all powerful characters as well. Yi Yu said. All of you can go and fight. I'll just keep one. Give me a hard fight. Make them regret it. Lowly crew. Every 300 people grouped together to hold up, so that when they meet the other party's formal and combat crew, they can also avoid casualties. Cadres, just get their cadres. Understood, Captain. Leave it to us. You've done too much already by killing one of the other cadres, stunning all of the other lowly crew members with your overlord color hegemony, and some of the full crew. We'll also retain our stamina to fight flying and the Juggernaut pirates afterward, the most battle-hardened of all. Naturally, were the incapacitated, the nation was watching live, and this was the time to prove that they weren't weak. Sun Lung, Star of the Week, was the most excited. After all, the contract was between Sauron and Sanji. Among the incapable people of the Beiju pirates, they are second only to Yi Yu, and also cadres, and also more need to perform and fight a bright battle. At once, the crew spread out and began to move. Yi Yu, on the other hand, jumped to the highest building in the city center, clasped his hands to his chest. Will be on the top of the world in general, overlooking the surroundings. See the smell color hegemony spread out, insight into the whole situation. At the same time, skimming the sea in the distance, Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirates were still nowhere to be seen. It would take a while to come. Yi Yu, however, had an ice-cold heart and cold eyes. Originally this big battle, do not intend to go all out. Slightly out of the way is enough to deal with the Nightfork and Sandstorm pirate group. But if you guys came, then to avoid my Beiju pirate group does not appear casualties, then have to be more serious to deal with you guys. Originally thought of recruiting incapable person is almost done. Then show the real strength. But since you guys want to come, then even in the whole Dragon Country show. So what? At this time, no one knew what was going on inside Yi Yu's mind. To have the idea of singling out Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates. Lin Muxue snorted at this time. Oh, to think that you still want to live. Li Song laughed, still retain the strength. Is there any meaning? Speaking as if he is the ace of the battle force in general. You even if you retain, but also simply useless. Flying in the dominant pirate group once, the gap between the battle force is too disparate. I think he wants a time to see the situation is not right, and thus more physical strength to leave behind his crew to escape, and then looking for a strong pirate group to join. After all, he is the king of the color of the hegemony of the horror of the strength of the good. Surely will be a lousy comeback in begging the snow child you let him to join. In that case, Cher, will you let him join? Lin Muxue nodded her head in brief contemplation. It can be considered. After all, his overlord color hegemony, it's too tempting, not to mention knowing that he has some strength of his own. Hearing this, Li Song's heart sank within him. His heart was naturally unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. At this point Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates were completely relieved. Golden Demon was excited. Very well, the nail in the coffin. As for retaining strength, what's the use Yi Yu? Song Ling contacted at this time. Golden Demon, don't kill him when the time comes. I want to soul shock fear him and make him submit to my feet. Golden Demon nodded. Yes, however, if you take in Yi Yu, then the people of the Bearing Feather Pirates, I'm going to dig more to join us. Their cohesion is strong. I don't believe that the mutation has only just begun, and they don't want to live, and once it collapses, they can definitely be dug in. Song Ling nodded. Can. Even if only let me get Yi Yu can. I would like to have a child with him. With a child, his child's strength will not be bad, right? After all, he is the strength of their own strength. Then genetic words, the child can certainly inherit, and his hegemonic color, hegemonic aura, also can certainly be inherited with the birth of the child. This caused Golden Demon's eyes to light up, and he thought that Song Ling's idea could work. That's quite a peculiar idea you've got there. Song Ling licked the corner of her mouth. If I can, I'm going to force him to have more children with me to grow my juggernaut pirates. With such a voluptuous figure and big hips, I'm sure to be good at giving birth. At this point, the fighting had already begun to happen. Sun Lung and some of the crew came to an area. At that moment, Stonefruit Stonekin stepped out of the alley and sneered. Of the bully feather pirates, report your name to see if it's worth being my opponent. I'm one of the cadres of the Nightfork pirates. Sure Jian. Stone fruit ability. Sun Long came to his senses. Cadre? It looks good. I hope it's not too lame for me to have a painful fight. I, Sun Lung, am incapacitated. End of chapter. Chapter 54 Yi Yu strikes again. Cool. Chapter 54 Yi Yu strikes again. Cool. Hearing that it was an incapacitated person, Shi Jian immediately lost interest and looked scornful. Humph. Incapacitated. No fun. What about the others? Other combat crews reminded. Don't underestimate our cadre. He's the head of the cadre. Hearing this, Shi Jian first froze, then laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Funny? Cadre. Even if it's not enough, it's still the head of the cadre. Incapable person? Originally, I thought the Beijiu pirates were a powerful pirate group, but now even an incapable person can be the head of the cadres? Are you related to Yi Yu? Are you related to Yi Yu? I remember that among your cadres, there are some good ability person. Let them come. It's no fun to fight with you, or call your captain Yi Yu over. Sun Long's battle spirit rose, and he was used to being belittled. I've often been belittled, but in this battle, I'm going to show people how powerful I am. Without relying on my abilities, I can become a powerhouse on the Great Sea with just my swordsmanship. Shi Jian wasn't interested. The powerful me. I'm not interested in fighting you. I'll go find the powerful ones to fight me, if I really can't. After a pause, Shi Jian looked at Yi Yu, who was high up in the distance, and came to be interested. Looking at Sun Long with contempt, Shi Jian was disdainful. You don't deserve to be my opponent. His words, on the contrary, not only is the hegemonic color hegemony powerful, and able to solve Bihini, it seems that he is stronger than expected, and hasn't completely played himself into oblivion. So, you hurry to the side. I feel that fighting with him can only be somewhat interesting. Shi Jian's battle spirit rose. Even if Bihini was seconded by Yi Yu, he was not afraid at all, but found it interesting. At the same time, reach out and touch a tall building aside. In the next instant, Shi Jian changed. As long as there are rocks, it's beneficial to me. The stone fruit of me. I can assimilate the rocks that I come into contact with, and become a part of myself, and also the appearance, hardness, and other properties of the rocks, to become my own power, and then incarnate as a rock giant. Even if I'm now at level 14, but there are rocks in the place where I am now at the limit of my height, I can now be as big as a 10-story building, and by the time the later stages, I could even be so huge as to be like an island. Along with saying that, Shi Jian quickly turned into a rock miniature giant that indeed had the height of a 10-story building and was a total of 30 meters tall. At this moment, the first place where the encounter and battle was about to take place was here. So many people were watching. What's going on with this bar feather pirates? An incapable person as the head of the cadre. Although Yi Yu's strength, to our surprise, the incapacitated person shouldn't be that bad, but after all, Yi Yu contracted the contract. This Sun Long, even if the contracted incapacitated person isn't bad, it's certainly not as terrifying as Yi Yu. Yes, and this Shi Jian, who is an ability. This Shi fruit, looks really powerful, worthy of being a cadre of a powerful pirate group. This Sun Long is definitely no match. At this time, Xia Ling and Zhao Yener split up and didn't stop even when they encountered some enemies. All they had to do was to find the captain of the other side. Zhao Yener had to deal with Shera of the Sasha fruit, and Xia Ling had to deal with Yi Ming of the thread fruit. Because, in a pirate group battle like this, it would naturally be best if the other party's captain could be dealt with first, the so-called capture the thief first. As for the Nightfork and some of the Sandstorm pirates, even though they encountered it, they didn't make a move, knowing that going up in the face of these two powerful abilities would be a waste of time. At this time, Yi Ming and Sha La split up, naturally avoiding a fight, not wanting to quickly face Xia Ling and Zhao Yener, wanting to retain more physical strength. There was no guarantee that Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates wouldn't make a move against them if they were heavily depleted or even injured. So, it was only possible to keep moving. although being watched by many people through the livestream, dodging around like this, but not feeling ashamed of it, feeling it was tactical. Yi Yu stood on a high building, partly to preserve his strength and wait for Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates, and partly to let the pirates show their power. He himself is very strong, but he cannot be so strong that one person to destroy all the pirate groups in the world. Have a strong pirate group, strong partners, is also needed, not only to become the strongest himself, his pirate group must also be the strongest pirate group. This battle allowed the Beijiu pirates to establish their authority, thus recruiting better. At this moment, after turning into a rock mini-giant, Shijian grew more and more confident. It's so much more powerful. My ability, so strong, so huge. Defense is also strong. As a rock giant, the power is also horrible. And within the rock my main body, you guys can't determine. So even if someone can destroy my fist, arm, or leg, it's useless. Touch the rock and still be able to converge again. So it's clear that I'm horrible, isn't it? So much so that the crew did find it tricky. Their faces staring and their wariness rising. Let's do it together, Sun Long said in a stern voice. Just leave it to me alone. It took the crew by surprise. Ha, is that okay? Sun Long smiled wrinklishly. Of course, I'm the head of the cadres. Okay, we trust you. They backed off, not intending to get involved. After all, Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirates would be coming in behind them. And not only did they want the captain to retain his strength, but they had to do their best to do so as well. They couldn't just give the captain all the stress when the time came. Sun Long drew his sword, holding the Wado Ikemoku text in his left hand and the third-generation Ghost Chewer in his right hand as his battle intent erupted. Come on, big guy. However, the transformed Shijian, who was very swollen at this moment, didn't bother to look at Sun Long and looked up at Yi Yu on the highest floor, his battle intent rising. I feel so strong. I'm not interested in you. When Behamy was arrogant in front of you guys before, I would love to be myself instead. Even if Yi Yu appeared and killed Behamy, I still wish that I was there at that time. Simply because, unlike Behamy, I am naturally not afraid of Yi Yu. At that time, if I were to be the one to taunt you guys, Yi Yu would definitely not be able to pretend and would be helpless against me. However, in the next instant, Shijian's words crunched to a halt. Originally, he raised his gaze and kept looking at the domineering Yi Yu on the high floor, but suddenly his huge eyes widened and his pupils contracted violently, and in his line of sight, Yi Yu suddenly appeared, storming in, but clearly, Yi Yu's figure was still on the high floor. But in the next instant, the figure on the high building dispersed, a residual shadow left in place because it was too fast. Yi Yu stormed in, swept to the top of the giant Shijian's head, his right hand clenched his fist, armed color hegemonic aura covering it, and ruthlessly blasted down on his head. Boom! Click! 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 A fist bombarded. The giant rock head directly crumbled. Every part of the body instantly spread wide cracks. Rumbling, 30 meters tall rock giant, directly crumbled and collapsed. The rock in the rock is solid, smashed into the ground, and be buried by the collapsing rock ruins. Yi Yu stood at the top of the ruins, his head bowed in contempt. Just a cadre of the Night Fork pirates. Are you pretending to be you here? End of chapter. Chapter 55, all stunned. Chapter 55, all stunned. It was a scene that once again shook the world to its core. My God, every time he strikes, how come he's so handsome? This Shijian. 1 second he was talking about wanting to fight Yi Yu, but the next second he was seconded. Is Yi Yu that strong? Pay attention. The ruins are moving. Shijian doesn't seem to be dead. Shijian climbed out, his body blending into the rock, overwhelmed and scared. I don't dare fight you, Yi Yu said. Sun Long, he's all yours. With a flash, Yi Yu once again returned to the top of the tall building. That punch just now, naturally, wasn't full strength. To preserve his stamina, so that punch didn't even consume his stamina. He had to save it to fight with Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates. If he himself fought now, then at that time, even if he could win, there would be casualties in the pirate group. But if he himself was in full strength and faced the Fei Tian and Juggernaut pirates, then he was confident that there would be no deaths in the Bearing Feather pirates. The reason why I just struck out was that I couldn't stand to watch it. It was too much of an act. Sun Lung as well as the crew marveled. Not bad for a captain. That's awesome. It's so handsome and relieving. Yi Ming breathed a sigh of relief and celebrated. Luckily it didn't continue, or else Shijian might have died. Shijian is in our pirate group, and is also a very important combatant. In this war, we can't have too many casualties, especially the cadres. They can't die anymore. There's already a dead Behamy. Cadre is the mainstay of a pirate group. Want to recruit low-level, official crew? Easy, but recruit cadre hard. This world lacks genius. Shara was also thankful. It's a good thing he's going to reserve his strength to deal with the later arriving flying and juggernaut pirates. Otherwise our casualties might have been really high. At this moment, Lin Mushue was high on melon seeds again. That punch just now. It should be at full power. That fast. A punch that blew up the rock giant. It's definitely a punch at full power. But he also knows that he can't fight at full power all the time. Then, I have a rough understanding of his strength. It's completely incomparable to me. In my place, just now, with a serious strike, I could have blown up this rock firm with thunderbolts to directly seriously injure or even die. Li Tsong nodded. It's not as good as you, Yuki. At this moment, Shijian didn't dare to pretend and wanted to get away from this place. Simply because Yi Yu was not far away in the sky. Fighting here, he was afraid that Yi Yu would give himself another punch. It was too dangerous. But, when he tried to escape, he was stopped by Sun Long. Don't run, big guy. I'll cut you. Shijian's face was ugly as he once again activated his fruit ability and fused with the surrounding rocks, quickly transforming once again into a rock giant the size of a moment ago. But, the stamina was also consumed quite a bit. Transforming into a rock giant twice in a row was a big drain. He thought darkly. It can't be broken anymore or it will be hard to turn into a rock giant again. But as long as that Yi Yu doesn't make a move on me anymore, I'm not afraid. Finish these guys first, then escape. Shijian's huge rocky fist blasted down. Sun Long was so excited that he didn't dodge in the face of this huge rocky fist. The faces of the battle crew on the sidelines changed in shock. Sun Long, watch out. Sun Long bashfully said. Don't worry, you guys can just watch. You don't have to do anything. This is my debut. I can't let anyone help me. Facing the rocky fist that blasted down, Sun Long tightened his grip on the Wado Ikamanji and the third generation Gekijutsu, the two swords crossing in front of his body and blocking. This made everyone's face change in shock and those watching the livestream in disbelief. No way. You have to fend it off by your own power? The weapon will instantly disintegrate. And there's no way he can carry it. It's a rock giant. How does he block with no ability? Shijian also laughed coldly, thinking that Sun Long was going to be finished. Boom! As the rocky fist fell, the ground around Sun Long sunk and crumbled, and debris flew. But Shijian was horrified to find that tried to go down, but his fist was blocked. As the dust cleared, the surrounding crew stared in disbelief, only to see that Sun Long had actually blocked the punch, only slightly paddling backward by a meter. His arms bulging with muscles and filled with a sense of power. Shijian was shocked. Surprisingly, he blocked it, and his weapon didn't shatter. His sword, it turned into a black sword. Armed color hegemony. No wonder. But, this power is also too strong to block my rock giant fist. Futatsuki Ryu, Eagle Wave. The cross-shaped green chop erupted, cutting a deep X-shaped mark into Shijian's right fist, and both of his bodies took a step back due to the force that came from it. This made Shijian shook while realizing that the other party wasn't that simple. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It seems that becoming the head of the cadre has some strength, but really not a devil fruit ability person. Sun Long proudly, if it's a devil fruit, who would claim to be an incapacitated person? My contracted incapacitated person's name is Roranoa Solon. Shijian also thought it made sense that no devil fruit power user would claim to be powerless. At this time, too many people for the vibration are watching. Yi Yu does not strike, and now their eyes, focused on Sun Long, want to see why one became the head of the cadres. Now look, indeed powerful, an incapacitated person. So powerful? Could it be that, all this time, it's been misunderstood? Incapacitated people aren't trash. Let's just say that a powerful incapacitated person, not trash, is even more powerful than an artificial devil fruit. But I don't think this Sun Long can beat Shijian. As he said, he only contracted one. If it's more than one, it might be able to be just as powerful as Yi Yu. But if it's one, it definitely can't be as strong as a Shirshir fruit. Sun Long at this moment bit the Wadoichi character in his right hand in his mouth and then pulled out the Yama. Suddenly, to the bewilderment of all, a knife in each hand, right and left, and one in his mouth. It's rare. Three-blade flow? For a moment, more people watched curiously. Yi Yu, who was on the high floor, also watched with interest, even if he could know the result. It was good to see Sauron's moves with his own eyes. Sun Long's eyes were bitter, and in a flash, his aura was raised. I'll have to make this quick. Not too long, it'll just be more of a drain. Finish you off, and then go help the others. Shijian was shocked. This is just about to start getting serious, isn't it? Humph, but there's no way you can defeat me. Die, Sun Long. Shijian blasted down with both hands at the same time, and even on both of Rock's fists, a little bit of armed color hegemony was covered. Even if it wasn't superb, it still boosted defense and power a little. Sun Long still didn't dodge, but instead held his sword with both hands, biting a handful in his mouth as he stormed forward. It was a scene that had too many people watching, crews on the sidelines staring intently, too many people watching through the live feeds, unable to take their eyes off the ball. As Sun Long rushed over, a biting sound rang out. 9 mountains and 8 seas are one world, and if you gather 1,000 worlds, you become a small 1,000 worlds. This world multiplies by 3, and there is no I who is not constant. Bang! Suddenly, Sun Long stomped on the ground shattered under his feet, and he leaped up, storming upwards, like a stringed arrow, the air quickly approaching the rock giant Sun Long, double arm muscles bulging, both hands tightly grasp and wrote a text with 3 generations of Ghost Che. In front of the 2 swords quickly rotate up, like a windmill like whistling buzzing, a circle of white air waves then spread out, and at the same time, the sound of biting cold once again resounded. 3-blade stream Upanishad, 1,000 worlds, clang, as the biting words fell, accompanied by an ear-piercing clang. Sun Long flickered away in front of the rock giant, and in the next instant, he had already surfaced behind the rock giant. There was a click. The waist of the rock giant was cut horizontally. The upper body was separated from the lower body. The cut was as flat as a mirror. With one slash, the massive rock giant was chopped in half. The visual impact, extremely strong. In an instant, the surrounding crew members, all of their eyes were wide and their mouths were open, stunned in place. Too many people watching the live broadcast were all dumbfounded as well. Yi Yu smiled slightly inside in admiration. Worthy of being the head of the cadres of my bearing feather pirates. End of chapter. Chapter 56 Establishment of Authority. Chapter 56 Establishment of Authority. Sun Long shook the entire world, and many people's eyes widened, their eyes dropping out in shock, their jaws dropping in amazement. If it was an ability person who caused such a scene, they would be surprised, let alone an incapable person. How can incapacitated people be so strong? This so handsome, so strong, such a big rock giant, just directly cut into upper and lower halves, and it's only the early stage now. It's so powerful, the later stage is unimaginable. I'm also incapacitated, so why am I not as good? You also have to be gifted and talented to be able to contract awesome incapacitated people. In shock, all understood and knew why Yi Yu wanted to recruit the incapacitated, because the incapacitated were not weak. Even a powerful incapacitated person might not be inferior to a more powerful devil fruit, as evidenced by this battle. Don't jump to conclusions too early yet. It's certain that awesome no ability is stronger than artificial devil fruit, but there are difficulties in trying to outperform genius level ability. It's up to Sun Long and Shi Jian to see who's the winner. The crew on the sidelines were horrified and adoring. Sun Long, you are so strong. We were wrong before. You are fully qualified to be the head of the cadre. The captain's vision can't be wrong. Sun Long knew that Shi Jian was not dead, and realized that the rock giant's upper body, with its eyes still open, represented the main body. In the upper body, quickly waving the swords in both hands, Sun Long drank low. Futatsu Ryu, 72 troublesome winds. The green blade slashed out, chopping off a section of Shi Jian's rocky arm to fall off, and all Sun Long had to do was to keep chopping until he found Shi Jian's main body. Shi Jian's face was ugly. His other hand was going to grab Sun Long, but even though it was strong, it was slow. Sun Long landed on the ground and then slashed the 72 troublesome winds, cutting off the other arm as well, and then kept chopping out green chopping strikes. At once, the rock giant became several pieces, and Shi Jian emerged from one of the fallen rocks, his face heavy. Sun Long sneered. Out. Shi Jian could no longer coalesce the rock giant, but as long as he landed, touching the ground, he could escape by ducking into the rocks on the ground. However, Sun Long slashed, the rocks shattered, and he came out completely. Sun Long was murderous. First solve you, then go and solve the other cadres. As Shi Jian descended, he crossed his arms to block, covering his armed color hegemony, thus defending, but the chopping attack slashed, and his arms directly soared with blood, and he flew out backwards in a miserable scream. When he was about to land, Shi Jian grunted coldly, I'll be safe after landing. I'm not even a match for an incapacitated person. What a shame, but it doesn't mean I can't defeat you in the future. However, Sun Long spoke coldly, you don't have this chance. Sun Long retrieved the Yama and Wadoichi texts, and inserted the 3rd generation Oni torch into its sheath as well. Holding the sheath of the 3rd generation Ghost Chu's blade in his left hand, his right hand gripped the hilt of the blade, and both hands were covered with armed color raining aura, while the body of the 3rd generation Ghost Chu's blade also became slightly pitch black. Immediately, Sun Long assumed a drawing stance. Ichiban Ryu, Izumi, Black Dagger, Death Lion Goggle. With the moment he drew his sword, Sun Long's speed became even faster. And with a flash, he had already surfaced behind Shi Jian, and his sword had already been sheathed, while Shi Jian had frozen in place. When the knife completely disappeared into its sheath, Shi Jian threw back his head and let out a miserable scream. Ah! Put! Blood soared out of his chest, directly chopping out an extremely long blood gash with a shocking amount of bleeding, and he fell to the ground, lifeless. The cadres of the Night Fork Pirates. Another one dead. At this moment, many of the people watching the live broadcast were looking at each other in dismay. Sun Long, the incapacitated. So powerful. That's why Yi Yu recruited the incapable. And, as luck would have it, not all incapacitated people are so powerful after all. Most are weak, and any incapacitated person who can join the Baja Feather Pirates is certainly not bad. Originally, I thought that the Bering Feather Pirates had taken in a lot of incapacitated people, and that their overall strength hadn't increased much, but now I realize that the Bering Feather Pirates' overall strength is quite a bit stronger than we thought. Perhaps even if you take on the Night Stalkers and Sandstorm Pirates alone, you won't necessarily lose. At this point, Shara also realized, her face heavy, but thankful that no one from her cadre had died yet. But, suddenly his face changed, as another live feed showed his own cadre, facing off against the cadre of the Baja Feather Pirates, still incapacitated. This has attracted a lot of attention. There are 2 incapacitated cadres of the Bering Feather Pirates, and this man is the other one. Star of the Week meets Exploding Fruits Reese. Shara instantly warned, don't be careless. Shi Jian of the Night Fork Pirates was taken care of by another incapable cadre of the Bering Feather Pirates. This made Li Si surprised, because it was clear that Shi Jian's strength, even he, was somewhat helpless, and he immediately dared not be careless. Are you as good as that Sun Long? Zhou Xing shook his head. I don't know about this. I haven't fought, but since the captain made Sun Long the head of the cadre, it means that Sun Long is now stronger than me. This made Zhou Xing sigh in relief. The Night Fork Pirates are a disgrace. 2 cadres have died. We, the Sandstorm Pirates, can't afford to lose one. Star of the Week said. There is now. It's you. Arrogant. Zhou Xing pulled out a booger, flexed his fingers and flicked it, and it suddenly exploded when it was almost in front of Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing glared with his right foot and quickly dodged to avoid the explosion range. Whoosh! At the same time, he quickly rushed towards Reese, and when he got behind him, he leapt up. This makes Zhou Xing scoff, even though it's too late to get a booger, but turns around and kicks out. Fighting me in close quarters would also be a foolish choice, and with my fruit ability, I can attach explosions to my feet as well. Foot explosion. However, Zhou Xing was not afraid in the slightest. As his body spun rapidly, his right foot became crimson, and with a poof, flames rose in his right foot. It shook too many people. Flame? It's an ability? It's the high-speed spinning, the air friction, the right foot generating high temperatures naturally. Ha! That's even possible? Even so, won't the right foot burn? It doesn't seem to have an effect. What is it? Is it not a human foot? It's surprisingly resistant to flames. Devil's Windfoot. Lamb shot. Bang! Boom! The 2 feet collided in the air, accompanied by an explosion. But Zhou Xing was not blown back. The right foot of the burning flames was unharmed, and also covered the beginning of the door of the armed color hegemony. And the power of the Devil's Wind kick was completely above that of the foot explosion. Reese takes a direct kick and flies backwards. Chao Xing took advantage of the opportunity to follow up and raised his foot to kick out. Li Si opened his mouth wide and laughed coldly. Don't think that I can't counterattack when I'm flying upside down. My mouth can attach explosions as well. Try this move of mine. Zhou Xing's face changed. Not in worry, but in reprimand to stop it. Shut up. Attaching an explosion to your right foot is a foot explosion. Then attaching an explosion to your mouth isn't. I don't want to try this move of yours. Before Zhou Xing could get close, the fire-burning right foot quickly kicked in quick succession, kicking out a foot shadow with fire. First kicking on Li Si's mouth, directly shutting up and blasting out, and his chest was also kicked many times, flying 20 meters away and smashing to the ground. Li Si spat out blood from his mouth. His injuries were serious and his face was pale. It was a shock to watch. There's a big difference between this explosive fruit ability person and this incapable person. Cognition is broken. An incapacitated person is stronger than a devil fruit? Impossible. One can only say that it must have been in the Pirate King that the 2 power users were too hot to develop much power. Makes sense. Star Chow then tackled Reese. Shara's face hardened as one of his cadre died as well. At this moment, Yiming's face was unsightly and furious, his forehead veins writhing. I was thinking that with the guerrilla attack, we wouldn't have any casualties, but right at the beginning, 2 cadres died, so it's not a small loss. I'll also kill a cadre of the Bering Feather Pirates to save face. Many people, gazes looked over, because Yi Ming of the Thread Fruit had already been fighting with one of the cadres of the Bearing Feather Pirates for a while. It's Lin Chuan, the Scissor Fruit ability. Lin Chuan originally thought that his ability would restrain this Thread Fruit Yi Ming, but found that this guy was very powerful. At first, he could cut his thread, but with more powerful moves, it was impossible to cut it. Worthy of being the captain of the Night Fork Pirates, it seems I was the one who was gullible. At this time Yi Ming pressed Lin Chuan to the ground. His left hand locked his throat and his right hand lifted up, attached with an extremely strong cutting force and extremely tough line, to cut down Lin Chuan's head. At this time, on the high floor, Yi Yu, seeing color hegemony, naturally covered this place and knew that Lin Chuan was facing a crisis. It's no surprise that it's not an opponent. After all, the Thread Fruit is the fruit of Doflamingo and the King of Thieves. But Yi Yu had no intention of making a move. There was no need. Just as Yi Ming was about to strike, he suddenly froze in his movements and jerked back to look behind him. A figure walked away, his entire body filled with a cold aura, and as he walked, the ground under his feet continued to freeze. Yi Ming's brows stared up. Vice Captain of the Beiju Pirates. Freeze Fruit ability. Xia Ling. End of chapter. Chapter 57, Bug's Childish Fruit? Chapter 57, Bug's Childish Fruit? Xia Ling spoke coldly. It's me. I won't allow you to hurt my partner. Let go yourself. Or should I help you? Yi Ming's face was unsightly. His heart was shaken. From Xia Ling, there was a sense of oppression that made him cautious. But, with two of his own cadres already dead, he was bound to do something about it. The raised right hand quickly fell, and the five-colored thread in his hand cut towards Lin Chuan. Click, click, click. However, when the hand was almost at the neck, Yi Ming instantly froze his entire body. Xia Ling feet cold air swept. Around the Night Fork pirate crew, some rushed to jump in place, dodged a bullet. Some too late, feet freeze, and then quickly spread all over the body, into an ice sculpture, thumped down on the ground, directly divided into pieces. Lin Chuan quickly got up and backed up next to Xia Ling, apologizing. Lieutenant, I'm sorry for making you step in and save me. It's fine. After all, you're facing the Night Fork pirate captain. Let spirit heal you first. Xiao Linger came along with Xia Ling and quickly activated her healing fruit ability to heal Lu Chuan. Under the astonished gaze of many people, the many to the wounds on Lu Chuan's body that were cut by the threads, healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, even if not to the point of complete recovery, but the injuries were much better. It was the envy of many pirate groups. This milkmaid, it's awesome. I'm afraid it's the only milkmaid. This battle so far, let us know the power of the Bearing Feather Pirates. Just started fighting not long ago only. It feels like the Bearing Feather Pirates are stronger than we thought. Click. At this moment, the ice on Yi Ming's body shattered open and broke free. But his whole body was still chilled and his face was grave. Xia Ling's battle spirit rose. Come on, let me meet you. However, Yi Ming had no thoughts of fighting. I don't want to fight you, at least not right now. It makes a lot of people sarcastic. Wimped out. Frozen Fruit Summerling looks awesome. Yi Ming shouldn't be an opponent. Yi Ming explained. In this battle, we had thought of not fighting with you guys to the death. So it's pointless for us to fight to the death. And you also want to retain your physical strength to help you more when Fei Tian and the Juggernaut Pirates come, right? Otherwise, with only Yi Yu retaining, how can you guys be able to defeat them later? It made Summerling frown slightly. It made sense, but it had to be tackled. Defeat you first, and your morale will be lowered, even routed. Yi Ming's face was ugly, and although it was humiliating, he still opened his mouth. How about this? How about this city? Belongs to you guys, and we leave? That way, you guys won't have much to consume, and then Fei Tian and the Juggernaut Pirates won't necessarily come. It made Summerling's heart flutter, and naturally, Jean Demon and Song Ling watched the live broadcast and their faces changed drastically. Say what? Don't want to fight? Aren't you ashamed? Call me. We'll be there in another hour. If we don't fight now, the Bearing Feather Pirates don't have much to expend at all, and it will be hard to fight if we go over there. That's why the face is hard. Not all the warforce came, just two main ships, one for each of the two pirate groups. Thinking that the Beiju pirate group will first fight with the Night Fork and Sandstorm pirate groups, there is bound to be a great deal of exertion, and then the fishermen will be able to take advantage of the situation. But to concede defeat after a short fight? That won't do. Summerling frowned. Who knows if you'll quit or wait for them to come together? Yi Ming said. We can sail away in the opposite direction so that we don't have to worry about them coming and us joining forces with them. Xia Ling shook her head. What about when they come and surround this place and then you return? This made Yi Ming helpless. We won't. Humph. It's not like we'll believe you just because you say so. Cut the crap. Summerling went straight for it. Yi Ming quickly retreated. while swinging out the 5 colored threads to cut out and shatter the incoming ice prisms. Yi Ming was really a bit reluctant to fight on, because it had only just begun and 2 cadres had died, which was already no small loss. He didn't want to use the sacrifice of his own pirate group, thus allowing the Fei Tian and Juggernaut pirate groups to take advantage. Even if Sharling knew he thought that, he had to wear them down more so they couldn't get involved when Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates arrived. At this point, Zhao Yener went toe-to-toe with Salad, Burning Fruit, against Sha Fruit. Meanwhile, fighting has been taking place in several places, and even though guerrilla tactics are being used, some battles are starting one after another. Soon, the sound of Summerling's headset rang out, and came from the crew in a gravely, somewhat panicked tone. Captain, in our area, things are a little bad. What's the situation? Our combat crew group, over 100 of us, but at this moment, a large portion of them, have been turned into toys, incapacitated. This made Xia Ling's face sink, thinking of the vice-captain of the Night Fort Pirates. Yi Tong, not very strong, but his ability is a bit buggy, childish fruit ability. Captain, we're almost all toys. At this time, Yi Yu spoke up, saying through his earpiece, Xia Ling, you don't need to be distracted, just fight Yi Ming, I'll be watching. Summerling was reassured. Good. At this time, Yi Yu naturally noticed it a long time ago and didn't do anything because it was just turning into a toy, and it wasn't life-threatening yet, but felt that he had to make a move. If he could just shock and scare him into passing out, then the fruit ability would be lifted. At this moment, many people had seen Yi Tong's ability. Awesome. Very buggy indeed. Right now, he can't turn people too much stronger than him into toys, but it's pretty sick. There's not much power left in trying to fight after turning into a toy. I've even heard that at a higher level, he can make toys lose their memories. It's perverted. Yi Yu's hegemonic color hegemony let a lot of low-end combatants fainted, but it won't take long to wake up. But this ability, it's permanent. Turn into a toy, and then lose the memory at a later stage. Then it's completely wasted, because did not lose memory. Will still go to think of ways to recover, but without memory. Do not know anything, feel that they were originally a toy. For a while, many people felt that this Yi Tong ability was indeed bug. At this point, Yi Tong was very self-satisfied, feeling as big as he was, and his abilities were seen by too many people. I'm not as strong as my brother, but I have perverted abilities. Yi Tong was much shorter than Yi Ming, but in fact, he wasn't a male, but a sister. Female disguised as a male, disguising her surface to be more powerful, otherwise like a 1m5 little lowly. Her appearance was too weak. What's more, her own strength is not very powerful. Just now with the other cadre, he is difficult to turn all those people into toys. At this time, Yu Tingyun was on his own and came to the mobile abandoned building. There are no enemies. They are really able to hide. I'm a little tired from walking. I'll rest for a while. Yudnan entered the abandoned building and sat down at the stairs. Originally, Yi Yu was ready to make a move, but realized that Ji Tong was approaching Wu Tingyun. Then he didn't make a direct move to see if this person who had contracted Usopp could handle it. Yi Tong quietly approached and jumped to the second floor first. His footsteps were so light that he wasn't noticed, and then quietly descended the stairs step by step, approaching Yu Tingyun, who was sitting on the steps of the stairs. And Uramun's cell phone rang. Opened the group chat. Is a beautiful woman dancing video? Wearing very little. Wu Tingyun eyes light up open. Began to look at. The voice is small. Put to the maximum. Can hear. Jumping is very good. Singing is also good. At the same time downward bending. Suddenly show career line. Wu Tingyun stared intently. All close together. But the next instant the picture turned. A horrible ghost face emerged. An extremely horrible ghost face that could scare people to death. Emitting a severe ghost howl. I'm going. Yu Tingyun was so startled that he dropped his cell phone. And Yi Tong happened to have his hand almost touching Upright Cloud at this time, ready to use his ability to turn Upright Cloud into a toy. But, Yi Tong also saw the ghost that suddenly appeared, even more timid and not withstand fear. Instantly scared pale, screamed out, eyes wide. Eyes are scared to tune out, white eyes rolled over, fainted. Yu Tingyun was startled and turned around to hurriedly back away. Who is this and why is he behind me? And at that moment, the 100 crew members that had been turned into toys also instantly recovered, all relieved and at the same time incomparably worshipful. Did anyone tackle that childish fruit powerhouse? Captain? The captain is still on the high floor. Ah, not the captain. That guy's ability is so sick. This guy is so awesome. Who is it? On our ship, there is still such a powerful character? Yi Yu couldn't help but smile when he sensed it and sighed softly. It's not bad to be the one who contracted Usopp and also has Overlord color luck. End of chapter. Chapter 58, Natural Disaster? Chapter 58, Natural Disaster? Wu Tingyun was very confused at this moment, when suddenly, a figure quickly swept in, so fast that it startled Wu Tingyun. The man was tall, holding a bamboo stick in his hand and covered in armed color bay aura, which made the bamboo stick slightly dark. Yulin Yun's face changed, remembering that this was a cadre of the Night Fort pirates called Lin Zhu, and the contracted incapacitated person was called Virgo. In the past, it wouldn't be too afraid, but after going on the Beiju pirate group, I know that incapable people aren't bad, and the fact that this Lin Zhu can become a cadre of the Night Fort pirate group shows that his own strength isn't bad. Yulin Yun instantly panicked a bit, quickly retreating and pulling away, then took out a beaten slingshot, a weapon obtained when he contracted Usopp. Wu Tingyun's heart panicked. Bad luck. Am I so unlucky that I, a combat crew member, bumped into the other party's cadre, and I feel that my status as a combat crew member is somewhat unworthy. I'm at most a full crew member. It's over. I'm going to be in danger. Lin Zhu's face changed when he saw Yitong fainted. He quickly checked and was relieved that he was still breathing. At the same time, he was incredibly heartbroken. When he knew that all of the toy people were lifted, it made him incredibly shaken, that there was someone who was so quick to defeat Yitong, thus lifting the ability, and the toy people all changed back, and he thought, who was it? The mighty cadre of the bashful feather pirates? It is certain that Yi Yu did not make a move and is still on the high floor, but this person in front of him makes Lin Zhu somewhat unfamiliar and does not seem to be in the cadre. Lin Zhu was cautious and instantly covered his entire body with armed color hegemony. This put Wu Tingyun once again startled. The whole body can cover the armed color hegemony, although it is not so black, but it is also very powerful. In the present day armed color masters inside, is definitely the forefront. Wu Tingyun panicked, outwardly keeping himself calm, secretly saying, calm, can't panic. It was already impossible to fight. Once you lose your calm, it's even more dangerous. With a whoosh, Lin Zhu moved, but instead of attacking, he hugged Yitong and ran away. Wu Tingyun was stunned, not taking action against himself, though he couldn't think straight. He sat straight down on the floor and sighed in relief. That guy just now. The sense of oppression is very strong. I'm definitely not his opponent in a fight. Lin Zhu at this time, stayed, cannot fight with him, looks deep. This Bayou pirate group, really crouching tigers and hidden dragons, even the cadres, want to so quickly let the Leaf Child ability to disarm, to save those who turned into toys, will have to work hard. And this guy, so quickly did it, does not look powerful. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Can't do it easily. Yitong is very important. Can't die. Must be brought away at the first time. At this time, this scene was seen by many people. What just happened in the building? There's no live feed from the building. That leaf boy with the somewhat insurmountable fruit ability, Yi Ming's younger brother, is actually unconscious? And this powerful looking man, fleeing with Yitong in his arms, inside the building. What is it? Wu Tingyun came out, looked around. There was indeed no one, and was instantly relieved. It showed a lot of people who he is. Not a cadre of the Baja Feather Pirates. Did he do that? So powerful. Beat Leaf Boy. Saved the ones that turned into toys. The one that seemed to have good strength didn't go in for long before he ran off with Leaf Boy. The Baju Pirates. What a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. At this moment, Yi Ming also knew that Yitong had been defeated, and his face was heavy. And, facing Xia Ling, he dealt with a bit of a struggle, with strength above his own. Multiple times he was frozen, and even though he cut it open with a thread, each time he kept frostbite his body as well. This frozen fruit, it was too cold. If it freezes a little longer, it feels like the blood is going to freeze. Xia Ling leapt up and condensed 6 ice spears in front of him, shooting down and attacking from multiple directions. Yi Ming activated his ability, and a spider web interwoven with threads emerged above him, blocking the ice prongs, but it was quickly frozen, and as another ice prong struck, the frozen spider web collapsed, and the ice prongs flew in. Yi Ming quickly dodged while swinging out the 5-colored thread cutting. Knowing that he couldn't consume more, Yi Ming flew into the air. Xia Ling was astonished. And the ability to fly? No, it's stepping on silk threads, which are hard to spot with the naked eye, so it gives the impression of being able to fly in the sky. Summerling had some trouble getting her hands dirty, ironically. What? Scared? Yi Ming said. This is a strategy. It's impossible to fight and consume with you. At that moment, the headset sounded. Captain, it's bad. Too many of the regular crew are dying. Yi Ming frowned. Isn't it guerrilla tactics? Trying to guerrilla but the other party is slow fruit ability with quite a few official crew. Make our crew speed become slow. Trying to run is difficult to do. Yi Ming's face was heavy. Their crew was dying fast, which was something he couldn't accept. Because the purpose of going to war with the Baja Feather Pirates was to spread out, guerrilla, and wait for the Flying Sky and Juggernaut Pirates to come. But now, without consuming the Bearing Feather Pirates, their casualties are increasing. It won't work. In that case, their great sacrifice in exchange for the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut Pirates to reap the benefits? But you can't do that. You can't work for someone. Just when Yi Ming wanted to compromise again and propose what the other party would do to stop, suddenly, a tornado sandstorm surfaced at the back of the city. This caused Yi Ming's eyes to light up. He started. So let's see this move of his. At this time, Zhao Yener Tishala, Shara, like Yi Ming, was struggling a bit with the fight, realizing that her opponent was stronger than she was, already injured, and her clothes were burned Brahmin, with multiple blue marks on her body. But, Shara has her own cards. I didn't expect that you guys are so strong. Our two pirate alliances are at a disadvantage. However, after this move, you guys won't dare to continue fighting with us, and you're bound to suffer a lot of casualties. Then with a lot of casualties, in the case of fighting us, you guys just don't want to live. You can't deal with the Flying Sky and Juggernaut Pirates at all. Zhao Yener frowned slightly as she looked at the tornado sandstorm in front of her, which was rapidly growing larger as it moved. From just now, condensing a small tornado storm in Shara's hands, to now, it was already 50 meters high, and gradually, it seemed to be connecting heaven and earth. Shara sneered. This move is called Shirashi. I can control the direction at first. The reason why I am here is because I let the crew be on both sides or behind me, which allows the release to control the direction forward first. Then you pirates will have to face it. As the tornado sweeps, it will get bigger and bigger, to the point where I can't even control it. It will turn into an even more terrifying natural disaster. And at this point, the Night Stalkers and our pirate crew are already all circling around behind me, and you pirate crew are too late to avoid this tornado sandstorm. In the end, the tornado sandstorm are likely to destroy half of the city. My strength cannot do it, but this tornado sandstorm is to rely on the time is getting stronger and stronger, the equivalent of the use of natural forces into a horrible natural disaster. I believe that the early stage of the mutation, no one can stop this natural disaster. End of chapter. Chapter 59, under the attention of 10,000 people, drawing the Black Dagger Knight. Chapter 59, under the attention of 10,000 people, drawing the Black Dagger Knight. Shara was extremely confident, feeling that over time, the tornado sandstorm, which didn't match her strength, would be stronger than she was, and that was the terror of the move. Zhao Yener's face was heavy. She couldn't let this tornado sandstorm affect the crew. She wanted to get closer, but once she got close, there was a strong absorption. She could only attack from a distance. Fire Fist, a ball of flame burst out, then touched the tornado sandstorm and collapsed directly. Shara sneered. It's useless. It's not based on my strength. It's already to the point where I can't even control it. No one can block it. And you're already one of the strongest of the Baja Feather Pirates. Right. The other strongest is Xia Ling. With the freeze fruit she is also surely not able to block it. And I don't think that her current freezing ability, that freezes such a huge tornado sandstorm. Zhao Yener's face was grave. Oh no. It can't be crushed. Just now it was just forming and could be resolved. But it was blocked by his desperation. So that's why he's fighting so hard. At this moment, the Sandstorm Pirates and the Nightfork Pirates were relieved. The promised tactics are finally here. I didn't expect the bottom card to be used so soon. Originally, I was thinking of relying on this tactic to win with a bigger advantage and fewer casualties, but I didn't realize it was now being used to reduce casualties. Before the battle began, it was very confident that they had the advantage, but now it turned out that it was simply the Baja Feather Pirates that had the advantage. The captain was no match for the opposing co-captain, and in all other fights, was at a disadvantage. Moreover, most of the opposing incapacitated people's battle power was not inferior to that of the combat crew, and every one of them was at least a full crew member to start with. Even though they were allied, they found that the combined battle power, surprisingly, could not compare to the Bearing Feather Pirates. On the one hand, it was the low-level crew. Many of the official crew members were shocked, and on the other hand, it was also this recruitment of Bearing Feather Pirates. The battle power was raised a lot. And the reason for a lot of the boost is because of the number of incapacitated people that have been recruited. It also showed the world that it felt that it had to take some of the incapacitated seriously, and that powerful incapacitated people were no worse than some of the capable people. By Shaohan arranges, when recruiting crew members, one must also look for incapacitated people, and provided that the talent level is not low. Understood, Captain. By Shaohan sighed lightly. I always thought that the strongest incapacitated person, when contracted, would at most be similar to an artificial devil fruit ability person, but now it seems that I thought wrong. Captain, there are unlucky people in our city who don't have low talent and have contracted an incapacitated person. But sometimes they can't even beat an incapacitated person who has less talent than he does. So maybe it can't be absolutely based on talent either. Bai Xiaohan nodded. I know that the incapacitated person who represents a high talent and is contracted is also unlucky enough to choose a weak person. But, with low talent, it's absolutely impossible for a powerful and capable person to appear. While with high talent, there is a probability. Okay, I'll make quick arrangements. At this point, a number of pirate groups have done the same and are starting to focus. The Celestial Pride Pirates. Lin Mushu Ed Disdain, Oomph. Many pirate groups, because of Yi Yu's performance, focus on recruiting incapable persons. But, I will not. In my eyes, incapable persons have a low ceiling, just now powerful. It is impossible to compare to the potential of capable persons. Devil fruits have a high ceiling and can be awakened. How can an incapacitated person compare? So, it's just a little bit of scenery right now. There's no way I'm going to focus on recruiting. Li Song nodded. Yeah, after all, we kicked Yi Yu off the boat. Lin Mushu Egg gloated. This tornado sandstorm, it's indeed getting more and more massive. Then this battle, the Bearing Feather Pirates are going to be finished. After the tornado sandstorm sweeps through the entire city, they will suffer a lot of casualties. Originally, I was still a little worried that they didn't consume much to defeat the Night Fork and Sandstorm Pirates. Now it seems that there is no need to worry. Li Song agreed. Yeah, if the consumption is not big, then Fei Tian and the Juggernaut Pirates won't do it 100%. But if the consumption is large, then they will definitely make a move. At this moment, Golden Demon and Songling were also happy. That's a good move. Looks like they weren't too wasted. Consume them more, then we'll wrap it up. At this moment, Yi Ming sneered. Better go deal with the tornado sandstorm. Burning Fruit Zhao Yener alone can't stop it. And you should have noticed that most of our combatants are already behind Shara. And you, most of you are in front of the tornado, targeting you. Even if there are also some combatants among us, but basically they are full crew. There are a few cadres, but they can get away with it, because they don't have to take care of their mates. Whereas you, on the other hand, must be taken into account. Xia Ling stared. Indeed found out and knew that he couldn't fight Yi Ming any longer. If he continued, the sandstorm would get bigger and bigger, and the destructive power would also increase greatly. At this moment, wherever the tornado sandstorm passed, many large trees, houses, and boulders rose up and were sucked into it. Looking at the ever-so-huge tornado sandstorm, even Shara was surprised and extremely proud. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect my move to be so powerful, and with this battle, I'll be able to make a name for myself and raise the deterrent power of my sandstorm pirates. At this moment, Sun Long settled some of the official crew and looked towards the tornado sandstorm, which was close to him and was about to come. Sun Long, let's retreat. Sun Long shook his head. It's too late to retreat to the sea. It's fast. I'll try. Sun Dragonstorm rushes towards the tornado sandstorm and uses triple blade stream again. 9 mountains and 8 seas are one world. And when you gather 1,000 worlds, you become a small 1,000 worlds. This world multiplies by 3. And there is no I who is unceasing. The 3 blade streams Upanishad. 1,000 worlds. Clank. A knife cut out. Sun Long has swept to the back of the sandstorm, but the body and not on the wound. The Dragon Scroll sandstorm tearing force is very strong. With the more and more huge, the power is very powerful. Their own this knife, although the sandstorm cut into 2 halves horizontally, but did not collapse, and soon coalesced together again. Sun Long stared. It's useless. The power isn't enough. At this time, the lowly, official crew of the Baja Feather Pirates were all running in the direction of the 2 sides of the city, trying to get some distance away from the tornado sandstorm. Xia Ling arranged through her earpiece. We have to combine our efforts to block it. Cadres, join Flame and I and together we will destroy this tornado sandstorm. The other cadres that were fighting knew that they had to go over there. And while the Night Stalkers and Sandstorm Pirates would take advantage of the opportunity to escape, the casualties would not be small if they were not blocked. Yi Ming sighed in relief. In this way, their casualties could stop, and felt that they had to retreat to the sea first. Based on the casualties later, the other party's casualties are large. Then return, casualties are not large. Wait in the sea, and wait for Fei Tian and the Juggernaut Pirates to arrive, and together they will crush the Beijiu Pirates. The reason why it was routed, not overthrown, was because they also wanted to replenish their blood and recruit people to join them, because, in any battle, there has to be something of value, something of interest. However, when Zhao Yener, Xia Ling, and the cadres were ready to go over, Yi Yu's voice rang out. On the high building, Yi Yu looked towards the huge tornado sandstorm that connected heaven and earth not far away with a bland expression. Everyone keep fighting. This tornado sandstorm. Leave it to me. As the words fell, Yi Yu leapt up and rushed towards the sandstorm, pulling out the black blade knife behind his back under the attention of billions of eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 60, a one-shot. Awesome blast to the world. Chapter 60, a one-shot. Awesome blast to the world. This caused Xia Ling, Zhao Yener, and the others to be astonished, because it was felt that this tornado sandstorm was, indeed, powerful. Xia Ling proposed, attack together. This move has completely exceeded Shera's own battle power, constantly becoming huge. With the help of the weather, the power of nature, has been a great disaster. Zhao Yener nodded her head. Yes, just now I've attacked with all my might and couldn't even break it down. Xia Ling and I are most aware of the fact that you're more powerful than we are, but I'm afraid that even you will have a hard time solving the storm that is now connecting heaven and earth on a massive scale. Sun Long gazed. The strike I just made was far from being able to resolve this tornado sandstorm. Captain, why don't we attack together? Surely we can crush it, otherwise it will be difficult to resolve it if it continues. However, Yi Yu Shinran, just leave it to me. You guys keep fighting. We can't let them get away with trying to use this sandstorm to escape. We can't let them get away with it so easily. Although it was a bit hard to believe, Xia Ling and the others chose to believe it. Okay, let's keep fighting. Summerling catalyzed his fruit ability and could only attack remotely with ice prawns. Yi Yu also realized that after that, he had to call to teach Xia Ling and the girls to learn the 6 styles of the Navy. The others cannot learn. The moon step has to learn. Yi Ming originally wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but surprisingly, he didn't go. Still not going to stop the sandstorm? I'm aiming for you. Yi Ming coldly grunted. To be at the cost of huge casualties of the Beiju pirates? How worthless. Huge casualties? Not necessarily. At this time, the other battles, the Night Fork and the Sandstorm pirate group panicked. Not only did not bother with the sandstorm, but instead took advantage of this opportunity. More rushed to fight. A lot of their war power has run behind Shera, originally disadvantage. Not to mention now, even more power alone. Shera quickly realized that the casualties were continuing, and more rapidly. Damn, I can't believe it didn't go over. Zhao Yener fought with all her heart. Her hands were like pistols. Bang bang bang, soaring out a path of flaming bullets, densely shooting at Shala. Shera quickly dodged. Casting that move had consumed him so much that he was now having a hard time activating his ability to make his body sandy again. Shera contacted those behind me. Come to support. The crew did not expect that it would be such a situation, and even without bothering about the sandstorm, they quickly came to support it, and anyway remained behind the tornado sandstorm, and would not be affected. At this point, the people watching the live broadcast were stunned. I can't believe you don't care? More than one battle force combined can be crushed, right? It's not too late to join forces. Later, it'll all be unstoppable, and it'll keep snowballing into an even bigger disaster. Looks like it's ready to lose both. There's still the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates later. It's useless to crush Sandstorm. There will be consumption, and Sandstorm and Nightcrawler Pirates casualties are reduced as a result, and they'll join forces with the Flying Sky and Juggernaut Pirates later. So they're thinking that they'll fight a losing battle now and then take the opportunity to escape? At this point, the Golden Demon became more and more pleased. Not used to tornado sandstorms. Good. Then more casualties for you guys. Song Ling couldn't wait and inquired. How long until we get there? Captain, there are still 20 nautical miles to go. With the speed of our pirate ship, another 15 minutes. We'll be there. Very well. 15 minutes time. The Bearing Feather Pirates will be too late to escape. Accelerate. Prepare to defeat the Bearing Feather Pirates and tie Yi Yu to the ship. Be shocked by me and have your soul extracted. Be controlled by me, and become my mother's reproductive tool. Lin Mushui was gloating at this time, cozily leaning back on the sofa, scornful. It seems that none of them were able to crush this tornado sandstorm. Just now they all had the idea of joining hands to solve the sandstorm but did not take action. It seems that Yi Yu gave the word. Li Tsung guessed. Yi Yu should know that it would be difficult to solve the joint as well, and it would only be a waste of stamina. So he arranged to continue the fight. Lin Mushui nodded. That's right. However, in the next instant, the face changed in shock. All the people watching the live broadcast also had their faces changed in shock. Inside the city, those who were fighting also subconsciously stopped, and their gazes, all of them looked towards the tornado sandstorm that was ravaging and destroying the city. Only a figure was seen, storming towards the tornado sandstorm. Bang, bang, bang. There was a distance from the sandstorm, but this figure, who was flying in the sky, to be precise, was constantly stomping on the air. The scene was shocking. My god. I can't believe I'm stepping in the sky. Not an ability, but a quick stomp on the air that creates a counterthrust so you can move through the air. This is how it's done. I have to say. That move. So cool. Could it be that the reason for not letting the crew team up to stop it is because, well, Yi Yu is going to do it? They were stunned and puzzled. Yi Ming suddenly realized. So it's like this, but, this is also good. Then Yi Yu faced this tornado sandstorm and suffered serious injuries and even death. Right. Surprisingly, one person chose to fight against the tornado sandstorm. Shara laughed equally coldly. Facing a heavenly calamity and fighting against it alone? It's simply overrated and unself-conscious. The Night Fork and Sandstorm pirates were all gloating, thinking that Yi Yu was going to suffer. Xia Ling, Zhao Yener, and the others, looked up at the distant sky. Their hearts were a little worried, but chose to believe. Song Ling looked at the live feed and was a little worried. Don't be alright, I still have to have a child with you, and if we can get you, the strength of our juggernaut pirates will increase greatly. Lin Mushui was equally gloating. I don't think you became the captain because your strength is stronger than Xia Ling. Your strength is not bad, but certainly not strong enough to be comparable to the powerful ability person Heavenly Pride. You can become the captain, definitely because of the not bad strength coupled with the hegemonic color hegemony. Xia Ling or Zhao Yener can't solve the sandstorm. It's even difficult to join forces, let alone you. However, in the next instant, Lin Mushui's eyes widened, stepping on the moon steps, accompanied by the sound of air bursts that intensively trampled the air. Yi Yu approached the tornado sandstorm, one person facing the rampaging and whistling tornado sandstorm. In an instant, countless gazes stared intently, inwardly shocked. Obviously, one person facing the tornado sandstorm connecting heaven and earth appeared to be very small, but why? But gave a kind of rippling, unable to be shaken by the tornado sandstorm feeling, illusion? But, the next instant gave the answer. Clang! The Black Dagger Knight was drawn. Yi Yu's right hand held the Black Dagger Knight single-handedly. The muscles of his right arm bulged. The Black Dagger Knight was raised, the tip of the blade pointing to the sky, and when the tornado sandstorm came in front of him at a speed of 100 meters per second, the Black Dagger Knight in his hand chopped down vertically. Suddenly, huge emerald green chopping burst out. No fancy chopping, but simple and rough. Is Yi Yu one-handed state of the full force of the chopping? Emerald green chopping. Directly the tornado sandstorm from the center, from top to bottom cut open, followed by emerald green chopping light outbreak. Bright green chopping burst open. Within the tornado sandstorm, there are thousands of emerald green light bloomed out. Bang! After Yi Yu chopped out a sword, and then landed on the ground. The Black Blade Knight in his right hand had been carried behind his back. With that, he turned his back on the tornado sandstorm, put his hands in his pockets, and stepped away. Just after taking 5 steps, the tornado sandstorm behind him suddenly exploded. Boom! Accompanied by earth-shattering roars, the tornado sandstorm was destroyed and exploded by this terrifying chop. Collapse! And without turning back, as if everything was expected, Yi Yu continued to step forward, wearing a stand-up collar robe that was fluttering and hunting as the strong wind blew backward with the explosion of the tornado sandstorm behind him. Behind Yi Yu, the sand in the sky clattered and fell as if it was raining sand, and there were too many broken pieces of houses and rocks, and tree stumps fell with it. Throughout all of this, Yi Yu didn't even look back. For a moment, the whole city, silent, the entire Dragon Kingdom, dead silent. All the people watching the live broadcast were all dumbfounded. 3 words welled up inside. Awesome. End of chapter. Chapter 61, not a high ceiling? Chapter 61, not a high ceiling? After a brief silence in the Dragon Kingdom, there was an instant outcry. Oh my god, this is too handsome. It's so pretentious and pushy. It's so handsome. I wish this person was me and was being watched by the entire Dragon Kingdom. After the outcry, everyone was then shocked because, with a single slash, Yi Yu crushed the tornado sandstorm. Many Heaven's Pride powerhouses wondered if they could do it in their place. Many felt that it was hard to do, and Yi Yu did it. Or a slash. How is it possible? It was solved with a single slash. Incapacitated people. How can they be so strong, even if the pact is 7? But this is outrageous. Is a powerful incapacitated person no worse than a powerful devil fruit? The 7 men in the pact, are they all master swordsmen? An incapable person is definitely no match for an ability person. He is powerful now, but his potential is definitely not as high as those top heavenly prides. After all, the devil fruit can be awakened, and is even more powerful in the later stages. He can only be powerful in the early stages. The upper limit of an individual's strength, which can be compared to the devil fruit. At this moment, Sun Long was also extremely shocked. So strong. Sun Long was horrified and at the same time, a little embarrassed, because his own moves, reciting poems for half a day, all kinds of cool maneuvers, turned out to be less powerful than Yi Yu's casual slash, as if it was a flat A. Knowing that the captain is also a swordmaster, as a swordsman, it's completely obvious, but I didn't expect that the gap with the captain is not small. I was also thinking of sparring with the captain, thinking that even if I couldn't win, I should be able to get a 4-6 split, but now it seems that a 3-7 split is difficult. After being horrified, Sun Long worshipped, yearned, and fought so strong, I want to be the world's #1 swordsman, and right now it seems difficult, but that only makes me more excited. It's fun when it's difficult. At this time, the Beiju pirate group crew, to Yi Yu's strength, there is not the slightest question. A few people thought it was because of the relationship, but now it seems that Yi Yu is completely with the strength to become the captain of the ship. Captain mighty, overbearing, so handsome. It's an honor to join the Baja Feather Pirates. The captain is a big shocker every time he strikes. Xia Ling, Zhao Yener, were also horrified, knowing that Yi Yu was stronger than them, but they didn't expect that this would solve the tornado sandstorm. Summerling marveled. Amazing. Zhao Yener, I used to think that a relation had come, but now it seems that to me. Yi Yu is all about the thigh. I must hold this thigh. Shara, on the other hand, was shocked and her face was extremely ugly. How is it possible? His sword technique, how is it so powerful? Is this something an incapacitated person can do? It was too late to be shocked because Zhao Yener had already attacked again. Salad tries to escape but stops quickly. Inflammation on the program. Zhao Yener activated her burning fruit ability and laid down a large area of flames in the surrounding area, like a wall of fire, making it difficult for him to get out. Zhao Yener coldly grunted. Don't try to run. If you dare to take our territory while we're gone, prepare to regret it. Shara reminded in a hushed voice. Do you really want to die and all go down? Don't you want to live? Pulling us as backing on the verge of death? Obviously there's no need for that. We'll admit defeat and give you the land. It's too cheap. So, what do you say? At this moment, Yi Ming also had a heavy face. The tornado sandstorm, surprisingly, was crushed, not expecting it at all. Bang bang bang. The sound of an airburst stepping on the air rang out. Yi Ming's face changed in shock, his eyes widened and his pupils contracted, because in the line of sight, Yi Yu was rapidly stepping into the air. Soon, it arrived above Yi Ming, looking down, go down, or in the sky, and fight me. Yi Ming directly wimped out and hurriedly landed on the ground. Compared to fighting with Xia Ling, he wouldn't fight with Yi Yu. Just now that knife, the power was too strong. Afterwards, Yi Yu returned to the high building and looked down on the surroundings, watching the situation. The Night Stalkers behind the city, the Sandstorm Pirates, turned back once again, because if they didn't, their captains were in danger. At this moment, the Golden Demon frowned slightly. Originally thought that he was powerful in terms of his overlord color hegemony, but I didn't expect that his own strength was also strong. Golden Demon somewhat regretted agreeing to Song Ling. After all, he would defeat the Bully Feather Pirates later, and he recruited everyone else except Yi Yu. Captain, Nightfork and Sandstorm Pirate Group didn't cause any consumption to the Beiju Pirate Group. Beiju Pirate Group at present, even casualties are not, and although Yi Yu struck 2 or 3 times, but it looks like, didn't consume much. If against such a state of them, I'm afraid. The Golden Demon was also realizing that it would be hard to make a move if there was nothing to consume. Hot off the press immediately. Understood. Soon, both the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut Pirates made quick statements to take over the hot seat. The Flying Sky and Juggernaut Pirates will be here soon. The Nightfork and Sandstorm Pirates will hold out for another 15 minutes. And in 15 minutes, that's when the Bearing Feather Pirates will fall. And as compensation, you'll be allowed to dig some people over then. However, it didn't help. Because, in 15 minutes, they'll have more casualties if the situation continues like this. Shara inquired. How's that for an offer? Zhao Yener briefly mused and inquired. What did Ji Ming say? He indicated it could be like me too. Okay, I'll ask the captain. Soon, Yi Yu learned that the other party wanted to compromise, not only completely withdraw from this city. These 2 pirate groups, both let out one of their secondary ship. Now, these 2 pirate groups, both with 1 main ship and 1 secondary ship, add up to 4 ships. Yi Yu knew that it was also time, in anticipation, with these 2 pirate groups, there would have been no idea to fight to the death, because it would only allow the Flying Sky and Juggernaut pirate groups to take advantage. After destroying these 2 pirate groups, and then facing the Fei Tian and Juggernaut pirate groups, Yi Yu was confident that he could still defeat them by fighting with all his might. Equivalently, the Bearing Feather Pirates, against 4 powerful pirate groups, were able to defeat them all, but there were bound to be casualties, even not insignificant ones. and it wasn't wanted. So, it's time. Yi Yu suggested. That's not enough. Leave them only one secondary ship. Zhao Yener nodded. Okay, I know. Looking towards Shara, Zhao Yener said. The captain said it's fine. However, you can only take one secondary ship. This made Shara's face change. Hard to see. The main ship is very important. Bigger. Accommodate many people. Construction materials are also better. The secondary ship are for the lower crew. Smaller. Quality. Facilities equipped. Naturally not as good as the main ship. Shara frowned. I'll take a step back each and give you a primary ship and a secondary ship. Zhao Yener shook her head. Our captain said that if we don't agree, we'll keep fighting. This made Shara grit her teeth and reminded in a deep voice. You guys are too greedy, aren't you? If you continue to fight, even if you win, what will you do afterward? That doesn't concern you. You just have to answer. May I? Shara struggled hard with her frown. I'll ask Yi Ming. Yi Ming's face was also extremely ugly when he found out. Continuing the fight, casualties were high, and those that died were elite, as the lower crews had fainted, then giving up 2 main ships and 1 secondary ship, which was costly. Yi Yu was impatient. I'll give you 30 seconds to think about it. After that, there's no need to talk anymore. Yi Ming was furious when he found out, and frowned as he inquired, leaving us with only 1 small secondary ship. We're an alliance of 2 pirate groups. How are we supposed to sit? We also want to give you guys more, but 1 small sub-ship, it's simply not enough. Yi Yu said. After the mutation, the map changed. The world is only left with the Dragon Kingdom, but before the mutation, other countries are in. There is one called Asan. They have a van that can stuff 50 people, a motorcycle that can sit a dozen people. Can't you guys learn? Don't tell me that a sub-ship can't fit. You guys figure it out yourselves. You can refer to Asan. After these words reached Yi Ming, Shara's ears, it made their faces ugly. Like sand. Stacking up? End of chapter. Chapter 62 Arrival of Fatian and the Juggernaut Pirates. Chapter 62 Arrival of Fatian and the Juggernaut Pirates. Yi Ming felt that it was too humiliating and reminded in a deep voice. Flying Sky and Juggernaut Pirates are coming soon. In such a short period of time, you can't overthrow us. At most, you will make us suffer more casualties, but in this period of time, we will fight to the death with all our might, so that you will suffer more consumption, and casualties as well. Then when the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut Pirates are here, you guys will be finished as well. So, don't give an inch. Give you 2 sub-ships? This city's territory is given to you. You've already gained a lot. Xiaoling's wariness rose. If you don't agree, keep fighting. Through the headset, Summerling ordered. Everyone continue to go all out and make them regret it even more. All of a sudden, the morale of the Bearing Feather Pirates was high. Nightfork and Sandstorm Pirate Group. The morale fell. Never expected. 2 powerful pirate group united, facing the Beijiu Pirate Group, are at a disadvantage, and Yi Yu did not do much. At this time, Donghai City, Donghai No. 1 middle school, the school where Yi Yu was before. The normal people's lives, naturally, continued, not becoming pirates and continuing to live their old lives, and at this point, they discussed it. I didn't expect Yi Yu to be so powerful without playing himself into oblivion. Do you guys think Lin Muxue will regret it? Definitely regret. Originally they will be a pirate group. It's awesome. Horror bully color. Its own strength is also so strong. Lin Muxue is ringing Thunderfruit. Such a combination will make the Tianjiao pirate group strength is very strong, but she kicked Yi Yu off the boat. Definitely regret. At this moment, Lin Muxue let out a loud laugh after being briefly surprised. Good. I really didn't expect that Yi Yu was quite a bit more powerful than expected. Li Song inquired. Schwerer, that tornado sandstorm just now. In your place, could you destroy it? For Lin Muxue's full power. Li Song had also never seen it and did not understand it. Lin Muxue was confident. Of course I can. The me of the rattling thunderfruit is a more terrifying heavenly calamity. How can a mere tornado sandstorm be a match for thunder might? Ringing thunderfruit developed moves, but a lot of them. There is no lack of wide-range attacks. There is a move to give you a name to listen to, called God's Sanction. And this is not the most powerful move. This caused Li Song's eyes to light up and he exclaimed, Schwer is awesome. Lin Muxue proudly, I always say that I am the strongest potential, the strongest in the future. It is not arrogant. It is hard to imagine how powerful I will be in the later stage. After the awakening of the rattling thunder fruit, how powerful it will be. It is inevitable that I will be the strongest, even if I have seen Yi Yu's current strength. But, even now, it is impossible to defeat me. On the contrary, I'm very happy. He's so powerful. Then soon after the ring one-on-one, I will be able to gain too much experience. the stronger Yi Yu is, the happier I am. I won't regret it. Even if it's stronger, it can't be stronger than me. I was already strong. When the time comes to defeat him, and then gain a lot of experience, more to pull him behind. The level I also want to be first, then Yi Yu, as well as the shocking fruit, the phantom beast species of the immortal bird, the green dragon form of these, how to compete with me, even more than that. Li Tsong sarcastically said. Yi Yu must have thought in his heart after making the shot that you would regret it when you saw it, yet he didn't know that you were only happy. Lin Mushue coldly grunted. When she asked me if I would regret it, it was sort of clear. It turned out to be hidden quite deeply, but it's simply not enough. When I said I wouldn't regret it, I definitely won't regret it anymore. And even more so, I won't beg him to get on the boat. I can't wait. The ring signals come quickly. Let him know. Incapable person is strong again. Also human. The ceiling will not be too high. And the ceiling is not the limit of human, but God. Thunder God. At this moment, the battle was still going on, but 5 minutes passed, and Yi Ming and Shiera, their faces became heavier and heavier, because there were more wounded, and as it continued, more cadres would die, and the official crew, more would die. It can't go on like this. Yi Ming let out a sigh and chose. Well, we agree to your terms. Summerling stopped and then ordered. Everybody stop fighting. At once, every battlefield stopped. Xia Ling reminded. Be quick, but don't delay. Leave as soon as possible and get away from here. If we return, then even if we face you at a disadvantage, we will definitely target you more. Yi Ming knew that it was like a person being beaten up by a group of people, but that person, only hitting one of them hard. We will not return. It was clear to both Yi Ming and Shera that the Bearing Feather Pirates had no casualties, even though some people were injured. It wasn't much, and it could be said that the Bearing Feather Pirates, fighting up until now, hadn't consumed much. At most a little bit of consumption. They were furious in their hearts, and the main reason for this was because Yi Yu's hegemonic color hegemony had reduced their numbers too much. The middle end of the Beijiu pirate group, the high end of the battle force, not inferior to them, and the numerical advantage is also large. It leads to, even the low-level crew, no one has died yet, because the lowly crew of the Baju pirates, all hundreds of them together, would also have official crew members in them. Yi Ming announced, retreat. Give up our territory. We'll only take one of the secondary ships. This was a shocking statement to the crew, but there was nothing they could say. It was humiliating, but it would be very costly indeed to continue. Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirates looked ugly when they found out. Already the city could be seen, out in the open sea, and the Golden Demon came directly to the bow of the ship, shouting with a loudspeaker, keep fighting, we're almost there. However, Sandstorm and the Nightcrawler pirates, ignored, all ran for the shore at the back of the city, and then boarded a submarine. Soon it was so crowded that it was almost impossible to stand, and it had to carry quite a few lower crews. Full crews, those who fainted were told to lie down, the equivalent of a carpet, layer after layer, thinking that as a pirate, not an ordinary person anymore, being stepped on for a while and pressed for a while wouldn't be life-threatening. At once, many people saw such a scene, that is, a little submarine, full of people, fainting layer after layer, and then full of people standing on top of it, the regular crew standing, and then the combat crew, straddling the shoulders of the regular crew, and then the cadre, the captain, layer upon layer, really stacked like the sand that was stacked on top of each other. Yi Ming, Shera felt ashamed and wanted to turn off the live broadcast, but Yi Yu said that the live broadcast had to be on and directed at them, knowing that this scene, seen by the entire world, was beyond humiliating. Ha ha ha, so funny, deep in the essence of San. I didn't realize a small subship could hold so many people. The stacks are taller than the sails. Ha ha ha, looking shaky. At this moment, Golden Demon's face was ugly as the Nightfork and Sandstorm pirates completely ignored them. Song Ling called and inquired, I saw your pirate ship. It's just 5 minutes away from the city shore. I can already see the city, but they surprisingly stopped fighting. What do you say? The Golden Demon's battle intent rose. Having reached this point, wouldn't it be disgraceful to retreat? Of course we have to move on and fight. Song Ling smiled appreciatively. Golden Demon, count yourself as a man. Old me, I think the same way. Even if the Beijiu pirates don't have anything too much to consume. So what? Even if Yi Yu didn't make much of a move and retained his stamina to wait for us. So what? It's useless. Let's join hands and defeat them. End of chapter. Chapter 63, If you dare to fight, show your full strength. Chapter 63, If you dare to fight, show your full strength. Neither Song Ling nor Golden Demon had the idea of retreating. After all, the whole world was watching. They were powerful pirate groups. Sandstorm and Nightfork pirate groups were a notch below compared to them. Song Ling and Jean Demon, both of them are 10th level talents. And the contracted devil fruits are also top devil fruits. Soul fruit and puffy fruit. The battle power of the crew, the number of them, were also far above the Sandstorm and Nightfork pirates. Although all the battle power couldn't come over because there weren't many ships, but the two of them had already allied themselves. And if they were to face the Bearing Feather pirates, it would be too humiliating to choose to leave now. So, even if the Nightfork and Sandstorm pirates didn't consume the Bearing Feather pirates much, they still had to get close. At that moment, the leader of the 4 warlords of the Juggernaut pirates, the gnome fruit ability Kaku, reminded, "Captain, even if we could defeat them, it would come at a significant cost in casualties." Song Ling said in a deep voice, "Taking down Yiyu is all worth it too. Although that's true, we have a better chance. That's when more ships are built, and the battle force can all be deployed and act together. Then even if the Baja Feather pirates are at their full strength, we can reduce the casualties and accomplish what we want. If we fight now, the casualties might be a lot bigger than we thought." At this time another one of the 4 great warriors, the Squeeze Fruit ability, Rinky, also reminded that, "Yes, Captain, Yiyu only struck 3 times. It can be said that there is no consumption at all. His strength is stronger than we thought. In addition, the Bearing Feather pirates also has no consumption. We defeated them, is inevitable. However, it is true that we will pay a great price in casualties. It is a bit worthless. It is better to wait for 14 days later. The sub-ships are all built, and all the battle forces will act together. Together with the Juggernaut pirates, it'll be the full force of the battle at that time as well, and it'll be able to reduce casualties and take them down at that time." Song Ling's brows furrowed. Indeed, this was the best. But face was also important. "You guys stop. It's all here. You must fight or be laughed at by the whole world. Scared off before you even fight? Impossible." Most of the crew were helpless, knowing there was no way to change it. Likewise, most of the Golden Demon's crew, too, proposed the same, but also remained to go forward for the sake of face. Golden Demon was confident. "Don't worry. I won't let us have too many casualties. I will let them see the power of my puffy fruit." At the same time, the Golden Devil cell phone contacted Yi Ming with contact information. At this time, Yiyu began to let Xia Ling check the number of casualties. Xia Ling reported, not a single death, but more than 300 crew members were injured. And as for overall consumption, the battle just now didn't cost us much. Yiyu nodded his head and looked coldly in the direction of the sea. "Then go to the beach, and if they dare to come, then I will show you, and the world, my true full strength." This made Xia Ling, Zhao Yenner, and the crew's eyes light up in anticipation. Xia Ling arranged, "Converge, go to the shore. The injured crew, in the back, don't need to participate in the battle later first. Let Linger heal you first." At this point, Nightcrawler and the Sandstorm pirates, comically enough, all stood stacked and swaying on a small submarine. At this time, the cell phone ringing, "No one here called you old brother, because they all call you an elementary school student. I would like to ask what strength you have. He can top your whole life ID. You say you are the Boar Henry, but not that pair of small eyes. The middle of the night does not sleep. Came to the blind date room. The voice clip, smoke my little girl." At this time, Yi Ming stacked up and stood at the very top, as high as the sail, annoyed. "Who's calling at this hour?" Yi Ming did not want to pick up. It was more of a struggle. He was already humiliated and annoyed because of this battle, and now someone was calling at this time. Golden Demon frowned. "Why are you so slow? Pick it up." Yi Ming was ready to go and pull out his cell phone. Suddenly the boat hit something with a bang, and all the people in the stack were suddenly about to tip over. Yi Ming almost fell off and cursed angrily. "How do you steer the ship? There are quite a few Abelites on board. Steer it steady for me." The one driving the boat hastily explained. "Captain, hit a reef. I'll be careful next." All the while mentally complaining about the underestimation. "Who told you to get a ringtone like that, Captain? Don't you know it's exclusive BGM for car accidents?" Yi Ming stabilized his body and then struggled to connect. Exasperated. "Who's calling for me at this time? Don't you know that I'm very annoyed right now?" Golden Demon said in a deep voice. "It's me, Captain of the Flying Pirates, Golden Demon." Yi Ming's face eased slightly, but his tone was still bad. If Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates hadn't come, he would have conceded long ago, and wouldn't have sacrificed quite a few of his combatants. "What is it that you want from me now?" Golden Demon suggested. "You haven't sailed away much, right? So when we get close, you'll return and tackle the Bearing Feather pirates together." Golden Demon is also clear. Only with the Juggernaut Pirates Alliance, to defeat the Baja Feather pirates, really have to pay a lot of casualties. The real mutation has just begun. There are still too many powerful pirate groups that are not inferior to them, so also do not want to attrition is too much, and made this phone call. Yi Ming frowned and refused. We won't participate in this battle. Golden Demon despised. You're afraid of this? Are you really going to leave? Don't you feel ashamed? Disgraceful? Can reduce casualties? Shame is nothing. 30 years River East, 30 years River West, constantly strong is the king. There is no need to pay such a big price just for a city. The adventure afterward. Encountering the secret realm, fighting for treasures, facing sea beasts and ferocious beasts, etc. All need strength. The stronger the strength, the more they overcome, gaining experience. This is the most important. I'm not going to fight with them, Golden Demon assured. How about this? Defeating them and allowing you and the Sandstorm Pirates to dig some of them out? The mutation hasn't been going on for long. I don't think it would be possible for all of their pirate group to want to go to their deaths. Yi Ming directly refused. Not to participate. No need to persuade me, even if the joint defeat of the Beiju pirate group, but they will certainly take away a pirate group before they fail. That will inevitably be us, the Night Fork pirate group and the Sandstorm pirate group, and in the end, it will still be you guys who gained the advantage, and we lost even more. Not to mention, hanging up. Yi Ming directly hung up the phone. The Golden Demon's face was ugly and exasperated. Goon, that's what you're afraid of. At this point, Songling also contacted Shara. The Golden Demon inquired, how was it? He doesn't agree. Songling was also furious, and Shara's thoughts were the same as Yi Ming's. Golden Demon grunted coldly. It seems that we don't need to count on them. Then it's enough for our two pirate alliances. Songling nodded. Of course, it's 2,000 meters from the shore. Closer. Golden Demon's battle spirit rose as he shouted, prepare for battle. Finish off the Bearing Feather Pirates. All of a sudden, the whole world, more people were paying attention, knowing that now was the main event. The two pirate ships, Juggernaut and Flying Sky, had met and approached together, side by side. Everyone was glued to the live feed. Coming. There's nothing too consuming for the Bearing Feather Pirates. They still chose to come. It's going to be more humiliating than the Night Stalkers and Sandstorm Pirates if you don't come. If they hadn't been spotted, they wouldn't have come. But having been spotted and having been so close, presented on the live feed, it's indeed too humiliating to go now. What's next? What's going to happen? Everyone was getting more and more excited to find out right away. End of chapter. Chapter 64, Do you use divine avoidance? Chapter 64, Do you use divine avoidance? At this time, Yi Yu was still walking in the front seat position, and behind him was the entire crew of the pirate group, watching people stare intently, speculating. Do you think they will leave by boat? It's best to leave by boat to avoid this battle, or fight it on the sea. After all, if we compare, it's obvious that the Baja Feather Pirates have fewer capable people, and fighting it on the sea might be an advantage. Not moving? A look of waiting for the other side to come. Everyone was surprised to find that the bashful Feather Pirates were waiting in general when they arrived at the shore. Summerling could already see the Juggernaut and the flying pirate ship. All of a sudden, everyone's wariness rose, knowing that next, the real battle was to come. At this moment, Golden Demon, Song Ling, each standing at the bow of their own ship, also saw it. The Golden Demon sneered. To choose to wait for us? How unselfish. Song Ling scorned. They've overestimated themselves and underestimated us. So let's both give them a blow first and give them a kick in the pants? The Golden Demon grinned. Yes. As the words fell, the two men standing at the bow of the ship each exploded their abilities. Golden Demon had a head of blonde hair raised like a lion, and as he activated his puffy fruit ability, his clothes and hair floated up. Then, looking down to the waters below, he controlled his ability and swept into them. Suddenly, the sea surged, large swaths of it rushing and floating. Song Ling skimmed her eyes and had a flash of inspiration. You want to control seawater? Then I'll use thunder and lightning, just to match. Could be. Song Ling expects. So this next move, what kind of power will it be? I'm looking forward to it a bit. After all, it's a combination of our moves. You and I are both top-tier heavenly beings, with horrible devil fruit abilities. Golden Demon similarly looked forward to. It's bound to be strong. Strong enough to give the Hegemony Feather Pirates a downward spiral. So strong that no matter who among them faces it alone, it's impossible to block it. And it's bound to be faced by more than one of the strongest members of the Hegemony Feather Pirates to be able to fight it off. Song Ling catalyzed the Soul Fruit ability. A group of black dark clouds with long eyes and noses appeared. Directly right hand grabbed the black dark clouds, at the same time crackling sound constantly. Dark clouds, in the raging purple lightning. At this moment, Lin Mushui naturally remained looking again, her brows slightly furrowed. Raiden. Li Song was shocked. How can she also control lightning? Lin Mushue quickly read it. It's different from me. It seems that it's endowed with the soul of a thundercloud, thus allowing it to be manipulated and possess thunder and lightning moves. Oh, in my eyes, it's nothing. His lightning moves can't be compared to me who possesses the ringing thunder fruit. My lightning is the purest lightning. Li Song gloated. Yi Yu and his crew, they are going to be miserable. This battle, they are bound to lose. Even if we, the Heaven's Pride Pirates, face these two alliances, it will be hard to defeat them. Lin Mushue confident, not necessarily. With me, we face not necessarily lose. After all, this is not their full number of combatants. My Thunderbolt can quickly kill quite a few of them, and my wide-range attack is not comparable to Yi Yu's Overlord color hegemony. As for facing Song Ling and Golden Demon, I alone can fight against them. Li Tsang patted his horse's ass. Indeed, your rattling thunder fruit, Yuki, is invincible. Wow. The seawater continuously lifted up like a tsunami, and soon the seawater coalesced into a lifelike huge lion head, 30 meters tall. It shook the people watching the live stream. How can a puffy fruit ability person control seawater? It seems to be a move that is activated by making the seawater float. I've contracted this puffy fruit. I'm 7th level talented and failed to contract it. Now it seems to be a very powerful devil fruit. Being able to make anything float and converge is indeed a terrifying ability. In the later stages, I'm afraid that I can make an island float and then smash it down. The power of that can be imagined. It's worthy of being a top heavenly pride plus a top devil fruit. What do you guys say? In the face of Song Ling and the Golden Demons Union, how many of them will come against this move? If you don't want to lose face, then naturally you also have to two people to combine their efforts to counter against this next move. And if you are outnumbered, then it's also true that you don't have any face, and you're being given a hard time by the other side. At this moment, Xia Ling looked at Yi Yu and inquired, Captain, Flame and I team up to counter against their next move? Yi Yu shook his head. No, you guys just watch, don't even move, just leave it to me. This stunned the crew, but chose to comply. Yi Yu had brought them shock, more than once. At this moment, the Golden Demon looked towards the shore and smiled coldly. Eat this downer. Lion's might. See scroll. Song Ling similarly shouted lowly. Thunder. Seawater condensed into a huge lifelike lion head, hissed and rushed out, opened its mouth, to swallow the entire Beiji pirate group. At the same time, as Song Ling leapt up, the thundercloud in her hand slapped at the seawater lion head. A bucket-thick purple-piercing thunderbolt shot out at once, not entering the seawater lion head. The seawater fused with the lightning, and in an instant, it turned into a seawater lion's head raging with purple lightning. Water plus electricity, the combination of the two made the power even stronger. For a while, many people's eyes narrowed as the purple thunderbolt sea lion head hissed and rushed towards the bearing feather pirates, becoming more and more dazzling. On the shore, many people from the Beiji pirate group were shocked, but without dodging. They stood motionless, completely trusting EU. All of them, immensely shaken. Why haven't they done anything yet? This move looks terrifying. The strongest among them, don't hurry up and do it? Xia Ling doesn't have an icy cold aura all over her body. And Zhao Yenner didn't burst into flames, so she didn't even make a move? Why is that? Too many people were shocked and puzzled. Lin Mushue was also surprised. If she were to face it, she would have to immediately activate her rattling thunder fruit ability. Li Song was puzzled. What's going on? Giving up? At this moment, the Golden Demon and Song Ling, who had struck a powerful joint attack, were also surprised. Song Ling said sarcastically, Why don't you move? Are you scared? Golden Demon exclaimed. I have to say, this joint strike between the two of us is kinda perfect. It can be completely combined together to make the power increase. Then how strong is the destructive power of this move? I'm somewhat looking forward to it. You say, Baji pirates, facing this move, how many people will die? Song Ling smiled with conviction. Starting with more than 500 people, the crew of the Juggernaut and the flying pirates ship also had glowing, adoring eyes. At this time, the purple thunder sea lion was already less than 100 meters away from the shore. Just at this moment, everyone was shocked. The Beiji pirate group, there is no not resisting. Someone moved. There is only one person, and that is Yi Yu. Yi Yu was wondering if he should use the Black Dagger Knight and cut out the Divine Avoidance. Darkly shaking his head, Song Ling plus Golden Demon's two top heavenly prides combined moves were just that. Not needed. Under the countless gazes, Yi Yu leapt up, pulled out the Black Blade Knight behind him, and with a single grip on his right hand, the Black Blade Knight lifted up and chopped down. Clank! The emerald green light chop burst out, slashing at the incoming purple thunder sea lion. End of chapter. Chapter 65, Leaf Feather Chopper vs. Wagwa. Chapter 65, Leaf Feather Chopper vs. Wagwa. Everyone's gazes were focused, wanting to see who would give who a downward spiral in this initial collision. The Golden Demon grunted coldly, to go so far as to strike out alone against the joint strike of Song Ling and I. Not measuring up. Song Ling was confident, must have given them a downward spiral. His sword skill is powerful, but not powerful enough to break through. The two of us have to combine attacks. Although he just broke that storm. But that salad, how can we compare with us? With us is far from it. So that sandstorm proves nothing. The Golden Demon nodded. Yes, the result will only be that his chopping collapses and our attack comes to the shore and blows up, leaving quite a few of their crew dead. Boom! However, in the next instant, the words came to a crashing halt as the chopping attack collided with the purple thunder sea lion, briefly stalling with a roar. Green and purple rays of light each blossomed, but it was clear that the green chopping light was more dazzling. It seemed to be accompanied by a sea lion's miserable wail. Poof! The chopping attack directly split the lion's head, and kept going deeper and deeper, and in the blink of an eye, it was split into two halves, and there was a loud explosion, and the sea lion directly exploded and collapsed. Seeing that the chopping attack surprisingly didn't dissipate and came towards them, Golden Demon and Song Ling couldn't afford to be shocked and quickly teamed up to counterattack. But after thinking about it, it would be too humiliating to join forces and fight back. Song Ling snorted coldly. I'll do it. The Golden Demon also kept his hands to himself and stood and watched. Song Ling leapt up. Her right hand gripped the black thundercloud Zeus, and with a blast of her fist, purple lightning soared out like a laser cannon. Jinyu Thunder! The pillar of purple lightning light suddenly erupted, colliding with the newly arrived Chop in a flash, but because the Chop was already close to them. Originally, Song Ling was not worried about being affected by the waves, as long as the power of her move was on top of the chopping, then the aftermath would only be thinking about the coast, but she was quickly stunned that with the bombardment again after the collision, it was actually the other party's chopping that was occupying the top. Both the chopping and the lightning collapsed, but the impact, the chopping sharpness, and the purple lightning all surged in the direction of their side. Click! The pirate flag was affected by the chopping blade and was directly cut in half and fell. On the ship, many of the crew members were shaken down. Their skin was cut and they let out screams. Ah! The hull, too, showed multiple chop marks. The people watching the live stream were all dumbfounded. They didn't have time to be shocked, and neither did Golden Demon, Song Ling, and the Flying and Juggernaut pirates, because the second chop came. Yi Yu in the air, after chopping out the first chop, again without any fancy, incomparably simple black blade knight in his hand lifted up and chopped down. Such an action, obviously a child would, is a very simple lift up the sword to chop down, but in Yi Yu's hands, the power is extremely terrifying. A great coincidence. Clank! The emerald green chop erupted again, breaking through the waves and coming in fast. This time, Song Ling and the Golden Demon, no longer caring about face, quickly joined forces to counterattack. Lion's Might. Large sea scroll. This time, more catalyzing the puffy fruit ability. Physical strength consumed quite a lot. More seawater was controlled to float, quickly coalescing an ocean lion's head that was twice as huge as before. However, it took a short time to coalesce, so Song Ling's attack arrived first. Clearly aware of the terror of Yi Yu's chopping attack, Song Ling used a stronger stance. Then I'll use my sword and chop as well. A knife surfaced in Song Ling's hand, which also had eyes on it, as well as a hideous fang-filled mouth, and both hands gripped the knife, which anyone who knew pirates could recognize as not a knife. Exactly, but also one of the horny eyes. Napoleon, holding the knife with both hands and raising it in a motion like hitting a baseball, he built up his strength and then chopped out with a low cry. Wei Kuei. It's a trick that makes the crew's eyes light up. The captain is awesome. Wei Gua. It sounds like such a dominating name. It must be more powerful than Yi Yu's chopping attack with no moves and no name. Many people who watched the live broadcast also felt that the name Weigua was quite domineering. The extremely fast giant sword chi chop erupted out, colliding with the emerald green chop, briefly stalemating in the air. Weigua was directly broken through, and the emerald green chop attacked again. Song Ling's face was extremely ugly. The Golden Demon let out a low growl. Leave it to me. Lion's Might. Giant sea scroll. Roar. There seemed to be a lion's roar resounding, thick and ear-shattering, colliding with the chopping and bombing. However, the lion's head was still decapitated, and although the emerald green chop also collapsed, it still swept towards them. At once the captain, again many people issued miserable screams, was affected by the waves, fell down, injured. The ship appeared quite a few traces. Bang! Yi Yu landed on the shore at this time, holding the black blade knight in his right hand, his cape fluttering behind him in a domineering manner. It was only at this moment that all had time to be shocked. The initial encounter, which ended Was Yi Yu giving Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates a run for their money? Those watching the livestream were dumbfounded and clamored after the silence. My god, it's so strong, facing two top heavenly prides, surprisingly dominating, and it's always been a one-handed grip that sends out the chop. So what about a two-handed grip? Definitely more powerful. Although the contract 7 incapable people, but should not be so strong are not inferior to two powerful devil fruits? Let's see. After all, it's just begun. We don't know who's winning and who's losing. At this moment, Li Song's face was ugly, and he had a bad taste inside, because he felt that Yi Yu's strength, surprisingly, was above his force fruit self, which was very unacceptable to him. Lin Mushue was also shaken. Inside suddenly, a wave of regret surged. Did not think that Yi Yu was so powerful. If Yi Yu did not get off the boat, then her Tianjiao pirate group, is not it even more horrible? If he, at that time, had listened to Yi Yu and knelt down to apologize, maybe Yi Yu really might have gotten on board? Just after having this thought, Lin Mushue's face sank and she coldly grunted. Shouldn't have thought of that. Although he's powerful, once again, beyond my imagination, his decapitation is certainly no match against my lightning. Moreover, in the early stage, he is powerful, but in the late stage, he will definitely not be able to beat Golden Demon and Songling. The devil fruit has most of the potential and can still be awakened, while he can't. Besides, if my rattling thunder fruit is awakened, its power is unimaginable. He still can't compare to me. Lin Mushue was not regretting and reassuring herself. Well, not only do I not regret it, but I'm getting happier and happier, because the experience I'll gain from defeating him in ring singles will definitely be the most. At that time, my rank will definitely be number 1. Rank, strength double first, then the strongest pirate will definitely be me. Yi Yu, thank you for being so awesome. At this moment, Song Ling, the golden demon, had an extremely ugly face, originally spirited and incomparably confident. But it was a situation like this, or only Yi Yu was the only one to make a move. The golden demon skimmed over a number of the ship's regular crew members who were screaming in pain and shouted angrily. Shut up! What kind of a man wails when he gets a little skin rubbed on his body and bleeds a little? At once, some of the injured crew members rushed to shut up. On the shore, Xia Ling, Zhao Yener, Sun Long, and all the other crew members were horrified, adoring, and cheering. Captain Mighty. End of chapter. Chapter 66 Chopping up the ship. Chapter 66 Chopping up the ship. Joining the Baja Feather Pirates is truly the right choice. At this time, many people watching were shocked and then moved. Yi Yu is too powerful. Not at all a soft food. Is with their own strength to become the captain of the ship. I'd like to join too. I'm on the loose. Haven't joined the pirates yet. Looking for someone powerful. Mainly because I'm also incapacitated. And his name is Skiba Jabba. I, Zhang Naren, am also a contracted incapacitated person called Nami. And I originally thought I wasn't very good on my own. But now I seem to have gained confidence. I'd love to join. And I'm devil fruit capable. But no one wants me. No one wants it? Artificial devil fruit. Right. To be clear, after all, artificial and devil fruit, there's a big difference. It's the devil fruit. My devil fruit is called animalistic everyone fruit human form. Many netizens were stunned and were expecting some kind of animal department, but they didn't expect it to be everyone's fruit. Everyone's fruit bar is also possible. After all, there has appeared everyone's fruit phantom beast species big into the road form. But this human form? Is it not still human to be given this fruit? At once, many people understood. Ha, sympathize. Don't you look at the name when you deed? Ha. Animal-based everyone fruit human form. How is that different from not eating a devil fruit? I think it's supposed to be everyone's fruitful old people form. Hey, I saw the name, but because of the late entry at that time, artificial devil fruit is gone. Devil fruit in addition to those powerful. I cannot contract. There is this left in the form of human form of everyone's fruit, thinking that it is better than the artificial devil fruit. So I contracted this. At this time, the most fortunate people were the Night Fork and Sandstorm Pirates, and they were extremely fortunate. Stack standing at the top of the Yiming, Shara, naturally, is also holding a cell phone to watch the live broadcast, has been dumbfounded. Yi Yu is so powerful. It's a good thing we chose to compromise. Otherwise, there's no way we could have won. Yes, originally, I thought that I could pay a great price to defeat the Bearing Feather Pirates, but now it seems that a deadly fight will be our demise. Luckily, Fei Tian and the Juggernaut Pirates came, which is equivalent to saving us in disguise. Lucky, or it's really over. After being shocked, Yiming scorned and snapped. Don't mess with the Bearing Feather Pirates in the future. At this moment, Golden Demon and Song Ling, Their faces were extremely ugly. The ship's crew, too, had heavy faces. The golden demon shook. Surprisingly so strong. How is it possible? Song Ling's face was ugly. 7 incapable people even if they can be stacked. But I've teamed up with Golden Demon and are both powerful devil fruit. And I'm actually at a disadvantage? This upset the two men and embarrassed them in the world. At once, their battle spirit rose, and they had to save face. And many of the crew, with heavy faces, cadres rushed to remind the Golden Demon, Captain, this battle, maybe it can't be fought. Yes, I didn't expect Yiyu to be so powerful. Originally they didn't have the consumption. We want to win. We have to pay the price. Originally we felt that it was not worth it, thinking that after 14 days, then all the battles will be acted. Now, Yiyu is stronger than we imagined. Fighting on, even if we can win, the casualties will be even greater, even more not worth it. Although taking down Yiyu might redeem some of them, defeating them might be possible, but it's much more difficult to catch them. Not to mention that Yiyu is so powerful. If we fail to take it down, the loss will be even greater. In the face of these reminders, Golden Demon, Song Ling also gradually calmed down, even if they lost face. Right now, these are going to be more important than face, and just starting out, the pirates can't afford to lose too much. Once it's there are fewer people trying to join afterward, and then they're left behind by powerful abilities like Xiaohan White, the King's Power Division, and other powerful pirate groups. The strength of the pirate group is weak, and after that, the big difficult secret realm. It is difficult to pass the pirate group list. It is also difficult to go up. It is difficult to get the title of the 4 emperors, and the loss is even greater. Therefore, Song Ling and Golden Demon hesitated. The Golden Demon clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Damn it, without thinking about anything else, I must fight on and defeat them. But, on the contrary, I just have to think too much. Song Ling, do you still want to fight? Song Ling was equally as annoyed as the Golden Demon. Staring, Yiyu is more powerful than imagined. The real war, it is true that the casualties will be much larger than imagined. It is also difficult to catch the strength of such a strong Yiyu. Although you and I, we can fly. You utilize the ability to use my feet to step on the thundercloud aegis. But the two of us join hands, it is not certain that we can catch him. For a moment, Golden Demon and Song Ling hesitated and faltered. There are some cadres whose wariness rises. Captain, fight. It's all here. It's a shame to leave. Retreating just now when there was no fight would be humiliating. But not that humiliating. But now after meeting and briefly exchanging blows, if you retreat, it means you're afraid, more than simply being a wimp. It's even more humiliating. Yes, Captain. Even if there will be a price to pay, we must continue. Becoming a pirate, you know that there is bound to be death. Not only this time, but in the future adventures, encounters with secret realms, powerful ferocious beasts sea beasts, there are bound to be casualties. You can't give up just because there are losses. It's not the way you guys put it. It's not the same. This kind of meaningless, worthless, avoidable casualty that shouldn't happen. For a while, some people wanted to hold on to the battle and save face, while others wanted to retreat and minimize casualties. At that moment, Golden Demon, Song Ling hesitated. On the shore, Yiyu's aura suddenly erupted in a more domineering manner. Fiercely, Song Ling, the Golden Demon all felt it for a moment and looked towards the shore. Yiyu body cloak more fluttering hunting, right hand holding black knife knight, standing there, posture upright, eyes cold, angrily staring at the two pirate groups in front of the sea, domineering low roar. If you want to start a war, just come. I won't allow it if you want to defeat my Baju pirates. Boom! Suddenly, Yiyu horror hegemony color hegemony. Once again full outburst. This time is not shrouded the entire city. The target is only 1,000 meters away from the sea of the flying sky and the Juggernaut pirate group. Originally the sky was clear, but in an instant, this heaven and earth became dark red. The Overlord color hegemonic aura instantly covered this heaven and earth, and dark red lightning spread over many spaces. Suddenly, Song Ling, the Golden Demon at the bow of the boat, had their hair blown back, and their eyes went wide. Bang bang bang. On deck, there was a surprising sound of falling to the ground, and jerking back to look, some of the regular crew rolled their eyes and fainted outright. Bang bang bang. The sound of falling to the ground continued, and a number of official crew members fell on both pirate ships. Originally, it was the fear that Yiyu's Overlord color reduced the number of their battle power, so they did not even bring low-level crew members to come, thinking that, in this way, Yiyu's Overlord color hegemony would be useless. But I did not expect that. Coming to the battle power, there are some formal crew members who cannot carry Yiyu's Overlord color hegemony. A total of 600 official crew members fainted and fell to the ground. Attrition before they even fought. And if they started a war like this, even if they were to win, it would cost them more. Song Ling and the Golden Demon looked at each other. Their faces were ugly and humiliated, and decided, with a low roar, retreat. At once, many people on board were inexplicably relieved as the pirate ship prepared to turn around. But right at this moment, Yi Yu's biting and domineering voice resounded. Want to leave like that? That won't do. A ship sinks into the sea. Bang! Yi Yu once again leapt up and raised the Black Blade Knight in his hand. The eyes of Song Ling, Golden Demon, all the crew, and the entire Dragon Kingdom went wide. For after the right hand lifted the Black Blade Knight, the left hand lifted with it, gripping the hilt. For the first time, both hands clasped the Knight of the Black Dagger. End of chapter. Chapter 67, A Sword Cuts a Ship in Half. Shaking the World. Chapter 67, A Sword Cuts a Ship in Half. Shaking the World. Yi Yu clenched his hands behind the Black Blade Knight and raised it high to the top of his head. Suddenly, Golden Demon. Song Ling's face subconsciously changed. Not daring to be careless, the Golden Demon was furious. Humph. We're all about to retreat. And instead of celebrating, we're going to attack and make one of our ships sink into the sea? What audacity! Song Ling laughed coldly. Indeed, it makes people very upset. Instead of thanking the gods, they still want to chase after us? Aren't you afraid of pissing us off and choosing to continue fighting regardless of the consequences? The Golden Demon's voice was low and his eyes were cold as he reminded. It will enrage us, and then, we won't retreat. Even if this victory over you will be costly and will be very unworthy, we will continue to fight, so try to keep hacking away at it, and we will most likely not retreat. Golden Devil and Song Ling Ice Prism. Angry, provocative words out. Feel that Yi Yu will inevitably will collect the knife to fall to the shore. However, no. After raising the Black Blade nightly above his head, he directly chopped down. Clang! Suddenly, the emerald green chopping light, which was more massive than any other time before, burst out, and the chopping quickly cut apart the seawater in front of them, all of which could be seen at the bottom of the sea, and all of which could be seen by people walking in them. This caused Golden Demon and Song Ling to change their faces and become even more furious. What a disregard for us! Really think we're just scaring him? Although angry, now was not the time for anger as Golden Demon and Song Ling joined forces once again. The cadres are blushing and proposing. Captain, let's do it too. Yes, Captain. The chopping blow from a two-handed blade is definitely more powerful this time. Maybe it really will take our ship. The Golden Demon cursed angrily. Shut up. That would be too humiliating. Do you think that Song Ling and I can't block this chopping attack when we join forces? What a joke. Song Ling was also furious. Don't even make a move. Leave it to me and the Golden Demon. At once, the captain's cadre could only watch, expecting in their hearts that the chop would be broken. The eyes of those watching the live stream were glued to it, wondering what the outcome would be. Xiao Ling and the rest of the crew were also staring intently, anticipating, for the first time, how strong the decapitation issued by the Knight of the Black Blade clenched in both hands would be. Sun Long was shocked and marveled. Still no moves, plain and simple attacks. So powerful. Golden Demon exploded his puffy fruit ability with full force, consuming more physical strength and controlling the seawater on a larger scale. Wow. Like the appearance of a small tsunami. Rushing. Song Ling said in a deep voice. This Yi Yu makes me very upset and angry. Golden Demon. I'll help you. As the words fell, Song Ling's right hand was wrapped by Thundercloud Zeus. Not only did the purple lightning rage, but the thundercloud blew with a big mouth, blowing a gale that also rolled and churned the seawater. More seawater churns, floats, and coalesces. Too many people were staring intently, shocked by it, only to see that this time, 4 huge sea lions emerged. Not just lion heads, but a whole lion. 4 in total. Song Ling leapt up, and the thundercloud Zeus in her right hand, raging with dense lightning, surged towards the 4 huge sea lions. 10-man Daisenshu Heavenly God. Like a thunderclap, the purple thunderbolt fell and fused with the sea lion. At the same time, Song Ling's left hand was wrapped in a ball of flame, like a small sun. Another Hormats, Prometheus. Song Ling blasted out his left fist with a low growl. Fire in the sky. A large mass of flames erupted and raced out behind the sea lion. After doing this, Song Ling and Golden Demon were confident that they could definitely defeat Yi Yu's chopping attack. In the next instant, the chopping attack collided with the 4 sea lions first, and the bombardment continued as the 4 sea lions were chopped into 2 halves one after another and bombarded away. The sea lions exploded, the lightning raged, and the seawater fell with a crash, as if it was raining a big storm with purple lightning. Soon, all 4 sea lions were crushed. This caused the Golden Demon to stare with wide eyes, incomparably shaken. My attack, just like that, and the decapitation wasn't broken. The flames then collided with the chop, exploding and blinding fire. With a roar and an explosion, the flames dispersed, and as everyone looked, the chop was still there, though weakened in power, breaking through the flames, and had come in front of both Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirate ships, aiming for Song Ling's ship. To be precise, Song Ling panicked this time, not caring about face, shouting, all counterattack to resist. However, it wasn't allowed just now, and now it was simply too late. The chopping attack was already fast. Song Ling clutched Napoleon with both hands once again and swung up in preparation to chop out Wei. However, it was too late. The chopping attack had already arrived in front of them. Song Ling's eyes widened and her pupils contracted. Click, rumble, ah! Immediately, the screams continued, and under everyone's horrified gazes, Song Ling's massive main ship was directly cut in half by the chopping attack, with the hull separating from left to right. Crew members who were close to the separation were lifted right off the ground. Many were unsteady and rushed to grab whatever they could on the boat for fear of falling into the sea. Song Ling likewise, hurriedly foot Thundercloud Zeus, floating in the air, small son of Prometheus floating above his head, as if to put the hair burning, angry hair, watching the ship separate and tilt, about to sink into the sea, and many people slipping and falling into the sea. Song Ling was incomparably humiliated and angry. Yi Yu had already landed on the shore and looked at the scene with great satisfaction. Song Ling roared angrily and lowly, how dare you chop up my ship? So let's keep fighting, even if the cost will be great. I will defeat you. I will take you down, bring you back, and punish you severely again. Yi Yu's domineering aura and Rin's voice resounded. Let's fight. Think we'll be afraid? Ow. The crew of the Beijiu pirates were even more energized, their fighting spirit rising as the captain put in such an effort. Song Ling frowned and let the Golden Demon help himself first. The Golden Demon erupted in power, causing the ship that was about to sink into the sea to float, and it was only then that the ship and its crew were prevented from sinking into the sea. Some pieces of the hull, too, floated on the surface, and some of the crew, who had sunk into the sea, slumped helplessly on the planks. Those watching the livestream were beyond shocked. Too strong. This is the power of Yi Yu sending out chopping strikes with both hands. It's clear that a lot of the power was cancelled out by Song Ling's and Golden Demon's attacks, but the weakened chopping attack still chopped that massive ship in half. The visual impulse is too strong. Yi Yu is really handsome. The ships of these powerful pirate groups are bound to be built with very good materials, so their hulls are hard, but they are still directly chopped in half. Yi Yu's sword skills are too strong. Now I understand why I chose to contract 7 incapacitated people. As awesome as it is, if I were him, I'd go with the dark fruit plus the shock fruit plus the fantasy beast seed green dragon form. Me too. Just on the hot search. Dark fruit possessor. Can absorb 2 more devil fruits? Yi Yu's strongest talent. Surely can do to have 3 devil fruits. At this time, Li Song's face was ugly. Unexpectedly so strong. Lin Muxue was also surprised, and a bit of regret actually welled up in her heart. Immediately letting this regret dissipate, Lin Muxue coldly grunted. After clearing his strength through this battle, it seems that his best skill is his sword art. It's so good that his full power can be so strong. After defeating him in the singles ring, not only will I be number 1 in rank, I'll also be able to throw off those top heavenly prides by quite a bit. Yi Yu, thank you for being so awesome. End of chapter. Chapter 68, The Green Dragon Pirates Intervene. Chapter 68, The Green Dragon Pirates Intervene. Golden Demon and Song Ling's faces were unsightly. The Bearing Feather pirates were not afraid to fight. Yi Yu's strong battle power gave the crew the confidence to not be afraid of Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates in the slightest. Song Ling gritted her teeth. If you're not afraid, then go to war and fight until you're scared. The Golden Demon, on the other hand, frowned slightly and hesitated briefly. Song Ling frowned and inquired, what? Are you afraid? Golden Demon coldly grunted. Afraid? I, Golden Demon, still don't know how to write the word fear. Whoosh! Boo! Suddenly, Yi Yu leapt up, his feet stepping on the air and sending out a series of detonations, bringing up a circle of air waves spreading out behind him. The Golden Demon's face changed in shock as Yi Yu's feet stepped on the moon steps and quickly attacked. This speed was so fast that it made the Golden Demon, Song Ling, shook by it. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he came to the top of the pirate ship. At this time, Golden Demon had to catalyze his ability to keep Song Ling's ship from sinking, so it was a bit too late to suddenly face Yi Yu's attack. Only a quick control of the floating hull plank swept up and used to fend it off. At the same time, Song Ling quickly counterattacked, flames and purple lightning rushing out. Yi Yu in the air, his right hand holding the Black Blade Knight quickly chopped out several emerald green light chopping, shattering the floating hull, also directly collapsing the flames and purple lightning. Golden Demon's face changed in shock. both arms covered with armed color hegemony, crossed in front of his body to defend, but he couldn't defend at all, and was directly blown down by a chopping blow. Both arms soared with blood, then several weak and chopping blows fell down. Golden Demon could only defend with all his might, covering his entire body with his armed color hegemony. Meanwhile the crew attacked quickly to weaken the attack. Eventually, the Golden Demon was injured by several chopping fronts and only felt a pain in his forehead. Song Ling attacked again while the rest of the crew reacted and attacked Yi Yu in the air. For a while, a dense assortment of attacks struck. Yi Yu slashed out with his sword, defeating all these attacks, looking down at the Golden Demon with a cold, sarcastic smile. If you don't know how to write the word fear, then I'll teach you, and if you still don't know how to do it, look in the mirror more often in the future. Yi Yu's words made the Golden Demon uncertain. The crew blushed hard, noting the Golden Demon's forehead. The Golden Demon frowned and inquired, "What are your expressions, Captain?" "The mirror is for you." The crew brought a mirror, and the Golden Demon took a look at it and instantly became furious and humiliated, because there was an extra word on his forehead. Wounded by the sharp edge just now, several blood marks on his forehead formed the word fear. The Golden Demon instantly understood that Yi Yu's sudden attack was mainly to leave such a word on his forehead. "Ship's doctor, come here." "Captain, I'm coming, give me a quick cure." The ship's doctor was emboldened. "Captain, the wounds are all deeper. They are fully healable, but they will leave shallow scars." This made the Golden Demon's face even more ugly. "You mean, the fear word scar will stay on my forehead afterward?" The ship's doctor nodded. "That may be so." "Waste." The Golden Devil slapped the airship doctor. "To explode with anger? It is simply a strange shame. Song Ling was furious. Destroying my ship and leaving such a wound on your forehead can't be tolerated. Go to war with them with all your might." The Golden Demon was murderous. It must be war. At this point, the people watching the live broadcast didn't expect this situation at all. Yi Yu is too strong. The Gold Devil forehead is too funny. Ha ha ha, leave a word of fear. From just now, it's all just Yi Yu striking out alone. The price that Fei Tian and the Juggernaut Pirates will pay if they want to win will be a lot bigger than expected, and it's hard to say if they can even win. I'd say 50-50. At this point, the crews of the Flying and Juggernaut Pirates, many of which were heavy, were not in high morale. "Captain, calm down. The other side is stronger than we thought, and even if we could win, the price we'd pay would be much higher, so high that even if we could poach them, it wouldn't be worth it. Yeah, we'll lose a lot. That would be a big gap compared to the other top pirate groups. Bear with it for now, Captain. This is just the beginning. The future is more important. Even, it is not certain if we can defeat. We are not all the warforce to come. Calm down, Captain. After 14 days after the secondary ship are built, all the warforce to go out. We can pay less to defeat them." Golden Demon and Song Ling's faces were ugly. Although they were angry, they still had a trace of sense and didn't want to beat the pirate group to a high level of casualties right now. Moreover, the cohesion is not as high as the Beiju pirates. Many people don't want to fight meaninglessly, and it's not like they are facing treasures or secret realms. It's also not a ferocious beast. Killing can also gain experience. So many do not want to fight. If the battle is later, a stalemate, then there will definitely be a lot of people who will be shaken and want to quit, and it would be even worse if they fall back and join the Beiju pirates. So, gradually calm down. A cadre frowned. 14 days later our entire warforce will move. But during this time, the Bearing Feather pirates will also recruit. After all, this time, they have made a name for themselves all over the world, and many people want to join them back. In the past, they didn't dare to join them because they were targeted by us, but those people realized that the gap between the Beiju pirates and us isn't that big. Then they will join. At that time, their combined battle power will definitely be stronger than now. Golden Demon and Song Ling were also aware of this, but it was impossible to try to solve the Beiju pirates right now. Soon, a powerful pirate group issued a statement. Look at the hot search. It's the Destruction Pirates and the Green Dragon Pirates. These two captains' abilities, respectively, are Momo Fruit and Fish Fruit Phantom Beast Species Green Dragon Form. The statement that was released was that it's a temporary alliance with the Fei Tian Juggernaut Pirates, but they won't necessarily make a move in 14 days. If the Juggernaut Feather Pirates haven't recruited many people during this time, they won't make a move then. And if they have recruited quite a few people, then they'll make a move then as well. Obviously, it's trying to deter and avoid the Beiju pirates from recruiting, realizing how powerful the Beiju pirates are and wanting to curb it. A lot of people understood, which made Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates relieved and feel slightly better. In this way, even if this battle, the Beiju pirate group made a name for itself, there will not be many people who dare to join. After all, there are two more powerful pirate groups deterrent. Xiaoling and the others' faces sank in anger. 2 more. Damn it. I was originally thinking that many people would join after this battle, but now it seems that it won't be. Maybe there will be some like Sun Lung who are not afraid and choose to join, but obviously it will reduce our combined power increase by too much. Yi Yu's eyes were icy cold as he secretly said, Green Dragon Pirate Group Wang Quanshi, Destruction Pirate Group Li Fengtian. I'll remember you guys. At this time, Lin Muxue, who was watching the live broadcast, also laughed coldly and arranged it. Release the Hot Search, our Heaven's Pride Pirate Group, also allied with the Flying Sky, Juggernaut Pirate Group. If the Bearing Feather Pirate Group solicits more people in these 14 days, our Heaven's Pride Pirate Group will also make a move at that time. Yes, Captain. Li Tsong was in a happy mood, adding us, especially Schwerer, you're so strong, then even less people will dare to join. Yi Yu must be very upset when he finds out. Ha ha ha. Lin Muxue sneered. It's to make him angry and know that I'm targeting him. End of chapter. Chapter 69, The Pirate King Title. Chapter 69, The Pirate King Title. Golden Demon and Song Ling were more relieved when they realized that the Heaven's Pride Pirates had also released a statement. That way, no one will dare join them for a while. There's not much use in this battle to establish prestige. Very well, your help like this is enough. In 14 days, I, Fei Tian, and the entire battle force of the Juggernaut Pirates together will be able to take care of the Overlord Feather Pirates. Golden Demon and Song Ling had already decided that it really wasn't worth it to continue fighting, even if they won. At this time, the people of the Juggernaut Pirates quickly boarded the ship of the Flying Pirates. It was crowded, but it could only be crowded. The Golden Demon no longer bothered to keep the destroyed ship afloat, and at once the ship, cut in half, sank into the sea. Song Ling watched his main ship sink. His face was ugly. Not only did he not get any benefits from coming here, but he also lost a main ship, and a few of his ability official crew members also drowned. An incomparable shame, but know that it will have to be endured. Song Ling roared icily and lowly, Yi Yu, wait for me. 14 days later, I'll avenge today. Golden Demon similarly put down harsh words. Let you guys be awesome for half a month first. The result after 14 days still won't change, and that's to be defeated by us. Anyone who wants to quit the Beiji Feather Pirates right now, better quit. However, with the Bearing Feather Pirates, it was impossible for anyone to quit. The pirate ship turns around and the Flying and Juggernaut Pirates withdraw. Yi Yu didn't let the crew catch up, because if they started a war, even if they could win, the Beiji Pirates would have a lot of casualties. If the Bearing Feather Pirates didn't have themselves, then the combined battle power of these two pirate groups that came this time was quite a bit stronger than the Bearing Feather Pirates. Therefore, even if he took this battle seriously, there would definitely be a considerable number of casualties on his side. While casualties are inevitable in future adventures, such senseless casualties are not worth it. They'll be here in 14 days, and then, for real, we'll go to war. At the same time, it's a pressure that can be turned into motivation for the crew. At this time, some powerful pirate groups, thinking, surgical pirates, Captain, should we draw closer to Yi Yu and the Bearing Feather Pirates? And we will similarly deter the Flying Sky and Juggernaut Pirates, so that some people will dare to join the Bearing Feather Pirates, thus establishing a good relationship with the Bearing Feather Pirates. Or forget it, don't provoke, don't help on it. After all, the powerful pirate group all want to become the 4 Emperor Pirate Group afterward, or even a King Pirate Group. Know that after this battle Yi Yu's Beiji Pirate Group surely will recruit a lot of people, so then they step forward to deter. There's no need for us to step in. We also want to get a good ranking on the list afterward. Also, then let the Baja Feather Pirates face it on their own. At this time, a lot of powerful pirate groups also almost the same idea. They did not take advantage of the opportunity to help, but also did not take advantage of the opportunity to fall into the well like the Tianjiao, the Green Dragon Pirate Group. Do not help, and do not provoke. It was at this time that the message echoed resounding through the world. The mutation has truly begun, and now reveals the information. A certain island in this world, there exists the ultimate treasure. After obtaining it, it will be a great amount of experience value. There will also be a special reward. That is, the captain of the pirate group who obtains this treasure will be given the title of Pirate King, and with that title, the experience value obtained at that time will be additionally tripled. 100 levels. It's not the limit. You can still raise it after 100 levels. As for where the island where the final treasure is located, there will be route stones that exist in the secret realm, or among the islands, and when they are obtained and connected together, they will form a map. It shook a lot of people and made their eyes light up. Nowadays, in many places, treasures will randomly appear, and after obtaining them, they will be put into the treasure pool to obtain the equivalent amount of experience. since it's called the ultimate treasure and is very difficult to obtain. Once it's converted into experience, it's bound to be an extremely large amount of experience value. Then this ultimate treasure, who all want to get now if you get it, I'm afraid that you can directly scurry a few dozen levels, directly invincible. Obviously finding this treasure now is something that can only be thought about, and it must be very difficult to get the route stone. This world, it's getting more and more interesting. The attraction is not only the huge experience value, but also the title, King of Thieves. Of all the pirates, this is the only title that's too much of a card if you own it. Too many people aspire to it, but know that only the mighty pirate corps are in contention for it. At once, the major pirate groups, all extremely eager, had their own self-confidence. The Green Dragon Pirates, Wang Quan Shi, will find the ultimate treasure and will become the Pirate King. By Xiaohan, shock fruit me. I'm going to be number 1 in bounties, number 1 in the pirate group list, and I'm going to be the Pirate King. Too many celestial pride, powerful pirate groups, were thinking the same way. At this time, the evacuation of the Golden Demon and Song Ling, slightly grateful, fortunately did not impulse to fight on, or casualties are very large. The pirate group war power decline, which is fatal. Must get. The pirate group's comprehensive combat power is the king. In the future, someone find the route stone. Also can rob. Then is to see the strength of the pirate group. Golden Demon agreed. Well, it's a good thing we didn't go to war, but in 14 days, it's going to take a lot to settle the Bearing Feather pirates without paying too much. Song Ling frowned. This time, it's too humiliating. When the time comes, we must snowball the shame. At this time, Lin Muxue was equally eager and confident. The one who becomes the Pirate King must be me. Lin Muxue. Li Tsang patted his horse's ass. It's inevitable. Keep on adventuring, looking for treasures, exchanging experience, encountering secret realms, and killing ferocious beasts and sea beasts, all of which will earn you experience. Lin Muxue inquired. Are my words on the hot search? Up? Yi Yu must have seen it by now. At this time, Yi Yu is also interested in the equivalent of One Piece in the world of the King of Thieves. The crew was also in high spirits. Work hard to become stronger and help the captain become the Pirate King in the future. Captain, look at the hot search. Lin Muxue has put words in your mouth. Yi Yu opened his cell phone to take a look. A hot search was like this. Lin Muxue let slip that she was happy that Yi Yu was so strong and didn't regret it at all, telling Yi Yu to continue to work hard to become stronger so that she could defeat him in the singles ring afterwards and gain the most experience. Yi Yu smiled disdainfully and similarly put out words for someone to arrange a hot search. Lin Muxue quickly saw it. Yi Yu, Lin Muxue, you have to work just as hard to become stronger. Lin Muxue coldly grunted after seeing it. Where did you get the confidence? This battle, has it made you fight with confidence? Ha! When the time comes, it will let you see the terror of my rattling thunderfruit. Just then, the message echoed again. The last message is now published. At once, the whole world was quiet. Subsequently, when this information was announced, everyone was shaken by it. Yi Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, and quite a few people from the Bearing Feather pirates' faces sank. End of chapter. Chapter 70 Ableist Enhancement? Regret? Chapter 70 Ableist Enhancement? Regret? The message echoed. After level 30, with constant upgrading, the ability user can keep inheriting their own strength, physique, etc. of the possessor of the fruit in the Pirate King, taking the peak state. Instantly after this message sounded, the whole world was shaken, especially the ability users, who were incomparably excited and happy. This is great. It's reinforcement for the ability to do so. Leveling up. Not only can fruit abilities continue to be developed, starting at level 30, you can also inherit the strength of an ability user from the Pirate King. This is indeed a big enhancement. Ha ha ha, great. I'm a shadow fruit ability. I wonder if the people with this ability in the Pirate King are awesome. The incapacitated, on the other hand, are a lot more upset. Ha, contracting a devil fruit, which is already an advantage, has a lot of potential, and now it can continue to inherit the possessor's battle power, physique, and so on after level 30, so that makes it even more powerful. Hey, it's not fair. Because of Yi Yu's performance, I just had some confidence that incapacitated people aren't too bad, but now, I regret not contracting a devil fruit. Talented as I am, I contracted the incapacitated, and I regret it even more. For a time, too many incapable people regretted very much, even if they contracted artificial devil fruits at that time. At this moment, the most happy people were naturally those heavenly prides. Lin Muxue was happy at this time, more confident and arrogant. Ha ha ha, very good. The rattling thunder fruits me already had great potential and was very strong, and after level 30 I can continue to inherit the strength of those who possessed it in the Pirate King, and with the combination of the two, it's even stronger. Lee Kara was also happy and corrected. To be precise, it's a combination of all three, or even all four, because you yourself, Schwerer, can also develop the Rattle Thunder Fruit, as well as enhance your own strength, so it's the strength of the possessor in the King of Thieves, plus the development of the Devil Fruit in the King of Thieves, plus the enhancement of your own strength, plus the development of the Devil Fruit by you. Lin Mushue couldn't agree more. Ironically, rather, I have to thank you. Let the world know that the incapable person is not very bad, which means that the own battle power can also be raised to the point of awesome, and have such a powerful Devil Fruit. Then the owner's own strength must be stronger than those incapable persons contracted by Yu. The combination of strong and powerful me is even more incomparable to Yu. Li Tsong nodded his head. Yes, when the singles ring starts, you will definitely be able to hang him, and even after level 30, I will definitely be able to hang Yu. Lin Mushue's heart became more and more pleased and gloating. The one who is having the hardest time right now is definitely Yu. If he knows this information, then he definitely won't choose to contract an incapacitated person. Li Tsong nodded. Naturally, the live stream is still on right now. Look at the change in his face. It must be as ugly as eating. At that moment, Lin Mushue, Li Tsong looked at the live broadcast screen, but found that Yu's face was calm and unchanged. It took them by surprise. Humph, pretending to be calm? In fact, inwardly, you're beyond regretting it now. Ability users will be strengthened after level 30. Yu has played the bully this time, but in the mid to late stages, he's nothing and can only pretend in the early stages. At this moment, Jean Demon and Song Ling, who felt humiliated because of the evacuation and were extremely resentful towards Yu, were also elated to hear this news. Originally, because of the fight just now, they were struck down and joined forces to face Yu, but they were at a disadvantage. But now, they were incomparably confident. Golden Demon coldly laughed. Ha ha ha, very good. Then it's time to level up to level 30 as soon as possible. The incapacitated people that Yu contracted are not bad in strength. Then in the King of Pirates, the people who have the puffy fruit, their strength is definitely not bad either. Song Ling looks forward. So, is it inheriting the battle power of all those who have had this ability, or one? Finally, the message resounded and then faded away. Inheriting the ability's own strength. Only one will be chosen, and will not inherit the strength of all those who have possessed that fruit, but will only take the strength of the newest possessor in the King of Thieves. This let many people know. That is to say, the Pirate King in the history of the past owned, cannot be inherited. Take the latest owner. For a while, the ability users had high fighting spirit, aiming to reach level 30 as soon as possible. Golden Demon's eyes were ice cold, this time. Let Yu be mighty once. Even without this enhancement, we are confident that he is not our opponent in the future. The potential of incapable person is definitely not as big as Devil Fruit. Devil Fruit can be awakened in the late stage. Not to mention that now we get this kind of enhancement. So Yu is even less of a big deal. Song Ling nodded her head. Yes, it's only the early stages that let him be a bit powerful. In the middle and late stages, he's nothing. He can't even get on the bounty gold list. Golden Demon celebrated. Luckily, I didn't rush just now. If I lost a lot of money in the war, then the upgrading speed will be slowed down. However, after 14 days of dealing with the Overlord Feather Pirates, this matter will continue. Song Ling clenched her fists tightly and said in a low voice, it must continue. With our entire battle force assembled, we will definitely defeat the Beijiu pirate group and wipe out the shame. At this time, the first item of the hot search, about Yu. That is, they were all discussing whether or not Yu, who had the strongest talent, would regret it after this information was announced. The reviews are all over the place and must be beyond regrettable. Choosing one powerful devil fruit plus the Pirate King possessor's own strength is surely stronger than contracting 7 incapable people to stack on top of each other. However, even so, Yu had no ripples in his heart at this time. On the contrary, he felt even more interesting, secretly thinking, that's good. It's not too boring to strengthen a wave against them. Even if they get strengthened, they won't be able to compare to me who contracted 7 top incapacitated powerhouses. Zhao Yen'er guessed. I wonder if the person who has the burning fruit in the King of Thieves is awesome. Xia Ling is also very curious to know. Very much want to make the people who have burnt fruit in the Pirate King strong, so that their own 30 levels start, can also be stronger. Thinking that the ability person strengthened, the beginning of the 30th level, Yu began to arrive at a period of weakness, and then it was necessary for her and Zhao Yen'er to carry the pressure and danger. The crew whispered, after this battle of the captain, I originally thought it would be a good choice to go with the awesome no ability. But now that the ability has been strengthened, It's a good thing I went with the devil fruit. The captain is very powerful now, stronger than the vice captain, but after 30 levels, Xia Ling and Zhao Yan are vice captain. The strength will gradually exceed the captain. Right. We pirate group strong for the honor. Then Xia Ling or Zhao Yan or vice captain will challenge the captain to defeat and thus replace. It is possible. The enhancements make the ability stronger in the mid to late stages. At this point, the incapacitated people on the ship were slightly frustrated. It had been exhilarating, the captain being so awesome, but now, not so much. Yi Yu said in an awe-inspiring voice at this time. Even so, but the incapable should not be frustrated. Keep in mind my words. The only thing that overpowers everything is the hegemony, not the devil fruit. This made the eyes of Sun Long, Zhou Xing, and the other incapacitated people light up and revitalize once again. Understood, Captain. Won't be discouraged. Will train harder to improve my strength and master my hegemony. Enhancing the ability of the person. Also interesting and more challenging. Many of them were combative, but most of them still felt that it was Yi Yu's comfort. Yi Yu also did not say anything more. When 2 months later after his own on the bounty list, all will be clear ground. Looking at the hot search, there was a statement from Lin Mu Shui, gloating and sarcastic. Ha ha ha, Yi Yu now must be regretting his death. However, Yi Yu laughed in his heart. Who know the Pirate King better than any of you, know it best. Regret? Doesn't exist. Will only be in a happy mood. Think it will be more interesting in the future. End of chapter. Chapter 71 Setting Sail. Chapter 71 Setting Sail. At the end of this battle, the prestige of the Bearing Feather Pirate Corps had increased greatly, and even though there were a number of powerful pirate corps that threatened, there were still many people in the East Sea City who were willing to join the Bearing Feather Pirate Corps. There were a few more incapacitated people, and soon there was a line at the registration desk. I'm going to join the Bully Feather Pirates. Ha! Aren't you afraid of that? Not only did you provoke the Flying Sky and Juggernaut Pirate Corps, the Green Dragon, the Heaven's Pride Pirate Corps and all of these, also issued a warning. If the Bearing Feather Pirate Group's comprehensive strength increases too much, then after 14 days, it won't just be the Flying Sky and Juggernaut Pirate Group that will come to suppress the Bearing Feather Pirate Group. Even so, I want to join. Yi Yu is my idol, valuing the incapacitated. I'm going to sign up. If the strength boost is big enough, even if they want to make a move, they'll have to weigh it up. However, while there were a lot of people who signed up, there weren't as many as one would expect. After all, the deterrent warnings still played a big role. At this time, the Overlord Feather Pirate Group is not ready to immediately sail the adventure. Cadres, Yi Yu, Xia Ling and Zhao Yan are in the conference room to discuss. Zhao Yan couldn't wait. Making a pirate flag? Now all that's missing is the pirate flag. Xia Ling looked at Yi Yu and proposed. The captain will think of one first. For everyone's reference. Yeah, you said bluntly. Actually, very early on, I had the pattern of the flag in my head. It made the crew curious. How? Yi Yu took out the pirate flag and said, long ago prepared. First of all, pirate flag, the necessary white skull, is to have, the flag is black, the middle white skull, in order to show the uniqueness, so that people can see, can know that it is our Beiju pirate group. So the next thing to do is to add the iconic. I use my own weapon, the black knife knight for the uniqueness of the flag, after the white skull, carrying a cross-shaped black knife knight. Xia Ling and the others came over to take a look and their eyes lit up. That's a good one. Indeed, one look and you can tell it's the flag of our pirate group. After all, the captain's black dagger knight is so unique and conspicuous. That's it. Very good. The crew was satisfied and made this pirate flag, the flag of the pirates. Soon after, it was announced on Hot Topic, mighty pirate groups, on the contrary, do not pay much attention to it, and those who pay attention to the pirate group's flag are those who are not powerful. All give me to see clearly. This is the white skull, carrying a cross black sword knight, is the flag of the Beiju pirate group. In the future in the big sea to sea, can be avoided far away, cannot provoke. In addition, each pirate group's territory, will also fly the flag of that pirate group. Once you see it is the territory of the Beiju pirate group, don't just cause trouble. Got it? Got it, Captain. Actually, you don't even have to look at the flag. The Bearing Feather Pirate Group ship is very iconic. A huge red dragon-shaped pirate ship. Very dominating. Whether it's a pirate ship or a flag, it's all so forced especially the Captain Yi Yu. It's even more forced. Standing collar robes, carrying a black knife knight, every time you do it, no fancy chopping, but the power is so strong. Forced, if it wasn't for some powerful pirate groups deterring me. Otherwise I would have wanted to jump ship and join the Baju pirates. Let's first see if the Bearing Feather pirates can get through this after 14 days. It's hard to get through. After all, The flying and juggernaut pirates are sure to be recruiting even more during this time. 2 days passed, and during these 2 days, Yi Yu carried out high-intensity grinding and would also jump into the sea to look for powerful sea beasts. Needless to say, after the real mutation, the sea beasts became much more numerous, not from the original blue star creatures that mutated, but from foreign sources. In the past 2 days, it had also recruited almost all of the people who wanted to join this city, although it wasn't much, a total of 1,500 people, but they were all hand-picked, with a quarter of the capable people and the rest being incapable people. Yi Yu, who knew the King of Thieves well, chose incapable people who were naturally not bad. At this time, the ship of the Bearing Feather Pirates is ready to sail, and the crew is on board. Getting the main ship of the Nightcrawler and Sandstorm Pirates as a secondary ship did not leave much crew to watch the hands of the city. As long as the pirate flag is inserted, it means that it is the territory of the Beijiu pirate group, causing trouble and attacking. It is the same as going to war with the Beijiu pirate group. Therefore, there is no need to leave much of a fighting force behind, and the Bearing Feather Pirates are a deterrent. In the past 2 days, there is one thing on the hot search, so that the hegemonic Feather Pirate group many people in the heart is a little heavy. That is, the Nightfork and Sandstorm Pirate group, with the Flying Sky, the Juggernaut Pirate Group Alliance. 14 days later, will also join together to crusade against the hegemonic Feather Pirate group. Golden Demon promises to recapture the ships of the Nightfork and Sandstorm Pirates when the time comes, and to give them the ships of the Baja Feather Pirates as well as allowing them to dig up some people. Therefore, the Nightfork and Sandstorm Pirates chose to make an alliance even though they knew about Yi Yu's power. The most important thing is that after level 30, the ability person strengthens, which is also giving them the confidence to not be so afraid of Yi Yu, thinking that after level 30, Yi Yu is definitely not their opponent. In response, what the Bully Feather Pirates have to do is to try to sharpen and improve. Strength is king, so that they will not be bullied and suppressed. All crews aboard and set sail. The main ship sails at the very front, and at the rear, to the left and right, are the 2 secondary ships, with mainly lower-ranking crews on the secondary ships, elite, mid-range, and high-end combatants on the main ship. In the future, there will also be constant competition for elimination, with the best in the main ship and the eliminated in the secondary ship. No one has a problem with that, it's the way it should be. Of course, on the secondary ship, there would be 1 or 2 high-end cadre combatants left behind. On the deck of the main ship, Yi Yu cozily leaned back on the recliner, listening to the sound of the waves and seagulls, and bathing in the soft and warm sunlight. Captain, let me rub your shoulders. Xia Ling was behind the recliner, bending down to give Yi Yu a massage. Yi Yu said, don't captain your name in private. Xia Ling said, and I can't call you Brother Fei anymore. You're so powerful now, so I'll just call you by your name in private. Could be. Yi Yu thought of something and inquired, by the way, has that person been contacted? Is he willing to join? The one who ate the animal-based everyone fruit human form? The teenager named Joe ate. Well, point to him. He's willing to join, and was thrilled when he found out you sent word to invite him, but he won't be able to get on board for a short time, and the island in his city, which is some distance away, is expected to take 10 days or so. Yes, sail afterward and just pass through his city. Xia Ling was puzzled, because he tragically contracted the useless devil fruit. On the hot search, was seen by you, but why solicit it? After all, people eat such a devil fruit. Indeed, chicken ribs are still human. He was flirted with everyone fruit old people form. Yi Yu said, if an animal eats it, it will be good, but if a human eats it, it won't necessarily be bad, and maybe it has potential as well. At this time, after sailing for more than 3 hours, an island in the distance changed suddenly, attracting the attention of everyone in the Beijiu pirate group. Captain, look! Yi looked over and his eyes lit up. Oh, that's end of chapter. Chapter 72, bringing the boat alongside. Chapter 72, bringing the boat alongside. Only to see, on the distant island, there is a golden light flashing. As close, can see there is a box floating in the center of the island in the air. The box is closed, but there is still a substantial golden aura blossomed out from inside. It made the crew's eyes light up. Treasure has appeared on that island. Treasure is also important, and casting into a pool of treasure in a fixed location earns you experience points. Let's get over there. There are treasures that appear, and sometimes there can be beasts. Ferocious beasts that descend, ferocious beasts that appear on the islands, and powerful sea beasts if they're in the sea. Danger and opportunity go hand in hand. Yi Yu ordered, get close and take this treasure. The Beijiu pirate ship quickly sailed closer, and after getting closer, one could see that around the island, there were some pirate ships, however, did not approach, because the sea around the island appeared a powerful sea beast, appearance like a dinosaur, head from the seawater, more than 10 meters tall, eyes blood red, strength aura so that these pirate groups do not dare to approach. These pirate groups discussed it. To join forces. This sea beast is at least level 20, although there is only one, but there are more foreign beasts on the island, and more ferocious beasts. It's not easy to take this treasure. I'm afraid that even if we join forces, it will be hard to get it, and there will be a lot of casualties. Forget it, I'm not getting involved. Lives are more important. Some pirate groups chose to withdraw, some wanted to give it a try, and some left and didn't go very far, wanting to see if they could pick up the pieces, and some pirate groups took it, and if they suffered a lot of casualties, they took the opportunity to loot it. For a while, although there were more than a dozen pirate groups around the island, no one had made a move yet. After all, none of them were powerful pirate groups like the Flying Sky, Juggernaut pirate group either. There are pirate ships coming from the rear, a pirate shouted as he noticed. At that moment, the pirates all looked over and their faces changed. This ship, it's the ship of the Baju pirates. That flag, cruciform Black Blade Knight, it's the Bully Feather pirates without a doubt. There's no chance of trying to grab this treasure. The mighty Bearing Feather pirates are here. It's good to go, or we can not go. Combine, evacuate first, and pick up the pieces after they take the treasure? Even if the Bearing Feather pirates are very powerful, it will be very consuming to take the treasure, right? That's a risk I don't get involved in. At this time, Yi Yu stood at the bow of the ship, also clear about the thoughts of these pirate groups. Domineering voice resounded. Don't faint and leave without realizing you're dead. This caused these pirate groups to completely lose hope and hurriedly leave in fear. Come on. If we don't go, he's going to unleash his overlord color hegemony, reducing too much of the fighting force, then slashing our ship, sinking into the sea in a fainting fit, and dying an untimely death. You want the treasure, but you have to have the life to take it. We, the small pirate group, don't think about picking up the pieces. At once, all of these pirate groups were scared away, and there were no slightly more powerful pirate groups. The most powerful pirate groups in here were inferior to the Sandstorm pirates, and this level is most afraid of Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony because the minions make up a larger percentage. When the Bar Feather pirate ship approached, 100 meters from the island, that one Tyrannosaurus Rex-shaped sea beast, understood, hissed and growled, intimidating, signaling the Bar Feather pirates not to approach. Yi Yu didn't make a move and continued to sit down, lying back against the recliner. On the side, Zhao Yener inquired, Xia Ling, are you coming or should I? Sun Lung couldn't wait, let me go cut him down. However, Xia Ling had already leapt up. Leave it to me. Summerling leapt above the dinosaur sea beast. The sea beast opened its bloody mouth to tear into Xia Ling. As Xia Ling slapped her right hand downward, the ice-cold chi erupted. Instantly the sea beast was fixed and its body quickly froze. In the blink of an eye, it became a dinosaur ice sculpture, and along with the surrounding 100 meters of seawater, it froze. Summerling inquired, Captain, you take this experience? Yi Yu shook his head. Although it's difficult for me to level up, this sea beast experience value won't be too much of a boost for me, so just take it. Good. Xiaoling's right hand condensed the icebird and scurried out, and after colliding with a roar, the ice sculpture sea beast crumbled. In the distance, the evacuating pirate groups were shaken by the sight. Awesome. It's so easy to take care of this awesome sea beast. With this strength, in a powerful pirate group, one would have to be a captain, but in the Baju pirates, one would only be a vice captain. In the first 2 days of the battle, the attention was on Yi Yu, but in fact, there are a lot of strong people in the Bearing Feather pirates, especially these two vice captains. Don't hold on to your thoughts. Get out of here before they might choose to annex us later. However, annexing them, Yi Yu didn't have this idea. The threshold of the Bearing Feather pirates wasn't low. Yi Yu gave an order. Get off the boat and board the island. Take this treasure. I'll. At once, the crew excitedly jumped off the ship, landed on the frozen sea, and rushed to the island. Sun Long was just about to get off the boat when Yi Yu suggested, Sun Long, you're in charge of watching the boat. Ha, let me keep house? Of course, with you at the head of the cadre, it's only natural that this heavy responsibility should be given to you. Yes, Captain. Sun Long felt that it was indeed a heavy duty, sailing adventure, and the pirate ship was also an important partner. Nothing can happen. Subsequently, Yi Yu and the others went up to the island, and all of a sudden the island was agitated with all sorts of ferocious beasts, and exotic beasts that came rushing in. There are mutated wolves, wild boars, tigers, and humanoid leopards, and lots of cockroaches of the quantitative type. There were even a few strengths that were not inferior to the tiger people in the previous secret realm. Yi Yu said, it seems that if you want to take this treasure, you will have to go through a big battle. So let's start. They are also a sum of experience. Those who are weak, deal with the weak quantity mutant creatures. Cadres, deal with the humanoid alien beasts. The crew was excited, and the spirit of battle rose, so to speak, for the first adventure encountered since the voyage. Yu first fully exploded his overlord color hegemony to reduce the number of island creatures. At once, many weak creatures quickly fainted and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, far out at sea, a large pirate ship was also approaching. The one in charge of reconnaissance stood at the highest point of the ship, looking through binoculars and blushing. This pirate ship still has a flag. The lanky, tall figure sitting in the throne-like seat on the deck looked in search of the voice and inquired with a frown and no anger. "What's wrong, Captain? Maybe we can't go over there and grab this treasure. It's been targeted by the Baja Feather Pirates. They've already made it to the island." At that moment, many people on the ship's face changed with some scorn. At the same time, they looked at the island in unison, only to see that the island was instantly covered by a dark red aura. Recognizing that it was obviously Yu who had erupted his overlord color hegemony. This overlord color hegemony. It's the overlord feather pirates without a doubt. So, we give up this treasure? The flying and juggernaut pirates both evacuated 2 days ago in the face. However, this captain let out an angry cry. "Afraid of what?" the cadre inquired in amazement. "Captain, do we have to? Of course I'm going over there." "But, that's the bashful feather pirates." The captain's face sank at the words, directly lifting the cadre on the side up and hanging in the air, his eyes bloodshot and extremely ferocious, inquiring in a deep voice, "Are you afraid?" No. Humph. The treasure is just ahead. How can you give it up just because it's the bearing feather pirates? Who do you think I am? Lousy is a heavenly pride to Obajie who ate the animal system elephant fruit ancient species mammoth form. Would I be afraid of Yu who has contracted an incapacitated person? Tuobajie looked toward the distant island and raised his right hand to point forward with a command. "Pull the boat over." End of chapter. Chapter 73, Relying on the Ship King to seize the treasure. Chapter 73, Relying on the Ship King to seize the treasure. Although most of the crew were reluctant, Tuobajie had already given the word and could only lean the ship over. At the same time, many of the crew whispered and complained. "Do we really have to go over there? That's the Beijiu pirate group just made a name for themselves." Nightfork and Sandstorm pirate group join hands. Are not Beijiu pirate group's opponent. Flying Sky and Juggernaut pirate group although did not deploy all the combat power, but the joint hands are also equivalent to a top pirate group, also chose to retreat did not get good fruit to eat. Although we are also a powerful pirate group, we shouldn't be able to compare to the Flying Sky or Juggernaut pirates, right? Aren't we getting our asses kicked in the past? I have a feeling that the captain has some headstrong, like a reckless man. Tuobajie naturally heard it, and with an ugly face, he shouted angrily, "All be quiet." At once, the crew dared not say anything else. Tuobajie confident, "Who do you think I am? Lousy's real strength. You have not seen to realize. Lousy fruit ability power. Immediately let you know that I am confident. As for taking you to get beaten up, impossible. I Tuobajie, in the future in this sea, will only take you to eat and drink spicy. Take you to be beaten? Doesn't exist." This made the crew look forward to it, and it was true that they had never seen the captain at full strength and true power. After all, the adventure had not long begun, and they had not yet encountered a strong foe. At this time, Yu fainted 70% of the island's creatures after he exploded his hegemonic color hegemony. The rest of them were all powerful foreign beasts and ferocious beasts. The crew is excited to be able to fight for the treasure. Yu drew his black blade knight and prepared for a quick kill. Killing powerful creatures was also a way to gain experience. Just then, a crew member alerted, "Captain, the distant sea, there is a not small pirate ship sailed over. Has been investigated according to the flag. It is the Drought Pirate Group. The captain is also a heavenly pride. The 9th level talent. Eat the animal system elephant fruit ancient species. Mammoth form. Is also powerful and rare devil fruit. Should we reserve the strength? Lest they will be caught by them later." Yu sniffed, but he didn't care. If it was any other powerful pirate group, he would have chosen to keep some of his stamina. But since it was this guy, there is no need to reserve our strength. Everyone go all out to fight. Even if the fight is over, we won't have too much consumption. They dare to come and fight them. Even if we consume quite a lot of us, it's enough. Yes, Captain. At once, the crew began to let go of the fight. With the battle, Yu for the joy, because fighting with these creatures, not inferior to fighting with a powerful pirate group, then the treasure exchange to experience, is bound to be quite a lot. At the moment, this treasure, definitely counted as precious treasure. For a while, the roars of various creatures on the island continued. Tigers and monkeys, wolves and bears, At the same time, various attacks bloomed at the island. When someone was injured, they immediately stopped fighting and let the people on standby at the back go on exchanging, thus allowing Xiao Linger to treat them. After recovering quickly from an injury, they continue into the fight with a new injured one. So, Xiao Linger's role in the pirate group was also a big one. The slowing fruit slows down the movements of a number of creatures, and is also an extremely powerful ability. The full-scale battle of the pirate group allowed Yiyu to clear the battle power of the Beijiu pirate group, which is definitely one of the top pirate groups now. Demon Wind Kick, Exploding Pheasant Beak, Fire Fist, Certain Death, Gunpowder Star. On the ship, Sun Long watched the scene, some of his hands itching with envy, and wanted to fight so badly. Gee, I wish I could go, but I've been given the heavy responsibility of watching the ship, so I'll just have to watch. This island is huge, and it would be so nice if I joined the battle and could make a quick fight. Go solo, quickly travel through this island looking for awesome creatures, and then get on the ship when the battle is over. However, part of the reason was because Yiyu was afraid that Sun Long would get lost. This island was indeed not small, with all kinds of bushes and forests and all kinds of small ravines, so it must be laborious to find it. At this point, the drought pirates could already see that fighting had broken out on the island. Didn't spot us? If we found out, surely we wouldn't have gone all out like this and would have chosen to face us first. That means it hasn't been discovered yet. Captain, why don't we stop for a while? When their battle is almost over, we'll go over again and have a better chance of winning. Tuoba Jia frowned slightly. Captain, it's not meanness, it's strategy. We believe in the captain's strength to defeat them, but it would naturally be better to pay small casualties. Yes, Captain. We can win more easily against them after the battle. Tuoba Jia was displeased. Easy? I don't like this feeling. I want to have a painful battle. I can't miss it when I finally meet a formidable opponent. Captain, that Yiyu is very powerful. I believe that after they fight, Yiyu is also able to give you a painful fight. Tuoba Jia doesn't think so. As an incapacitated person, he fights entirely on his own. So the physical exertion is definitely greater than that of a devil fruit. And I don't think that after the battle is over, he'll be able to let me battle my way out of it. Captain, to say the top battle power, the Bearing Feather Pirates is to be more. So when the time comes, the powerful captain, just single out more than one of them. Yi Yu, Frozen Fruit Xiao Ling, Burning Fruit Zhao Yener, and that Cadra's head Sun Long. It's over to you, Captain. Surely you can have a good battle. So saying, Tuo Jie nodded. Okay, then don't get any closer until they're almost finished. On the island, the roar of battle continued as the battle became more and more intense. An hour passed before the roar diminished to a close. The waiting Tuo Jia couldn't wait. It's finally time to strike. Captain, wait a little longer until they take the treasure. Tuoba Jia could only continue to endure for a while. Half an hour passes and the battle is completely over. The island creatures are all taken care of. Many of the crew members were out of breath, depleted and carrying injuries. But, one remained excited. Take the treasure. Yi leaped up and took the treasure down, opened it and saw that it was full of gold coins, or gold bracelet necklaces. This is not the same as those gold bracelets before the mutation. Those valuable, is not exchangeable, does not count as treasure. Only in this is counted, because these gold coins, bracelets, surrounded by a faint golden aura, which is the key to distinguish the real treasure. Yi Yu ordered, get on board, find a city to have a big meal, rest and adjust, then set sail to the fixed location of the treasure pool. Crew on board, joy. In the distance, the drought pirates were stunned. They look as if they are still alive and well. It doesn't look like it's consuming a lot. So powerful? I thought it was going to be a lot of casualties, holding each other up and being weak, but it's nothing like what I thought. In that case, should we continue past it? Captain, I looked through the binoculars, that Yi Yu. It doesn't look like there's much exertion. Should we continue to make war with them? Tuoba Jia became furious. Whoever is afraid I'll slaughter them. Being so wimpy, what can they do in this sea in the future? Even if their consumption is not as great as imagined. So what? Who do you think I am? For the last time, lean the ship over. End of chapter. Chapter 74, A Single Blade Ends. Chapter 74, A Single Blade Ends. Okay, Captain, we got it. At once, the ship of the drought pirates quickly approached. The Baja Feather Pirates, scouted with binoculars. Captain, that drought pirate group is coming over. At once, the crew's wariness rose. Really want to fish for a winner. Can't let them get away with it. We can't work for them after fighting for so long. The crew prepared for battle at once. Sun Long couldn't wait. I didn't even fight just now. It seems that the other party is a powerful pirate group. The captain of the other party is given to me. However, Yi Yu said, everyone doesn't need to do anything. Just rest. Sun Long, you don't have consumption but leave it to me. Quickly crush them and then adjust to go to the treasure pool. Now that you have obtained such a precious treasure, it's definitely on the hot seat, so you can't waste too much time. You have to adjust and then redeem it as soon as possible. Sun Long nodded. Okay. There was no hurry, the adventure had just begun, and the last thing that would be lacking in the future would be battles. Zhang Sweet was a bit worried and inquired, Captain, are you striking out alone? Let me help you remotely. As far as my eyes can see, I can take a long shot at them to settle them. Leave it to me alone. Besides, you may have overestimated them. Highly regarded? Zhang Tianyi, Xia Ling, and Zhao Yener were all a bit surprised. Impression. This drought pirate group, but also powerful pirate group. Famous, although the adventure has not long, but often fight with people. See who is not happy. Tuoba Jia let the people to lean the ship over. The sight of a sea beast, or an island full of ferocious beasts, was also a cry to lean the ship over. The fact that it's still fine now shows that the other side has strength. But Yi Yu was so confident, so he didn't say anything. Perhaps the strength wasn't bad, but in front of Yi Yu, it was certainly nothing. Tuoba Jia was standing at the bow of the ship at this time, looking at the approaching Beijiu pirates, holding a horn and shouting, Overlord Feather Pirates, I'll give you a chance to give us your treasures. We can choose to leave and not start a war with you. The cadres warned, although you are a powerful pirate group, you have just experienced a great battle. If you fight us, not only will you lose your treasure, but there will be casualties among your personnel, so it's best if you choose to hand over your treasure. Our captain, he's a strong one. What about the animal ancient species? However, Yi Yu leapt up, his feet stepping on the air with airbursts, and quickly rushed towards the drought pirates. It made their faces change in shock. Surprisingly, he came charging over alone, obviously not going to deliver and came charging in alone. What a nerve! Just as the crew was about to attack, Tuoba Jia leapt up. Leave it to me. Yi Yu who just experienced a big battle is not enough for our entire pirate group to fight back. Are you guys ready to take pictures? I'm going to be on the hot search. Defeat Yi Yu and let my Tuoba Jia's fame resonate around the world. At once, the propaganda department had already shouldered the cameras, and the lenses were all aimed at Tuoba Jia. Captain, it's ready, and it's on live. The numbers are pouring in fast. With the speed of the advancing people, it's not that fast, and in these few seconds, it's hundreds of thousands of people. Obviously because Yi Yu is in the picture. Tuoba Jia was delighted. Very well, then more people. See how powerful I, Tuoba Jia, am. At this point, many people are concerned. It's Yi Yu. Is there a fight happening? There was a hot search just now that they were going to take down a treasure. And now it looks like the battle is over and this pirate group wants to fish for it. This is the drought pirates. It rings a bell. Will it work? It's hard to say. After all, Yi Yu must have consumed it. At once, many eyes were fixed on it. Tuoba Jia let out an elephant chirp. The sound was thick and ear-shattering, and then he fully exploded his fruit ability, and the whole person suddenly swelled up and drew taller, and in the blink of an eye he turned into an ancient mammoth. Although far from the pirates and the jack changed so tall, but also than the adult elephant to be twice as big, the trunk of the elephant full swing, slack strong whistling wind, draw to the air rushed to the leaf feather. A lot of people were watching through the live stream right now, so Tuoba Jia went straight to full power. His crew's eyes glowed with adoration, staring at the towering mammoth carcass of Tuoba Jia, facing Tuoba Jia's attack. Yi Yu just held the black blade knight in his right hand, slashing up and chopping down. Emerald green chopping burst out. Tuoba Jia grunted coldly, arrogant, to belittle me so much, using one hand instead of two. Does it mean that the great battle just now has depleted you to the point that you can't send out chopping strikes with both hands? After a sword was cut out, Yi Yu then withdrew his sword, and the black sword knight was carried behind his back in contempt. You're overthinking it because against you, a slash like that would be enough. Tuoba Jia was angry, feeling too slighted, and roared, don't you know who I am? Such contempt for me, Yi Yu sarcastically said. Knowing you, I'll give you a title. Let's call you the King of Leaning Ship. You don't have any that impress me, but you always love to lean the ship over, so I'll call you the King of Leaning Ship. For a moment, Tuoba Jia was a bit confused and couldn't react, not knowing if he was praising himself or being sarcastic. But there was no more thinking about it. The chopping attack had already struck, and the huge elephant trunk slackened its huge power to draw out. Bang! Pust! Ah! Tuoba Jia directly issued a miserable scream. The elephant trunk draws the power. Surprisingly far from being able to defeat this chopping attack, armed color hegemony is directly broken open. Even if his own defense is also very confident in his own defense, but the elephant trunk is directly chopped wounds soaring blood. He quickly controlled himself, The elephant trunk quickly retracted and disappeared. To avoid the elephant trunk was chopped down. But the chopping attack has already come. In his line of sight quickly enlarged. Too late to dodge. Can only rely on the mammoth's body, armed color hegemony to defend. He was confident that he could resist. But the next instant, more miserable screams erupted. Tuoba Jia's screams resounded through this heaven and earth. The entire mammoth body soared blood, and the body smashed down. Chopping is still on his body, constantly put him under pressure. With a rumbling sound, the hull of the ship was directly smashed out of a crater. And with another click, the chopping blow, along with the ship of the drought pirates, chopped into two halves. Many people were blown away and fell into the seawater. Some grabbed the deck woefully to prevent themselves from falling. The ship split into two halves and then tilted rapidly. With a plop, Tuoba Jia was the first to sink into the sea. His blood dyed the water red, and he rolled his eyes and fainted. The crew was horrified, and the captain was then badly wounded by a slash and fell into the sea. Didn't he say he wouldn't take them for a beating? With this one move, they were defeated by Yi Yu. At once, the crew was panicking. Spare us. We didn't really want to come over. Our captain had to yell to pull the boat over. Yi Yu looked down with coldness. Hand over your treasures. Don't think of hiding them privately, or else eat my punch before sinking into the sea. Be good and all call out. You don't have to eat my punch, although you will sink into the sea just the same. We give. The crew rushed into action at once, pulling out treasure in very hidden crevices in the hull, and in more than one place. If you try to destroy the ship altogether, even if you can find it, the treasure will be broken and less valuable. At this moment, the people who were ready to watch the show were a bit confused. This is the end? Thought that this Tuoba Jia was very powerful, even facing the Beijiu pirates, dared to lean the ship over, thought that there was some strength, but did not expect to be defeated by Yi Yu with a single slash. End of chapter. Chapter 75 Grand Alliance. Not afraid of Yi Yu? Chapter 75 Grand Alliance. Not afraid of Yi Yu? The drought pirate groups quickly took out all their treasures, not daring to hide them at all. Their pirate group, apart from Tuoba Jia who was powerful, didn't have too many powerful combatants, and their combined combat power wasn't even as strong as the Night Fork pirate group. So after Tuoba Jia was sunk into the sea with a knife, they directly conceded and didn't dare to resist. Yi Yu let the crew carry the treasure up, although not as valuable as the box of treasure just obtained, but also has half the value. Very good. Xia Ling sighed softly. A windfall. Zhao Yin'er was happy, although it's equivalent to half the value of our box of treasures, but because we have this box, it's extremely precious, so they're treasures, it's not less. Yi Yu ordered. You may leave. The Baju pirates sailed away, and the story quickly spread, causing shockwaves. One slash and you've got Tuoba Jia in seconds. Sink into the sea, alive or dead. That's why you can't rob the treasure of the Bearing Feather pirates. 3 hours later, the ship of the Bearing Feather pirates came to a small city island, and after going ashore, they directly planted a flag here, declaring that it was the territory of the Bearing Feather pirates. The people of the island were also happy. It was naturally excellent to be sheltered as the territory of such a powerful pirate group. Xiao Linger was continuing to heal as Zhou Xing prepared the ingredients. This is a city that lives on fishing, so today we'll give you a seafood dinner. It made the crew look forward to it. Hungry already, Zhou Xing and some of the crew members who had learned to cook started to get busy, buying crabs, prawns, abalone, sea bass and so on. With the help of a restaurant, Zhou Xing started to get busy. 6 hours had passed, and the crew was pretty much tuned up and recovering from their injuries. The big meal is also ready. Like a banquet, more than 100 tables, each table constantly served up seafood feast. Stewed prawns, king crab, salt and pepper prawns, spicy fried conch, seafood chow mein, steamed sea bass and more. The crew dropped into their seats and their mouths watered. Yi Yu said in a loud voice, eat, drink, and adjust your state to the best, then go fix some treasure pools. The crew gobbled it up, eyes glowing. It was so good, so flavorful, and the seafood was so tender. Yummy, so yummy. This cooking skill of Zhou Xing is simply too good. Best seafood ever. Zhou Xing was also very accomplished and smiled. This is just where it's at. There are many more types of dishes that I am good at, so everyone will slowly savor them later. Good. With Zhou Xing around, sailing adventures in the future, there's a blessing in the mouth. Soon all were fed and started sailing. Distance from the nearest fixed point of the treasure pool has 200 kilometers. The speed of the Bayou pirate ship is expected to 4 hours to. The reason why it was adjusted to its peak state was because near the treasure pool, battles were bound to happen often. There will be bands of pirates to redeem their experience, and there will be those who have not gained treasure, waiting there and thus scrambling for it. Moreover, The matter of the Beiju pirate group obtaining quite a lot of treasure had already spread, so perhaps there would be a few powerful pirate groups that would choose to join forces. At this time, the fixed treasure exchange point. 7 pirate groups guarded here. These 7, the strength is not bad. In the distance, quite a few pirate groups stopped. Most of them were small pirate groups with little strength. Can't go over there. Those 7 pirate groups, they're all powerful pirate groups. Although they're not top pirate groups, they're obviously united and not to be underestimated. It's not easy for a small pirate group like us to get a bit of treasure. And if we go to exchange it now, we'll definitely be robbed. It's better not to redeem it yet, but you can't hide it for too long. The treasure is at risk for one more day on the ship, or it could be robbed. Let's see if there's going to be a big battle, and then redeem it while we can. It's not possible to keep guarding this place all the time. That would slow down the leveling as well. At this point, a more powerful pirate group is captained by a hormone fruit ability and is a misogynistic siren. In the past, there would be people who would look at him differently and ridicule him, but now, he was also at the level of Heaven's Pride. After that, no one laughed at him anymore, and he also created a pirate group, and the pirate group mainly recruited fellow human demons. That's why his pirate group is called the Siren Pirates. Captain, should we go over? Captain Izumi inquired. Sweetheart, those 7 pirate groups, how strong are they? The siren known as Little Sweetheart replied. Already understood. Are 7 more powerful pirate groups, which have the Firmament Fruit ability, Ton Fruit ability, Animal System Cat Fruit Male Lion Form, etc. Are powerful several genius and even heavenly pride level captains. Singly, perhaps not our opponent, but jointly, will be very troublesome, and to defeat us, may not even have any casualties, so they will certainly choose to start a war with us to fight. Aaron's brow furrowed. Then don't go over there yet. For a while, many pirate groups came, but none of them went over, and, wanting to unite, approached towards the human demon pirates. Join forces, so that if we go over to exchange together, they won't choose to go to war with us so easily. We're all unimpressive pirate groups, and even if we were to join forces, the other side would still fight for it. But luckily your human demon pirates are strong. At one point, dozens of smaller pirate groups approached. Izumi inquired. Sweetie, estimate whether or not the battle power will be able to scare those 7 pirate groups by joining forces with them. Little Sweetheart quickly understood, then shook her head. Although there are more than 30 pirate groups, there are too many small pirate groups. Even if we unite and go over to exchange them, the 7 pirate groups will definitely make their move, and it will still be very likely that they will defeat us and take away our treasures. Aaron's brow furrowed as he prepared to order his departure. In the distance, the 7 pirate groups of the treasure exchange point. 7 ships spread out on the ocean in front of the exchange point, and a small piggy bank of gold color floating on the surface of the sea in the rear. On the back of the piglet, there is a treasure throwing opening into which you can throw treasure to gain experience. But, depending on who throws it, the treasure will only be given to whom. So these 7 then unite, to compete and then apportion. King Lord, the Firmament Fruit ability, frowned slightly as he looked into the distance. Humph, want to join forces. The captain of the devouring pirates. Swallowing fruit ability Gong Sun long disdained. If there were 2 or 3 more like the human demon pirates, it would be tricky, but it's mainly just a bunch of minion-level pirate groups, so the Union has nothing to fear. Captain, the Bearing Feather pirates are already on their way here. If they join forces by then, Gong Sun long frowned slightly. Even if they were united, it would be impossible to defeat the 7 of us and take all of their treasures. King Lord sneered. It's ready. None of the secondary ships are here, and our lowly crew are all far away. So his overlord color hegemony won't affect us much. At this time, the human demon and other pirate groups also knew that the Baja Feather pirate group would be coming soon, so they didn't leave either. Soon, everyone, including the human demon pirates, looked to the sea behind them. The Bearing Feather pirates are here. End of chapter. Chapter 76, Tuna Fruit Against the Sky? Chapter 76, Tuna Fruit Against the Sky? The devouring and other pirate groups saw it from afar, and instead of being afraid, their eyes were filled with greed. Baju pirate ship. Xia Ling understood the general idea at a glance. Sure enough, there are quite a few alliances together that want to grab the treasure. It has made quite a few weak pirate groups afraid to exchange their experience. Captain, they apparently want to make an alliance with us. Just as the Baju pirate group approached, the human demon and other pirate groups leaned over. Izzy introduced herself. I'm the captain of the Siren Pirates and I ate the hormone fruit. For this Izzy, Yi Yu looked at him a few more times. Mainly because of his fruit ability, which also had a healing effect, and the fact that at the beginning of level 30, this person's strength would be good as well. Waiting for the comprehensive strength of the pirate group, The prestige is stronger. More people want to join. You will naturally think of the establishment of the Beiju large ship group, under the banner of recruiting more other pirate groups, their own Sion. And this Siren Pirates, so far, has a good reputation. Yu inquired, is there something wrong? Aaron proposed. The other party's 7 powerful pirate groups are allied, so if they unite, their strength won't be much worse than the Flying plus Juggernaut pirate groups, so it's best if you guys don't go over there by yourselves. Even if you manage to keep the treasure, the casualties will still be high. So, join forces with us, the pirate groups, and go together to cast the treasure, so they won't necessarily dare to make a move. At once, the other smaller pirate groups chimed in. Yeah, join forces, go over there together. Yu shook his head. There's no need to join forces. If they dare to make a move, let them regret it. This stunned the human demon, as well as the other pirate groups, who looked at each other in disbelief, not wanting to anticipate it. The Bearing Feather pirates are planning to go straight there. Surprisingly, they don't join forces and aren't afraid of each other? 7 united together is pretty impressive. 2. If we don't unite, then what do? We can only escape. It's okay to flee, but it must be a joint escape, because once they scatter and flee, they're sure to give chase. But if we run away jointly, their 7 pirate groups will also chase after them, right? So it's good to spread out. We're outnumbered, so we'll see who's unlucky. For a while, they were torn because no matter how they escaped, the outcome was bad. The Baja Feather pirates didn't choose to unite, so they couldn't force themselves. At this time, Xia Ling, Zhang Sweet are puzzled, obviously joint better, but did not say a word. Listen to Yu. Yu proposed at this time, if each of your pirate group, willing to take out 1/3 of the treasure, then I buy you pirate group, will ensure that you can put the remaining 2/3 of the treasure, put into the treasure pool exchange. How? There is no willingness. At once, many pirate groups understood. It amounts to helping us, but with some protection money. Yes, what to do? If you flee, you'll be unlucky and the treasure will all be robbed. Surrender 1/3, then you'll be able to keep 2/3. The latter is better. I'm willing to pay. I'd like to, but will it work out as he says it will? Yi looked towards the 7 pirate groups at this time and suddenly erupted his overlord color hegemony. The heaven and earth were instantly dark red, and at this moment, Yi Yu's aura was stronger and more domineering. Just now the island solved a lot of powerful foreign beasts. There are some powerful ferocious beasts, even if it is not their own hands, but the partner deliberately put to beat the blood. Let himself. The partners wouldn't pull down their levels either, as the stunned creatures were harvested by them. For Yi Yu, the experience value was not much, but for them, it was quite a lot. So just now, not only is it as simple as obtaining treasure, there is also the level. Yi Yu is now level 17, and more inherited Roger and others' battle power, dominance and so on. So at this moment, the hegemony color hegemony that had erupted at full strength was a bit stronger than before. Gong Sun Long, King Lord, and other captains, laughed over it. Trying to reduce the number of our battle power first with the Overlord Color Buster? It's no use. Even the weaker full crew didn't let come. His Overlord Color hegemony can't affect any of our ships here. Bang bang bang. However, in the next instant the words stopped, the smile on his face froze, and the sound of falling to the ground kept ringing out on the deck. 7 pirate groups, all of them, and the captains standing in the bows of their ships jerked back to see that some of the regular crew were rolling their eyes and fainting, and soon there were more than 50 fainting on each of the pirate ships. It was a lot for them, because the ones that came were elite, so each ship captained by just over 300 crew members, the equivalent of 1/6 of each ship, fainted. They were stunned by it, and some of the official crew didn't faint, but they felt oppressed and had cold sweat on their faces. His Overlord Color hegemony, it's gotten stronger again. From a distance, it's more dominant, more manly. I originally thought that one wouldn't faint, but what about this? There's a lot of attrition, and if we fight, even if we can defeat it and take the treasure, we'll still lose a lot, even if they join forces. It's hard to say whether or not we can be defeated with it consumed us. Just as they hesitated, Yi Yu leapt up and drew the Black Blade Knight, and the emerald green chop erupted. Their faces changed and they quickly counterattacked, but naturally the captain counterattacked. After all, the other party was only attacked by Yi Yu alone. Gong Sun Long grunted coldly. Let me, who swallows the fruit, meet his chopping attack. King Lord reminded, tackle it together. You can't be beaten down. After all, Golden Demon and Song Ling joined forces and both fell down. So don't feel ashamed. 3 of our 7 captains, strike back together. I'm coming. The captain of the cat fruit male lion form directly transformed. The whole body grows golden hair. The head becomes a lion head. became a humanoid stout tall human lion. The other captain said, "Should we add an extra one?" Gong Sun Long said, "No, 3 will do. Any more even if the advantage is humiliating. In addition, don't underestimate me, Gong Sun Long. I have eaten the swallow fruit, which is considered by many to be an extremely powerful devil fruit. My fruit ability can swallow anything, and then turned into a part of my own, or collectively known as a new thing. Even when I have a higher rank and the fruit keeps developing, I can swallow the ability person and gain that ability person's ability. It's hard to imagine how strong I'll be after the swallow fruit is awakened. It'll be an even more horrifying devouring, and swallowing any attack will be possible. So having 3 captains strike is as much as I can stand." Gong Sun Long was extremely condescending, and many people also felt that there was absolutely this capital, and the swallowing fruit sounded very powerful. At this time, you also know that the other side has ton fruit ability person, also feel that this fruit is not ordinary. Just the Wapple and the King of Thieves is too weak, the same as Foxy, waste this powerful devil fruit. But, even so, Yu was going to give them a hard time. King Lord was the first to catalyze his fruit ability with confidence. "Although I am a man, I am, in fact, an army in myself." End of chapter. Chapter 77, a one-shot dare not move. Chapter 77, a one-shot dare not move. Confident in his fruit abilities, King Lord grinned and took the lead in charging up. By activating his fruit ability, his body turned into a hard wall, and like a castle, it had doors and windows that opened, from which an artillery muzzle could be seen emerging. It made some of the other pirate crews all look away. What an amazing ability! With all the little people popping up inside and the barrels of the guns, but how powerful can they be when they're so small? Don't underestimate. To be the captain of a powerful pirate group, naturally it won't be as simple as it seems. The 3 captains working together, I believe that they can resist Yu's chopping attack. After all, it's only a chopping attack emitted with one hand. King Lord let out a low roar. Castle blast. At that moment, densely packed cannonballs were fired out from the barrel, and when they first came out, each cannonball was very small, just like the size of a black sesame seed, but when they were a certain distance away from the body, they suddenly turned into normal-sized cannonballs, densely packed and bombarded out. It made the eyes of those watching it light up. Sure is unusual. No wonder he said that he, alone, is an army. This ability is very powerful. After all, the powerful thermal weapons have disappeared and can't be recreated, so this ability of him is very powerful. Perhaps he has a weapon that is more powerful than any current thermal weapon. Suddenly, the sound of bombardment continued, and in front of Yu, fire was all over the place, and dozens of artillery shells exploded with power rushing in. In the face of this, Yu disdain. This fortress fruit ability is one of the supernova in the King of Pirates. Cap'n Becky has, and Cap'n Becky is very old. The strength is still the existence of the bottom. Unless the transformation of the complete castle big head, the defense will be strengthened. And the rest, it does not count for anything at all. A knife chopped out. Chopping directly will be shell bombardment power collapse. The explosion generated by the fire and smoke instantly swept away. The eyes of the Wang Lord at the back were wide in disbelief. His own attack was just dissolved, and it was as if this chopping attack of Yu had not weakened much. "I'll do it." Cat fruit male lion form of the person leapt up. A majestic lion roar resounded. Opened his mouth, along with the lion roar, deafening. With the naked eye visible impact sound waves swept out in a circle, quickly soared and came. Lion's roar wave. Yu eyebrows slightly. This devil fruit. The pirate king has not appeared. Out of the devil fruit that has not appeared. After all, to the current progress, there are still a lot of devil fruits have not appeared. Chopping attack like a crack. The sound wave will also directly routed. Looking at the chopping attack, the lion man arms raised quickly waved. Sharp claws such as blades move popped out. Lion meteor chop. At once, a sharp blade sharpness chopped out, densely crisscrossed, like a sharp blade net. After doing this, relieved, thinking that he could defeat the chopping attack, but the sharp edge network collapsed. His eyes widened, his pupils contracted. He quickly dodged, but did not completely dodge. Sideways. At the same time, his chest was grazed by the chopping attack. His chest directly soared blood. A scream. The air he fell into the sea. Captain. And incapacitated. Well-swimming crew member rushes to the rescue by jumping into the water. Gong Sun Long's face paled as he felt the chopping power was still as strong as ever, but signaled himself not to panic. The mouth opened, growing huge and completely beyond the normal range of what a human could open, spraying all sorts of miscellaneous things from it, specifically all sorts of discarded steel, all sorts of hard stuff, rebar, steel blocks, and diamonds, among other things, as they were spat out, catalyzing their abilities. These were reorganizing and coalescing, synthesizing into something new, blinking into new alloys that didn't exist, harder defenses. The rest of the crew watched, eyes glowing. Is this the ability of the Tun fruit? That's how powerful our captain is. But right now, in the early stages, it's far from being able to see how powerful the Tun fruit is. I believe that all of our captains in the future will be able to swallow and then attack, and then spit out, swallowing all the defeated abilities and possessing their abilities. The captain alone, possessing uncountable devil fruit abilities, combined together, our captain, in the future, will surely be the strongest. It made quite a few feel that the potential for development of this Tun fruit was great, with many possibilities. The new alloy reorganized in front of his body. Gongsun Long was a little more assured, feeling that it was perfectly blockable. Then just to be on the safe side, his head emerged from behind the wall of the new alloy, and his mouth opened wide, spewing out a number of handguns, barrels, shells, grenades, bullets, and so on, converging these thermal weapons, reorganizing them, blinking to form a piece of high-tech weapon laser cannon that hadn't even existed before. The more powerful light cannon erupted from it, and rushed towards Chopper with a loud bang. It collided with Chopper and bombarded suddenly. The fire filled the air and stung the eyes. Gongsun Long was confident. Chopping must have collapsed. King Lord frowned slightly, his gaze a little greedy and regretful. It's a shame that when I first went in there, the swallow fruit had already been chosen by him. Otherwise I would have had to pick this ability. It's really exploitative. Your eyes slightly bright, but also not very surprised. After all, Tun fruit is really powerful fruit. Just the king of thieves in the Valpo was too weak. A waste of this fruit ability. Whether or not a devil fruit can be powerful, the devil fruit itself is naturally important, but the possessor is equally important. Obviously this Gongsun Long also focus on their own development of the fruit. Clank! Gongsun Long instantly widened his eyes. The chopping clang was still there, directly breaking through the fire and coming out. The power had not weakened much. He hurriedly hid behind the new alloy. Bang! Click! Chopping down on the white new alloy wall. A short stagnation. Direct cutting. Fire and light force swords. ZZZ sound extremely harsh, so that too many people hurriedly cover their ears. Feel that this cutting harsh sound is too unbearable to listen to. It is simply to be more piercing than the knife in the glass. ZZZ scratch more piercing more. Click! Suddenly crumbling sound resounded. The hard new alloy was directly chopped to pieces. Seeing the chopping attack coming, Gongsun Long's body quickly changed, itself turning into a steel man full of various alloys composed of general. While quickly dodging, he was hit by a chopping blow. His steel arm was chopped off and fell into the sea. After a scream, Gongsun Long also fell into the sea together. The crew hurriedly jumped into the seawater to rescue him. King Lord eyes wide, with the first two in front of him to block for a moment, giving him the opportunity to escape. Quickly avoided, but the distance is close. Or was the sharp edge scraped, clothes shredded, the body surfaced blood mouth, screaming in a tragic fall to where, is very woeful. The faces of all the crew members changed in shock. Here comes the chop. Counterattack. It's too late. I had thought that 3 captains striking out would be enough, but I didn't realize that I hadn't taken Chopper down completely. From the time the chop erupted to the time it came, during which the 3 captains countered, the word description, though numerous, was but a blink of an eye. With a rumbling sound, a ship was hit and directly chopped in half. Many people were blown away, and King Lord was furious because it was his ship that was chopped. Yu landed on the bow of the hegemony feather pirate ship. His gaze was cold and his hegemonic voice resounded. I'll be exchanging treasures now, so if you guys wanna fight, feel free. They will also be covered by me for the time being, so feel free to try your hands. At once, the eyes of the human demon pirates, as well as the other medium and low-level pirate crews glowed with adoration. Too handsome. Too powerful. I'm willing to hand over a third of my treasure as protection money. I do too. End of chapter. Chapter 78. Leave some interest before you go. Chapter 78. Leave some interest before you go. For a while, the human demon and other pirate groups took out a third of their ship's treasure. Originally, I was worried that the Baja Feather pirates wouldn't be able to do it, but now there was a strong sense of security. Soon, Xia Ling began to be responsible for counting the treasures. When more than 30 pirate groups had handed over their treasures, it added up to quite a lot. Although it was not as precious as the large box that the island had just obtained, but it was quite a lot. Yu said, everyone follow behind me. The Bearing Feather Pirates. We'll protect you. Thanks. It's a good thing the Bearing Feather Pirates came, or else the treasure would most likely have been robbed. Surrendering a third in exchange for a successful exchange is still good. At this time, Wang Lord, Gongsun Long was rescued by the crew from the seawater, lying on the boat to slow down for a while, and stood up. very woeful. Captain, I'll dress your wounds. As soon as he pushed away the ship's doctor, Wan Lord looked at the approaching Beiju pirates and was incomparably furious. Damn! Gong Sun Long was stunned. So powerful. The three of us fought against this chopping attack in turn, but we were in such a sorry state. Wang Lord's battle intent rose. Our 7 captains do it together. He contracted 7 incapacitated, stacked up to be so powerful. Then we 7 will join hands. His 7 incapacitated can still be stronger than our 7 devil fruit strong? Gong Sun Long agrees. Having been deflated, he must now fight back. Right. His 7 incapable people, in the world of the King of Thieves, is certainly not comparable to the Tun fruit, the firmament fruit and other 7 of us who have the ability to join forces together. Face is not important. To defeat them, rob the treasure, is the most important, so as to redeem the experience to raise the level of the strength is the king of the road, no matter how despicable the method, to rob the treasure. From afar, Yi Yu naturally heard their words and laughed in his heart. The people of the Pirate King world would definitely think it was a very funny joke when they heard it. Gong Sun Long and King Lord's battle intent rose, but the other captains were silent and shaken. Forget it, let's go. No more fighting. The other side is strong. Even if we can defeat the Bearing Feather Pirates by joining forces, we will definitely pay a great price. And even if we get the treasure, it's not worth it. And those pirate groups will also surely join forces with the Bearing Feather Pirate Group and do it together. So even if our 7 powerful pirate groups join forces, it would be a much bigger price to pay. So forget about it. I also choose to withdraw. At that moment, many pirate ships had already begun to turn around, preparing to leave. This made King Lord and Gong Sun Long's faces ugly and angry. That's a wimp? Risk is directly proportional to opportunity. And with such a mindset, you will definitely not be able to become the 4 Emperor Pirates in 2 months. Treasure is experience. Rank means strength. As long as there is hope, don't give up so easily. Don't go. Join forces together. We have a chance of winning. However, it didn't work at all. The one who wanted to leave was already ironclad. At once, the devouring pirates crew proposed. Captain, it's better to endure it. Let's leave too. There are already 3 pirate groups that are leaving. Then even if the remaining 4 are willing, it's impossible to beat them. Yes, Captain. There are plenty of opportunities to grab treasure. But once there are major casualties, it's going to be hard to recruit. Captain, pull out. Wang Lord and Gong Sun Long gritted their teeth. Although they very much didn't want to, they were also clear that if they didn't choose to join forces, then it would definitely be the end of them if they were the only ones fighting. So, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and announce it in a loud voice. We're pulling out too. At once, the 7 pirate groups, all of them, had turned around and were ready to leave. Siren Pirate's ship, they evacuated. Experience can be successfully exchanged. Thanks to the Bearing Feather Pirates, this protection fee is worth paying. At this time, Yi Yu looked at the 7 pirate groups about to leave and suddenly opened his mouth coldly. Want to leave like that? That's not good enough. As the words fell, Xiao Ling understood and leapt up, ice prisms spreading out from his hands, touching the surface of the sea and erupting with his freeze fruit ability. Click here. The sea water froze at once, and in the blink of an eye, it froze to the 7 pirate groups, including Devouring, who were more than 100 meters away in front of them. They were on board and were stunned. Why are you suddenly not moving? Bumped into something like that. Why does it feel so cold all of a sudden? It's the seawater around it that's frozen. The ship is temporarily unnavigable, and the ice needs to be chiseled away. It's the vice captain of the Baja Feather Pirates, the freeze fruit ability Charing, who made the move. At that moment, their gazes all looked towards the Bearing Feather Pirates. Xiao Ling had already landed on the bow of the boat and stood beside Yi Yu. Wan Lord's face sank as he looked at Yi Yu and inquired in a deep voice. What do you mean? You won't let us go? Do you want to start a war? Gong Sun Long was equally furious. You shouldn't be glad that we chose to evacuate, but instead you're trying to stop us from leaving? What arrogance! The other pirate captains, too, were furious. Do you really think we are so easy to bully? We chose to withdraw, not because we were afraid of you, but because we felt it wasn't worth it. If we join forces and fight together, you won't necessarily win. You hurry up and offer to break the ice so we can leave. They were already angry and humiliated, but they were even more angry at this time. After all, without the Beiju pirates, they can get a lot of treasure, but now because of Yi Yu, they can only choose to evacuate. Originally very angry, and now the surroundings are frozen. Blocking them is undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. However, Yi Yu was not at all afraid of their union and his face was bland. Just now you wanted to hit my Beiju pirate group's treasure idea. Now you want to leave like that? There is no such thing as a good thing. Our treasure, is it not for you to covet just because you want to covet it? Gong Sun Long was furious. By choosing to retreat, we are being polite to you. What more do you guys want? Yi Yu said bluntly. If you want to leave you can. Leave half of your treasures behind. These words made their faces instantly turn gloomy and incomparably angry. What a nerve! Bullying is too much. Do you really think we're so easy to bully? Our treasures were all exchanged just now. And in addition, even if we had them, it's impossible to give them to you. Don't dream of it. Yi Yu said. I don't believe that you have no treasure at all. And if you don't have any, you can leave your pirate ship to be used to replace the treasure. No way. Gong Sun Long gritted his teeth. We've already lost face by choosing to evacuate. If we give you all the treasures or ships, won't we be laughed at by the world? How can we mix in the sea afterward? Don't dream about it. It's best to let us leave. If you insist on blocking us, then we, the 7 pirate groups, will unite to fight with you, the Beiju pirate group. At this point, the smaller pirate groups whispered and were surprised. I didn't expect to stop them. It's not going to drag us along with them against the 7 pirate groups, is it? Although the Bearing Feather pirates are very powerful, we are not powerful. And participating in a battle like this with the Bearing Feather pirates will definitely involve a lot of sacrifices. What to do? I don't want to fight. Yi Yu opened his mouth at this time, dispelling their concerns. Don't worry. Dealing with 7 of their pirate groups won't make you guys go out of your way. This made them relieved, and at the same time, their hearts were shocked that the Bearing Feather pirates were going to single-handedly take on these 7 pirate groups. Yi Ren reminded. Yi Yu, because of your appearance, let our treasure not be snatched by those people. Have to thank you. So to remind you, it is best to let them go. These 7 pirate groups are also powerful pirate groups. The alliance can be nearly 100,000 people, although now the lowly crew members are not there. But later on, if you are defeated and can't burst out of the dominating color, their lowly crew members will take the ship and to arrive. So it's best not to start a war with them. Yeah, let them go. Yi Yu shook his head. It's impossible to let them go without leaving some interest. King Lord coldly grunted. Giving you compensation is even more impossible. So fight. Yi Yu drew his black dagger knight while saying to the 4 people behind him, Xia Ling, Zhao Yener, Sun Long, and Zhou Xing. They think the union can break bread with us. Then let's fight first. Let them recognize some. Sun Long was excited and had been impatient for a long time. Yes, Captain. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Click the monthly icon. See if there is any. It is free. If you don't vote, it will be cleared next month. The first time to ask for your support. These 3 days are double monthly votes. Vote 1 top 2. Here is a promise. Every 100 more monthly votes, plus 1 more chapter. There is no upper limit. End of chapter. Chapter 79, Afraid. Chapter 79, Afraid. Sunlong leaps forward and delivers a chopping blow from a distance. 3-blade Ryu. Pole Tiger Hunt. An illusory blue tiger emerged behind him, and as the sword in his hand chopped out, the blue tiger roared out. Summerling exploded his freeze fruit ability and raised his right hand with a forefinger. Ice. Storm Pheasant Beak. An ice bird let out a chirp and quickly shot across the room towards the pirate group. Zhao Yener's entire body flamed over as she blasted out with a fist. Fire Fist. At once, a large mass of flame rushed out, and wherever it passed, seawater was vaporized and water vapor filled the air. Sanji stomped several steps in the air and stormed towards his opponent, approaching the back to take on one of the pirate captains, his right foot flaming out in a series of kicks. Demon Wind Kick. Level 1 Stranglehold. The 4 pirate captains on the other side, each attacked with all their might, each fighting off the attacks coming at them from the storm. King Lord, Gong Sun Long, the 3 captains who had transformed into lions once again, teamed up to face Yi Yu once again, and dared not be careless even more. Facing these 3, Yi Yu was still holding the black sword knight in his right hand to send out a chopping attack. The attacks of both sides continued to collide, and the 3 captains were once again blasted out, their injuries getting worse, and the fierce tiger that Sun Long chopped out also directly hit one of the opposing captains hard. The ice bird also parries a pirate captain attack and touches this pirate captain as his body quickly freezes into an ice sculpture. There was a scream as the other pirate captain was engulfed in flames and fell into the ocean water. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened. The siren pirates are appalled. Awesome! Is this the strength of the Bearing Feather pirates? Too strong. Worthy of being the vice captain and cadre of the Bearing Feather pirates. Xia Ling, Zhao Yener, Sun Long, and Zhou Xing, if they go it alone, they are all completely capable of becoming captains of awesome pirate groups. Even these pirate captains are completely unbeatable if they fight alone. Just because Xia Ling and the others aren't captains, we can't belittle them. We can only say that Yi Yu is too strong, so strong that even Xia Ling and the others can't become captains. At this moment, the heavily injured King Lord and the others were being supported by the crew. their faces unsightly and their hearts shocked. I can't believe it's so powerful. I, the captain of the devouring pirates, am inferior to a cadre from the other side? And it's still an incapable person, contracting just one. What a shame. Their faces heaved down, and they had no thoughts of fighting, because it was now beyond certain that if they fought, they wouldn't even be able to win. At once, they looked at each other from a distance. What to do? Stronger than we thought. Staying green is not a worry. Although I, Gong Sun Long, lost to the Sun Long, but because of my Tun fruit, which has not been fully developed, I will definitely be able to surpass him in the future. So let's endure the humiliation first. Damn it, because of them, the treasure wasn't snatched, and now they have to hand over some of it before they can leave. It's too humiliating. How about a fight? Even if they can win, they'll have to pay a painful price. If you want to fight, you fight. I won't let our pirate group be destroyed just for the sake of face. Even if we can destroy quite a few of them, what's the point? The happy ones will only be the flying sky, the juggernaut pirate group, those top pirate groups. For the sake of a little bit of treasure, it's not necessary. At once, a number of captains surrendered. We are willing to hand over our treasure to you. We do have some. We don't have one, but we've had the lowly crew bring the sub over, and as soon as it arrives, we'll get on board, and then the main ship will be given to you. Most of the captains compromised, even if one or two were furious, but only together. The crew was relieved. Thankfully they weren't going to fight. The bearing feather pirates were too strong for the battle. Yi Yu said, "Then you guys hurry up and prepare. When we are done exchanging, we will come to collect, but don't be too little. Don't think about private stash. The value of the treasure is not enough. Then you have to hand over the main ship as well." This made Wang Lords and the others look ugly, and they could only take out their hidden treasures. The bar feather pirates ship approached the golden piggy bank, which was 10 meters tall and large, floating above the surface of the sea. Yi Yu first took out the treasure chest he had just obtained on the island and said to Xiao Ling, Zhao Yener, and Sun Long and Zhou Xing, "Let's throw a few of us together so the experience is an equal share." However, Summerling and the others shook their heads. "Captain, this treasure chest, you throw it alone." "Yeah, Captain, let's just not split this." Yi Yu shook his head. "How can that be? It's from everyone fighting together. If I were to face the creatures on that island alone, it would have taken a long time and would have to be resolved many times before the island creatures." Indeed, Yi Yu full strength, but also not once can solve. Have to solve some after the physical consumption, leave to recover well, and then go to fight. Zhao Yener said, "In 12 days, the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirates will have their entire war effort assembled to deal with us, so it's important for the captain's strength to be able to improve even more." Sun Lung, Zhou Xing, and all of the crew were insistent. "Captain, you throw it alone. We'll just split these treasures we just got equally. The precious ones are given to the captain. The ones whose value is not that precious are given to us, because the ones that are not precious, the captain can't gain much experience, and the captain leveling up is a lot harder than us." Contracted 7. "So, Captain, don't reject it. Captain is getting stronger and stronger. The level is not surpassed too much by those top heavenly prides. Then Captain is the C-pin of our Beiju pirate group." Xiao Ling and the others already knew that Yi Yu leveling up was more difficult and required more experience value. Seeing that everyone was so insistent, Yi Yu was not polite. "Good, then I won't excuse myself and appear to be pretentious. After that, I will bring you all, obtain more treasures, defeat more powerful sea beasts and ferocious beasts, and pass through the high difficulty secret realm. Follow me, Yi Yu, and I will let you all eat fragrantly and drink spicy food. We believe the captain can take us to a better mix." The crew cheered. This made the other smaller pirate groups look envious, and also wanted to join the Bearing Feather pirate group, but knew that this kind of powerful pirate group, the threshold was very high, and most of them couldn't even become low-level crew members. Yi Yu alone threw the golden treasure chest into the deposit box, and in the next instant, the treasure was transformed into experience value, which was gained by Yi Yu, and his level reached level 19. This was an extremely high rank now, and no one had reached level 20 yet. The higher the level, the more experience was needed and the harder it was to improve. And for every 10th level, more was needed, just as level 19 to level 20, level 29 to level 30. Moreover, Yi Yu needed more experience, so to be level 19 now was extremely fast. Afterwards, Xia Ling, Zhao Yener, and the cadres equally divided the protection fee treasures from earlier, as well as the treasures obtained from Tuoba Jie. At this time, the King Lord and other pirate groups have already prepared the treasure. Do not dare to hide it privately, because once the value is not enough, not only the treasure to be gone, the ship must also be gone. Yi Yu said. Xia Ling, Take a look. If any of the pirate groups aren't valuable enough, let them leave their ships as well. Okay. Summerling arranges for a quick look around. And eventually there are 3 pirate groups that need to leave their ships behind as well. It was infuriating and humiliating, but it had to be endured. The treasure is then divided equally among the combat crews. Officially, the lowly crew was not unhappy and was satisfied, because the battle on the island just now, where Yiyu's dominating color domineering aura stunned most of the ferocious beasts, was harvested by them. End of chapter. Chapter 80, Sudden Fall of a Meteorite. Chapter 80, Sudden Fall of a Meteorite. After redeeming their experience, the Bearing Feather pirates sailed away, with the main ship in front and the 5 secondary ships in the rear. Soon the story spread. The flying pirate's golden demon sneered when he found out. It seems to have earned a lot. This is good. It is equivalent to get us home base it. When we defeat you Beiji you pirates, what you have is also ours. Songling had the same idea as Golden Demon and grunted coldly. Develop. The more sub-ships the better. When the time comes it'll be split equally between us, the Juggernaut and the flying pirates. Bajiu pirate ship sailing in the sea. Encountered sea beasts. There are ferocious beasts of the island. Then move to solve. 4 days time passed. From the flying sky and the master pirate group joined all action. There are still 8 days. In these 4 days, quite a few sea beasts, ferocious beasts were solved. And treasures were also encountered. But there were no more precious treasure chests like before. And the value of the treasures was not high. This random appearance of treasure also depends on luck. During this time, no random secret areas were encountered either. Yiyu sighed softly. 4 days, killed a lot of sea beasts, ferocious beasts, but the level still hasn't reached level 20. It's hard to improve. It's harder to raise than one would expect, but level 20 is just about right. Xia Ling, Zhao Yener, was also close to level 20. There were only a handful that had reached level 20 now. No more than 10. Those pirate groups, which are the top pirate groups, mainly give all their experience to the captains. For example, this was the case with Jean Demon, Song Ling, and Lin Muxue, where the lowly crew members basically got no experience. And in order to discourage the crew members, they drew a pie, or gave the occasional 3 guavas or 2 jujubes. That wouldn't be very good cohesion, whereas the cohesion of the Bearing Feather pirates was, naturally, better. At this time, Xia Ling came quickly and looked at the cell phone, a little gloomy. Yi Yu inquired. Something bad happened? Xia Ling explained. It's about the previous drought pirates. That Tuoba Jia didn't die, and now he's joined the flying pirates, only temporarily, waiting for them to disengage after they unite their actions against us. Zhao Yener was surprised. Surprisingly, he didn't die. He was seriously injured by a slash and sunk into the sea, but he's still alive. Xia Ling sighed softly. It seems that because of his fruit ability, which makes his vitality unusual and able to survive after sinking into the sea, he holds a grudge against us, so he took their pirate group and joined the flying pirates for the time being. Yi Yu's face was bland. In that case, when the time comes, we will give him a more painful lesson. Xia Ling's face was heavy, flying in dominant pirate group. The comprehensive strength to enhance more. With the sailing adventure, there are many pirate group treasure was robbed. Also let many pirate groups think of seeking backing refuge. And these top pirate groups, the establishment of a large ship group. So many pirate groups are willing to join even if the voyage alone. But some people want to rob the treasure. It will be declared to be the dominant pirate group large ship regiment's pirate regiment. This can serve as a deterrent. Zhao Yener nodded her head. Yes, and every week, we also have to hand over some treasures as protection fees. These days, we also tried to shelter some pirate groups, but there are no willing ones, knowing that we are in a bad situation. Because of the deterrent reminder of the Green Dragon and other pirate groups, it also made many people not dare to join our pirate group. So during this period, although we have stopped by quite a few islands with cities, not many have signed up to join. Xia Ling's face was grave. So if this continues, the situation will get worse. The Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirates, they keep recruiting, and we're not recruiting much. Yi Yu shook his head. There is no need to worry. Even if I recruit people, it will be difficult to recruit heavenly prides. All heavenly prides are high-minded and don't want to be subjugated to others. On the surface there is a large number of people, but when the time comes, I'll burst out with my full strength of the Overlord color hegemony. And, I will also really fight with all my might. This made Xia Ling and Zhao Yener look forward to it. We'll do our best to share the other side of the battle when the time comes. 2. Just at this moment, a sudden change. The pirate ship above the 1,000 meters in the air, floating a purple vortex flow. It shocked and surprised everyone. The purple secret realm. First time I've seen a purple secret. What type? Randomly appearing. Or everywhere else? Purple. The difficulty is definitely high. Be cautious. At once, everyone looked towards the swirling stream as information about the secret realm poured in. Fixed secret realm. Purple swirling secret realm that floats above every pirate group. No entry required. For the challenge type outside the secret realm. At this moment, in this world, such purple swirling streams appeared above the heads of every pirate group. Charling looked up and drifted off. It's a challenge directly outside. All continue to be informed. In 10 seconds a small meteorite will appear in the secret realm. Falling from the sky. After appearing it will descend at a speed of 100 meters per second, and in 10 seconds it will fall. During this period the pirate group can only have 100 people to attack the meteorite. Each of them can launch one attack, and before the fall they will blow up the meteorite and get the rewards, which will be shared equally by the 100 people, based on the degree of damage caused. The higher the degree of damage, the more experience will be shared. It can't be busted before falling, or it can be given experience based on damage, which naturally won't be more than the experience gained from busting it. At that moment, many people were worried that if they couldn't break it, then if the meteorite fell, wouldn't it be the end? The final message was a relief to all. It didn't hit the meteorite, and it disappeared when it was about to fall and collide with the pirate group. Phew, that's no reason to worry. That is to say, it's a secret realm without danger, the equivalent of welfare. It just depends on the strength of the individual. Apparently it's going to take the hands of the top 100 strengths of the pirate group. At once, all the pirate groups quickly picked who to do it. 10 seconds passed, and Summerling looked up to see how big a meteorite it was. In the next instant, meteorites appeared from the secret realm and began to fall. At that instant, Xia Ling, Zhao Yener and the others' faces changed in shock. The surroundings dimmed instantly. The light from above obscured by the meteorite. Zhou Xing eyeballed. This meteorite, it's about 500 meters in diameter and 200 meters in height. Zhao Yener sighed softly. Very huge meteorite now. It seems like it's hard to say whether or not it can be broken. Xia Ling nodded. It's bad to say. After all, you can only attack once. Sun Long held his sword with both hands, biting the third sword in his mouth, his battle spirit rising, his eyes unable to hide his excitement. Start attacking at full power for once. Xia Ling immediately said. The first 100 strength crews do it. You guys go first. The cadres, as well as me, Flame, need to store up their attacks so that they can explode into more powerful moves. Understood. Xia Ling looked at Yi Yu and said, Captain, you attack. You're not an ability user. You don't need to store up your power to catalyze the fruit. Yi Yu shook his head. You guys first. I'll attack at the last moment. Without asking more questions, Summerling nodded. Good. End of chapter. Chapter 81, Who caused the most damage? Chapter 81, Who caused the most damage? Lu Sun looked up at the falling meteorite and shook his head. I'm on the side of auxiliary control type abilities, and I won't be attacking this meteorite with the retardation fruit. Yi Yu said. You just attack. After all, you also attach great importance to the improvement of your own strength. Just use the power of your fists plus the armed color hegemony. Lu Sun was wanting the Beijiu pirates to be able to completely blow up the meteorite, so he wanted to give up a spot, and was a bit hesitant for a while. Yi Yu Shinran, just do as I say. Yes, Captain. At once, the crews that ranked in the top 100 in terms of battle power attacked. However, the meteorite distance was still high. It's not a long-range attack type. It's hard to attack. What to do? Wait for a low altitude to attack. Then wait. At once, the crew was poised. When the meteorite descended and was still 200 meters from the surface, everyone attacked. Scissor fruit ability Lin Chuan's arms were like scissors as he leapt up and cut at the meteorite. With a click, Lin Chuan was shocked, just letting the meteorite cut off a layer of skin. Although this layer of meteorite skin had a length of 10 meters and was 3 meters thick, it was very little compared to the meteorite as a whole. Demon Wind Kick. Level 1 Strangulation. The flaming right foot slammed into the meteorite, kicking out a crater, cracks spreading along it in all directions. Zhou Xing landed on the ground and saw that the attack he had caused had only caused a crater and crack to appear in a small area of the meteorite. Summerling finished his attack as well, and only left a somewhat larger crater in the meteorite. Fire Fist. A large mass of flames rushed out, causing about as much damage as Xia Ling. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, all eyes looked at Sun Long, who was running on the deck to help, holding a knife in both hands, biting a knife in his mouth, and bulging muscles in his arms. 9 mountains and 8 seas for one world. The crew had watched, tempted to vomit. How did the sword in their mouths manage not to fall out when they were biting it and reciting poetry or long names of moves with each attack? This is Sun Long's unique ventriloquism, isn't it? Sun Long leapt up and chopped away. 3-blade stream Upanishad. 1 great 3,000 worlds. Clank. A knife chopped out. Sun Long did not swept to the back of the meteorite, because it did not cut through, landed and looked up, just left a crack on the surface of the meteorite, spreading from the top of the meteorite to the bottom, a very long crack, but far from cutting the meteorite completely open. Sun Long wasn't satisfied. Am I only at this level now? The crew marveled. Sun Long, it's already awesome. The damage caused is not much less than that of Summerling and Vice Captain Zhao Yener. This meteorite is very hard. I'm afraid no pirate group can completely destroy it. After the attack, it was also clear to everyone that the meteorite was hard to destroy completely. Not only was it big, but it was also very hard. At this point, the other top pirate crews, too, were thinking the same thing, including the captain who had already made his move. The Golden Demon looked at the meteorite, which had been damaged up to 40%, with confidence. It's worthy of being a purple difficulty secret realm. Even we, the flying pirates, can't destroy all of them, but I believe that our results are bound to be the best of the bunch. Yes, Captain, we can't even break it, so the other top pirate groups must be similar to us. This secret realm is a good opportunity to enhance the head battle power, the comprehensive battle power. So we all went all out to send out the strongest strike, and it only caused 40% of the damage, so I believe it's already ranked at the top. At this time, Song Ling of the Juggernaut Pirates was thinking the same thing. The destruction caused by their strongest 100 was similar to that of the flying pirates. At this point, only one person was left without attacking the strongest pirate group created by Bai Xiaohan, and that was Shock Fruits by Xiaohan. Looking at the degree of destruction of the meteorite, which had already reached 40%, Bai Xiaohan sighed lightly. It seems like it's impossible to completely destroy the meteorite, even though I haven't struck yet. Even if I strike with all my might, I won't be able to bring the level of destruction up to 100%. But, after a pause, Bai Xiaohan's gaze was firm, confident, and arrogant. With me, White Xiaohan, then it is inevitable that our strongest pirate group will be the most destructive this time, and not one, but the first, simply because I am the possessor of the most destructive shock fruit. As the words fell, Bai Xiaohan raised his right arm across his body, his muscles bulging, and as the meteorite was about to fall, he fully exploded his shocking fruit ability with a low roar, delivering a spaced-out elbow strike towards the meteorite. Although the fight in the air, but Bai Xiaohan elbow strike hit the atmosphere, for which shaking, and even resounded with the sound of blast general rupture. In the horror of all the crew members, under the gaze of worship, the elbow strike hit the atmosphere. As mirrors appeared fine cracks. Immediately afterward, a powerful shock force rushed out and blasted towards the falling meteorite. The crew worshipped and marveled. That's the captain's shock fruit ability. Even the atmosphere, there are fine cracks. I believe that at a later stage, the captain is able to completely break the atmosphere like a mirror, and not just make a little crack. In the later stages, it can not only rupture space, but also cause earthquakes, tsunamis, etc. with terrifying power. The captain's shock fruit is definitely the strongest devil fruit, bar none. There was a loud rumbling and crushing sound. The crew's eyes were glowing. Bai Xiaohan's strike had damaged the meteorite quite a bit, making huge craters and debris constantly falling off the meteorite. The crew members calculated and said, "Our strongest pirate group, the degree of destruction caused by the meteorite is as high as 50%. I'm sure it will be the best grades. The captain gets the most experience. For sure. What do you say? Will Yi Yu have more than the captain? Impossible. He's more powerful than expected. But his sword art power is definitely not as strong as the captain's shock fruit power. The destruction caused by Yi Yu is definitely not as much as the captain. The overall destruction caused by the Baja Feather Pirate Group is also definitely inferior to our strongest pirate group. The name of our pirate group stands for the strongest." Not only was the crew confident, but after the attack, Bai Xiaohan was also confident. I'm bound to be the one who causes the greatest degree of destruction, even if it's a powerful devil fruit ability such as Golden Demon, Song Ling, Wang Quanshi, Lin Mu Shui, and so on. It's definitely not comparable to me. As for Yi Yu, it's even more unlikely that he can compare to me, although he is more powerful than imagined, and will currently make me look high, but in the later stages, the opponents in my eyes will not be him, but only Wang Quanshi, Lin Mu Shui and other powerful abilities. In Bai Xiaohan's opinion, starting at level 30, it was gradually arriving at Yi Yu's vulnerable period, thinking that an incapable person, after all, could not possibly compare to a powerful capable person. At this time, the Heaven's Pride Pirates, too, only had Lin Mu Shui left to attack yet. The level of destruction they've caused at this point, 35%. Lee Coram lands, not satisfied. The destruction caused by the power fruits me is not as big as I thought. Darn it, it seems that it's the King of Thieves, the one who has this ability, that developed it poorly. I'll have to work harder to develop the power fruit. Lin Muxue was disappointed and despised. How disappointing. You're nothing more than that. Li Karaba, it's also okay, but I believe that you, Yuki, will inevitably be the one to cause the most damage, and will make the damage caused by our pirate group, also known as the First. At this point, Lin Muxue was confident and smiled with conviction. That's for sure. After all, I've been building up my attack and preparing it for almost 10 seconds. Crackle! Lin Muxue's entire body was raging with lightning, and her body was all a bit larger, more than 2 meters, twice the size. This makes Li Tsong's eyes shine, taller and bigger, but he can only satiate his eyes, because the whole body is full of thunder and lightning, and he can't touch it at all. Lin Muxue was like a thunder god. Her eyes were filled with lightning, her right palm blasted at the meteorite and she drank lowly. 2 million volts. 2 million volts of lightning strength was her current limit. Boom! After the roar, Lin Muxue changed back to her original form, her face slightly pale, obviously consuming a lot. Looking at the deep crater bombed out, satisfied, Li Tsong praised our pirate group. The total destruction degree, close to 50%, mainly because of the snow child you're ringing thunder fruit powerful. I believe that the experience that you share with Schwer must be the most in this secret realm, and our pirate group is definitely higher than other pirate groups. That Yi definitely can't compare to you. Lin Muxue scorned. Don't compare Yi to me. He's not worthy. Yes. At this moment, the Beiju pirates, all the crew members' eyes were focused on Yi, and their eyes were glowing. With a bang, Yi leapt up and faced the huge meteorite that was about to fall, and the contrast between his figure and the meteorite formed a great contrast. But, end of chapter. Chapter 82 Yi's Black Dagger Night Fighter Stalking. All stunned. Chapter 82 Yi's Black Dagger Night Fighter Stalking. All stunned. Yi pulled out the black blade knight behind his back and lifted it up with his right hand gripping the hilt, and with his left hand he also gripped the black blade knight, once again holding the blade with both hands and raising it up high. However, like last time, it was obviously not enough. Yi had already clearly understood the degree of difficulty in destroying this meteorite, and it was not possible to completely break the meteorite without chopping it with all your might. On the night of the black blade, covering armed color hegemony, and Yi hegemony color hegemony burst. Summerling and the rest of the crew looked up and stared intently. Their hearts were a little puzzled. The captain is going all out, but why release the overlord color hegemony? Although the captain's hegemonic color breath is strong, it obviously can't affect the meteorite, right? Yeah, the overlord color hegemony. It can't do substantial damage yet. No, you guys, look, the overlord color hegemony target is not a meteorite, and it's not a large range of overlord color hegemony. The dark red lightning-like overlord color hegemony is actually wrapped around the black dagger knight. What? A hegemonic color hegemony that can also be wrapped around a weapon just like an armed color hegemony? This is something we didn't know. It's normal to not know. After all, there is no knowledge about the overlord's color hegemony unless the possessor himself would. To know. For a while, everyone's gazes were even more shocked, staring intently, in anticipation. And at this moment, only Yi knew that this was the overlord color winding. In the world of the King of Thieves, the overlord color winding can be mastered are only a handful? Only a very small number of top powerhouses on the Great Sea can do. Bastard color entwine, which enhances attacks, can be wrapped around a weapon, or other attack, and can also be used to attack an opponent without having to get close enough to touch it, at a certain distance. At this moment, Yi then used the overlord color winding, facing the meteorite and chopping it with all his might. Although the world of the King of Thieves, a lot of people will only be late, but because of the inheritance, Yi naturally long ago, just the power will not be as strong as the red hair. Roger, they are so strong. Yi's arms muscles bulging, tightly gripping the black blade knight raised to the top of the head. Dark red overlord color winding. The distance from the meteorite has been close at hand, and then the black blade knight chopped down. Still no frills, no move names. Xia Ling and the rest of the crew stared intently at how much damage Yi could do to the meteorite. There were too many craters and cracks all over the meteorite now, but it was still far from being completely destroyed by the explosion, and the damage was only about 40%, and it was still caused after the most powerful of them on these 99 ships had struck with all their might. Clang! The black blade knight chopped out, a piercing chopping clang, and an emerald green chopping light erupted with a click. In the next instant, everyone's eyes widened. With the sound of chopping and cracking, the huge meteorite was unexpectedly chopped into 2 halves with a single slash, splitting left and right. My god! This blade, so terrifying, such a huge, hard meteorite, chopped in half. Not bad for a captain. Is this the captain's full strength slash? It's too strong. The captain is stronger than expected. We thought we knew the captain's strength well, better than any other pirate, but now we realize that we didn't know it very well before. The crew members were all wide-eyed and open-mouthed, overwhelmed with shock. Bang! Yi Yu landed on the deck and reminded with a slight smile, "Everyone cover your ears. It's going to explode." In the next instant, Xia Ling, Zhao Yener, Zhang Tianyi, and all the crew members, once again stared at the meteorite in the sky with wide eyes and horror. Click here for, only to see, chopped into two halves of the meteorite left and right separation just about to fall. Is dense rupture sound constantly, blink of an eye, two halves of the meteorite all over the wide cracks. The crew subconsciously expected, quickly raised their hands to cover their ears. Boom! Suddenly, the meteorite that was chopped in half suddenly bombarded and was completely destroyed, turning into countless pieces, and even each piece, so small that it was like gravel, fell like rain. Yi Yu's overlord color hegemonic aura erupted and rushed out, blowing away the gravel in the sky, avoiding landing on the ship, and all of it fell into the sea. At that moment, all the crew members, incomparably shocked, incomparably worshipful, looked at Yi Yu, and everyone's eyes were blossoming with starbursts. "I'll go. The captain is so handsome." A slash to burst the meteorite. Perhaps the captain should have done it long ago, but waited until after we had all attacked, fearing that the meteorite would be blown up with a single slash in advance, and that some of us would not be able to attack it. Yes, I'm afraid that when the destruction level of the meteorite reaches 30%, this slash of the captain's will still be able to cut the meteorite. The captain who contracted 7 incapacitated people, so strong, before I would think that it would still be inferior to the top devil fruit such as the shock fruit and the ringing thunder fruit, but now it seems that it won't be inferior. I believe that no other pirate group has managed to destroy the meteorite, only our Bearing Feather pirate group. The captain is also bound to be the one who gained the most experience in this purple secret realm. The crew was happy and grateful, feeling more and more that it was great to join the Baja Feather Pirates. Sun Long was appalled that the gap was so large. His own fancy, read half a day of poetry, the result is cut out a long scar. And Yi Yu no fancy, like a flat a knife, directly cut burst, thinking back to the time when they first met, saying that they would be free to spar with Yi Yu in sword fighting. Sun Long couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he thought about it now. The gap between me and the captain in terms of swordsmanship right now, it's huge. The gap is so big that I'm not even qualified to spar with the captain yet. I'm afraid that the captain doesn't need to use the Knight of the Black Blade. Any pencil blade can defeat me. After being shocked, Sun Long's eyes became more determined and excited. Having a goal as terrifying as the captain's fills me with fighting spirit. The goal is so high. I must climb up, work harder to sharpen myself and improve my sword skills. Xia Ling marveled. "Captain, it seems that I didn't fully understand your sword skills before. It's surprisingly so strong." Sure enough, without choosing the devil fruit, you can still cover the frozen fruit me. Quite a bit stronger than me. Zhao Yener also marveled. So much stronger than the top heavenly prides me. Originally thought, there is no one who can make the burning fruits me hug my thigh. But captain, you are perfectly fine. I also want to be like Xia Ling, and hug your thigh tightly in the future. Let's hug captain. Yi Yu smiled faintly. Of course you can hug. You can hug either one. The crew is happy. With such a powerful captain, who could not be happy in this dangerous world? And with such a strong cohesion of the Baja Feather Pirates, true partners and friends, not just the surface. It's a big happy family. Zhou Xing sighed, it's a pity that this time the world didn't see this sort of the captain. And too many people aren't clear about our Beiju pirate group is like a big family, or else there would be more people who want to sign up to join, even if there is a threat from the Green Dragon, the Tianjiu pirate group, and so on. Yi Yu didn't care. It's fine. Anyway, in 8 days, the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirates will have all their battle forces assembled to come after us. Zhou Xing nodded. That's right, the captain is so strong. It's really hard to say who will win and who will lose when the time comes. End of chapter. Chapter 83, The King's Fist Can Kill the 4 Emperors? Chapter 83, The King's Fist Can Kill the 4 Emperors? At this moment, the purple secret realm all disappeared, and the meteorites that hadn't been blown up, disappeared as well. All the powerful pirate groups thought they had the best results, and all the top celestial pride were confident that they had caused the most damage. But, there was a consensus that there was no way any pirate group could destroy the meteorite in its entirety. At this moment, Yi Yu felt that he had gained a lot of experience and directly reached level 20. By level 20, it felt significantly more inherited from Roger, Redhead, and the other 7. Yi Yu sighed softly. When the level was low, there was very little inheritance. As the level increased, one could clearly feel that as the level increased, there was a bit more inheritance. Xia Ling, Zhao Yener, and the others, all clearly felt the increase in Yi Yu's strength aura and inquired, "Captain, are you level 20? Well, 20. I'm 22. The two vice-captains, as well as Sun Long, and Zhou Xing, were all level 20 as well, and the rest of the cadres were close, if not yet. Although Xiao Linger was a nurse, she would also focus on taking care of some ferocious beasts, and when the seed beasts were dying, they would let Xiao Linger harvest them. Xiao Linger's level couldn't be left behind, and the healing fruit ability was still important. A team couldn't afford to lack a nursemaid. Look at the sky, you guys. Suddenly, one of the crew members cried out in alarm, and everyone looked up into the sky. It was a moment of horror and disbelief, only to see, the sky surfaced a golden sun in general, and it can even be said that outside the sky, it was like an additional sun. At that moment, the entire world took notice. What's with the extra smaller golden sun? It's not like the sun, it's more like a golden swirling stream. My god, a golden secret realm? No way. Now that the mutation just started a few days ago, a golden secret realm appears? The purple secret realm is all this difficult. No one can completely destroy the meteorite, and above the purple secret realm is the black secret realm, the red secret realm, and then the golden secret realm. How come the golden secret realm has appeared now? This is an extermination level for the entire world, right? Even if all the pirates of the entire world teamed up to fight against it now, it would be impossible to defeat the golden secret realm, right? Look closely at the golden mystery and you'll get the message. At once, everyone was quiet, inwardly disturbed, panicked, but soon, relieved to know the information. It was indeed the golden mystery, but it was far away from Blue Star, as far away as the sun. At the same time, everyone saw that a meteorite emerged from the golden secret realm, and under the illumination of the golden secret realm, even though the meteorite was 150 million kilometers away from the Blue Star, it was also illuminated like a bright golden star. It was already clear to all that the contents of this golden secret realm would not descend immediately. The content was that this meteorite, which would approach with the Blue Star as its target, was expected to descend in a year's time, and at that time, those on the bounty list could attack and be rewarded with experience based on the damage caused. Moreover, if this meteorite cannot be destroyed, it will not disappear and will continue to fall, causing disaster. Attacker. There is no limit to the number of attacks. That's why everyone is relieved that it won't come down immediately. There's a year to go. Phew. Okay. Although it's a golden secret realm, it can be attacked by 100 people, or 100 on the bounty gold list. So 100 of the strongest alone facing a golden secret realm, or 1 year later, there's still hope. This meteorite from afar, as a small golden star, but in fact has a diameter of 20 kilometers in size. Very large. Not just a small meteorite can be compared, and still so far away from the distance close to the time close to the Blue Star. Under the acceleration of gravity, it will turn into a horrible fireball meteorite. The power of the horror. Want to destroy. The difficulty is very large. Yes, after all, the destruction of the dinosaur era of the meteorite. The diameter is only 10 kilometers in size. The impact of the release of energy, equivalent to 100 trillion tons of TNT explosives, or the days of the days suffered from that atomic single have to be 5 billion at the same time to explode the power. So, a year from now this meteorite is going to be even more terrifying than the one that destroyed the dinosaurs. When the time comes, it'll go to the top 100 on the bounty list. At this time, the Bearing Feather Pirates. Xia Ling appraised. When the time comes, we must be on the bounty list. That way we can participate in the attack on this meteorite. The Golden Secret Realm, so difficult, also represents a huge reward. Zhao Yener nodded. Well, be sure to participate when the time comes. Sun Long, Zhou Xing also looked at the bounty list that stood in the center of heaven and earth. Although they were incapable, but because of Yi Yu's power, it gave them confidence that getting on the bounty list was not impossible. At this moment, the other powerful pirate groups, the Celestial Pride, were all showing excitement. Lin Muxue was confident. When the time comes, I'll definitely be the one to cause the most damage, and in a year's time, my rattling thunder fruit will be even more terrifying for me to develop. Li Karama was confident. When the time comes, I'll be able to cause big damage as well. After all, I'm a force fruit ability. Lin Muxue despised. Your force fruit. It disappoints me a bit. Li Tsong hurriedly explained. It must be that the people in the King of Thieves who possessed the power fruit developed it poorly or didn't have long to obtain it. Whereas I have enough time. I will definitely develop the power fruit to be extremely powerful. Lin Muxue clasped her hands on her chest. Arrogant, it's better so. In addition, you want to attack this meteorite a year later, by then you have to be on the list. Now Yi Yu's strength is not bad. Can't vacate a place anymore? You don't want to become 101. That happens to be unable to participate. Li Tsong was confident. No, I will definitely be able to make the list in for 1 year. By then the level will definitely be far beyond level 30. At level 50 or 60 is possible. Then also can inherit more of the strength of the power fruit possessor in the Pirate King. After 1 year, it's already considered the middle period. A strong period for those with abilities and a weak period for those without abilities. Lin Muxue no longer said anything, but was confident and expectant. At that time, Lin Muxue, will have to constantly use those moves of the rattling thunder fruit that are extremely terrifying. The 10,000 thunders, as well as the thunder welcome. But in order to unleash such a horrifying move, I will need to prepare the thunderclouds for a year, which is also enough time. At that time, inevitably, I will be the one to cause the most destruction, shocking the world, shocking those Heaven's Pride, and even joining my Heaven's Pride pirates. This is not only an opportunity to gain experience, but also an opportunity for me to perform and recruit people. Li Tsong nodded his head. Yes, when the time comes, the one who will cause the most damage and attract the most attention will inevitably be you, Shuer. As for Yi Yu, perhaps he will be on the bounty gold list in a month or so, but the bounty gold list in a year's time will definitely not have his name on it. At this point, Wang Quanshi was equally confident. 1 year, great. By then I'm going to fight so that I can fully transform into a dragon and use a powerful move. The Fire Dragon's Great Torch, as well as the strongest move, the Ascending Dragon, Flame 8 trigrams, and I'm going to be the one that causes the most damage from the meteorite, and shock the world with it. The captain can certainly do it, and will certainly be the most dazzling existence at that time. At this moment, the most confident ones were not only Lin Muxue, Wang Quanshi, and Bai Xiaohan. My shocking fruit also has the powerful potential of destructive power. 1 year later, Bai Xiaohan will definitely use the shocking fruit, maximum destruction meteorite, to leave those heavenly pride behind. The other celestial pride, Song Ling, Golden Demon, and so on, were also confident. But, at this time, there was a man who wasn't eating the top devil fruit or contracting a powerful incapacitated person from the Pirate King, but he was very confident. Looking at the distant meteorite, his gaze was incredibly confident. Since I have time to prepare, then when the time comes, I will warm up and prepare a few hours in advance. Just contracted an incapacitated person. I am confident that I will definitely be the one to cause the most damage. The shocking fruit, the rattling thunder fruit and all these, they are not necessarily comparable to me, simply because my moves are too special, too suitable. If Yi Yu was there at this time, if he heard the words, he would be a little curious and then guess who it was. One person that quickly comes to mind is Elizabello II from the King of Thieves, also known as the king with the crown on his head and boxing gloves. In the King of Thieves, Elizabello II let slip that the king's fist, which was struck after enough time to accumulate and prepare, was as strong as the 4 emperors, and would be killed on the spot by the concentration of this punch. Whether it was bragging or not, this was unknown, but it was also certain that the power of the king's fist was, indeed, not bad. That's what makes him confident. I, Hong Fei, am going to shock the world with just 1 punch when the time comes. And at this time, Yi Yu did not say anything, because there is no need to say. Who caused the most damage is inevitable, their own clear on the line. Yi Yu shouted, keep sailing. End of chapter. Chapter 84, Fruit of Truth? Chapter 84, Fruit of Truth? 3 days had passed, and there were still 5 days left before Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates made their move. In these 3 days, many sea beasts had been tackled, and many islands where ferocious beasts existed would be encountered, and there would be some treasures as well, also encountered between the pirate groups to compete for treasure. Killing each other, a pirate group will be another pirate group's crew killed almost all dead, but also to rape the female crew of the failed pirate group. But the Beijiu pirate group came and asked the other party to hand over their treasures, and although they were very reluctant, they could only hand them over obediently. Afterwards, Yi Yu made a move to settle this pirate group. Handing over the treasure would not spare them, it would only give them a pain in the ass. There was no need to be merciful with this kind of pirate group full of truly evil people. At this moment, the Bearing Feather pirates were approaching an island. Yi Yu inquired, how much longer to arrive? Another 3 hours will be able to arrive. That secret realm still do not know what is the content of the failure to come out, are not explained, so that many captains of the pirate group do not dare to enter easily. Although there is no danger, but out of the punishment, but also many people do not want to face. Yi Yu is interested inside lightly. I have to say, this secret realm is still really unique. Purple difficulty. Surprisingly no one has passed yet. In addition, this punishment after coming out is indeed unique. Just 2 days ago, this purple secret realm appeared. the only one in the world. And in this purple secret realm, there is a devil fruit floating. A devil fruit that didn't appear in the King of Thieves and a devil fruit that doesn't have combat power. This devil fruit is called the Fruit of Truth. And when the loser of the passing mystery comes out, he or she will be asked a question by the voice of the message, and is bound to answer with the truth, and cannot lie, because the truth fruit ability will work, so that anyone facing the question can only say the truth, cannot say false. If you pass, naturally, you won't need to ask questions and will gain experience. Also, someone passes the level, and this fruit of truth, which randomly appears in the hands of a normal person who hasn't eaten a devil fruit or contracted an incapacitated person, can eat it. This makes the civilian tier. Quite a few people want to get it, especially the previous official, thinking that if the person who eats this fruit of truth is recruited, then in the future face can be criminals by him to interrogate, then it is too convenient. It is perfect, because it is impossible to tell a lie. Whether there is a crime or not, a question will be known. So this devil fruit, although it is very chicken and has no combat power, the official is very eager to obtain. After all, most of the people who chose to become civilians were still living the same life as before, so the old rules and order still operated among the civilians. So, the officials would love to get the Fruit of Truth possessor. After this purple secret realm appeared, many pirate groups wanted to go there, but many of them were too late because this secret realm only lasted for 3 days, and now there was still 1 day left. The Beiju pirates, on the other hand, were not very far away from this secret realm, so all this time, they were sailing with this purple secret realm as their destination, and with another 3 hours of sailing, they would be there. A number of people have gone in during this time, without success. There is a requirement to enter. It can only be the captain of a pirate group. So for each pirate group, only one person can enter, and that is the captain. During that time, strong pirate captains went in and came out tired and injured, and weak pirate captains came out in about the same state and not dead. So many people are not sure what types are in there, but know that the difficulty of facing the weak ones, the strong ones, definitely varies from person to person. So, it also makes a lot of weak pirate groups want to participate. This made Jiu come to be interested in seeing what kind of secret realm it was, and it was surprising that no one had passed through it yet, because once they did, the secret realm would disappear. At this time, not far away on the island, the beautiful girl with long orange hair whose looks and figure were similar to Nami's in the King of Thieves looked at the nautical map and calculated. The Overlord Feather Pirates will definitely be heading to the Purple Secret Island. From the information I grasped 2 days ago about the sea they appeared in, I can deduce that they will definitely pass by this city island. I'm going to seize this opportunity. The young girl's name is Jang Naren, and the contracted incapacitated person is called Nami. No one was willing to recruit her. Indentured incapable person, or a female. Although because of Yu, the world was made to know that some highly talented incapacitated people weren't so bad. A pirate group had also tested her, but failed, because Zhang Naren's strength was not impressive. Although weak pirate groups were willing to recruit, Zhang Naren did not want to join a pirate group made up of minions. Knowing that Yu valued the incapable, Zhang Naren wanted to give it a try. She felt that although she wasn't powerful right now, she was only level 14 right now, and felt that she would become powerful as she continued to rise in level. Because when she contracted at the time, not only did she just think that her opponent looked like herself, but she also thought that Nami didn't look weak. And with the diva baton in her hand, she felt like she had some special strength, and it felt like a good fit for her. Before the mutation, she was a seafaring enthusiast, passionate about studying the weather at sea, routes, etc. And by inheriting Nami, she also inherited her knowledge, like herself, and all of a sudden, her knowledge of seafaring was even greater. Relying on her knowledge, she surmised that the bashful feather pirates were just about to pass by. It should be here soon. Counting the time, the margin of error can't be more than 5 minutes. Just after the muttering, Zhang Naren, who was watching with binoculars, saw it from afar and was happy. Sure enough, just passing through at this exact time, my previous knowledge, along with contracting Nami, has made me an excellent navigator. I must get on his ship and become a navigator for the Baja Feather Pirates. Zhang Naran picked up the horn. The place where he stood is also selected, according to the wind direction to find the best position, so that even if the distance is very far, but through the horn, the wind flow, then you can be more likely to have the sound spread farther. Zhang Naran shouted, I want to sign up to join the Bayou Pirates. You are my idol. Also I'm contracted as an incapacitated person. Maybe the incapacitated person I'm contracted to won't be very powerful, but I'm a gifted level 6. And I think that the most powerful thing about myself isn't in terms of strength, but in terms of nautical knowledge. Let me join. However, there was no response, and the bearing feather pirates continued to sail. Zhang Naran's face was heavy. The distance is too far. Didn't you hear it? Very anxious. Can not miss. Hurry to take the prepared wooden boat, although there is a danger. But Zhang Naran briefly hesitated, gritted his teeth and decided. Sailing quickly close, even if the distance away from the bottom of the sea, there will be a powerful marine life, but also to try. Chance, after all, the sea beasts are not always immobile. Got into the wooden boat, paddled quickly, and then proceeded to shout through the loudspeaker. At this moment, Yi Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, naturally hearing it from the start. The others on the ship couldn't hear it, but their own inherited hearing, which also included the redhead and the other 7, stacked up and naturally they could hear it. The reason why they ignored it at first was to test it to see if they had the courage to choose to row closer. After all, the sea was dangerous now. For those who were weak, they didn't dare to go close to the seashore, and even if they sailed, they didn't dare to be more than 100 meters away from the shore. And at this time, Zhang Naran shock rowing boat is 500 meters away from the shore. Yi Yu felt that the test was passed. At this point, Zhang Naran shouted, not to give up. But suddenly, wow, the seawater in front of him immediately rushed and lifted up, making the wooden boat shake violently with it. And Zhang Naran was inwardly uneasy, and with a clattering sound, a sea beast with a neck and head like a giraffe, and a body in the shape of a fish emerged from the seawater, with a height of 10 meters. Zhang Naran's face instantly changed in shock. Oh no, it's not the original mutated creatures in the Blue Star Sea, but the sea beasts that descended with it after the mutation. Although uneasy, he kept himself calm. Even if he was not an opponent, he would die faster if he lost his cool. End of chapter. Chapter 85 Unknown. The secret realm no one has passed through. Chapter 85 Unknown. The secret realm no one has passed through. Zhang Naran quickly counterattacked with the sky waiting rod in his hand, pointing at the sea beast in front of him with a low shout. Heaven strikes thunder. All of a sudden, 3 colors of bubbles emerged from the weather bar. Blue bubbles for cold bubbles, red bubbles for hot bubbles, and gold bubbles for electric bubbles. Hot bubbles containing moisture rose and collided with the falling cold bubbles above, quickly condensing into a cloud. Then the electric bubbles surged into the cloud, and in the next instant with a rumbling thunderclap a golden thunderbolt slashed down from the cloud, hitting the massive sea beast. The sea beast's body lagged, originally opening its mouth to engulf Zhang Naran, but the electric shock candidate's body was in severe pain, and its entire body smoldered with black smoke as it briefly stiffened for a moment. Roar! This made the sea beast extremely angry, enduring its injuries and swallowing and biting again. Zhang Naran was alarmed. This sea beast's level is quite a bit higher than mine, estimated to be at level 18. If it was at the same level as me, I would be able to finish it off. But now, in the face of crisis, Zhang Naran does not give up. But right at this moment, the sea beast's body suddenly stalled once again, its entire body breaking out in a cold sweat, its eyes wide and streaked with blood. With an incomparable expression of horror, Zhang Naran was staggered and didn't feel anything, but noticed the dark red arc of electricity around the sea beast, which was the overlord color hegemony. The only one who can do this is. At this moment, Yi Yu's feet stepped on the moon steps and quickly rushed in, already floating above the head of the sea beast, and an appreciative voice rang out. You did good. Only now. Naturally, I also want to see Zhang Naran's own strength. There is perseverance and determination is not enough, but also have to look at the strength. Now seems to be very good. The strength of the future will not be inferior to Nami, and even to exceed. Zhang Naran looked up at Yi Yu in the air with worshipful eyes, and her heart was suddenly filled with a sense of security. Yi Yu's right fist was pitch black and slammed down, hitting the sea beast's head. With a clattering sound, the sea beast was directly hit without going to the bottom of the sea. At the same time, the seawater was lifted up in a large area, forming a small tsunami in general, just like a powerful bomb exploding in the seawater. A large area of seawater was raised high up. Zhang Naran was shocked. His physical skills are also impressive. The surface of the sea lifted up. Zhang Naran's boat was lifted up. The boat was perpendicular to the surface of the sea. She was about to fall, but felt her slender waist was embraced by an arm. With the sound of stepping on the air, she quickly approached the Beiju pirate ship. Yi Yu held Zhang Naran and was also able to move freely in the air. Zhang Naran looked at Yi Yu's handsome and domineering face from a close distance, felt the strong, secure arms embrace, and her heartbeat accelerated slightly. Yi Yu landed on the deck and put Zhang Naran down, asking with concern, "It's okay. I'm fine. Thank you." Yi Yu corrected, "It should be thank you, Captain." This made Zhang Naran's eyes light up with excitement. "I don't have to take the test? Can I directly become a crew member of the Bearing Feather Pirates?" Yi Yu nodded. "Well, there is no need to assess. Just now it has been assessed. In fact, I heard it at the beginning. Your courage, not being afraid of danger and so on, I have seen it in my eyes. Great. Zhang Naran was happy to have joined the Beiju pirates, but still introduced himself with some inferiority complex. I still need to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Naran. I contracted an incapacitated person, or a girl, called Nami. However, I may not be very strong in battle, but I, myself, am a learned seafaring knowledge. My contracted Nami, she is also a navigator. The two combined, my seafaring knowledge knows more. I can make the voyage to circumvent a lot of bad weather, to provide a good routes and so on. Yi Yu nodded appreciatively. Not bad. The ship happens to lack a powerful navigator. You will be the one to take up the position in the future. In addition, not only do you become a member of the Beiju pirates, but you can directly become one of the cadres. This left Zhang Naran stunned and unresponsive. Cadre? No, I'm not qualified to be a cadre. The crew is also surprised. Sun Long, Qiu Xing became a cadre, although the contracted incapable person, but the incapable person is very powerful, and Zhang Naran contracted incapable person, and not as powerful as Solon, Sanji, but, there were no objections, and now for Yi Yu's decision, unconditional compliance, also knew that Yi Yu was bound to have a reason. Yi Yu positively said, your own strength is not bad, in the future will certainly be stronger, and, the navigator in a pirate ship, is also extremely important. After all, this is a great age of navigation. Later time, basically in the sea, facing all kinds of bad weather. With the mutation, the weather has also become bad. The beginning of the voyage is not long, have not yet felt it, but to the really dangerous route, you can feel it, so it's very important to have a great navigator. Just as Qiao Linger, although no strength, but an important nurse ship doctor, so you are perfectly capable of becoming one of the cadres. There is no favoritism. You deserve it, so do not refuse. This makes Zhang Naran more excited. Join the Beiju pirate group even if, but also became one of the cadres. This is never expected. Originally thought, become the official crew, are very happy. Low-level crew can also, after all, is the Beiju pirate group, however, directly into the cadres, let her very happy, incomparable firm. Captain, I'll do my best and won't let you down on me. Okay, trust you. The crew cheered and celebrated. Congratulations on joining our big family, the Bearing Feather Pirates. It's great that Mariner has it. The Bearing Feather Pirates are getting better and better. After greeting each other and getting to know each other, Zhang Naran liked the atmosphere of the Baja Feather Pirates. She was invited by a pirate group before and didn't join just because she thought she didn't like it. A total interest group in general. Zhang Naran inquired, Captain, you're going to the island where the secret realm of truth is located, right? Yi Yu nodded. Yes, then the captain can go like this. Zhang Naran rerouted. It's not a detour, it's just that if we continue to follow this route, the weather will change. There will be high winds and heavy rains, and there will be some changes in the flow of the seawater, and these will rock the boat all the way over, and it will slow down the sailing, and the purple secret area will disappear if someone passes through. So this route is faster, and it will be faster by an hour, about an hour and a half too. This made the crew's eyes light up, and the more they felt that it was no wonder they could become cadres, and that navigators were really important. They gave a thumbs up. Naran, that's awesome. Yi Yu sighed in admiration. It is indeed good. Then sail according to what you said. You don't need to ask me in the future. We all don't know as much as you do. And in terms of sailing, you can just decide on your own. You have the right to do so. Yes, Captain. With the sailing, it was windy and sunny all the way, and although it was a long way around, it did go faster. And the original route, the sky is cloudy, heavy rain, blowing a storm, the sea rushing, so that the bad pirate ship violently swaying, hands and feet, afraid of capsizing. That's the benefit of having a navigator, circumventing a lot of it. Soon, an hour and a half had passed, and there was still 1,000 meters from the secret island of truthfulness. It was almost there, and the island could already be clearly seen. Yi Yu was excited. No one has passed yet, so let me see what kind of secret realm it is. End of chapter. Chapter 86, Narrow Road. Meeting Lin Mu Shui. Chapter 86, Narrow Road. Meeting Lin Mu Shui. At this moment, around the special purple secret island, there were hundreds of pirate groups and hundreds of pirate ships surrounding this island, most of them waiting and wanting to participate as well. At this time, the captain of the Black Sun Pirates, Kai Kuan, came out of the secret realm, his face pale and injured. The waiting pirates saw it and recognized it. Isn't he Kai Kuan? Although he's not a heavenly pride, quite a few people recognize him. After all, He was famous before the mutation. As I recall, he ate the artificial devil fruit bird fruit chicken form. At this level, in our pirate group, it's at most a full crew member. But it's surprising that you can become the captain of a pirate group. After all, he had quite a few fans before the mutation. So after the mutation, quite a few people were willing to follow. And even some who were a bit more powerful than him were willing to join. So he created the Black Sun Pirates. It's already completely certain that no matter what kind of strength it is, it comes out seriously injured. It doesn't say that the weak ones who go in must die. So it seems that this secret realm varies from person to person. After all, those heavenly prides went in and also came out with serious injuries. That's why so many pirate groups wait to give captains of low strength hope. The moment Kai Kuan came out, there were many captains who couldn't wait and wanted to go in. My turn. One of the captains closest to the secret realm wanted to enter. After all, the purple secret realm didn't exist for much longer. Step aside. I'm going in. What are you in for? It's my turn. I'm ahead of you. What's the use of coming early? Who says whoever comes early goes first? This is a secret realm opportunity. There's no such thing as first come, first served. To grab it, I'll beat you up first. Come on. Am I afraid of you? At once, a number of captains scrambled up for a fight. At that moment, a stern cry rang out. Get out of the way, all of you. At once, all the pirates looked over and their faces changed. A ship in the shape of a green dragon sailed in, with a magnificent and very imposing hull, and the pirate flag, also a green dragon. It was instantly recognizable to a number of people. The Green Dragon Pirates. The captain is the King's Right division that ate the animal-type fish fruit phantom beast species green dragon form. The top heavenly pride. The top pirate group. For a while, the dense, small pirate ships on the sea sailed quickly to make way. The captains who were scrambling to get in first were instantly abashed and hurriedly backed away. Bang! A figure leapt up and landed. Stout and tall, fierce-looking, with a proud gaze, without looking at the surrounding pirates, straight into the purple secret realm. He is Wang Quan Shi. After the Wang Quan division entered, at this time Kai Kuan faced a sincere inquiry. The sound of the message echoed from the secret realm. The pirates watched a good show in general. What an inquiry this one will be. Only ask about one. There are too many types. Those that come out are asked a question that must be answered. And they can't help but say it even if they don't want to. That's the power of the fruit of truth. Anyone who doesn't pass the secret realm will be asked a question. Those who pass won't be asked. The message voice inquired. Kai Kuan, answer a question next as a punishment for not passing the secret realm. Kai Kuan was a bit uneasy because the questions asked were basically humiliating. Sai Kuan, how long do you have time? Kai Kuan suddenly uncontrollably said, although it is very reluctant to say, will be very embarrassing, so many people in, not to mention their own pirate group, are their own powder. The mouth tried to close, but it came out uncontrollably. Me 3 seconds. Because I didn't know any better when I was younger. I relied on myself a lot. So that's why I only have 3 seconds now. Pust. At that moment, many people around couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha, too short. It's almost as short and feeble as the author of a novel I'm following, which is called Remote Star Don't Be a Little House. The last one that failed asked about one of the most humiliating things. This time it was about time. Surely they are all questions that would be humiliating. That won't happen. I wouldn't be ashamed to ask me instead. I'd just be dignified because I'm an hour. Blow it. After inquiring, Kai Kuan's face turned red with embarrassment. Ship's doctor, help me on board and leave. The ship's doctor quickly helped Kai Kuan onto the boat and threw himself away. It didn't take long for Wang Quan Shi to come out. His face was ugly, and his injuries were not light. The crew of the Green Dragon Pirates shook. Can't the captain even get through? It's purple, but not so much that it's still badly injured. What the hell? Wang Quan Shi consumed a lot. His face was a bit pale. And soon the cadres of the Green Dragon Pirates swept in. Although the injuries were not light, but after all, it was the Green Dragon Pirates, and no one would take advantage of the opportunity to make a move against the Wang Quan division. Want to go, but must answer questions. The message sounded. Master Wang Quan, please answer. How old are you? It made everyone realize that it wasn't age. That way there wasn't the slightest possibility that the question would be a disgrace. Wang Quan Shi's body immediately shook and his mouth tightly closed. The other pirates murmured. With such a big, tall, muscular look, he shouldn't be ashamed to answer. That's not always true, and it's not based on physique either. Sometimes muscular men, on the contrary, don't work. He's got a hard look on his face. Shouldn't he? This quieted the pirates quickly. Wang Quan Shi replied out with an ugly face. I'm less than an inch. At once, everyone was stunned. Less than an inch? An inch is 3 centimeters. No wonder it's so hard to answer. questions continue to be asked. Not accurate enough to answer accurately. Wang Quanshi spoke shamefully. 2 centimeters. Pust. At that moment, the surrounding pirates couldn't help but laugh, although they all quickly covered their mouths, not wanting to laugh out. After all, the other party was a king power master, but they still couldn't hold back. After answering, Wang Quanshi was furious and shouted angrily, "What are you laughing at?" At once, the pirates hurriedly held their breath. The crew of the Green Dragon pirates were also not expecting it and were stunned. Cadre hurriedly reminded, "Captain, we have to leave quickly. We saw the ship of the Beiju pirate group approaching here. It's almost here. Captain, you are injured now. Even if we are not afraid of them, it's definitely not good if we fight." Wang Quanshi could only suppress his anger and was quickly helped onto the boat. After all, the previous deterrent to keep people from joining the Bearing Feather pirates. If too many people join, the Green Dragon pirates will join the Fei Tian and Juggernaut pirates when the time comes. The Baju pirates were definitely hostile to them, so they had to leave as soon as possible. Boarding the ship, the Green Dragon pirates sailed away quickly. At that moment, the other pirate groups were just about to scramble to enter, when a thunderbolt flashed and floated in front of the secret realm. A silhouette, figure, appearance are all extremely good, but extremely high and cold. Many people recognized it. It's Lin Muxue. The Tianjiao pirates are here, but Lin Muxue went ashore so quickly. Not bad for a rattling thunder fruit ability. Lin Muxue skimmed over the Beiju pirates not far away and coldly grunted, "Yi you, you've come too. Then I'm going to enter as soon as possible and pass through, thus making you come for nothing." With that, Lin Muxue entered the secret realm. At this moment, the Beiju pirates naturally discovered the Tianjiao pirates, and at the same time, they also saw the Green Dragon pirates that were sailing away quickly. Yu Tingyun, who was in charge of telescopic reconnaissance, quickly reported, "Captain, the Green Dragon pirates are in such a hurry to leave because the King Power Division didn't make it through, and they're not badly injured, so they're obviously afraid that we'll take advantage of the opportunity to deal with them." Yi Yu coldly smiled. "Wanting to leave like this is no good. At least I have to take revenge on you guys." As the words fell, Yi Yu leapt up. End of chapter. Chapter 87, Singling Out the 7 Heavenly Pride. Chapter 87, Singling Out the 7 Heavenly Pride. Although it was already 1,000 meters away from the Green Dragon pirates, Yi Yu still had to attack, and the distance was far enough. Clang! Both hands raised the Black Blade Knight, directly chopping out. Piercing emerald green chopping rapidly burst out. On the Green Dragon pirate ship, everyone's faces changed in shock. Yi Yu has launched a chopping attack. It's still two-handed. Quickly counterattack with all your might. His chopping power is too strong. We, the Green Dragon pirates, are mostly able-bodied, animal-based mostly, and we can't let the ship be destroyed. At once, the crew of the Green Dragon pirates were ready to counterattack. After all, they had seen the terror of Yi Yu's sword skills in the previous live broadcast. Wang Quanshi scolded, "Quiet, why are you panicking? We are the Green Dragon Pirate Regiment, and the ship we came from is the main ship. There are no lowly crew members on board. The elites are all on board, except for one of the cadres, Yang Ashes, who isn't here. All the others are here, so what's the point of panicking? The whole crew counterattack? Impossible. He's just one person. Yang Ashes, one of the cadre, ate the ancient species toothless pterodactyl form of the animal-based dragon fruit." The crew of the Green Dragon pirates were quiet and stressed. "Captain, it's not necessary to counter all of them, but his chopping power is too strong. And you're seriously injured right now, Captain, so we can't let him take advantage of the situation to give us a hard time." "Humph, even if I'm injured, but it's just one of his chopping strikes. I'm not afraid yet." Wang Quanshi stepped forward and ordered, "Tuoba Jia, Li Kuwei, Xiaolong, the 7 of you, it's enough to counterattack with me." Tuoba Jia didn't need to say much, and was known as the king of relying on boats by Yi Yu. Before, he was sunk into the sea by a knife and was seriously injured. But he didn't drown in the sea water, and his vitality, physique, and because of the fruit, he was also strong. Li Kuwei, on the other hand, ate the ancient species of Brachiosaurus form of the animal-based dragon fruit, which is Quin's devil fruit from the King of Thieves. Xiao Long ate the devil fruit. The King of Thieves has not yet appeared, is also the animal system dragon fruit ancient species, Tyrannosaurus rex form. Strength, potential is not bad. The remaining 4, 2, were all powerful animal-type abilities. They were confident that they could completely block the chopping attack that Yi Yu sent out with both hands. Before, Song Ling and the Golden Demon couldn't block them together and were at a disadvantage. But they were 7. Wang Quanshi's eyes were filled with a cold aura. "Seeing us leave, and still wanting to give us a downward spiral, then let's give you one instead. Otherwise, it's too humiliating." Just now, Wang Quanshi was already very humiliated, and was known by so many people about his most shameful and humiliating thing, which was, this matter was originally known to no one, except for his former girlfriend. But now, with so many people knowing about it, it would definitely spread as well, and it would be humiliating and disgraceful for the celestial pride. Now, it was even more important not to be hit with a downward spiral by Yi Yu. Although Wang Quanshi was injured all over his body, he was also furious and vented all his anger on Yi Yu, fully utilizing his fruit ability. In the next instant, Wang Quanshi's head turned into a dragon's head. The rest were still human bodies, turning one part of his body into the corresponding part of the green dragon, which was the limit of what he could transform into at the moment. Suddenly the dragon's mouth opened wide with a low cry. Hot breath. Suddenly, a flame soared out with high temperature and powerful destructive force. It made the crew's eyes light up. Dragon. It'll be cool fun when, later in the season, the captain can fully transform into a dragon. Let Yi Yu regret doing it. At this time, the pirate groups around the island also noticed, staring closely, wanting to see who gave who a downward spiral. Zhao Yener was a little depressed when she saw Wang Quanshi spitting a flame out of his mouth. Since the sailing adventure, he had come across some that could also use flames, typically Zhou Xing, who could raise flames on his feet, and Song Ling, who could also erupt in flame attacks, and now there was another Wang Quan master. So, Zhao Yener was depressed. How come it seems like a heavenly pride can send out flame-type attacks? Originally thought that flames, only mine that ate the burning fruit could use them, but there's already quite a few people using them out. This made Zhao Yener embarrassed, but Yi Yu also told him, even if someone can also burst flame attack, but the flame certainly cannot be compared with the real flame. Burning fruit, higher potential, the flame temperature ceiling is greater. The big late stage may not even inferior to the sun temperature. This gave Zhao Yener the confidence that since there were so many flame-type attackers, she was going to develop the burning fruit even more. Yi Yu is very optimistic about Zhao Yener's potential, although many people on Earth say that burnt fruits, dogs don't eat, but Ace is still young and appeared early, so the upper limit of burnt fruit development is still very high. At this time, Tuoba Jia and the others also transformed and launched counterattacks. Tuoba Jia was furious. Having been slashed into the sea by Yi Yu before had made him incomparably hold a grudge and shame. Everyone stared intently as the 7 attacks collided with the emerald green chop, but closer to the green dragon pirate ship. After all, they were quick to counterattack after the chop was sent. They felt that the fallout would not come. The 7 attacks collided with Chopper, freezing, briefly frozen in the air, but Chopper wasn't backed off, but kept moving forward as the 7 attacks were moving back. When the stalemate reaches a critical point, it suddenly explodes. Boom! Terrorist bombardment erupted. All sorts of light shone brightly, and the aftermath swept away. More rushing towards the green dragon pirate ship. The aftermath of all sorts of types of attacks, and more chopping sharpness. Click here. The sound of cutting was constant, and the hull of the ship continued to cut cracks. The crew tried to fight back against the fallout, but it was too late. The fallout was instantaneous and rushing. Wang Quanshi was confident. The power of his decapitation was drastically weakened, and our pirate ship is even tougher, built with extremely good materials, and won't be damaged by him. However, many of the crew members blew into, and some were even blown away, with the sharp edges cutting into their faces like knives cutting into their faces, and bloody gouges constantly surfacing on their bodies. After the aftermath passed, the hull was also full of cracks. Although not to the point of breaking up and disintegrating, it was still destroyed in an ugly way. The people in the distance saw and came to the conclusion that it was Yi Yu who had given the green dragon pirates a hard time. Yi Yu's chopping power. It's even stronger. Quite a few people from the green dragon pirates are injured. The ship is even getting all cracked up. In such a short time, Yi Yu has gotten stronger again. Wang Quanshi's face was ugly and angry. If I wasn't injured, there's no way he would have the advantage. Tuoba Jia was exasperated. Captain, he gave us a downward spiral. We have to give him some color. We can't just leave like this. It will be thought that we are afraid. Although the captain is injured, but even so, our combined battle power is definitely stronger than the Beiju pirate group. We have all the elites, and the Beiju pirate group has many incapable people. We will definitely be able to defeat them. Tuoba Jia's battle intent rose. His eyes coldly looked at Yi Yu and spoke in a deep voice. So I propose that the ship be brought alongside. End of chapter. Chapter 88, A Greater Crisis? Chapter 88, A Greater Crisis? Hearing Tuoba Jia's proposal, Wang Quanshi let out an angry curse. Asterisk 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 you. I told you to change your reckless temper and you still haven't. Tuoba Jia said. Captain, we can fight and win. Wang Quanshi nodded. It is possible to win the fight, but it is not necessary at all. The price to pay will not be small. Not to mention the fact that there are powerful pirate groups around. What about taking advantage of the opportunity to fish? Have you thought about it? Tuoba Jia froze, but did not expect this. There is indeed a powerful pirate group nearby. The Tianjiao pirate group is there. Captain. Then wait for him to come out from the secret realm. Those who enter the secret realm and come out now are all injured. So we'll wait for him to come out before we make our move. No need for a fierce battle. Let them pay some price as well. Wang Quanshi's face was heavy with anticipation as he looked towards the secret realm. Let's hope that Lin Mushue can pass. Because there's a high chance of passing if He Yu is involved. This caused everyone to be stunned. Not knowing exactly what the secret realm was like yet, Master Wang Quan must have known about it. And since he said so, it meant that it was very likely. Captain. It's bad. It's starting to seep. Wang Quanshi's face changed. Quickly make up for it. There are too many leaks to make it in time. We have to get out of there and find an island to go ashore and patch it up. Even if we can patch it up now, the seepage is going to be faster than the patching. Wang Quanshi frowned. How could water seep in? Didn't they not cut out the hole? There are too many cracks. Some big ones, and there's some seepage. And at this rate, with more seepage, it's going to sink. How long can it last? About an hour. There's an island nearby. 50 minutes passed. Okay, then leave me 5 minutes. Wang Quanshi's face was cold and low. And we're not just going to walk away. Give me the horn. Yes, Captain. Wang Quanshi took the horn. Looking at the Beijiu pirate group, the heart is angry. Cannot just go. So many pirate groups watching. Was Yi Yu hit a downward spiral? Hull damage in many places. This is too shameful to go. The voice of the King's Authority Division rang out and was heard by the surrounding pirate groups. Yi Yu, listen to me. Now immediately give us one of your sub-ships and I'll pretend this didn't happen today. Tuoba Jia and the others understood. And didn't leave immediately because they wanted to save face and collect some compensation. Hearing this, Yi Yu smiled and took the speaker. Don't be ridiculous. How can I give it to you guys? You deserve it. Get out of here. If not, I'm going to do some more stabbing. This caused Master Wang Quan's face to look ugly. You won't be able to gain much by fighting us. Not to mention, not participating in the secret realm later? Yi Yu didn't care. Giving you guys some lessons isn't enough to keep me from participating in the secret realm. As for a full-scale battle, do you guys want it? This caused Wang Quanshi's face to become increasingly ugly, but he quickly sneered. Yi Yu, you'd better let out a secondary ship to us now, or else when the time comes, we'll inevitably deal with you, along with the Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates. Hearing this, Tuoba Jia and the others' eyes lit up. Yes, in this way, Yi Yu would definitely wimp out. Tuoba Jia gloated. He'll definitely concede and give us a secondary ship. Inevitably, originally we will not participate. After all, this period of time, not many people to join the Bearing Feather Pirates, but now provoked us, then he does not concede. We will have to alliance. Then they are even less of an opponent. At once, the surrounding pirate groups, too, guessed, Yi Yu must have conceded. Yi Yu is not rational. Although the Green Dragon Pirates verbally threatened so that they didn't recruit too many people, they shouldn't have made a move just now. Although the King Power Master was injured, the strength of the Green Dragon Pirates is still very strong. Now, if we don't give a secondary ship, by the time the Flying Sky and Juggernaut Pirates make their move, the Green Dragon Pirates will also join. This is adding insult to injury. So I think that Yi Yu will definitely concede. However, Yi Yu was not afraid. You can make alliances if you want, but don't think that makes me afraid. This made Wang Quanshi frown, pretending to be calm. Humph, how can you not be afraid? Even if you Beijiu pirates are powerful, can you still be able to defeat the alliance of 3 top pirate groups? That's impossible. Even if we will have some casualties, but as long as you guys dare not give it, we will definitely alliance. Yi Yu was impatient. The sub-ship can't be given to you. None want anything. I'll give you another cut. As the words fell, Yi Yu was about to leap up and draw his sword again. Wang Quanshi, as well as the other crew members' faces changed in shock. The ship's repairman's face changed in alarm. Captain, our ship can't be damaged any further, or we won't even be able to reach the far island later, and it will sink into the sea before we get there. Master Wang Quan angrily reminded. What a big nerve. The Heaven's Pride pirates are also there. You have a conflict with them, and if you fight us, they will definitely take the opportunity to deal with you. Yi Yu was bland, just come despite. Wang Quanshi never expected that Yi Yu was not afraid at all, and could only bear it with an ugly face. Turn around and leave. At once, the ship of the Green Dragon Pirates quickly moved away. This matter quickly spread. After all, so many pirate groups watched. Shame on you, being beaten down and still having to hold back and leave. It's worthy of the Baja Feather Pirates. But now that it's awesome for a bit, what happens in 5 days? Wang Quanshi gritted his teeth and decided, when the time comes, we'll be out there too. Make them regret it. Yes, Captain. Captain, you're on the hot seat. Wang Quanshi rushed to look, not only because of the shame to leave, or because his secret is known, and now they all call him a toothpick. Damn it, delete it immediately. Captain, it's too late. Your reputation, coupled with this incident, spreads quickly. Wang Quanshi was humiliated and regretted participating in this secret realm. Some powerful pirate groups didn't even choose to come for fear of being humiliated, as opposed to that little bit of experience, and didn't want to be humiliated by the world knowing about it and not necessarily passing. Yi Yu saw them concede and leave and landed on the boat, looking towards the secret realm. Let's go to the island. When they reached the island, the pirates made a path and Yi Yu waited for Lin Mushui to come out. Li Tsang as well as the crew gathered together, fearing that Yi Yu would take advantage of the opportunity to make a move against them. Li Tsang's heart was heavy. If we make a move against us while Shuer is still out, it's a bit troublesome. However, if we dare to fight, then the Green Dragon pirates will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to return. Li Tsang consoled himself from panicking too much. Li Tsang reminded, Yi Yu, don't have any thoughts of taking advantage of the opportunity to make a move against us? Our Tianjiu pirates are also very strong. If you want to fight, it will be difficult for you to participate in the secret realm later on. It's so difficult to get the secret realm. You must enter in the province's state to do so. Yi Yu despised. Don't be afraid. Won't take the opportunity to start a war with your pirate group. This made Li Tsang inwardly relieved. Yi Yu coldly smiled. However, I just want to take my anger out of you. You guys, at that time, also put out threats, thus making us unable to recruit anyone. This caused Li Tsang's face to change and he subconsciously took a step back. End of chapter. Chapter 89, Shame on the World. Chapter 89, Shame on the World. Li Tsang's face was ugly as he reminded. Yi Yu, do you want to start a war? If you fight with our Heaven's Pride pirates, the Green Dragon pirates, who left in disgrace, will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to turn back, and you'll be finished. Yi Yu was bland, they can come back as much as they want. This made Li Tsang's face heavy. Now that Lin Mushui hadn't come out yet, even though their Tianjiu pirates were powerful, they were definitely at a disadvantage. Besides, Lin Mushui came out and was likely to be injured. The people of the Heaven's Pride pirates also all instantly panicked a bit, not that they didn't have confidence, but if they fought, there would definitely be a lot of casualties, and none of them wanted to die. Li Tsang reminded in a deep voice, are you not participating in the secret realm anymore? Does your pirate group like to cause trouble that much? Not taking the lives of your crew? Seriously? At those words, the crew of the Bearing Feather pirates laughed first. Ha ha ha. Moral abduction? It's not that we like to cause trouble. We wouldn't take on a pirate group for no reason. Yi Yu nodded. That's right. In addition, the mortality rate of my Beiju pirates is currently 0, which is unprecedented. As for causing trouble, your previous alliance's threatening words, as well as the many times you sneered at me, take it that I don't care? Especially you and Lin Mushui, the most screaming. Now, stand still and let me slap you a few times so that I can not start a war with your Heaven's Pride pirate group. Hearing this, Li Tsang's face changed and he angrily shouted. Don't even think about it. You want to be beautiful. That would be too humiliating. I'm also a Heavenly Pride. Even ate the power fruit. Is the Heavenly Pride pirate group vice captain? Standing still and let you slap? Where will I put my face in the future? What will my crew think of me? Yi Yu signaled. Then, all of the Bearing Feather pirates. Instantly, the response of the Baja Feather pirates resounded through this heaven and earth. Yi Yu ordered. Prepare for war. Suddenly, however, quite a few people from the Heaven's Pride pirates spoke up. Vice Captain, in order to avoid this battle so that there are no casualties in our Heaven's Pride pirates, Vice Captain, you might as well stand still and let him fight so that it can be avoided. Yeah, Vice Captain, it's embarrassing, but for the sake of the team, it's on you. Now that the captain is not here, if we fight, we are at a disadvantage. The Bearing Feather pirates are stronger than expected. If we fight, it will definitely be us who suffer more casualties. So, can't fight. A few slaps on the wrist would have prevented that. Captain, you might as well let him do it for our sake. This made Li Tsang grit his teeth in anger. Where's your backbone? We're not spineless. It's the greater good. Yi Yu was impatient. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it, and after 3 seconds, I'll go to war with you directly. 3, 2, Yi Yu started the countdown. Li Tsang's face changed rapidly, more and more ugly, nervous, and also clear that once the war started, the situation may be much worse than imagined. The cohesion of the Tianjiu pirate group is not so strong. If once the disadvantage is very large, there will be a lot of people who choose to flee, or beg for forgiveness, and want to join the Beiju pirate group. The battlefield before the battle is timid. When the deserters, it is very fatal. Once someone takes the lead, it will snowball. More people are afraid to become deserters. That would be an even bigger disadvantage. When Yi Yu was about to shout out one, Li Tsong hurriedly opened his mouth with difficulty. Wait a minute. Decided? Yi Yu looked at Li Tsong with a cold smile, as if he was sure how he would choose. Li Tsong decided with difficulty. I'll stand and let you fight. I hope you'll keep your word and not start a war with our Heaven's Pride pirates. Could be. Yi Yu signaled. Zhang Sweet, turn on the live broadcast. Yes, Captain. Zhang Sweet used her ability, quite a few hands to control a lot of live equipment to turn on and aim at Li Tsong. Soon, a lot of people flocked in. After all, it was the live broadcast room of the Bearing Feather Pirates. Too many people were paying attention, so instantly millions of people watched online. And, it's still coming in fast. 10 seconds later, Yi Yu saw that there were already 10 million people and felt that it was almost time. Okay, here goes. Li Tsong's face was so hard to see that he was going to explode with anger. He didn't dare to look at the camera and hurriedly turned around. Yi Yu frowned. Turn around and focus on the camera. You, it's too much bullying. This is embarrassing me in front of the whole world. That's the way to do it. Otherwise it's just for these people to see. And that's not enough. Come on, don't mope. Introduce yourself or go to war. At that moment, behind Yi Yu, Xiaoling's entire body erupted with cold. The ground around her froze. Zhao Yener's entire body flamed over. Zhou Xing's right foot ignited with fire. And Sun Long drew his sword. This caused the crew of the Celestial Pride Pirates to hastily say, "Make it quick, Lieutenant. So what if I lose face in front of the whole world for the sake of the Heaven's Pride Pirates? We will remember your contribution." Li Karama, humiliated, turns to the camera and introduces himself. My name is Li Tsong, Vice Captain of the Heaven's Pride Pirates. Live. The crowd of eaters is growing. 30 million. What's this about? The Bearing Feather Pirates have met the Heaven's Pride Pirates. It's like they're trying to avoid a fight so Li Kara has to get slapped. Ha ha ha. The Heaven's Pride Pirates are so embarrassed that they don't dare to fight. The Bajiyu Pirate Group is very strong. No top pirate group dares to fight the Bajiyu Pirate Group one-on-one. Right. After all, this is the period when the Bajiyu Pirate Group is strong. Li Tsong is very shameful. The more heavenly pride, the stronger the self-esteem. So in the face of such a thing, is incomparable shame, anger, suffocation. That's what Yi Yu wanted to relieve some of his anger. Yi Yu raised his right hand and directly threw a hard slap on Li Tsong's face as a reminder. I don't use my hegemony, and you don't use your armed color hegemony. Li Kara could only obey. Snap. A hard slap on Li Tsong's face, directly hit the spot, spinning 3 times and then landed on the ground. Lying on the ground, incomparable pain. The right side of the face surfaced clearly visible 5-finger scarlet palm prints, and very soon the right side of the cheeks swollen high. The corners of the mouth overflowed with blood, and the teeth were knocked out, a few spit out. It hurts. Li Kara's brain buzzed. The people watching around can also imagine that it hurts. After all, Yi Yu contracted 7 incapacitated people. These 7 incapacitated people power can be superimposed. So even if it does not cover the armed color hegemony, a slap power is also very strong. Li Tsong was exasperated. It's too hard to hit, isn't it? Yi Yu scorned. It's you who are too uncaring to fight. But I used a little bit of strength. Li Tsong thought it was impossible, which was a little, but could only stand up and continue to be beaten. Snap. Another slap. And once again Li Kara landed with a few spins in the air and the other side of his face swollen. Yi Yu sized it up and sighed in admiration. Not bad. Very symmetrical. Li Tsong stood up, and when everyone saw it, they couldn't help but laugh. Even the people from the Heaven's Pride Pirates covered their mouths a bit and tried to laugh. Very symmetrical indeed. With both sides of the face swollen high up like King Gigi, Li Tsong was hit with a buzzing in his head. Dizziness. Too much pain. Which is a slap. It feels like a 10,000 giant hammer swung on the face. No. It hurts too much. A few more slaps and my face will be deformed and my facial bones will crack. Yi Yu is happy to do so. It can be, so that it is you who can't carry it first, then go to war. The Heaven's Pride pirate crew hurriedly said, Lieutenant, take a few more slaps. It's been 2 such painful slaps. Giving up would be in vain. Hang in there, mate. The ship's doctors me. I'll treat you later. End of chapter. Chapter 90, Yi Yu's power. Chapter 90, Yi Yu's power. Li Tsong's face was hard to see. Indeed, the fight was beaten. If the war started again, it would be beaten for nothing. But again, it hurts too much. Yi Yu was impatient. Choose quickly. Continue or abort. Li Kara replied shamefully. Go on. Snap. Li Tsong's words have just fallen. Yi Yu as a slap in Li Tsong's face again ruthlessly. Again was hit directly off the ground, the air spinning several times. People watching the live stream are feeling the pain. So loud. It hurts. I used to brush up on videos of foreigners slapping each other in the face and thought those people were tough enough. But Li Tsong was hit even harder. Swollen into a pig's head. All deformed. How can an ordinary person compare to a pirate? What a grudge this is. After all, Li Tsong and Lin Mushue of the Tianjiu pirate group. Often sarcastic Yi Yu. All kinds of behind-the-back disgust. For example, before, threatening not to let people join the Beijiu pirate group. Sarcastic Yi Yu strength Lin Mushue is very happy and so on. Yi Yu went down with 9 slaps. Li Tsong could barely stand up, and was even knocked out at times, only to be woken up by another painful slap. Yi Yu relieved himself quite a bit. Well, that's all for now. This made everyone in the Celestial Pride Pirates relieved to be able to avoid a fight. The crew rushed to support Li Tsong, and the ship's doctor quickly wiped up the potion, but because it was so serious, it wasn't going to heal in a moment. Li Tsong felt his face was numb. He couldn't feel his face anymore, but he could see his cheeks. Normally people could only see his certain nose, but because his face was swollen like a pig's head, he could see it clearly. Xia Ling laughed. Ha ha ha, becoming a pig's head. Zhao Yener scoffed. That's hilariously funny. Zhou Xing sarcastically said. If you didn't know, you'd think that the person who ate the animal-based piggy fruit ability had turned into a pig's head by using the ability. Facing ridicule, Li Tsong had never been so humiliated as he was today. Seen by tens of millions of people. On the hot search, more people knew. It was too humiliating, becoming the laughingstock of the whole world. The Tianjiu pirate crew whispered in Li Tsong's ear. Good job, Lieutenant. It's aggravating, but it's good for us to bear it now. Starting at level 30, Yi Yu is going to gradually start to be unable to do anything, so he will take revenge at that time. The Bearing Feather Pirates have a lot of incapable people, so by the middle of the season, it's a weak period for their pirate group. 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Vice Captain, you are not Yi Yu's opponent now, but when you reach level 50 or 60, I believe you will be able to defeat him in single combat. Listening to this, Li Tsong's heart felt better, and his heart was cold. Yi Yu, I remember you. Lie down and taste the courage, only to be able to snow shame in the future. Wait until the midterm. You will not be able to. I must hold today's revenge. Yi Yu frowned slightly. Li Tsong, you're upset? Li Kura hurriedly made his eyes calm and shook his head. No. Yi Yu proposed. Let's give you a chance. Let's have a fist fight. No need for dominance. No matter what the result is, both sides can't have any objections. This makes Li Tsong as stunned. Is not expected. The heart surprise. Are you sure? Sure. Li Tsong confirmed, inquiring. Even if I injure you, you won't make a move against our pirate group? Sure. Dare you to take it? This made Li Tsong's heart wild with joy, but made himself calm and nodded. Of course. Li Tsong was so happy, and sneered in his heart. Idiot? Knowing that I am now very upset, let me relieve my anger. Only use their own power against the fist. Do not use the hegemony. How can you be able to defeat the force power fruit of me? If you want to chop, I will not dare to receive. But against the fist, how can I be afraid of you? Heard you. Even your arm fractured and wasted, and cannot make a move against me? Can only endure. Ha ha ha. Great. The crew of the Celestial Pride Pirates were also dismayed and whispered a warning. Captain, could there be a trick? You're the one who ate the power fruit, and he dared to go toe-to-toe with you in pure strength. Will it suddenly he uses his dominance? Li Tsong sneered in a low voice. No, if he goes back on his word, he will be humiliated in front of the world. So many people are watching. The crew thought so, but worried. Yi Yu shouldn't be so stupid. Is he confident? Li Karama shook his head. I don't think so. It's perplexing, but how can he beat me when he's fighting me? There's nothing that says I'm allowed to not use my power fruit, so I'll definitely be able to beat him to the point of screaming injuries. In fact, Li Tsong was also a little puzzled as to why Yi Yu proposed this. Confident? Impossible. Stupid? It shouldn't be either. Can't figure it out and don't think about it much. All of a sudden, all around, a lot of people around the world were paying attention, because most of them didn't understand it either. Yi Yu and Li Tsong stood face to face 10 meters apart, and for a while, the gazes of the people around them were fixed on them. Li Tsong sneered in his heart. Yi Yu, prepare to be knocked away by me in front of the whole world. From now on, make a name for yourself and let the world know the power of my power fruit. Just as it was ready to strike, the secret realm flickered and a figure teleported out, injured so badly that he nearly fell over when he stumbled. Seeing this scene, Li Tsong quickly rushed forward ready to help Lin Mushue. Lin Mushue was flabbergasted. She had just come out and there was a pig-headed man charging towards her. Was it a foreign beast? Lee Kara has his hands outstretched trying to help Lin Muxue and gets a leg kick. Where's the piggy? Get out of the way. Although she was injured, Lin Muxue was not so incapable of fighting and kicked Li Tsong in the abdomen, directly sending him flying. However, no ability was used, so Lee Karama flew out 10 meters quickly up and staggered. Cher, it's me. Hearing this voice, Lin Muxue frowned slightly, somewhat familiar. I'm Lee Karama. Lin Muxue was directly stunned. Li Tsong? How did you become like this? Cheryl, it's like this. Lee Kara began to quickly go over what had happened. Lin Muxue quickly blushed unsightly as she walked up and slapped out. The snap hit Li Tsong's pig face hard, knocking Li Tsong straight to the ground. Li Tsong was puzzled. Schwerer, why did you hit me even though you knew it was me? Lin Muxue was furious, in front of so many people, making our Heaven's Pride Pirates so humiliated. And you're still the vice captain of the Heaven's Pride Pirates, making us lose face. From now on, you are not the vice captain. The position of vice captain is temporarily vacant. Ha, I'm not a co-captain anymore. Well, I'll be a cadre then. Not even for the cadre. What a shame. You do the combat crew? This made Li Tsong want to cry. All of a sudden his status was so low, but there was nothing he could do about it. Knowing that Lin Muxue was doing it so that he could save some face. After all, which would have less impact? Disgracing the vice captain of the Heaven's Pride Pirates or disgracing the battle crew? Obviously the battle crew. Li Tsong was getting harder and harder. Lin Muxue also knew that even if she was there, she would still let Li Tsong take a beating, and now she was just letting Li Tsong continue to take the blame. Lin Muxue reminded in a deep voice, from now on, don't disgrace our Heaven's Pride Pirates. If you can save face, you can be made a cadre. Lin Muxue already knew that Yi Yu was going to fight Li Tsong. Li Tsong was confident and assured. Okay Schwerer, just don't worry, I'm a force fruit ability. End of chapter. Chapter 91 Lin Muxue's True Words. Chapter 91 Lin Muxue's True Words. Lee Kara felt that it was impossible for him to disgrace himself next. Lin Muxue also thinks so. After all, Yi Yu is just a great sword skill. How can you beat Li Tsong who was a force fruit against the fist? And Lin Muxue was thinking that Li Tsong would take the opportunity to be able to severely injure Yi Yu, thus making it difficult to pass after entering the secret realm. At this time, the secret realm information sound rang out, because Lin Muxue hadn't passed, so naturally, she had to inquire as well. Loser Lin Muxue, please answer the question. Lin Muxue frowned, naturally knowing that the questions asked were embarrassing. Pirates with average strength were fine, but the more heavenly they were, the less they wanted to be humiliated. Not to mention the fact that the livestream was on right now. At that moment, everyone's gazes first looked at Lin Muxue, more curious and gossipy. Compared to before, naturally Lin Muxue is more curious. After all, such a good-looking goddess, but also so high and cold, or such a heavenly pride. Then there is a disgraceful thing. Naturally, is more want to be known. The message voice inquired. Lin Muxue, if begging you would allow him to join the Heaven's Pride Pirates, how would you beg? This made Lin Muxue's face change, and she opened her mouth and wanted to say that it is impossible to beg, although Yi Yu is powerful. I don't regret it and will not beg him. However, it was just a lie, without a bit of regret. Impossible. Not wanting Yi Yu to join. Even more impossible. The power of the hegemonic color hegemony. Let Lin Muxue heart. Not to mention the strength of Yi Yu is now so strong. Although I feel that Yi Yu late certainly not. But the late is the future. Now very good so the inner real idea, naturally, is not what is said that way. For a while, the surroundings were quiet. Everyone knew that Lin Muxue kicked Yi Yu off the boat. Originally Yi Yu was the captain and Lin Muxue was the vice captain. Although often said that they did not regret it, but everyone still wanted to know. Really fake. Lin Muxue spoke the truth uncontrollably, begging Yi Yu so that he can join my Tianjiao pirates. I was very willing to beg. I would find a place where no one was around, just me and him, and then kneel down to apologize to him and admit my mistake. I said on my lips that I didn't regret kicking him out of the pirates, but when his hegemonic hegemony erupted so amazingly, I regretted it a little bit in my heart. After that, he kept making a name for himself and showing off his terrifying sword skills, and there was even more regret in my heart. But I can only seek solace in a one-on-one ring match, thinking that the stronger he is, the more experience I can gain by defeating him afterward. But really, I naturally want to get him on board more than I want to gain more experience. I've even thought about having the opportunity to apologize individually, and if apologizing on my knees doesn't satisfy him, I'm all for not only apologizing on my knees, but also giving him. Saying this, Lin Muxue's face instantly became red, not knowing whether it was shame or humiliation. At the same time, her heart was incomparably angry, not wanting to say it, wanting to stop, But in the face of the truthfulness fruit ability, it was simply impossible to lie. At that moment, the surroundings, and even the entire world became even quieter, as countless gazes stared at Lin Muxue, so humiliated that it made everyone curious as to what else Lin Muxue would do. Lin Muxue raised her hand to cover her mouth, even tried to sew it up, but there was simply no way to do so, and she still said it. I'll even kneel down to serve him, as long as he's willing to join the Heaven's Pride Pirates. It's alright for me, a high-cooled goddess and rattling thunder fruit Heaven's Pride Lin Muxue, to do so. All worth it, even if after his 30th level, he will gradually be unbeatable against ability users, and his own strength is not so strong, but at most, he can't be compared to the top Heaven's Pride, and at the later stage, his strength, too, is definitely not inferior to the genius level, so I'm actually very eager to get Yiyu on board. And his overlord color hegemony is the most unique. His own strength will become less than the top ability person with the level, but the overlord color hegemony is going to get stronger and stronger with the level, more than 10 levels of him. The overlord color hegemony is so horrible, it's hard to imagine how strong 100 levels will be. I'm afraid that an overlord color hegemony can cause substantial damage, let countless pirate ships instantly fragmented, uncountable pirates fainted or even shocked to death. This is simply an incomparable bug ability, too much to have such a partner. So, on the lips, I say I won't beg Yiyu to join again, but in my heart, I actually want to. However, if Yiyu continues to still want to replace me and be the captain, then I won't beg him to join, and at most become the vice-captain. In that case, I will beg him. If that way he is still unwilling, I can even give him my first time. I, Lin Muxue, had an extremely high vision before the mutation, and even higher after the mutation, and I have never been in love. I'll give it to him as long as he joins willing to be a co-captain and can give it to him once a day. Even role play, nurse, stewardess, catgirl, slave, whatever he wants, so he can experience the contrast of what I have to offer. At this time, Lin Muxue is going to collapse to the extreme. How are you still talking? It's not over yet. Her face is getting redder and redder, humiliated to the extreme. Li Tsong froze. His face was ugly, looking at Yiyu, incomparably envious and jealous. His inner heart was sour. He, the boiling goat, but he had not even touched Lin Muxue's hand. He believed it when he said that he wouldn't beg Yiyu to join him before, but he didn't expect that she would be able to do something so outrageous as long as Yiyu joined her. Yiyu was not even expecting it, not expecting Lin Muxue to beg herself like this. Around them, everyone was dumbfounded, not expecting that Lin Muxue, who looked incomparably high and cold and proud of her heart, would be such a contrast. She's going to blow a gasket. Shame on you. Almost the whole world is watching. I didn't expect to be able to do this, but it's understandable. After all, Yiyu is indeed too important. Yiyu still wouldn't be willing, wouldn't beg, if he wanted to be the captain of a ship, and that's true too. After all, she felt that Yiyu was not yet in that position to make her give up her captain. The message sounded. End of answer. At that moment, Lin Muxue finally but spoke uncontrollably and started ranting at the camera. None of that was true just now. How could I, Lin Muxue, do that? He, Yiyu, is not worthy yet. He's powerful now, but he's gradually failing from level 30 onwards. I won't beg him like that. However, everyone knew that it was just self-deception. After all, it was the fruit of truth. Yiyu are a little curious to face himself, will not be uncontrollable to speak the truth. The heart is confident. After all, the hegemony is strong enough to invalidate the devil fruit ability. Not to mention that this devil fruit now has no owner. Then it can certainly be invalidated by the influence of his own powerful hegemony. But, it's not always faced with answering questions and wanting to get through this secret world more than anything else. Lin Muxue's face was ugly, and she realized that no one would believe it. After all, it was the fruit of truth. She gritted her teeth and didn't even dare to meet Yiyu's eyes. It was too humiliating. If Yiyu wasn't there, it was okay not to know. But on the contrary, she was listening to it from such a close distance, which made her incomparably humiliated. Yiyu laughed and mocked. Lin Muxue, I didn't think you would be able to beg me like this in order to get me to join. Lin Muxue knew that there was no point in lying anymore, and at the same time, she inwardly moved, since she had all told the truth in her heart, and she was all humiliated. Let's continue to be humiliated for once. Lin Muxue's face eased a bit and inquired. So, Yiyu, is your heart moved? You just need to join and become the vice captain of our Heaven's Pride Pirates. I can do that. However, it won't be as outrageous as what I said just now. I'm still relatively slow to warm up. I like to progress gradually, as my feelings increase, and then I'll try more of those. The reason why Lin Muxue said this was also because she felt in her heart that Yi Yu would definitely be moved when he heard her true words just now, thinking that there might be some possibility of inviting Yi Yu to join now. However, Yi Yu directly shook his head. I'm not joining. End of chapter. Chapter 92 Yi Yu's Power vs Power Fruit. Chapter 92 Yi Yu's Power vs Power Fruit. Yi Yu's reply caused Lin Muxue to be directly stunned to answer so unhesitatingly. Originally, he thought that if Yi Yu could join, then it would be a way to save face, using his own disgrace in exchange for Yi Yu joining. But it was a no-go. Not joining was actually okay for her. But now that she had spoken her heart out and said so much that she was willing to do, Yi Yu unexpectedly did not have the slightest heartbeat and directly refused, which was the most infuriating. Lin Muxue was going to explode with anger, and with a puff of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. She didn't know if it was because of her injuries or if she had vomited blood from anger. Those watching the livestream were also incredibly impressed. Lin Muxue could do so much for him and still refuse without hesitation. Lin Muxue is going to blow a gasket. If I were you, I would agree to join. That's the position of the vice-captain of the Tianjiao Pirates. Although Yi Yu is now the captain of the Baju Pirates, but after level 30, he may not be the captain. After all, the strongest of the Baju Pirates are honored. Besides, I think the potential of the Rattling Thunder Fruit is far beyond the Burning and Freezing Fruit, so joining the Heaven's Pride Pirates and becoming the vice-captain is not bad. But it's a pity that I'm not Yi Yu. Are you thinking that the position of vice-captain of the Tianjiao Pirates is not bad? I'm embarrassed to point out to you that you're just craving Lin Muxue, you old colorful batch. Ahem. Upstairs, don't you still point me out. Many people actually think that Yi Yu will hesitate, let too many men heart, but is not hesitate to refuse, but also let many people admire Yi Yu. At the same time curious, Lin Muxue how? To be willing to join. These are not enough. Lin Muxue was furious, you even don't have a heartbeat. I don't believe it. If the truthfulness fruit ability was unleashed on you and you were asked to answer, you definitely didn't answer in this way. You are definitely lying, and actually have a heartbeat in your heart. Yi Yu despised. Don't be overconfident. The Xia Ling and Zhao Yen are beside me. Zhang Tian, and Xiao Ling, in terms of face value, body, not worse than you. This condition think I will be moved. You think too much. This caused Lin Muxue to grit her teeth and look at the Xia Ling girls, who were indeed no inferior to herself. Lin Muxue frowned and inquired, those truthful words of mine, are you thinking that they are not enough? Yi Yu nodded. Of course it's not enough. This made Lin Muxue hold a ray of hope in her heart. So what else do you want? Yi Yu bluntly said, want to become partners with me. First of all, I am the captain of the ship, and it is your Tianjiao pirate group to incorporate into our Beijing pirate group, and then I will choose those who are not suitable to join us. Directly leave. First of all, Li Tsung this kind of person. Naturally, it is impossible to join us. As for you, seeing as you're a Rattling Thunder Fruit ability person, it's barely possible to let you on board. But the premise is that there's no high status. You're my slave, and I'm your master, and to put it bluntly, to be my dog. You dream. Lin Muxue almost spat out blood again, her anger rising and about to explode. You think beautifully. Become a partner with you and make me pay such a great price. Top heavenly pride to have me as your slave? What a dream. Even if the fruit of truth is unleashed, I'll tell you with unrivaled conviction that it's impossible. If you contracted 7 top devil fruits such as Rattling Thunder, Jinjin, Immortal Bird, and Phantom Beast species Green Dragon form, I would love to be partners with you. Letting you be the captain of the ship, and even letting you be my master is possible. But you contracted 7 incapable people only, and even dared to say such outrageous conditions. What a way to look up to yourself. You're also just as powerful now, and you won't be able to do it in the later stage. Yi Yu didn't care. Feel free to do as you wish. I don't care at all if I can have one more such battle force. Lin Muxue laughed, sarcastically. Humph. This sentence is definitely false. And anyone with a brain who hears this is also sure that you're telling a lie. Don't you think so? Lin Muxue looked around to inquire. Although many people know it in their hearts, they dare not say it. The people watching the live stream were amazed. Yi Yu exaggerated it. It must be a lie. After all, it's a Rattling Thunder Fruit ability. The potential is a lot greater than Yi Yu. To say that you don't care is definitely a lie. Yi Yu looked at the Fruit of Truth and said, failure to challenge the secret realm forces you to be questioned. But you can also choose to answer it. Right. Give it a question and then answer that question. This made everyone stunned. Really fake. Yi Yu to answer. Lin Muxue coldly grunted. Pretending. I don't believe you dare. Because what you're saying is a lie. I'm such a high potential. How dare you say that you don't care if I join or not? It's so fake. However, in the next instant, everyone was stunned. Yi Yu stepped forward and faced the fruit of truth floating in the secret realm. I'll give you an inquiry as to whether or not I care whether or not Lin Mushue can get on my boat. At once, many people were shocked, and not many people dared to take the initiative to let the inquiry go. There have been before, but it's mainly couples and pirates that have each other ask if they really love themselves, and some answer no and some answer yes, so it's gotten a lot of people to ask about this kind of thing. And Yi Yu now, even to answer such a question. Everyone shook inwardly. Could it be that Yi Yu really didn't care? Lin Mushue also frowned and shook, feeling that it was impossible. But Yi Yu actually dared to face the fruit of truth. The truth fruit ability was activated, and Yi Yu began to answer truthfully. Do you really not care if Lin Mushue gets on your boat or not? Don't care. Yi Yu replied without hesitation. For an instant, there was silence, then horror. Holy, I can't believe it's true. If I were to do it differently, it would definitely be excellent to have Lin Mushue on board. The top heavenly prides are all incredibly eager, but Yi Yu surprisingly really doesn't care. Why is this? Can't you see it? It shouldn't be. It's a rattling thunder fruit after all. Lin Mushue's face was ugly. Yi Yu surprisingly did not lie. Soon, Lin Mushue understood. You don't care because, thinking that it's impossible for me to be your subordinate, you don't hold out hope, so you don't care. Also, in the face of me asking again, since you refuse, you won't be able to join for the rest of your life. I'm only slightly regretting that you don't join, and as I continue to rise in rank, my little bit of regret will become less and less until it disappears. Yi Yu was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with her. I still have to participate in the secret realm, so I won't talk nonsense with you. Li Song, come on, sparring. Li Song laughed coldly in his heart. Still want to participate in the secret realm? Get seriously injured after sparring with me. Even though you have a nurse to heal you, I'll hit you until you have a shattered arm. There's not much time left in the secret realm, and when you recover from your injuries, the secret realm disappears, so don't try to pass. Lin Mushue said in a deep voice. Don't let me down. Li Song knew that Lin Mushue was now very angry, all because of Yi Yu. If he could seriously injure Yi Yu, Lin Mushue would definitely feel a lot better, and would feel better about himself, and might even reward himself for holding his hand. Thinking of this, Li Song assured, I will definitely not let you down. Shuer. The words fell, Li Song's right arm muscles bulging, catalyzing the power fruit ability. Fists clenched up. Their own power is much stronger. The power has been accumulating, not only their own power, but more from the power of the fruit. After continuing, Li Song stormed out and blasted his fist fiercely at Yi Yu. For a while, countless gazes stared intently. End of chapter. Chapter 93, Yi Yu's punch. Stunned everyone. Chapter 93, Yi Yu's punch. Stunned everyone. Lin Mushue sneered in her heart. Yi Yu, get hurt. Yi Yu's no-frills punch. Straight up against it. No need to dominate. Instantly, silence fell around them, stopping their breathing and staring. Bang! The two fists collided with a popping sound, and an aura suddenly swept out, shaking many of the surrounding pirates to the ground. There was no stalemate as a figure flew straight out with a miserable scream. Ah! Click! The scream was accompanied by the sound of breaking bones. Everyone knew that it was bound to end soon. Lin Mushue were thinking that it was over quickly, thinking that it was Yi Yu being blown away by a quick punch, but it wasn't. Everyone stared in horror. Even the people of the Baja Feather Pirates were stunned and revitalized. The one who flew out, naturally, was Li Song. While Yi Yu did not move a muscle in place, his arms stretched straight out without a single wiggle. It stared everyone in the face. I'll be damned. It was Li Song who was sent flying. Isn't it a force fruit ability? This punch, no need to use hegemony. It is completely a competition of strength, but was directly blown away. This gap is not small. Force fruit is this? Surprisingly, it can't compare to Yi Yu's power. Too many people were shocked and puzzled, and at the same time, their hearts shook. Yi Yu's physical skill, is it also very powerful? Li Song was still flying backwards. The rumbling sound continued, smashed down a big tree, did not stop, continued to fly backwards, smashed down 5 big trees in a row, flew out 50 meters away before stopping. Upon landing, Li Song curled up in pain and screamed. Ah! My hand! It hurts! The ship's doctor was still in shock and didn't react. Li Song roared, Ship's doctor, come and save me! Only then did the ship's doctor rush over to check it out, and all eyes were glued to it to see what kind of results were in store. The ship's doctor sucked in a breath of cold air after a quick look, his brow furrowed in immense concentration. This caused Li Song's heart to sink and he angrily shouted, Quickly say, how is it? Can it be cured? The ship's doctor shook his head gruffly. It's hard to cure at the moment. The right arm can be said to be completely wasted. A comminuted fracture. Li Tsong's heart was disturbed and became more and more angry. You fart. The world has changed. The powerful heat weapons have disappeared. But the level of medical treatment hasn't dropped. Don't talk as if this arm of mine won't exist from now on. He was uneasy in his heart. After all, he was a force fruit ability. If he broke an arm, it would be a very painful blow to him. Lin Muxue also inquired. Ship doctor, could it be that his arm is directly wasted? It can't be used in the future? Li Tsong's heart warmed slightly and he squeezed out a smile with difficulty. Cheryl, you're caring. Lin Muxue coldly grunted. What a waste. Really let me down. Force fruit of you. But you were even sent flying by a punch. The gap is still so big. Your hand is going to be ruined. Always bragging about how powerful you were before. Now this? Yi moving are not chopping attacks. You surprisingly cannot match him in power. I'm worried because, with you without an arm, the Tinjiao pirates' battle power will be lowered a little bit. This made Li Tsong's face ugly. Shameful. And also simply did not expect. How Yi power so strong. Li Tsong hurriedly explained. Saving face for himself. Yi after all contracted 7 incapable people. Perhaps. Many of them are giants. The giant race power is already strong. Then stacked up, the power is also very scary. So I can't compare to it now. But just now, when level 30 starts, I'm sure I'll quickly surpass him in terms of power. My force fruit hasn't been powered up yet. When it awakens in the later stages, no one will be able to surpass me in terms of power. Watch me break all laws with one force in the later stages. Like Pangu. This made everyone listen to be shaken. Indeed, when it comes to force fruits, as a dragon nation, they will think of Pangu. After all, that represents the ultimate power. There are no fancy spells, there is just power. But right now, Li Tsong's force fruit is so weak that it won't feel like it can be that powerful later on. Some mocked. Don't insult Discord. Although the world is mutated. But how can the mutated world be compared to the world level of the Hongdao kind? Don't use Pangu to put gold on your face. The development of devil fruit mainly depends on the individual. This Li Tsong looks nothing more than that. Li Tsong kept explaining. In the middle stage, Yi is definitely no match for me. Schwerer, believe me, right now is his period of superiority. That's why I'm undefeated. Lin Muxue felt the same in her heart and coldly grunted. Ship doctor, find a way to cure him. The main reason why he said that was because he didn't want the Heaven's Pride pirates to have a loss in their high-end battle force. The ship's doctor was in a difficult position and let out a sigh. Hey, Captain, I have to be honest. His arm is now twisted like a twist, and even completely powerless to shrug and pull, because the blood, flesh, bones, all crushed, not only crushed into slag, but crushed into powder. Even the best doctor treatment, but also impossible to cure. I suggest, is this arm cut it? Press a prosthesis. Are better than this, because continue to use this arm, is also completely useless, is a pose. It's also completely useless. It's just for show. This caused Li Tsong's face to change in shock and he shouted angrily. What? How can it be so serious? Even if I don't beat EU, I'm not injured like this. You quack. Get the hell out of here. Lin Muxue chided. Shut up. Li Tsong blushed hard and quieted down. Lin Muxue frowned, not expecting it to be so serious. Her heart was furious. She had thought of letting Yi get hurt, but it turned out like this. And, it's just a matter of putting up with it and pretending it didn't happen. At this time, Yi was in a good mood. This Li Tsong had sneered at himself many times, so he was first punished him in a small way. Something suddenly occurred to the ship's doctor. Or, perhaps, not to cut it off. Li Tsong hurriedly inquired. What else can be done? The ship's doctor glanced not far away, at Journal of the Bearing Feather Pirates, and spoke bluntly. That is, let the healing fruit ability of Xiao Linger heal you, even if now in the early stage. The healing fruit ability is not that terrifying, but it's certainly better than the current medical technology, even if it can't be cured right now. But in the middle stage, the healing fruit will certainly be able to completely restore the bones that are shattered into powder. This made Li Tsong's face ugly. What kind of way is this? Xiao Linger is the ship doctor of the enemy pirate group. Li Tsong looked to Lin Muxue and begged. Share, help me. Lin Muxue frowned. How can I help? Beg him? Impossible. Li Tsong shook his head. Of course not. Exchange it with treasure. Lin Muxue hesitated. Li Tsong assured. I can't be without an arm so that at a later stage, my strength will also have an impact. I promise, to work harder to improve, and the treasure that I lose now, I will work harder to obtain later, thus making up for it. Lin Muxue nodded. Okay. With that, he walked towards Yi. Lin Muxue proposed. I'll exchange the treasure for your ship Dr. Xiao Linger to give him. Before he could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Yi. No way. Don't think about it. Just cut your arm off and be at peace with being disabled. As the words fell, Yi Yu stopped paying attention and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. End of chapter. Chapter 94 Yi Yu's terrifying physical arts. Chapter 94 Yi Yu's terrifying physical arts. Lin Mushue's face was unsightly. Exchanging treasure for treasure was rejected without hesitation. It was still possible to exchange for other pirate groups, but in favor of Qiao Linger being in the Beijiu pirate group, then there was indeed no hope. Li Tsong's face was heavy with anger and despair. His right arm was really going to be amputated. Yi Yu entered the secret realm, and many people were concerned and curious. No one had passed yet. Could Yi Yu succeed? Lin Mushue didn't go straight away, but waited, because if she didn't pass, she would also ask humiliating questions. She herself was so humiliated this time, and she wanted to see Yi Yu humiliated in front of the world with her own eyes. Li Tsong proposed quietly in Lin Mushue's ear. Schwerer, Yi Yu is going in now. Should we take the opportunity to make a move against the Bearing Feather Pirates? The shame we suffered today is too great. Not only were Li Tsong and the Heaven's Pride Pirates humiliated, Lin Mushue was the most humiliated. She wanted to do it, but shook her head directly. Idiot! I'm injured now. You're also injured. We, the Heaven's Pride Pirates, are bound to be at a disadvantage when we fight them. Li Tsong whispered. There's still the Green Dragon Pirates. Ah, they haven't gone far. Contact them and deal with the Bearing Feather Pirates together. Lin Mushue was slightly moved, but after thinking about it, she let it go. The Wang Quan division is also injured. Even if they are united, they may not be able to make the Beijiu pirate group suffer many losses. After all, the Beijiu pirate group's battle strength is not bad, which is why Yi Yu will feel relieved to enter. Xia Ling, Zhao Yener, even Sun Long, Zhou Xing, I'm afraid that they are all stronger than you. If you want to blame it on you, you are too wasteful. Otherwise you can still try. Lin Mushue was furious. She was injured because she was involved in the secret realm, and Li Tsong, the former vice-captain, was crippled by Yi Yu's play. Li Tsong was disgraced and humiliated, especially in front of Lin Mushue. At this time, Sun Long and the others had some regrets. I can't believe they didn't take advantage of the opportunity. I was ready for a big battle. Zhou Xing nodded. I was expecting them to take advantage of the opportunity to make a move against us as well. It seems to be self-aware. At this moment, Yi Yu entered the secret realm, and the image in front of him turned around, standing on a ring. Soon, information about this secret place was known, for the sake of pushing the limits. In front of him, a humanoid alien beast emerged, 8 levels higher than Yi Yu, a 28-level alien beast. Yi Yu quickly understood why the weak pirate captains came in as seriously injured and the strong ones came in as seriously injured, because it was based on their own strength. A 10th grade comes in and is facing an 18th grade, and a 12th grade comes in and faces a 20th grade. The battle power of the foreign beasts was powerful, and for the top heavenly pride, they all possessed the power to cross the level of the battle, but they were all roughly clear that when facing the foreign beasts, they could at most cross 6 or 7 levels. This is why it is said that the secret realm is a challenge to the limit, because the foreign beasts that each person faces are inevitably stronger than the limit itself, and not being able to defeat them is a failure of the challenge, not exceeding their own limits. Apparently, Lin Mushue, Wang Quanshi, these top celestial pride, had also failed to defeat even when facing a foreign beast that was 8 levels higher than themselves, and it has a time limit of 1 hour. And if you don't defeat it, you will also be teleported out. If you are defeated and face a death crisis, you will also be teleported out. That's why it's all coming out injured. However, for Yi Yu, being 8 levels higher, that was not the limit, because Yi Yu's overstep battle power was even stronger. 8 levels higher was an existence that was difficult for any heavenly pride to overcome. But for Yi Yu, who had even more terrifying overstep battle power, 8 levels higher was nothing. The humanoid alien beast was a humanoid mantis, 2 meters tall and large, suddenly moving with great speed, its side-like hand rapidly waving and cutting, a storm of sharp blades raging. Yi Yu quickly dodges and throws a punch that mantis also quickly dodges. Apparently, speed, seeing colors, and armed colors are awesome. No wonder so many couldn't pass. This Fey mantis is already powerful, not to mention being 8 levels higher than them. But for me, it's not that hard. Besides, it's a great grinder, so I'll just use one hand. Yi Yu had his left hand behind his back, which made Mantis' eyes go cold with contempt for himself. Whoosh! The mantis moved quickly, constantly flickering around Yi Yu, surfacing a residual shadow that made it difficult to distinguish. What Yi Yu wanted was this: the more powerful it was, the more it could serve as a sharpening. Seeing color hegemony carefully perceived. Suddenly from the dead center of his gaze he quickly reappeared, his side-like hand sweeping across the room. Yi Yu took half a step back and just happened to dodge it. If the mantis chopped vertically, Yi Yu sidestepped and also just happened to dodge it. Mantis is mind-blowingly strong with his seeing color buster and speed. Yi Yu signaled, "Faster. It can't make me feel the danger yet. The heavy weights that have been tied to my body for a long time, but they haven't been unloaded yet." This made Mantis even more shaken. Being so fast and having a load on him? What a joke. However, Yi Yu did not lie to him. The body does have weights. Arms, legs, body, are tied with weights. Each piece has 100 pounds. A total of 10 pieces on the body. That is, 1,000 pounds. And it can't be seen because the ties are very thin and very small pieces of iron. And the reason they are so heavy is because of the weight applied. Among the fighting crew of the Baja Feather Pirates is an ability that eats the weight gainer fruit. Unlike the gravity fruit of Admiral Fujikyu and the King of Thieves, he can only apply weight to any object or person. A sesame seed. Apply 100 pounds of weight. This sesame seed is 100 pounds of weight. Apply it to a person, and the person's weight will increase, thus making it difficult to move. Right now, his limit is to apply 100 pounds of weight. Fujitsugu is gravity, manipulating the strength and direction of gravity. So the weight gainer fruit is a lower version of the gravity fruit. Therefore, it was only when Yi Yu carried a weight on his body that he was able to have 1,000 pounds. For physical arts, Yi Yu was more valued, because only Yi Yu himself knew best that his strongest was not sword arts, but physical arts. Too many people, at the moment, thought that Yi Yu was a great swordsman, but he actually wasn't. Because, while swordplay is a superimposition of Roger, Hawkeye, Riley, and Redhead swordplay, physical skill, their own strength, and defense, is something that every one of the 7 incapacitated has, and will have, not to mention, the power of Oz the Demon. Therefore, Yi Yu's strongest is not the sword art, but the body art, its own strength. Do not have to wait until the late stage. Yi Yu, since the body art plus overbearing aura, will be able to completely surpass the peak period of Carp. It was hard to imagine how strong Yi Yu's physical skills would be in the later stages. Therefore, for self-body techniques, Yi Yu valued them extremely highly and would spend more time and energy than practicing his sword. At this point, used the mantis as a good physical sparring partner. The battle continued. The mantis was getting more and more exasperated. The speed was getting cooler and the frequency of attacks was getting higher and higher. Yi Yu, who was restricting himself, was finally feeling the pressure and started to fight as much as he could. 2 figures, in the ring constantly flashing rapidly. If someone looked, it was difficult to catch with the naked eye. Only a brief pause in each collision could be seen for a split second. With each collision, chi energy and sharp edges exploded, and the ring was soon strewn with cracks, about to collapse. Restricting himself, Yi Yu fought painfully. At this point, outside, Li Tsong sneered, "If you haven't come out after so long, you must not be able to pass either. Wait to be asked the most humiliating questions." Lin Mushui was also gloating and couldn't wait to see Yi Yu fail out. End of chapter. Chapter 95, Lin Mushui, who was more than a silly wave. Chapter 95, Lin Mushui, who was more than a silly wave. At this time, Yi Yu was in the secret realm and already felt that it was almost time. The reason I didn't finish you off quickly was to sharpen my reflexes and speed, as well as my seeing color hegemony, and now that I've grown accustomed to your speed, there's not much sharpening to be done if I continue. This made the humanoid mantis furious. It was too underestimated to use itself as a sparring partner. The humanoid mantis was suddenly all black, covered with armed color bay aura. His aura became stronger, obviously in full strength state, and he had hidden some of it just now. Yi Yu sighed lightly. No wonder no one has passed. But to me, 28 levels, it's nothing. The humanoid praying mantis was furious, its green eyes staring deathly at Yi Yu. It sighed like forelimbs rubbing against each other, emitting creepy zippy noises and sparks, as if it was trying to grind even sharper. The next instant, the decisive battle is a touch. The humanoid mantis is the first to take the lead. The back leg stirrup, such as the arrow ejected from the string, instantly across the distance of several feet. The right scythe with the whistling sound of the wind horizontal chopping to the throat of the leaf feather. Yi Yu face indifferent, slightly sideways, easily avoid this fatal blow. Of course, is not a fatal blow, as long as their own armed color hegemony coverage, even if they encounter, but also at most left a fine blood mouth. It would be a crisis for other top celestials, but the inherited armed colors and defenses, too, were stacked. Dodging at the same time, the right fist clenched. Armed color hegemonic aura covered fist became pitch black. Arm muscles bulged, with 1,000 pounds of force blasted at the mantis abdomen. With a muffled thud, the fist slammed hard into the mantis's hard abdominal armor, making a dent in dark green juice oozing out from between the cracks in the armor. Any other top heavenly pride before would have been shocked. Even Lin Muxue, because of his thunderbolt, had trouble breaking through the mantis armor. It was too hard. While Yi Yu cracked and dented the armor with a single punch, Lin Muxue would regret it even more when she saw it. The power surpassed Li Tsong by far too much. However, it was destined that no one was now clear that Yi Yu was actually stronger in physical arts than sword arts. The mantis was injured even more furiously. His double sickles danced, weaving a silver light and shadow, attacking Yi Yu in a dense manner. Yi Yu's footsteps are agile, his seeing color hegemony is superb, and his speed is extremely fast. After all, among the pirates, the redhead's speed, too, is surprisingly fast. Yi Yu weaved in and out of the light of the sword. His figure drifted in a dashing manner, and then he saw a break, and swept his body into a sweeping leg, sweeping towards the lower part of the mantis body. Mantis reaction is very fast. High leap, double sickle downward chop. Yi Yu on the ground rolled to avoid. The ground was chopped out a few deep cracks. Yi Yu sighed softly. The full force of you is not bad. I'm glad. The humanoid mantis wondered. Yi Yu explained, because you're so strong. It means that even though it's a purple secret realm, it's a bit more difficult than all the previous purple secret realms, so the rewards will naturally be better. So I'm very happy. This infuriated the mantis to the point where he had already concluded that he would lose, and he became even angrier and attacked ferociously. A quarter of an hour passed. Yi Yu slightly consumed, but the mantis consumed more. Yi Yu quickly moved to the side of the mantis, quickly jumped up and swung his left leg like a tomahawk, and kicked the mantis to the joints of his back. This kick cohesion of the whole body force. Mantis unsteady stumbling forward a few steps. Yi Yu multiplied the victory. Both fists were as fast as rain, even obviously a pair of fists only, but in front of them seemed to hit pieces of fist shadows. One after another smashed into the back of the mantis and the back of the head. Mantis, in severe pain and dizziness, turned and swung his twin sides around. A blade chopped out intensively, constantly cutting the air and the ground. Yi Yu quickly dodged close and threw a punch that sent Mantis flying directly backwards. With a whoosh sound, Yi Yu floated above the humanoid mantis, his fist covered with the overlord color, violently smashed into the mantis head. Without touching, it was a click. The mantis head shell shattered, and the interior also burst. Green blood splattered. The huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and was not moved by Yi Yu's punch to burst his head. The message sounded, passing through the secret realm, gaining experience rewards, starting teleportation. Yi Yu was joyful because surprisingly, he had directly raised one level, 21 levels up. You know, the further the level goes, the harder it is to raise. To level 20, it is obvious to feel, and only a short while ago just reached level 20, now past the secret realm, it is directly up one level. Yi Yu was satisfied. Not bad, this humanoid mantis really didn't let me down. Killing him is equivalent to killing an enemy that is a little more powerful than a top heavenly pride, and raising one level is understandable. Yi Yu was teleported out and the purple secret vortex stream disappeared with him. It stunned everyone. The purple secret realm has disappeared. This means that Yi Yu passed. Holy, that's awesome. Everyone was shocked, and the most outrageous thing was that Yi Yu was not injured, which made those who had participated in the secret realm before shook. Lin Muxue was incredulous. How is it possible? If he passed but was weak and badly injured, I wouldn't be very surprised. But how did he solve the humanoid mantis without any injuries? That's impossible. That's 8 levels stronger than the entrant, having fought with the humanoid mantis. So Lin Muxue was even more shocked. Could it be that Yi Yu's current strength was above his own? No way. Absolutely no way. This also made the top celestial pride, who had participated, vibrate. Li Tsong had already asked Lin Muxue about the contents of the secret realm, and when he saw that Lin Muxue was shocked, he was not surprised and explained, Schwerer, the humanoid mantis he faced is definitely not as powerful as the one you faced. After all, the higher the rank of the incapacitated person is, the weaker it is. So the humanoid mantis he faced is not necessarily stronger than the one you faced, Schwerer, and that's why he passed through like this without much exertion. It can't possibly be because he's more powerful than you, Schwerer. Lin Muxue felt the same and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. At this, Yi Yu laughed over it, skimmed Li Tsong and Lin Muxue, and spat out 2 words, dumbass. This made Li Tsong burst into a rage. What do you mean? To scold me like that? Yi Yu sarcastically said, isn't it? Lin Muxue frowned and scolded herself as well. Li Tsong grunted coldly. My guess is not unreasonable. Lin Muxue confident, Yi Yu, you can't be stronger than me. There is still more than a month from the ring. By then I will definitely be quite stronger than you. You wait to be defeated. Don't think that if you pass the secret realm, you will be better than me. As many people know, the difficulty of this secret realm Varies from person to person. You will definitely not be able to beat the praying mantis that I am facing. Yi Yu lazily walked towards the pirate ship. Don't bother to continue with your nonsense. Xia Ling, let's get on the boat and we can leave. Yes, Captain. All of the Baja Feather pirates boarded the ship and sailed away. Lin Mushue face ugly. The secret realm did not pass, but also so humiliating, and thought that Yi Yu could not pass out to see Yi Yu lost once after coming out. But it was past. What benefits did not get? Let her incomparably angry. Looking at Yi Yu complacently left. Almost angry again spit blood. Li Tsong said, Schwerer, let out the accumulated anger when the ring is in progress. Snap. Lin Mushue slapped Li Tsong's face, thus venting some anger and cursing angrily. Waste. Disgrace me. In the future give me more effort to hone and improve. When you can beat Yi Yu in single combat one day, let you be the vice captain back. This makes Li Kara happy. Thank you, Schwerer. This is giving me a great opportunity. When I wait until the middle or mid-late stage, I will definitely be able to defeat Yi Yu. End of chapter. Chapter 96, A Sense of Crisis from 3 years later. Chapter 96, A Sense of Crisis from 3 years later. Yi Yu and the others walked towards the shore. When Xia Ling Joy, Captain, there is one good thing. Yi Yu was curious. Good thing? Well, it happened when you entered the secret realm. You'll know it when you see it when you get on the ship. It's good for our cultivation. This made Yi Yu curious as to what it was, but since he said he would know when he got on the ship and looked at it, he was in no hurry to ask. At this moment, in one of the cultivation cabins of the Bearing Feather pirate ship, Sun Long was grinding inside. Outside, weight gainer fruit ability Zhao Chong was pleased. Sun Long, how do you feel? Great. Sun Lung was excited. Zhao Chong said, the ability that I just developed is not only about touching objects to increase their weight, but I can also use the ability in a small piece of space to increase the weight of this piece of space for 3 hours, and then the effect disappears, requiring me to use the ability in this small piece of space again to make this chamber turn into a gravity chamber. Sun Long exclaimed, you've made this cultivation hatch into an excellent place for cultivation. Zhao nodded. Yes, Vice Captain Xia Ling has already instructed me. More to get a few gravity chambers. This is my current limit. 1,000 pounds of weight space. In order to allow the crew to all be able to grind, other gravity chambers, naturally, should be lowered. Sun Long exclaimed, 1,000 pounds of weight space. And the difficulty is stacked if you wield a heavy weapon here. Very good. Sun Long just entered. Will feel a mountainous pressure on the face? The body sank violently. Every step seems to be plunged into the mire. Difficult to move. Sparing him from frequent good intensity grinding, this kind of super strong gravity compression also made him not help but slightly frown and secretly clench his teeth. Sun Long took a deep breath. His eyes like a torch, locked on the pair of special dumbbells on the ground. These dumbbells are very big. Each weighs 1,000 pounds. Ordinary people do not say lift, even close to the difficult, but in Sun Long eyes, this is the stepping stone to the road to the peak of the sword hero. Yi Yu's swordsmanship was too strong, and if he wanted to become the #1 swordsman, he would inevitably have to be stronger than Yi Yu's swordsmanship. Sun Long steadily stepped forward, holding the dumbbell handle with both hands, palms and cold metal close to each other. Initial force, dumbbells do not move, as if rooted in the ground. Sun Long coldly grunted, mobilizing the muscles of his entire body. His arms, chest, back, every source of strength was awakened at this moment, surging towards his hands. Up, accompanied by a low drink, the dumbbells slowly left the ground. Sun Long's arm muscles were taut and his veins were rippling, just like a dragon swimming angrily, snaking under his bronze-colored skin. He began to swing the dumbbells. At first the movement was slow. Each swing had to overcome the huge resistance of gravity, bringing up the sound of the wind whistling and echoing in this small space. It wasn't too difficult to move in this space, but it was even more difficult to have to wield dumbbells that weighed 1,000 pounds, making them more than just 1,000 pounds heavy in this space. Once, twice, sweat gushed out from his forehead, instantly blurring his eyes, but Sun Long, as if he did not realize, his eyes are more and more resolute. The only thing in his mind is that every time Yi Yu has no fancy and horrible chopping, at least first, he has to do it to draw close to the strength of Yi Yu's sword skills. Every time the dumbbells were lifted and swung, it was as if he was swinging a blade with a determination to go all the way. Time passed quietly. The feeling of oppression within the gravity space became heavier and heavier. Sun Long's movements gradually slowed down. His breathing was so rapid that every gasp seemed to tear his throat. Sweat rolled down like a waterfall, wetting his clothes and clinging to his body, outlining the outline of his sculpture like hard body. His arms ached like fire, and every muscle protested, on the verge of reaching its limit. But how could he stop? The flame in his heart, called transcendence, burned out his fatigue and dispelled his weakness. Even though his legs were trembling and his steps were weak, he still mechanically swung the dumbbells and launched one round of charge after another towards his limit. A whole hour passed. When Sun Long exhausted his last ounce of strength and slammed the dumbbells back to the ground, the entire gravity space was as if it had followed a tremor. He could no longer support it. His legs went limp, and he fell forward to the ground, panting heavily, his sweat gathering into a small ocean underneath him. Yi Yu had long since come for a while at this time, and when he saw it, he inwardly marveled. Very good. In terms of effort, perseverance, not inferior to Sauron and the King of Thieves, with such a crew. Very good. The future is bound to be extremely strong. Even Yi Yu, upon seeing it, was admired for it. At this moment, it was also understood that this was what Summerling had said about good things. Indeed, with such a gravity cultivation space, for anyone to improve on their own grinding, it would be twice the effort and significantly improve. Even if it was himself, he also liked it very much. Instead of asking to have his crew carry him out, Sun Long stood up himself and walked out with difficulty and weakness, smiling faintly. Good day, Captain. Yi Yu sighed in admiration. Very good. I'm very happy to have a crew like you. I'm convinced that with this persistence, you will definitely narrow the gap between your sword skills and mine. Yi Yu didn't say compare, let alone surpass. After all, he was an open existence. Sun Long might have surpassed Hawkeye Mihawk from the King of Thieves, but it was impossible to surpass his own self with so many superimposed. Naturally, he wouldn't say it was impossible. To give Sun Long hope, Sun Long lay on the ground, much more relaxed, slightly lifting his head. The corner of his mouth pulled out a stubborn smile. I'm aiming high, so this suffering is nothing. Although the voice was hoarse and weak, it was permeated with unquestionable firmness, echoing for a long time in this small space, as if it was his strongest voice to the world. The road to break the cocoon. Afterwards, Yi Yu entered this space to prepare for cultivation. Xia Ling inquired with concern. Aren't you going to rest for a while? After all, you just came out of the secret realm not long ago. Yi Yu shook his head. It's fine. The battle just now didn't use too much consumption. After Yi Yu went in, he also felt the gravity, for which it was difficult, although it was similar to Sun Long, but the people watching outside were shocked. Startled, Summerling inquired, did the captain take off his load? Star of the Week shook his head. Didn't see the captain take it off. So, at once, everyone was shaken. Sun Long looked over in horror, more and more impressed, not worthy of being his own captain. Such a gravity space, still loaded. The fact that the captain was so strong and still worked so hard made everyone admire him more and more. Xia Ling was a bit worried and wanted to comfort Yi Yu. Although starting at level 30, he might be constantly vulnerable, but he didn't have to fight so hard. On second thought, later, Yi Yu took a deep breath. His eyes were instantly sharp as an eagle. First of all, the basic physical training. Push-ups, but this is by no means the ordinary sense of push-ups. In the super gravity, as well as their own still have 1,000 pounds of weight. So the arms every flexion and extension. It is like trying to carry a small mountain. Soon after, sweat gushed from the forehead, instantly blurring the eyes, gritted his teeth and insisted. 300, 301. The muscles of his arms were sinewy, like a small, angry snake, and his skin was intertwined with sweat, outlining the lines of perseverance. It was all very difficult for Yi Yu, but that's what it takes, to have difficulty in order to play a role in honing. Yi Yu's heart is firm, although I am now very strong. No one can beat me in single combat, but to see the goal and the enemy farther. 3 years later, the Navy war power but will descend. 3 years to say that short is not short, but to say that long is not long, so even if it is me, I have to work hard to improve. 3 years later, not only the Navy, but also the world government war power, as well as the heavenly dragon people, so it must become strong enough that when the time comes, it's not inferior to the admiral at all, in order to be able to protect themselves, as well as to make the Navy afraid of the Beiju pirate group. End of chapter. Chapter 97 World Envy. Chapter 97 World Envy. Yi Yu held on. Even he was a bit thankful that there were such capable people on board to provide such a good space for cultivation. At this time, the other crew members, too, had entered the gravity room in 10 levels, 100 pounds to 1,000 pounds. Every crew member stepped into it with firm eyes, and as they ground, sweat poured down like rain under the pressure of gravity, and every step they took was like struggling in the mud, but no one gave up lightly. They worked out in gravity spaces of varying difficulty, falling down again and again, and stubbornly rising up again and again, with only one belief in their hearts, to become stronger. Can't think of just relying on Yi Yu, can't feel that the captain is so powerful, slacken themselves, on the contrary to make themselves not very bad. A pirate group's power, can't just rely on the captain. The comprehensive strength is the most important. Yu grinding after the end of the exhaustion out. See the crew a lot less. Know that all in the gravity room. Looking at them all very spellbinding, eyes full of gratification. One person's strength can't accomplish the real King's pirates. Only when all the members have the resilience and strong strength, the Beiju pirates can go to the top. If the enemy was only of this world, then there was no need to fight so hard. But the enemy also had the navy and the world government 3 years later. So, in the future, if one was ever slowed down by more than one powerful battle force, one would have to rely on them. 3 hours passed, and the crew dragged their tired but full bodies out of the gravity space. The next hour was their time to relax. A brief moment that was like a spring of fresh water in a barren desert. After all, cultivation is boring. Sailing adventure is interesting. But long time sailing on the sea will also feel boring, so gave the proper opportunity to relax an hour of entertainment time every day. Can't have the god strings taut all the time. Occasionally have to relax to be more conducive to growth. After all, when it's tight all the time, it's easy to break. On the deck of the pirate ship, several of the crew sat around, playing dice with a crisp sound that accompanied their laughter and occasional sighs of chagrin. There were also crew members staring intently at their cell phone screens, their fingers sliding rapidly across the screen, maneuvering the Naruto handheld game of Yakumo Kai to unleash move after move, chanting under their breath. That's youth. Inside the cabin, there is also a movie room. Under the dim light, the crew members are either lying or sitting, with their eyes fixed on the screen, immersed in the world of the movie. With the ups and downs of the plot, they sometimes held their breath nervously, and sometimes burst out in bursts of hearty laughter. And at this moment, all the fatigue and dullness were thrown to the sky. And in the girls' massage room, Xiaoling and Zhao Yener lay comfortably on the soft recliners as the female crew members' skillful hands pushed and stroked their shoulders and backs with just the right amount of force that they couldn't help but let out soft exclamations. It's so cozy, and the technique is so good. The female crew member used to work in a massage parlor, which came in handy now. She used her exquisite techniques to relieve her companion's body aches and pains, and also filled the small massage room with a warm and cozy atmosphere. Yu felt all of this, the cheerful pleasure of the Beiju pirate ship. This is the pirate group that he wanted. At the same time, let the publicity responsible for the record at any time, and thus propaganda, can also attract a lot of people for the aspirations of the heart to join. And it did work. Many people saw the video posted by the publicity department of the Bearing Feather Pirates and envied it. It's so nice of the Baja Feather Pirates, so eager to join. It's totally a big family. Too bad there are multiple powerful pirate groups to deter. The Flying Sky and Juggernaut Pirates are just about to make their move. Not many days left. Let's see what kind of situation we'll see then. If the Bearing Feather Pirates can get out of this crisis, they're going to join. It's hard. Not to mention that even if you get rid of it, then there must be more powerful pirate groups, deterring pirates not to think about joining the Bearing Feather Pirate Group. This allows multiple top pirate groups to appear, but does not allow a break. Then it will be targeted by the top pirate groups. Yu also knows that the role, even if it is not big, but it does not mean that it does not do it, and so on after that. Once they feel that the Beiju pirate group cannot be deterred, then it will rebound, and many people will want to join. At this time, Yu is in the topmost small villa of the ship, with a courtyard. Yu lives here. The bottom of the room is the most. The Beiju pirate group is a total of 9 floors high. Xia Ling, Zhao Yener in the 8th floor. Yu leaned back on the recliner with his eyes slightly closed, listening to the seagulls' cheerful cries and feeling the gentle caress of the sea breeze. The high-intensity training in the gravity room just now had made him a bit overwhelmed, but at this moment, the relaxation of his body and mind allowed Yu to recover quickly. After resting, Yu got up, ready to go find Xia Ling or entertain the crew for a while. Even Yu, after a long time, it is inevitable to feel a trace of dullness and need a little spice. At this time Xiao Linger came up, having just taken a bath and changed into her ancient clothes. This made Yu's eyes light up. Xiao Linger's face value was extremely high, her eyes were soulful, and she was born with a shapely and curvaceous body. The sea breeze ruffled Xiao Linger's hair, and she gently tossed her head, letting that long, shiny black hair flutter more recklessly in the wind. Yu inquired, "Linger, why did you come up here?" "Captain, I'm the ship's doctor. Healing fruit, can't last as long in the gravity chamber as everyone else, but try again, and I'd like to do more." Yu said, "It's already very powerful. Your healing is very strong and useful. There's no need to think about anything else." "Captain, before I mutated, I learned to dance, and even you, Captain, can get bored with long hours of grinding, so I wanted to dance to spice things up for you." This made Yu's eyes light up in anticipation. "Good." Afterwards, Yu continued to lie back and lean, And Xiao Linger took out her cell phone and put on a piece of classical music, then began to dance. Slightly raising her chin and lifting her slender waist, her feet began to dance as if the wind had been born. Her dance was light and graceful, like an elf dancing on the sea. From time to time, she rotated, her skirt flying like a blooming flower. From time to time, she stretched out her arms, her fingertips crossing the air as if she was playing with the sea breeze. And even sometimes she came close to Yu, her fingertips rattling in front of Yu. It was pleasurable to watch Yu, somewhat experiencing the life of a king. After Xiao Linger finished dancing, Yu couldn't help but clap his hands and praised. Linger, the dance was really good. A curvy body like yours paired with this dance. It's so beautiful. All of a sudden I felt physically and mentally pleasurable without a trace of dullness. The limbs are also really soft. Can directly split. Legs with the body at 90 degrees. Yu couldn't help but feel evil inside and sighed lightly. A girl who can dance is good. When Xiao Linger heard Yu's praise, her cheeks flushed slightly and her heart was happy. It's good to pleasure the captain. I'm happy and it serves more purpose. Then in the future I'll dance more for the captain to relax. Then, at night, the grinding continued after the entertainment, and while on the ocean, there were no secret realms, no encounters with sea beasts, no islands nearby. So much time was spent on the boat, grinding. Yu finished grinding already at 12 o'clock at night, and rested after washing up. By midnight, a silhouette, stepping lightly and quietly on the stairs came to Yu's floor. End of chapter. Chapter 98 Urban Hancock. Chapter 98 Urban Hancock. In the middle of the night Yu woke up and lifted the quilt to look down inside. Hey, do that kind of dream, go wash it. Opening the door to the living room, Yu walked towards the bathroom, but just after pushing open the door of the bathroom, a wave of hot air came to his face, and the dense vapor instantly blurred Yu's vision. Xiaoling blushed in shock and hurriedly put on a bath towel and came out. Yu was stunned. Why are you here? Xiaoling was embarrassed. The water heater in my room broke, so I came to your floor. On the 8th and 9th floors, there was no door, so Xiaoling came straight up. Xiaoling had just finished training and was covered in sweat, wanting to take a hot shower, but the water heater was broken, so she had to come up. Knowing that Yu had already fallen asleep, Yu didn't expect Xiaoling to stay up so late before the grinding ended, because he knew that the crisis was great after that, and knew that Yu ranked to the back and wouldn't be so powerful. Xiaoling felt that her frozen fruit self would have to resist this pressure and become stronger, so she desperately grinded until now. The two of them were facing each other, and there was a slight awkwardness in the air. Summerling complained. You didn't see anything just now, did you? Yu smiled bitterly. All water vapor, which can be seen. You girls as always the bath water temperature is very high. This was a relief to Summerling, who inquired suspiciously. Why are you suddenly in the bathroom in the middle of the night when you shouldn't be in the restroom? You can't just suddenly get up in the middle of the night to take a shower. It's not logical. Yu was a bit embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Xia Ling, with her keen nose, smelled something and looked down. Xia Ling's eyes widened, not feeling that Yu was peeing his pants, and he immediately withdrew his gaze. Brother Feather, you actually. Yu was immediately embarrassed. It's not what you think, Xia Ling said. It's understandable. After all, it happens to be the age of blood. But this is not good. Although I'm not sure, but I often see on the internet, many people do not abstain when they are young, and then grow up to become very fast, and then regret it. So Brother Fei, you have to pay attention to Yu explained. I didn't. I was experiencing a normal phenomenon that every male would have. Xia Ling quickly realized that she had thought wrongly, and was a little embarrassed, shyly walking away quickly. I'm done. I'll go down first, you go wash up. Yu went in and closed the door. His mind couldn't help but recall the scene just now, saying that he didn't see it on his lips, but in fact, accurately speaking, he didn't see it. After all, the bathroom was filled with water vapor, just like a person, a white mosaic, but still a blur. Yu couldn't help but secretly sigh. What a great body. No more thinking about it, feeling all a bit ruffled and sighing softly inwardly. Coming of age and having watched Jolene dance so beautifully in the afternoon had a chain reaction that led to sleeping me like this. After a quick cleaning, Yu went back to lie down and sleep. That scene still lingered in his mind. Hey, what a fire. Can't keep thinking about it. Shaking his head, Yu stopped thinking, and at this time, Xia Ling's face slightly reddened. After all, just now, Yu only wear pants. That body, that muscle, that curve, too perfect. I can't think about this anymore. Early the next morning, Yu got up and came to the first floor deck, where Zhou Xing had already made breakfast. Very nutritious, steak, milk eggs, etc. After eating his fill, Yi Yu continued to enter the gravity chamber. And at this moment, not far away from an island, inside a tavern, a lot of pirates were discussing here. Have you guys heard? The Empress Pirates held a grand ball on a nearby island, and it was danced by the Empress Pirates captain, Ryu Huani himself. This pirate group just out of the sea, but visibility through a night instant extremely high, because this Willow Phoenix one looks too beautiful, and is a heavenly pride. Eats sweet fruit. Specific what ability is not clear. I'm curious how beautiful it is. It's said to be very beautiful, so beautiful that it eclipses actresses, and it's even rumored that if you take one look at Lu Huani, you haven't lived this life in vain, not to mention being able to enjoy her exquisite dance moves. I'll set out for it. It just happens to be not far from here. There are conditions. Too bad pirate groups can't go. And there's an entrance fee, which means a little treasure. So that's how it is, but blowing it off like that makes me curious. Giving a little treasure as a ticket is no problem. Gotta get going. They perform occasionally while sailing, so the locations are irregular and each place stays for a day at most. So if we miss it this time, we won't know when. At once, many pirate groups have come one after another, but there is a limit to the number of people who will announce on the official website of the Empress Pirates that the stage viewing position is full, and other pirate groups want to come to make a reservation. Do not make a reservation to come uninvited. Will face attacks, because the Empress Pirate Group strength is also powerful, so the island around the island where the dance is held, there is no pirate group to see from afar. Pirate ships are empty. The crew came to the center of the island full of deep mountains. There is a stage laid down. A lot of people, off stage, were expecting it, just by looking at the other female crew members of the Empress Pirates alone. It's a good look. This pirate group, there's so many high-colored faces. The crew are all so good-looking. It's hard to imagine how good-looking Empress Lu Huangyi is. It makes me think that maybe the rumors are true. A female crew member stands on the stage and gestures, "Quiet everyone. The Empress is here." At once, everyone stood up and looked out over the stage as the elevator rose, but was blocked by a veil, and then the silhouette pivoted to step out through the sand curtains. Instantly, everyone's eyes widened in amazement. Lu Huangyi figure appeared, tall and graceful posture, unable to hold a slender waist, a head of black and bright long hair like a waterfall down, wantonly scattered behind. Her eyes, is a deep and charming violet color. Eye waves flow between, charming heavenly, beautiful eyes casually glance, will be able to hook people's heart, so that the world's men are intoxicated, as if into a beautiful dream, difficult to extricate themselves. Snow-like skin in the daylight with a crystalline luster, cannot find a flaw, like the finest sheep's fat jade carefully carved into. Her vermilion lips were red without pointing, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth carried a seemingly light smile, which both penetrated the queen's condescension and hid the shyness of a young girl. Lu Huangyi was dressed in a gorgeous purple cheongsam, showing off her dimpled figure to the fullest. The tight fabric wrapped around the simmering career line, making people marvel at how the waist was so slim, but so spectacular upwards. The skirt is open to the thigh, walking, long straight legs hidden, attracting reverie. Every inch of skin, every curvature, exudes a breathtaking charm, showing the style of the Empress between hands and feet. Everyone looked dumbfounded as complete silence fell around them, followed by an uproar. Sure is beautiful. The rumors are not exaggerated at all. Even I think that little treasure ticket is considered small. Su Song didn't lie to me. Sure enough, the purple color is very charming. Too beautiful to be true. Lu Huani inquired in a charming voice. Is my concubine beautiful? Beautiful. It's so beautiful. Then willing to do anything for your concubine? As he said it, he seemed to use a bit of his powers, but neither realized it and nodded subconsciously. Willing to do anything. A hint of cunning flashed through Lu Huani's charming eyes. Then, give all the treasures to the concubine. As the words fell, Lu Huangyi's fingertips lightly tapped her Ju lips, and a red peach heart emerged. Her right hand touched the peach heart as if pulling a bowstring, and she let out a dainty cry. Mino 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 mino. Arrow of captivity. Whoosh. At once, dense peach heart-shaped pink arrows shot out intensively, stabbing at each pirate, instantly petrified. Some pirates kept smiling adoringly, some kept their faces in shock. There was a moment of silence. Lu Huangyi ordered, start harvesting all their treasures, then prepare to leave. Yes, Captain. Captain. Having inquired that the Baju pirates are not far from us, do you think they will take the bait and be petrified by you? Confident. Lu Huangyi tilted her head, her stunningly beautiful and arrogant face facing the sky. That's for sure. Whoever it is will be petrified by my concubine's beauty. End of chapter. Chapter 99, Petrifying Yi Yu? Chapter 99, Petrifying Yi Yu? The Empress pirates leave, go to the next island, and continue in such a way that once again a pirate group comes with a heartbeat. After arriving, The island was decorated with brilliant lights, and in the center of the stage, Lu Huanyi danced with a graceful figure. Her beauty seems to be the brightest star in the night sky, so that people cannot move their eyes. That bumpy figure, in the dance between the display of fatal temptation, light and graceful dance, hook away the heart of every pirate. The pirates watched mesmerized, immersed in this dreamlike scene, unaware of the danger creeping in. Lu Huanyi made a heart shape with her hands towards them, activating her fruit ability, and her cherry lips lightly opened. Mei luo, mei luo, mei luo. Sweet, sweet, sweet wind. In an instant, pink light emanated from Peachheart's body, and the originally obsessed pirates were instantly transformed into a cold stone statue. Lu Huanyi sneered and led his pirate group to quickly scavenge away the treasures that these pirates had accumulated before leaving by boat. Some of the pirate groups were a little stronger and lifted the petrification earlier. They were furious and put out a message on the sea for everyone to be wary of Lu Huanyi's deception and sailed their ships in full pursuit, vowing to recapture the treasures that had been snatched away. When Lu Huanyi found out, he wasn't worried in the slightest, and the pirate ship wasn't sailing very fast. When the pirate group managed to catch up with Lu Huanyi's pirate ship, they were furious. Give us our treasure, or we'll go to war with you. Lu Huanyi came out, just gently threw a wink, with a few points of petulance and anger, said, "Is not the treasure you voluntarily gave to the concubine? Now you want to snatch it back? And you want to fight with my concubine? Are you willing to hurt your concubine?" That voice was delicate and gentle, and the eyes were seductive. These pirates instantly looked like they had their spines taken away. The anger on their faces turned into infatuation, and they all gave up the idea of retrieving the treasure. "It was our fault. We gave it voluntarily. I give myself a slap in the face for even thinking about catching up and grabbing it. Empress, don't be angry. We were wrong." Lu Huanyi gave them a flying kiss, making them incredibly happy. These pirates simply gave up and willingly watched Lu Huanyi's Empress pirates go away. Soon, the reputation of the Empress pirates spread across the sea, and there were still pirate groups willing to go to the Empress pirates. The Empress pirates have a lot of treasure. Inevitably, robbed a lot of treasure. And more than just these 2 days, before it began, just during the period of time some pirate groups to chase up, willingly give up. Lu Huanyi spilled the beans to let them not say anything. They really keep it a secret. What an awesome ability. But I like the male one because I'm a Sengoku and his ability definitely won't work on me. I'm a female, and it must be no use to me either, to go and rob her of her treasure. At once, many pirate groups came to the new island where the Empress pirate group was located. Fighting spirit, incomparable self-confidence, but soon there was no movement. Even the female ones were petrified. This is the power of Lu Huanyi. At this time, the bearing feather pirates, Yi Yu, came out of the gravity room, took a shower, and lay back against it to rest. Knew one thing, that is, before the truth fruit, in their own pass, disappear, and then randomly appeared in a place, by a lucky encounter 8, into the truth fruit ability, and then by the official reuse, any suspect's face, have told the truth. At that moment, the information crew came over quickly to report. One thing, Captain, is opportunity. Oh, what is it? On an island, a pirate group appeared called the Empress Pirate Group, a pirate group that has acquired a lot of pirate treasure. With the narration, Yi Yu understood and wasn't surprised, sighing lightly inwardly. After all, it's Hancock's fruit ability, and looks and build, no less than Hancock, so it's understandable that those pirate groups are being toyed with. Willow Phoenix E? The corner of Yi Yu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile of interest. Do you know the island where the Empress pirates are now? Got it. It's not far from the sea we're in. They don't have much of a hiding mentality. They don't seem to be afraid. Yi Yu ordered. Then sail closer towards there and meet this Lu Huanyi. The crew knew about it and warned. Captain, this Lu Huanyi ability is too bug. Not to mention so beautiful in itself. The combination of the two. It's even easier to be charmed and petrified by her. Even if the strength is stronger than him, he'll be petrified if he doesn't pay attention to his heartbeat a little bit. So do we really have to go? The crew felt that there was a risk. In terms of strength, they were definitely not able to defeat Yi Yu. They knew very well how powerful Yi Yu was, but as long as they were men, they were bound to be hard to resist. Xia Ling couldn't help but think of last night in the middle of the night. Yi Yu actually had that kind of dream and reminded in a low voice. Captain, you were like that last night. You're at the age of blood. Even girls get petrified, so you have to be cautious, and we've got some treasure on board. Yi Yu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Think I must be petrified. Xia Ling bristled. What man isn't horny? Yi Yu had some confidence. It's fine. Go and meet her, in case it comes true, but you can get a lot of treasure. It was then determined that the voyage was close to the island where the Empress pirates were located. At this point, With the Empress Pirate's reputation spreading far and wide, Captain Yanagi Huangi, with the powerful ability of the sweet fruit as well as her overwhelming looks, has made too many pirate groups afraid to go there. At this moment, Lu Huani received information that the Beijiu pirates were sailing towards the island they were on. Hearing this news, the crew within the pirate group are a little nervous. After all, the Beijiu pirate group has made a name for itself many times, and the Captain Yiyu is extremely strong and has shocked the world many times. Captain, the bearing feather pirates not far from us are really coming. However, the corners of Lu Huangyi's mouth rose, revealing a confident and charming smile, without the slightest bit of fear in her eyes. So what if it's the bearing feather pirates? Even Yiyu will have to fall under my concubine's pomegranate skirt. Even if he's powerful, he's still a man after all. Lu Huangyi stood on the shore looking towards the sea. Her body was graceful. The sea breeze gently ruffled her hair, adding a few more points of charm and arrogance. Many people still don't realize that the concubine's own strength is also very strong, but Yiyu's strength is useless even if it is above the concubine. Lu Huani's tone was filled with disdain. There has never been a man in this world who could resist this empress's charms, and with a concubine as beautiful as this, how could he be willing to lay his hands on me? As long as I use a slight tactic, he will obediently hand over his treasures, and may even become my concubine's fighter to protect her. Knowing that the ships of the Beijiu pirate group were about to arrive, Lu Huani got excited and couldn't wait to see the appearance of Yiyu being mesmerized by her charms and then obediently giving up his treasures. In her mind, this coming powerful pirate group, not a life and death battle, but a game of sure victory. Yiyu is just a lamb about to fall into the tiger's mouth, and she, once again, will make a name for herself in this sea with her beauty and strength. End of chapter. Chapter 100 Yiyu arrives. Lu Huangyi confident? Chapter 100 Yiyu arrives. Lu Huangyi confident? At this time, the Heaven's Pride pirates also knew about this matter and realized that the Empress pirates were not far away from them. Knowing that the Empress pirates had grabbed a lot of treasure, Lin Mushue's eyes flashed with a glint of greed and decided to get closer to grab the treasure. Li Song hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. Captain, it's best not to go. We managed to get some treasure just now as well. Lin Mushue's brows furrowed. What? Think I'm not a match for Lu Huangyi? Of course not. Shuai, you are the strongest. It's just that her ability is so unbelievable that even a female would be petrified and charmed by her. So even if Shuai, you are stronger than her, it's still hard to exert strength. Many pirate groups have suffered big losses from Lu Huangyi, and no pirate group has managed to snatch the treasure from her hands yet. Lin Mushue was confident. Then we, the Heaven's Pride pirates, are the first. And there's no way I'll be petrified. Those women, how can their hearts compare to mine? Sailing close? Yes, Captain. Soon, the Heaven's Pride pirates arrived first. As they were a bit closer to the Empress pirates, the ship of the Celestial Pride pirates arrived at the island, and the Empress pirates were already waiting. Lu Huangyi's posture was graceful, and her eyes revealed condescension and seduction. Yo, isn't this the captain of the Tianjiao pirates? Ringing thunder fruit ability Lin Mushue? Lu Huangyi lightly opened her vermilion lips, her voice gentle but with a hint of danger. Why? Have you come to give your concubine a treasure? Saying that, wearing a purple cheongsam, Lu Huangyi slightly sidestepped, showing off her delicate figure, presenting a perfect S-shaped curve, waves of light flowing in her eyes, inadvertently exerting the ability of the sweet fruit. Lin Mushue only felt her heart shake, an inexplicable heartbeat surging up, but she suppressed it. Just on the boat, many people were actually directly petrified by the fascination, and some even directly took out treasure gold coins shining with golden light and handed them to Lu Huangyi. Empress, this treasure is for you. Yeah, thanks to this little brother then. Lu Huangyi thanked and gave a flying kiss. This crew was so happy they were about to pass out and drool. Lin Mushue's face was ugly as she kicked this crew member away, cursing angrily. No, come to your senses. This crew came back sober and shook inside. Li Song was all shaken up. After all, he was a boiled goat and almost had a heart attack. Lin Mushue coldly grunted. Sweet fruit, it's really powerful. When I first chose it, I saw it and didn't choose it. I thought it was suitable for dessert, but I didn't expect the ability to be so strong. But any fruit can't be compared to my rattling thunder fruit. As for being charmed and petrified by you, that's impossible. Lu Huangyi laughed softly with sarcasm. That's not necessarily. After all, you Lin Mushue, seemingly high and cold, but in fact, very open it, before facing the words spoken by the fruit of truth. The whole world is aware of it. So petrified of you, there is still a possibility. Speaking of this matter, Lin Mushue was humiliated and disgraced and angry. Shut up. I'll electrocute this beautiful skin of yours today. Make it impossible for you to use this charm ability. Inwardly, even Lin Mushue was a little jealous. She had thought that she was already a great beauty of the world. But this Lu Huangyi was even more beautiful than herself, and her body was even better. Lu Huangyi aggrieved petulance, how can you have such vicious thoughts to concubine? To let concubine afraid. Don't use thunder and lightning to concubine. Give the treasure to concubine and then leave. Then concubine will reward you with a kiss. Oh, instead of flying kiss. It made the ship's crew heartbeat. But to what Lin Muxue said. Lin Muxue's surprisingly uncontrollable heart. Almost uncontrollable to give away the treasure on their ship. But after all, she is also not ordinary. Forced to endure this impulse. Gritted his teeth with tenacious perseverance to stabilize his mind. The heart vibration. More than one imagines to be tricky. But also know that you cannot communicate with the Lu Huangyi more than a furious cry. Cut the crap and hand over the treasure you snatched. Or see the terror of the rattling thunder fruit. How could my concubine give it to you? Crackle. Instantly, electric currents surfaced on Lin Muxue's body and nuisance was made. Seeing this, the corner of Lu Huangyi's mouth hooked up into a cold smile. Not fearing in the slightest. Lu Huangyi moved quickly, then flashed behind Lin Muxue and kicked out. Aromatic feet. Lin Muxue was surprised in her heart. So fast. It seems that her own strength is also very strong. It feels that this kick is not ordinary. Cannot be kicked. Maybe not only being charmed to will be petrified. Being kicked by this kick will also be petrified. Lin Muxue's entire body raged with lightning and exploded, causing Lu Huangyi to quickly retract and not kick out. That's quite an impressive ability. Offense and defense. Lin Muxue didn't say anything, and her hands continuously bloomed with lightning. 8 million volts. Discharge. The electric current kept soaring out. Lu Huangyi's seeing color hegemony was released. His body nimbly dodged the incoming lightning, and when he circled around behind Lin Muxue, his hands made the shape of a love heart and fired a pink ray of light towards Lin Muxue. Mellow, 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 sweet, 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 sweet wind. Lin Muxue found that the lightning could not be blocked. The body turned into a lightning bolt and dodged over. But the pirates behind him were hit and directly petrified in large swaths, and their hearts were scornful. Lin Muxue increased the lightning output. Countless lightning bolts struck towards Lin Muxue. The bombing sound was constant. The stone was blown years old. The big tree was electrified, instantly caught fire and burned into charcoal. Lin Muxue's seeing color hegemony was exerted to the extreme, and his own strength, like Hancock in the Pirates, was not bad. Quickly dodging while constantly firing out sweet gale. Rumble. The bombardment continued, and wherever the lightning went, the ground was blasted out into a large crater and the trees were instantly scorched. The two of them went back and forth, and the battle descended into a white-hot stage. Lin Muxue's lightning attacks were wide-ranging and powerful, and Lu Huangyi gradually sensed the danger and threw a wink at Li Tsong and the other crew members. Do you want to see my concubine in such a sorry state? Do you want to see my beauty destroyed by her thunderbolt? Come and help my concubine. I will give you a reward. At once, many of the crew members were charmed. Even Li Tsong. His eyes became peach-shaped, and at once all of them rushed towards Lin Muxue, brandishing their weapons. Li Tsong's fists clenched, and his force fruits erupted. Don't hurt our empress. Lin Muxue's face changed. Not only could she be petrified, she could also confuse her mind to such an extent. Lin Muxue lightning bloomed, swept out, but also have to control directly the rushing crew electricity over. But Li Tsong, after all, some strength, direct hard resistance, storming, huge power of fist blast. Lin Muxue dodged. The boulder behind her was shattered by the power of this punch, and shouted angrily, "Sober me up. Shame on me. You're a failure." Lin Muxue is very angry, suddenly surrounded. Not only Lu Huangyi, but also the crew of the Empress Pirate Group. In addition to Lu Huangyi, also has other powerful. It's just that Lu Huangyi doesn't like men. To be precise, there is no one to look at, so there are only female crew members on the ship. Otherwise she could definitely recruit more crew members and make the pirate group stronger. At this time, the Bearing Feather pirates were about to approach. The information department crew reported, "Captain, the Heaven's Pride pirates arrived first and are already in the middle of a battle with the Empress pirates." Yi Yu is in a good mood and sighed lightly. It seems that the harvest can be bigger again. End of chapter. Chapter 101, Indentured Frankie, the Man of the Evening. Chapter 101, Indentured Frankie, the Man of the Evening. The battle between Lu Huangyi and Lin Muxue continued, and that Lin Muxue was at a disadvantage. Although the rattling thunderfruit is powerful, a lot of the crew are charmed. She is not good to let go of her hands. That would kill her own crew and lower the battle power of the Tinjiao pirates herself. So, hands are tied. Wake up, you guys. However, slight control of the lightning, 10,000 volts, kept them from being electrocuted. But it was painful. Some came to their senses. Some fell numb and unable to fight. Li Tsong also came to his senses and shouted, "All close your eyes. Don't look at her." However, Lu Huani was still pouting. Her voice was like heavenly music, and she was still affected. Lu Huani's voice seemed to have magical power. Even if it was only transmitted into the ears, it could make the heart and mind swirl, making it difficult to hold on. Sweet fruit catalyzed and petrified these mind-bending crews. Li Tsong direct earplugs to block the ears. Gauze blindfolded eyes. Cannot see Lu Huani, but not so bad that you cannot see. Can see the figure on the line. Li Tsong mobilized his force fruit ability. His muscles tightened, and power rushed through his meridians. His feet fiercely stepped, like a cannonball shooting towards Lu Huani, and the fist in his hand brought a whistling wind sound, fiercely smashing towards Lu Huani. Lu Huani slightly sidestepped and easily avoided Li Tsong's attack with contempt in her eyes. Her hands made the shape of love, and an intense pink light directly enveloped Li Tsong. Close your eyes and think you won't be affected? In the next instant, Li Tsong's heart sank. Unable to act, his body quickly became stiff, and he was petrified into a statue in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the crew of the Empress Pirates also joined the battle, and Lin Mushui not only faced Lu Huani, but also the strong men of the Empress Pirates, as well as her own crew. Even if you can fight against it, but bound hands and feet, and Lu Hui's beauty and her sweet fruit ability that constantly exerted, so that Lin Mushui cannot hold up quickly. Under the constant accumulation, her heart began to appear a hint of loosening. Looking at Lu Huanji's overwhelming beauty, a trace of heartbeat involuntarily flowed out of her eyes, and even as a high-cool goddess, her face became blushing. Lu Huanyi seized the opportunity and once again launched a powerful sweet gale. Lin Mushue's heart appeared to stutter briefly as she reacted, and when she couldn't dodge it, she was struck by the pink light and her body instantly began to petrify. Damn! Lin Mushue gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with unwillingness, wanting to act, but her body gradually became stiff, and eventually completely petrified, becoming an ice-cold statue that stood on this battlefield. Lu Huanyi ordered, "Start scavenging their treasures. Captain, the bearing feather pirates are almost here." "Got it. Then I have to prepare carefully. This Yi Yu might be hard to deal with. I have to maximize my charm." As the words fell, Lu Huanyi went to get ready. At this time, a number of pirate groups were also nearby, hesitating. There must be a lot of treasure. Latest news. The Sky Pride pirates are all temporarily petrified. There's more treasure. It seems like it's going to be. Better not go. It's too powerful. These pirate groups rushed off, but there is a pirate group did not leave. This pirate group captain called Lu Han, ate the transparent fruit ability. At this moment, Lu Han looked at the crew gathered on the deck and frowned inquiringly. "Where's Rin Yan?" The dogged crewman on the sidelines said, off quietly working on his own inventions again, not being a good ship's doctor, always saying that the incapacitated Frankie he inherited made him better at inventing. "Get Lin Yan here." Lin Yan quickly arrived, displeased. "You used to study medicine. I made you a ship's doctor, and you're still obsessed with those useless things?" "Captain, I'm not going to delay learning medicine, and I'm trying to learn." A side dog-legged man approached Lu Han and reminded. He studied gynecology. Lu Han despised, "Look at how unproductive you are. Even choose a gynecology. Usually do not see you study medical skills. Do not know what to do all day." The lapdog continued to snitch. He didn't show up for the meeting last night either. "Lin Yan, what did you do last night?" Lin Yan was delighted. "Captain, I've come up with an invention." "Invention?" Lin Yan is very confident and has shown remarkable mechanical talent since he was young, but his parents felt that playing around with things made him choose to study medicine. But after the mutation, he chose to contract an incapacitated person, which made him feel that his luck was too good to be true, and the contracted incapacitated person's name was French, who was also a cool inventor, which made him feel that he was a good fit for him. When he got on the ship, he wanted to be a shipwright, but Lu Han knew that he was a medical doctor and made him a ship doctor, or else he wouldn't have even let Lin Yan get on the ship. After boarding the ship, Lin Yan did not give up, and after spending countless days and nights in the small, stuffy cabin, he finally produced his masterpiece, a small model of a boat equipped with a cola device and a starting mechanism, which he proudly took out at this time, placed it in the bathtub, activated the delicate device, and the boat instantly jetted out, swept out a parabola, flew up to a certain height, and then landed firmly back on the water at the other end of the bathtub. Lin Yan's eyes glittered with pride as he looked towards Lu Han, eager to receive a hint of recognition. However, Lu Han only glanced at it lightly, the corner of his mouth rising slightly with a hint of mockery. "Just this? How can this be considered an invention? It's nothing more than a child's contraption." Lin Yan eagerly argued. "Captain, this is just the beginning. It's true that right now I can only get this little model jet to take off, but I firmly believe that in time, I'll be able to make a real giant ship soar into the sky as well. Lu Han was very unimpressed. After the mutation, it's hard to recreate all the high technology. You're still studying this, wasting time. Captain, I have another invention. Lin Yan did not hesitate to activate the mechanical fist device on her arm in order to further demonstrate her ability. Only to hear a whooshing sound, the fist belt with boxing gloves catapulted out and thumped Lu Han's face. However, Lu Han did not move a muscle, and the expression on his face did not change in the slightest, as if he had been gently stung by a mosquito. There was silence around them for a few moments, and the dogleg broke the silence. Captain, he's playing you, yeah. Lu Han's eyes instantly turned cold, and the anger in his heart was completely ignited. Fiddling with these useless things all day long is like playing with things. This ship doesn't need you anymore. Get out. Lu Han raised his foot violently and kicked Lin Yan's abdomen so hard that Lin Yan's body, like a kite with a broken string, drew an arc in the air before falling into the cold and bone-chilling seawater with a thud. Lin Yan was incapacitated and could swim, and quickly hurriedly swam aside to a small reef, inwardly uneasy, not wanting to die, wanting to swim to the nearest island. It would be dangerous, and surely he would encounter sea beasts. However, just then, Lin Yan's eyes lit up as he saw a red dragon-shaped pirate ship, and the flag, Black Dagger Knight. It's the Bully Feather Pirates that focuses on the incapacitated. I'll give it a try. Lin Yan shouted, bearing feather pirates, I want to join you. I've contracted the incapacitated one, called Frankie. At this moment, Yi Yu raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard it. If it was a mediocre incapable person, he wouldn't care, but it was surprisingly Frankie. Yi Yu said to Zhou Xing, bring him up. Yes, Captain. Zhou Xing leaped up, stepping on the air, and approached Lin Yan, who was on the reef not far away. End of chapter. Chapter 102 Yi Yu resisting sweet fruit. Chapter 102 Yi Yu resisting sweet fruit. Zhou Xing brought Lin Yan to the ship, and Lin Yan was excited and introduced herself in detail. I, Lin Yan, am a 7th level talent, and although I am contracted as an incapacitated person, I feel that I am very useful, and I dream of becoming an awesome shipwright. Hayashi Yen showed off his invention once again, and the pirate ship model jetted out. Assuredly, right now, although I can only make the model fly, I can definitely make a real pirate ship jet take off in the near future. And I will also focus on my own strength, and strengthen myself through various inventions. I'll show you my mechanical fists? Yi Yu shook his head. There's no need to show it. This made Lin Yan's heart sink inside, and wasn't looking good? Yi Yu directly decided. From now on, you're a crew member of my Bearing Feather Pirates, directly becoming a combat crew member, and when your inventions are more powerful, becoming a cadre is possible. This made Lin Yan incomparably excited and happy, and was very happy to have joined the Hegemony Domain Pirates, and still have such a high position. I will definitely work hard on the invention, won't let everyone down. Then continued sailing. 5 minutes later arrived at the island where the Empress Pirate Group is located. The other side is not on the shore, but can be heard in the center of the island, coming from the sound of singing and dancing. Yi Yu sighed lightly. It seems more serious to deal with us? Everyone wait here. I'll just go alone. This surprised and worried the crew. Captain, your strength is definitely above Lu Huani, but his ability is too counterintuitive to be resisted just because you're strong. Don't worry. Besides, if you guys go, you might instead become a hindrance to me and get confused by her and make a move on me. So I'll just go alone. Don't worry. The crew thought so and chose to wait. Yi Yu quickly rushed towards the center of the island, and when he arrived, lively music and the cheers of the crew of the Empress Pirates had reached his ears. Yi Yu slowed down and approached the stage that was full of temptation and danger. When the surrounding pirates saw Yi Yu, some of them showed mocking smiles, laughing at his self-importance, while some of them were looking with pity, as if they had already seen what would happen to him if he was petrified. But Yi Yu turned a blind eye to these gazes. His eyes only had the magnificent Lu Huan-yi on the stage. Yi Yu is also want to see their own degree of perseverance. In addition, the only hegemony overrides everything, even if they use the sweet fruit, relying on their own powerful hegemony. Even if they cannot make the sweet fruit power completely invalid, but also can be greatly reduced. Lu Huanyi noticed Yi Yu and narrowed her eyes slightly as she pondered in her heart. This man, he really doesn't look simple, but he's just one of the many who are mesmerized by the concubine's beauty. No matter how powerful he is still a man after all, and even women are charmed by concubines. Lu Huanyi danced with more scale enlargement. Yi Yu, who was under the stage, directly found a seat and sat down, and just quietly watched Lu Huanyi's dance. This made the crew of the Empress Pirates stunned, knowing full well of Lu Huanyi's ability. How could they just watch like this, not afraid of being petrified later? Or is it just confidence in yourself? Feeling unaffected? Lu Huangyi was equally shaken, feeling that Yi Yu was like this, a provocation to himself, as if he felt that he couldn't charm him. Lu Huangyi laughed in her heart. It's really unique. Belittling the beauty of my concubine. Or overconfident in your own perseverance, even directly sitting down and watching. Then just keep watching. Soon you won't be able to carry it off. Lu Huangyi danced on the stage while continuously urging the sweet fruit. Although it wasn't a move, the beautiful dance, coupled with the ability to catalyze it, was something that could affect people. Yi Yu had to admit that Lu Huangyi's beauty was indeed breathtaking, not even inferior to Lu Huangyi. But Yi Yu's eyes are always clear and calm. As Lu Huangyi dance proceeds to turn her back to Yi Yu and then get down on the stage, which would make any male's nose bleed if they saw it, and quickly turns to squatting and dancing up and down, Lu Huangyi felt that it would inevitably be fine. Such a movement, matching his ability, activating the sweet fruit ability again. The invisible pink light instantly enveloped Yi Yu. However, surprisingly, Yi Yu did not instantly petrify like other pirates. Yi Yu inwardly does not have a light sigh. No wonder so many pirate groups cannot take her. Just now the moment, I was moved. However, this cannot affect me. Yi Yu clapped his hands and exclaimed, dancing is very good, but I won't pay for the treasure. On the contrary, I also want to take some treasure from you. I'll just take all of the treasure that you snatched, and you guys originally left your own behind. Just as my ticket. It made the Empress pirates frown, talking as if they could defeat them. Lu Huangyi all but frowned, a trace of shock welling up inside, not realizing that there was a man in this world who could resist her ability. The corners of Yi Yu's mouth rose as he smiled bashfully. There are no other heavy hitters, so I'm going to put you down. Lu Huangyi smiled provocatively. The main event? Of course there is. If you have the ability, come with me. As the words fell, Lu Huangyi's figure flashed and swept into the woods. Yi Yu quickly followed. Lu Huangyi entered a carefully prepared wooden house, which was decorated with pink drapes in an ambiguous and very atmospheric sense. Like a dreamy place, Lu Huangyi frowned, originally thinking that no one would ever be able to force herself to such a point. But now, it had to be done. Even though she was very reluctant, she knew that she definitely couldn't beat Yi Yu in terms of strength. In that case, I will charm myself to the extreme. Lu Huangyi gritted her teeth. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes. She turned around and picked up the clothes that had already been prepared on the side, and quickly changed into a black stocking with a delicate white hip-hugging short skirt, outlining the curves of her perfect figure. Yi Yu came to the front of the wooden house, gently pushed open the door, and what came into his eyes was Lu Huangyi's heart-racing dance. Lu Huangyi danced in the center of the room next to a pillar that temporarily served as a steel pipe, her body twisting and spinning like a nimble snake, her long black hair flying wildly as she moved, her eyes revealing endless seductive intentions. Attempting to petrify Yi Yu with this charismatic dance as well as her current attire, coupled with hyping up her fruit ability, confidence is definitely possible. No man doesn't like black silk. Yi Yu was only slightly stunned. Then he stabilized his mind. His eyes were clear as he gazed at Lu Huangyi, directly sitting down at the bench and watching with interest. Cultivation is boring after a long time. Watching you dance is nice to enjoy and relax. This made Lu Huangyi's heart rise, and she smiled on her face. Then you enjoy it. Lu Huangyi used all her strength, but found that she was still unable to influence Yi Yu, and was anxious in her heart. Seeing that Yi Yu was hard to be influenced, she simply jumped onto the bed and couch and picked up the long-prepared fox ears and tail from the side and put them on. Instantly, her entire body exuded a wild yet flirtatious aura, making all sorts of seductive movements. Yi Yu took a deep breath to keep his gaze clear while exploding his domineering aura. Seeing that Yi Yu remained unmoved, Lu Huangyi could not help but feel a little discouraged in her heart. But the pride in her bones did not allow her to give up easily. She hesitated briefly, even calling it all darling, or even husband, or even dad. Lu Huangyi walked towards Yi Yu, swaying her body, and as she approached she suddenly raised her right foot and kicked out. Aromatic feet. Yi Yu easily dodged it with a blink. Lu Huangyi shook. How is it possible that it didn't affect your mind in the slightest? Yi Yu sighed lightly. It seems that relying only on perseverance, I still can't carry it. The reason why I have accompanied you until now is not only for relaxation and pleasure, but also to see if my own heart and perseverance are strong enough to resist your mega sweet fruit. It seems that it still doesn't work. If I don't rely on my dominance, I might be petrified by you. Lu Huangyi was stunned. Overbearing? End of chapter. Chapter 103, Having a Good Feeling. Chapter 103, Having a Good Feeling. She couldn't figure out what it had to do with dominance. Yi Yu did not say much. After all, it is not his own crew. And now will not tell her that the hegemony is strong enough to nullify the fruit. Yi Yu proposed. I'll give you two choices. Give me the treasure, or I'll take your treasure after defeating you. Lu Huangyi's eyes were full of displeasure. Yi, my ability can't affect you, but you shouldn't underestimate me either. I pay great attention to my own strength. Yi smiled indifferently. In terms of my own strength, even more so, no one can compare to me. Lu Huanyi snorted coldly and instantly unleashed her sweet fruit ability. The air around her seemed to become sweet as she cried out in a delicate voice. Sweet, sweet Gale. Since he couldn't petrify Yi, but it was nice to make his opponent slightly disoriented during the battle. However, after Yi's hegemonic aura was emitted, there was no effect at all. Knowing that there's a big difference in strength with me, trying to gain an advantage by controlling it for a short while, nice idea, but it's useless. Your ability can't affect me. Seeing this, Lu Huangyi was shocked and rushed towards Yi like a bolt of lightning, her long leg kicking at Yi's head with a harsh wind sound. Yi did not panic, raised his hand and blocked the kick, not moving at all, but the huge impact made the wooden house on one side of Yi directly shattered, and then several large trees fell down one after another. Yi sighed lightly. Not bad strength. Let's put it this way, you cannot want your treasure. Join my Beiju pirate group, so that the treasure is for all of us. Lu Huanyi directly refused. Although you impress me, but I, Lu Huanyi, will not easily submit to others, let alone a male. Unless this male makes me incomparably worship and adore. Then come back to me later when I keep creating new majestic deeds and you're so worshipful and adoring of me. You're so confident that I adore and love you. I don't think this person exists, but if you do, I'll opt in. Yi casually slapped his hand, and Lu Huanyi crossed her arms to block, but she was still shaken out. Seeing Yi reappearing, a peach heart appeared in front of his body, as if he was pulling a bowstring, densely packed with small arrows attacked him. Yi's body moved quickly, weaving freely through the gaps of the dense pink arrows, avoiding the attacks with precision every time. Lu Huangyi vibration. Yi do not even need to pull out the black knife knight. Found that Yi's physical skills are also very strong, and now with the same play, Yi quickly flashed to behind Lu Huanyi, a tackle to subdue her. Difficult to resist, too much strength. Lu Huanyi stopped struggling and gave up. Will you spare me if I hand over the treasure? After all, the treasure is hidden in a very hidden place than me, hopefully in exchange for no casualties for our Empress Pirate Group. I originally came here only for the treasure. Besides, I think highly of you guys, and I'm still waiting for you to join my Baju pirates in the future. Lu Huanyi then took out the treasure. It was indeed in a very hidden underground. There was a door in the underground, and inside was surprisingly a piece of space. Yi was curious. How was it created? It shouldn't have been there originally. One of my crew ate the menman fruit. Yi's eyes light up. This is a powerful fruit, just the king of thieves and the possessor is also the same waste. Yi let the crew take the treasure, but left a little bit that originally belonged to the Empress Pirates. Although it wasn't much, Lu Huanyi had a slightly favorable impression of Yi. Although it was just a little bit, but it was something that made her even feel rare. Lu Huanyi looked at Yi's back as he left. A wave of curiosity welled up in his heart, and even surprisingly, there was some anticipation. What will the future hold for this man that will bring me to the point of adoration and even love for him? The members of the Beiju pirates all had the joy of a great harvest on their faces. The ship was full of rich treasures looted from the Empress pirates, which could be exchanged for quite a lot of experience. At this time the Tianjiao pirates one after another lifted their petrification. The first one to lift her petrification was Lin Mushue, quickly rushing in and shouting, Yi, don't go. The Beiju pirate crew looked over. Lin Mushue brought the crowd of Tianjiao pirates in a hurry. They still had traces of being petrified on their bodies, and some of the crew members still had stone layers on some parts of their bodies. Lin Mushue pointed at part of the treasure on the ship and said in a deep voice, these treasures are ours. If you want to leave, you can, but you must hand over the treasure that belongs to us. Yi inquired with a cold smile. This part is your treasure, Yes. Yi was happy. That's even better. All the more reason for me to take it away. This made Lin Mushue gritted her teeth. Her fists clenched tightly. Exasperated. It's impossible to give it to you guys. Yi said. These treasures were taken by us from the Empress Pirates, so they originally belonged to the Empress Pirates. Now what does this treasure have to do with you? One of the crew members of the Tianjiao pirate group heard Yi's words, scratched his head and muttered in a low voice, that doesn't seem to be a problem. Let's go find the Empress Pirate. Before he could finish his words, he was kicked away by Lin Mushue. You stupid. Elbowing your way out. Lin Mushue's face was ugly. Although she was angry, she was also clear that with the current strength of the Heaven's Pride pirates, it would be difficult to defeat the Bearing Feather pirates. Although her injuries had already healed, if they fought, they might lose both. Then her eyes rolled back in her head and she had a plan. She turned around and shouted to the other members of the pirate group who had been depetrified. Everyone, the bearing feather pirates stole our treasure. We can't just let them go. Everyone join forces. As long as we defeat them, we'll split the treasure equally. This made those pirate groups heartened. Without the Heaven's Pride pirate group, they wouldn't dare to fart. But if they joined forces, they might have a chance. And quickly have the publicity and distribution department spread the word that the bearing feather pirates had seized all the treasures of the Empress pirates. This news quickly spread in the nearby sea. Many pirate groups heart. They are afraid of the Empress pirate group Lu Huanji's ability. Know that the Sea of People tactics on Lu Huanyi useless. A wink can make them petrified. Spread a pout can make them their own people to fight their own people. But in the face of the Beiju pirate group, as long as the strength is strong enough, feel that you can rely on the strength to seize the treasure. Soon, a pirate ship came towards this island. The distance wasn't far, so this island was not far in all directions. Full of pirate groups gathered around. The one in charge of scouting for the Baja Feather Pirates immediately reported back. In all directions, a lot of pirate groups came over, probably more than 50. However, the people of the Baja Feather Pirates were not the least bit afraid. Instead, one by one, their battle spirit rose with excitement. Sunlong drew his sword. Finally we can fight. There are a lot of people. It looks like we can have a good fight. Lin Yan's wariness rose. I'll contribute as well. Yi Yu disdainfully laughed. Suddenly all-out outburst of hegemonic color, hegemonic aura. This heaven and earth, instantly dark red. How dare you set your eyes on the treasure of my bearing feather pirates? If you're not afraid of death, just come. Terrifying overlord color diffusion. Dark red electric arc dance. The island of Heaven's Pride as well as many other pirate groups. Bang 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 fall to the ground fainted. The distance see more than 50 pirate groups, but also a large swath of fainting. No one from the Empress pirates fainted. Yi Yu controlled it with precision. Lu Huani heart to Yi Yu good feeling more. At the same time incomparable vibration. With the contrast Lin Mushue different. Lu Huani is really as Hancock general character. It is difficult for someone to let her move. But at the moment feel, in front of the eyes of this man, it is really overbearing. End of chapter. Chapter 104, will it be over in 4 days? Chapter 104, will it be over in 4 days? Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony was like a raging tsunami impacting the weak pirates. The sound of falling to the ground was constant, and many pirates fainted on top of the deck. Those pirates who were not stunned were also shocked by this powerful overlord color. Their faces turned pale, their feet softened, their faces broke out in cold sweat. The greed in their hearts was instantly replaced by fear, and they began to hesitate whether or not to continue to grab the treasure in the face of such a powerful overlord feather pirates. Lin Mushue perceived that many pirate groups faltered, although the number of people, the number of pirate groups, but this hegemonic color hegemony out, but fell most of them, and some of those that didn't fall were shaken. Alexander, fighting in such a state would be dangerous. However, Li Song yelled, don't be afraid. They Bayou pirate group this period of time did not recruited what people, not to mention that we are so many pirate groups together, they cannot possibly keep the treasure. Get it divided equally, can be exchanged to get a lot of experience? Do not be afraid of Yi Yu. However, in the next instant, Yi Yu's speed was as fast as lightning, and almost the instant Li Song's words had just fallen. Yi Yu's figure appeared in front of him out of thin air. Yi Yu's eyes were full of scorn and cold. Violently swung out a fist. This fist was no longer not covered with hegemonic aura before, directly covered with armed color hegemonic aura, wrapped in a terrifying power, as if it could tear the air apart. When Li Song saw this, he was shocked and panicked. After all, Yi Yu had previously disabled his right arm with a single punch, without using his domineering chi. Let alone now, it was impossible to dodge. In his haste, he fully utilized his force fruit ability and gathered his entire body strength on top of his left fist, fiercely meeting Yi Yu's fist. A loud bang, like thunder exploding in his ears. There was still no stalemate. Li Song's body flew backwards like a cannonball. He let out a mournful scream and flew backward 100 meters away, smashing down quite a few large trees along the way. Li Song's left arm hanging helplessly at his side. Once again beaten, the entire arm bones, blood and flesh broken. The heart of the panic. The other hand is also going to be lost. Yi Yu swept in and stepped on Li Song's head, condescendingly and coldly inquired, tell them not to be afraid of me? Then are you afraid of yourself? Li Song's eyes widened in horror. His face had long since lost its previous arrogance, and his voice trembled. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm not participating in the Tenjio pirates. Lin Mushue's brows furrowed, once again disgracing the Tenjio pirates, but she couldn't help but save them. Skimming over the cadres on the side, Tianjio pirate group cadres suddenly launched the ability of the teleportation fruit. The king of thieves has not yet appeared in the ability of a ray of light flashed. Li Song teleported to an island at a marked point. This fruit ability allows you to teleport by leaving a mark on the target beforehand and then leaving a mark in another place. The mark disappears for a week and needs to be remarked when it disappears. Li Song collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, thankful that he had escaped, thankful that he had luckily allowed the cadre to mark him in advance. When the other pirate group saw the scene, the last trace of persistence in their hearts completely dissipated. In front of life, the treasure became less tantalizing, and they turned their ships around, ready to flee the waters, but with some concern. Will Yi Yu stop us? Will he let us leave easily? If we are not allowed to leave easily, join together in unison. It shouldn't stop us. After all, with so many pirate groups, even if the Bearing Feather pirate group can defeat us, but surely the battle will take time. Then it will only allow more pirate groups to rush in, wanting to fish for the treasure, as the Bearing Feather pirate group will surely consume as it defeats us plus the Heaven's Pride pirate group. Also, Lin Mushua's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. It was impossible to fight with the Beijiu pirates and get the treasures they possessed. Lin Mushue gritted her teeth and commanded the retreat with a heart full of resentment. Yi Yu did not pursue. There is no benefit. In addition to war with the so many pirate groups, there are bound to be people who will quickly rush here, wanting to fish and win. Lu Huang's eyes were filled with awe. It's really powerful. Just Yi Yu alone made a slight move and scared away all those pirate groups that coveted the treasure. Yi Yu smiled and waved towards Lu Huang. See you again if you have the chance. Remember to contact me when you love and adore me. Lu Huang smiled. That's quite confident. Then I'm also looking forward to whether you can make me adore you. The Baju pirates left and continued sailing on the vast ocean towards the treasure casting point. Having acquired so much treasure, it was only natural to redeem it at the first opportunity. Xia Ling was happy after calculating. The treasure obtained this time is 6 times higher than the value of that previous treasure chest. 6 times higher. Yi Yu's eyes lit up with some surprise and satisfaction. Xia Ling laughed. Lin Mushue must be infuriating, because the reason why the value of the treasure is so much is partly because that part of the Tianjiao pirate group's treasure, which is also precious, has obviously just encountered the precious treasure not long ago, and wasted its efforts to get it. Yi Yu was quite happy in his heart. In that case that's even better. The more angry she is the better. A scout crewman ran over and reported, Captain, at our current speed, it will take another day for us to reach the nearest treasure drop point. Yi Yu nodded, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation as to how much he would be able to level up after redeeming all of them this time. Xia Ling and other cadres have already indicated that when the time comes for most of the treasure, Yi Yu will come to vote. Yi Yu excused himself, feeling that it would not work, at most half, but Xia Ling and the others said that the big battle was coming in 4 days, and that Yi Yu would have to become stronger and thus more successful in getting through this crisis. Yi Yu was also not polite. At this moment, a suffocating atmosphere permeated the ship of the Heaven's Pride pirates. Li Song lay on the deck in cold sweat from the pain. The ship's doctor had finished checking it out inside. The left hand is also completely ruined and will need to be pressed into prosthesis as well. Li Song crumbles. Both his hands are ruined. Lin Mushue despised Li Song even more. Li Song gritted his teeth and said with incomparable indignation, if I don't take this revenge, Li Song, will not be a human being. Schwerer, we must find a way to deal with the bully feather pirates and deal with Yi Yu. They made us lose face many times. Don't call me Cher, call me Captain. Li Song's hands are now wasted, and Lin Mushue becomes indifferent to him. Li Song's face was ugly. Captain, he has embarrassed me as well as you many times. He must be avenged. Lin Mushue sat on a chair, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the desktop, an icy glint in her eyes. After a moment, she looked up, decided, and sneered, contacted the Flying and Juggernaut pirates and said that in 4 days, our 3 pirate groups will join forces together. It made Li Song's eyes light up. Great, gloating. In that case, after 4 days, the Bearing Feather pirates will surely be finished. Soon Speedy and the Juggernaut pirates knew, and their crew cheered when they found out. It would have been enough for our 2 pirate groups to join forces. With the addition of the Heaven's Pride pirate group, that's the downside of the Bearing Feather pirates being too high profile. However, in the Flying Pirates, Shara's face was a bit gloomy, looking at the Golden Demon. Worried, Captain, the Bearing Feather pirates have obtained quite a lot of treasures this time, and if they succeed in putting in a treasure casting point, their strength will surely be greatly enhanced. It's definitely possible for our 3 pirate groups to join forces and defeat them, but can we do so at a small cost? Why don't we wait until after level 30 to join forces? By then it will be Yi Yu's vulnerable period, as well as the Bearing Feather pirate group's vulnerable period. After all, they have more incapacitated people on board. Golden Demon frowned, a trace of displeasure showing on his face. He felt that Shara's words were somewhat growing others' ambition and destroying his own. He coldly snorted and said, Originally, it was only us, Flying Sky, and the Juggernaut Pirates joining forces. Now the Heaven's Pride Pirates are going to join in as well, and you're worrying about it instead? Are you underestimating us? With the combined strength of our 3 pirate groups, are we still afraid of one of their Beijiu pirate groups? Song Ling scorned. Yi Yu is powerful, but during this period of time, the Bully Feather Pirates didn't recruit many people, and I haven't heard of finding any powerful characters. Originally just Fei Tian and the Juggernaut Pirates teaming up would be enough, and perhaps it would be a small price to pay, but now that the Heaven's Remarkable Pirates have been added to the mix, the price will be very small. Shara said. I was thinking of reducing the cost to almost nothing. After all, with 3 united, there will still be some casualties, won't there? Golden Demon coldly grunted. After level 30, when would we have to wait? At least a month to start. It's impossible to wait, not to mention that the whole world knows that we'll be joining forces in 4 days. Wouldn't it be a shame if we change the time? It's impossible to delay. End of chapter. Chapter 105, The Strongest Creatures of Land, Sea, and Air. Chapter 105, The Strongest Creatures of Land, Sea, and Air. Shara also no longer said anything. For days later to do it is also possible. If the Sky Proud Pirate Group did not join, perhaps more hesitation. But fortunately the Sky Proud Pirate Group also alliance. At this time, the Green Dragon Pirates, when the news of this alliance was known, the King Power Division decided, contact the Golden Devils and tell them that we, the Green Dragon Pirates, are also allied. If it was just the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut Pirates, the Green Dragon Pirates wouldn't have chosen to make an alliance because even if they could defeat the Bearing Feather Pirates, they would definitely pay a price. But now that 3 powerful pirate groups are up, then it's unlikely that they'll pay a big price for joining again. The brief friction with the Beijiu pirates before had caused him to lose face, so he naturally had to seize this opportunity. Soon, this news made the members of the 3 pirate groups, Tianjiu, Fei Tian, and Juggernaut, ecstatic. Originally, when the 3 pirate groups joined forces, although they could defeat the Bearing Feather Pirate Group, they were bound to pay the price of some casualties, but with the additional Green Dragon Pirate Group, there would be almost no price to pay. The Golden Demon sneered. Very well, and may start a chain effect. Picking up the phone, Golden Demon dialed a number. Hello, is this the Destruction Pirates? I'm Captain Golden Demon of the Flying Pirates. The Destruction Pirates answer man rushes the call to the captain. The Momo Fruit ability. What is it? Golden Demon. Golden Demon said. Previously, you were hesitant about the alliance against the Bearing Feather Pirates. I can understand that. After all, you don't want to have losses. But now the situation is different. We already have 4 powerful pirate groups joining forces. Our strength is unprecedented. If you guys join in, this battle will be without suspense, and you will be able to solve the Hegemony Feather Pirates without any losses. On the other side of the phone, the captain of the Destruction Pirates answered after a moment of contemplation. Golden Demon. It's not that we don't want to participate. If we join, then it's impossible to pay the price for defeating the Bearing Feather Pirates. But it's really that we're too far away. When we get there, at least half a month will be needed. The distance is far and it's difficult to navigate the sea nowadays. There are many dangers. Half a month is fast, so there's no way. If we were closer, we would definitely join. Golden Demon felt also true. Also no longer contact other powerful pirate groups. The distance are quite far. Only the Green Dragon and the Tianjiao Pirate Group. The distance from them all is almost a sea. Closer, gather the alliance in time. Don't feel sorry for the 4 top pirate groups. It's enough. At that moment, the Thread Fruit ability, Yi Ming, ran over and brought news that made Golden Demon and the others even more excited. Captain, there is good news. The Bearing Feather Pirates can't redeem the treasure in 1 day. The Golden Demon was puzzled. Oh, why do you say that? A powerful and mysterious sea beast has appeared in the sea area that the Baju pirates must pass through on their way to the nearest treasure casting point, and a number of pirate groups have already been wiped out there. A powerful sea beast? How huge? What class? No one saw it, because the ones that went into that sea were all massacred, and the only reason why we know is that someone observed it from a distance with binoculars, and that a lot of wreckage and blood and water from the ships drifted over from that sea. Song Ling frowned. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? What if we solved the sea beasts? Yi Ming shook his head. Unlikely. The mysterious sea beast that appeared was just too powerful. Even the powerful pirate group led by the Shadow Fruit ability was destroyed by the group. Not only the Minion pirate group, there were quite a number of powerful pirate groups united with a combined battle power that was quite a bit stronger than our Flying Sky pirate group, but all of them were destroyed by the group in this way, because they felt that if such a powerful sea beast appeared, then there must be treasure. Song Ling inquired. A treasure appeared? No one saw, but guess. There is no island around. Guess the treasure is bound to be at the bottom of the sea. Generally there are powerful sea beasts. There is a great possibility of treasure. The Beiju pirate group must also be about to know this information. It has been on the hot search. They absolutely do not dare to rush forward. They will certainly choose to detour to the other treasure exchange point. And the other exchange point is quite far away from them. To go over to the past at least need 5 days. So they certainly cannot catch up with the exchange of treasures before we deal with them. At that time, we will not only be able to defeat them, but we will also be able to seize their bountiful treasures. It made the Golden Demon happy. Good news indeed, and added to the Baja Feather Pirates' woes. Lin Mushue was also happy to know and sneered. Inevitably won't continue sailing, definitely change the route. Then our treasure, after all, is still ours. Yi Yu, you're happy early. Li Tsong sneered. How happy he was just now. How ugly his face is now. Right, inevitably, must have seen the hot search. This time the Pirate Group Alliance Regiment Extinction event is since the mutation, the biggest casualty event, a full 20 Pirate Group Alliance, which is basically powerful, but still all regiment extinction become the things of the sea beast. At this time, the atmosphere on the Bar Feather Pirates ship was slightly gloomy. Apparently, it was all known that the Heaven's Pride and the Green Dragon Pirates felt that it was a good idea to ally with the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut Pirates. An alliance of 4 pirate groups is indeed tricky. And here comes another piece of bad news. The mysterious powerful sea beast. What kind of sea beast is this? Is it hard to believe that it's no less than level 30? At least 30 levels to start. It's just a sea beast after all. Perhaps in terms of single combat, this sea beast is better than the current captain. Right now the top ones are only level 20. So the appearance of a powerful sea beast of level 30 or more, then it's truly terrifying. And although it represents the possibility of more precious treasures, so many pirate groups have been wiped out. Damn it, or the way we have to go to the next treasure drop. At this point, Xia Ling gaped and suggested, Captain, why don't we just take a detour? That sea beast sounds terrifying. Zhao Yenner had the same thought. Let's take a detour. It's farther, but there can't be too many casualties. After all, 4 of their pirate groups are allied. However, Yi Yu raised his head to look at the sea in front of him, and a glow of excitement and confidence appeared in his eyes. Yi Yu shook his head. We don't make detours. This caused the crew to blush in shock and surprise. Xia Ling was worried. To fight? If it's a ferocious beast on the island it's fine, but it's a sea beast, then the fight is more restricted. Although I can freeze the seashore, but such a powerful sea beast will surely destroy the ice easily. Yi Yu Shinran, when the time comes to approach, you guys stop and I'll go alone first to see what's going on. This made Xia Ling worried. You're going to take on this sea beast alone? Zhang Tianyi hurriedly spoke. No. Zhao Yenner, Zhang Naran similarly stopped. No, it's too dangerous. Captain, you are very strong, but the strength of the sea beast is unknown. And fighting in the ocean, it is bound to be the home of the sea beast. As a human being, surely it is better to fight on land, so it is directly restricted. Yi Yu smiled with conviction. It's fine. In fact, you guys still don't understand one thing. When I fight in the sea, it's no different from land. Also, I will have a title in the future. The crowd was curious. What title? Yi Yu's austere voice, the strongest creature on land, sea and air. End of chapter. Chapter 106, Losing a Lady and a Soldier? Chapter 106, Losing a Lady and a Soldier? This shocked Summerling and others to hear for a moment as the crew marveled. The strongest creature on land, sea and air. That sounds so bossy. Meaning, fighting on land, in the air, in the sea, the captain is good at it? Yi Yu explained. Of the 7 people in the contract, 1 is a race that lives in the ocean. So I fight in seawater without being affected. This made Xia Ling and the others feel a bit more at ease. And since Yi Yu was confident, they chose to believe it and continued sailing. Zhang Naran began to study that sea area, as well as the news of this matter. And after understanding it, he roughly determined the range of the sea area where the sea beasts might exist, and was expected to arrive in 23 hours. At this time, when the Flying Sky, Green Dragon, Juggernaut and Heaven's Pride pirates knew that the Bearing Feather pirates didn't change their sailing route and continued to sail towards the dangerous sea where the powerful sea beasts appeared, the members of the 4 major pirate groups gloated. The Bearing Feather pirates are really asking for death this time, knowing that there are powerful sea beasts and still daring to go. It's simply stupid. Li San laughed coldly as he completely saw through it. They must have known that our alliance was going to deal with them in 4 days and felt that it would be impossible to defeat us. So they were desperate and wanted to take the original route to put their treasures into the casting points as soon as possible to gain experience, which is why they continue to sail. Lin Mushue sneered, just they still want to cross that sea? Impossible. That sea beast we have already confirmed is very powerful, at least 30 levels or more. my Tianjiao pirate group facing it, may also be wiped out by the group. The powerful sea beasts that are more than 30 levels are currently somewhat disconnected. It's almost impossible for a top pirate group to solve it. Even if we take the Beiji Feather pirate group as a top pirate group, it's impossible to pass through it. Once encountered, there will definitely be major casualties. Shara was a little worried. In case they solve the sea beasts to get the treasure, then won't they get a lot of experience? The experience gained from killing the sea beasts, together with the treasure guarded by the sea beasts, as well as the ones that they snatched, if they succeed in exchanging them, then Yu's rank will definitely increase greatly. And if they give some of it to the cadres of the Beiji Feather Pirate Corps, their rank will also be increased, and their overall strength will be increased. Golden Demon was disdainful. It's impossible for my flying sky pirates to pass through in the past, so the Bearing Feather pirates will definitely lose their fortune. Unable to go over, unable to exchange treasures, there are casualties, and then facing our alliance adds to the woes. Song Ling agreed. Although Yu isn't an ability person and isn't afraid of seawater, but let's not talk about how powerful that sea beast is. In the sea alone, the sea beast has an absolute advantage, so it's impossible to defeat it. Lin Mu Shui ordered, continue to pay close attention to the movements in that area of the sea. I want to be informed as soon as possible of the news that the Beiji pirates have been annihilated by the group. At this time, the sea where the sea beasts are, a powerful pirate group came here. Their captain Sound Fruit ability Wang Xiao doesn't believe in evil and wants to try. I heard that there is a powerful sea beast in this sea. It's just right. This captain would like to see if it's more powerful or my Yum Fruit's power is more powerful. Wang Xiao stood at the bow of the boat, looking at the dead sea in front of him, full of condescension and disdain. As their ship slowly sailed into this dangerous sea, the atmosphere around them became oppressive, and the water seemed to become colder. Wow! Suddenly, a huge splash of water surged under the surface of the sea, and a sea beast as huge as a mountain broke out of the water. This sea beast is shaped like a giant shark, covered with sharp bone spikes, a pair of blood-red eyes emitting a ferocious light. It is the highest level of powerful sea beasts that have already destroyed a lot of pirate groups, and even the pirate group alliance. The 32 level of the deep sea demon shark. It's appeared. Give it to me. Finish it. Wang Xiao was excited and his eyes were greedy. This was a large amount of experience and also surely there was treasure at the bottom of the sea. His men were picking up guns and other weapons, or preparing to cast their abilities, or transforming into various assorted animals. However, when they were ready to attack, the deep-sea demon shark opened its bloody mouth, and a powerful suction force gushed out from its mouth, sucking many members of the ship into its mouth one after another. Miserable screams constantly. The mouth of the devil shark is full of people. As the mouth closed, blood wildly soared out. Many people's hands and legs, head pirates outside, directly clamped off into the sea. The seawater was red with blood. This scene stunned the rest of the ship. Instantly and immensely horrified, Wang Xiao vibrated. The rest of the crew pulled the triggers. Bullets, shells bombarded the massive devil shark. Yet it was like scratching an itch. The deep-sea demon shark swung its huge tail and swept over, rumbling and clicking, instantly smashing the huge pirate ship they were so proud of that was hard and 100 meters long and 30 meters wide. Ah! Miserable screams continued. Many pirates were directly slapped to death and blasted out. Just a few seconds from the start of the battle until now, the members of their pirate group were heavily killed and injured. King Lord stood on a large wooden board. His face was ugly. His heart was horrified. He didn't expect to be so strong. His pirate group was so unbeatable. A sense of crisis welled up inside Wang Xiao. Realizing his arrogance, he no longer entertained the idea of solving the sea beasts, but rather escaped with all his might. Wang Xiao catalyzed his tone fruit power and slapped his stomach with both hands. His stomach as if it had turned into a drum. Pumba! As the exciting and powerful drum beats sounded, a sound wave visible to the naked eye soared towards the devil shark. Boom boom boom. The sound wave was quick and exploded directly on the demon shark. You would not be surprised to see. After all, in the King of Thieves, Apu was able to sneak up on Yellow Ape and explode his waist. Wang Zhao's heart rejoiced, thinking that he had succeeded in recreating the demon shark. But when the sea smoke dispersed and the devil shark's figure reappeared, Wang Zhao's smile instantly froze on his face. The devil shark was unharmed, and not even a single scratch was left on its hard outer skin. However, it still hurt a little bit, and the devil shark was enraged as it opened its bloody mouth that was big enough to swallow the whole ship and swallow towards Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao quickly jumped and dodged on the floating planks, forcing down his inner fear as he continued to perform his sonic sound fruit ability. The sound waves transformed into even more powerful explosions that exploded one after another around the demon shark. However, these explosions had no effect on the demon shark, which violently flicked its tail. Wang Xiao used a sonic boom, but was directly knocked out. Eyes wide, arms crossed to defend, covering the armed color hegemonic aura, dodged too much, was hit heavily, but could not defend at all, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, flew backward, his whole body was in severe pain, it felt like a lot of bones in his whole body were broken, and the pain that drilled through his heart made him almost lose consciousness, but forcing himself not to pass out, he flew backwards 200 meters away and then took out a device and opened it. An inflatable kayak surfaced, paddling quickly and pushing his ability to get away quickly by using the sound wave to push back. The devil shark chased after him, with a fast speed, swimming as fast as a torpedo through the seawater, quickly approaching. Wang Xiao regretted, is it going to end? Damn it, am I going to die young? However, with 20 meters to go, the demon shark stopped and turned back. Seriously injured Wang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to have left the guardian range of the devil shark, picked up a life, very grateful, although his pirate group, except for him, was wiped out by the regiment, but also still grateful. The devil shark is too powerful, he can live is already a blessing in misfortune. The story quickly made it to number 1 on the Hot 100. Lin Mushue was worried when she found out. They won't be afraid when they find out. I'd prefer them to continue sailing and thus lose their lives. We can all take the opportunity to move ahead while they have casualties. Li Tsong grunted coldly, definitely afraid, definitely changing course. At this point, too many people in the world are paying attention. Soon, however, the world shook. Yi Yu's decision was that the sailing route would remain unchanged. End of chapter. Chapter 107, Yi Yu Battle in the Sea. Reinforced version of Jinping. Chapter 107, Yi Yu Battle in the Sea. Reinforced version of Jinping. Lin Mushue let out a laugh when she found out. Ha ha ha, very good. It didn't disappoint me. It's what I hoped for. Li Tsong laughed coldly, still so rigid. I like your nature. Yi Yu, prepare to regret it. Originally was a little worried. After all, another powerful pirate group overthrown, and even failed miserably. The King Tsunami are almost lost, worrying that the Beijiu pirate group will give up when they know. But it is the route remains unchanged, so that they are very happy. Lin Mushue felt that if she knew, she would definitely change her voyage, feeling that even her ringing thunder fruit self would not be able to cross so many levels to defeat the demonic shark. And I'm afraid that it would be hard to injure the demonic shark if she got her own thunderbolt to the limit. Wang Quanshi laughed coldly. In this way, the Beijiu pirate group will definitely lose their wife and troops. Song Ling scornfully said, for alliances, too much to look up to him, all a bit unnecessary. After this incident, the two pirate groups of Golden Demon and Ida Do It are enough. Golden Demon was confident, with the alliance of our 4 top pirate groups, I believe that we can defeat the Bearing Feather pirate group without any casualties. Get ready. If the Bearing Feather pirates suffers a lot of casualties after the battle, we'll just move ahead. At this time, the Beijiu pirates did not back down due to the outside world's remarks and the reoccurrence of the destruction of the pirate group, and after 22 hours, arrived at this gut-wrenching sea. When the ship of the Bar Feather pirates sailed into these waters, a strange kind of tranquility surfaced in everyone's heart. The dead silence around them was eerily quiet. Looking around, no other pirate groups could be seen on the sea, and even if there were top pirate groups, they all stayed away from this sea and didn't dare to approach. The sea also looked calm, but the silence was terrifying. Zhang Naran stared at the map in her hands and raised her hand with a grave expression, pointing directly ahead. Captain, according to the map's markings and the intelligence we gathered earlier, the sea beasts are in the area 500 meters ahead. Yi Yu made an instant decision and ordered the ships stop. Everyone knows clearly that as long as they don't actively approach, the sea beasts won't actively attack, and will only be attacked if they enter its sphere of influence. So, for this battle, I will go alone. The crew cheered loudly and encouraged. Go Captain, I believe the Captain can shock the world again. Tianjiu, Feitian and other pirate groups are gloating waiting for the good news. Lin Mushue, Golden Demon and the others, they must know that we've arrived by now. So let's make them laugh. Yi Yu directly jumped into the seawater. As soon as they entered the water, the crew was surprised to find that Yi Yu moved freely in the water, not only without the slightest obstruction, but also at a surprisingly fast speed, as if he was a creature that had lived in the water for his entire life. What was even more unbelievable was that Yi Yu was really able to breathe freely in the seawater and didn't emerge from the seawater for half a day. Xia Ling, Zhang Sweet, and the others on the ship stared unblinkingly at the surface of the sea, not letting go of any hint of movement. As Yi Yu kept approaching the area where the sea beasts were located, the sea remained terribly calm. A calm that was like the tranquility before a storm, causing one's heartbeat to speed up involuntarily. Soon, Yi Yu approached that dangerous area. Suddenly, wow! The originally calm sea surface instantly boiled, and a powerful sense of oppression came from underwater. a huge devil shark sea beast broke through the water. That huge body was like a moving hill. The devil shark opened its bloody mouth, revealing rows and rows of sharp and hideous teeth, each of which was as tall as a person. Its body was covered with hard scales, flashing with an icy cold light under the sunlight. At this moment, the huge figure of the devil shark was unreservedly reflected in everyone's eyes. Whether it was the ship's crew or Yi Yu, who was facing it from a close distance, they were all shaken. Yi Yu tilted his head and looked at the behemoth in front of him, feeling the powerful aura emanating from it. An uncontrollable excitement surged in his heart. This excitement did not come from the fearlessness of ignorance, but from the desire to be a strong opponent as a strong man. Yi Yu secretly sighed in his heart. This was indeed the single strongest enemy he had encountered since the mutation. However, there was not the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. Instead, his battle spirit rose with excitement. On the one hand, it was a great opportunity to have a painful sea battle with such a powerful opponent, who had never experienced a fierce battle in the sea since the mutation. On the other hand, it was well known that a treasure that could be guarded by such a powerful sea beast must be of precious value. And, 4 days later, the alliance of 4 top pirate groups did make Yi Yu stare. It wasn't that he didn't have the confidence to defeat it, but he wanted to both defeat it and keep the casualties of the bearing feather pirates small. So it's naturally better to gain more treasure experience during this period. In the seawater, Yi Yu instantly entered the combat state. 21 levels against 32 levels. The span was huge. Even Yi Yu had to be serious. The whole body armed color hegemony was highly cohesive, and the dark hegemony covered the whole body, making Yi Yu look even more domineering. The devil shark was the first to attack, opening a bloody mouth big enough to swallow a ship, causing a huge whirlpool to form in the surrounding waters, trying to keep Yi Yu uncontrollably close. But the seawater was as unaffected as Yi Yu's territory. In seawater, then, let's use Jubiai's combat ability. Enhanced, of course. Yi Yu quickly rushed over, and the people on the boat were staring closely. They could still see some. After all, they did not go deep into the bottom of the sea, plus the seawater was clear. Surprised by Yi Yu's speed, he quickly swept behind the demon shark. Magic sharks are huge and move a little slower. Yi Yu swept behind the devil shark and directly grabbed the tail of the devil shark, his arm muscles bulging and firing with a low roar. Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, sea current over the shoulder drop. Not only was there the terrifying self-power and fighting skills, but also the seawater was all pulled. And in an instant, everyone on the boat instantly stared with wide eyes and open mouths, stunned there, only to see that the huge demon shark was unexpectedly sent flying by the fall. The scene was visually stunning. Oh my god, I'm not blind. Such a huge devil shark, like a small mountain, but by the captain, an over-the-shoulder fall flew out. This has to weigh a lot. It shows how powerful the captain's battle skills in seawater are. And it's not only their own power, the fighting skills that lead to it, but also with the help of seawater, pulling it in as well. Is this the benefit of having a fishman in the pact? Remember, the captain said it was called Sea Warrior Jinpei. The captain is now bound to be the strongest creature on land, sea, and air among mankind. The devil shark's huge body flung into the air, causing the surface of this sea to dim, and the sunlight was blocked by the huge devil shark's body. Yi Yu double palms in the rapid traction of the surrounding seawater. As the palms expand apart, a huge seawater cohesion into a ball emerged. As Yi Yu hands raised, this seawater ball instantly huge, aimed at the flung flying into the air of the devil shark. A low drink. Fishman Karate Upanishad. Takashi Yorikan. End of chapter. Chapter 108 Ryu Sakura plus Bully Stalker. Shock Crew. Chapter 108 Ryu Sakura plus Bully Stalker. Shock Crew. The water ball carried a huge force soaring into the air, instantly bombarding the devil shark in the air, causing the devil shark to emit a mournful scream. The hard scales were shattered in large swathes, and blood sprayed out of the devil shark's mouth. This made the people of the Baja Feather Pirates look uplifted and relieved. The devil shark fell into the seawater and roared angrily, the sound in the seawater like a deep water bomb, shocked not far away from the Beiju pirate group's crew ears buzzing. Immediately afterward, the devil shark swung its thick and powerful tail and drew towards Yi Yu from the side. This tail was incredibly powerful, and wherever it reached, the seawater was cut in half, forming a deep gully. Yi Yu didn't dodge at all and directly chose to collide, blasting out with both palms. Fishman Karate. 5. 000 Kumiai Wazaken. With a roar, Yi Yu's body was shaken back, but the devil shark's tail was also blasted out of control, and his huge body rotated a few times in the seawater. Wow! The collision just now was like a violent explosion at the bottom of the sea, and the seawater was lifted high and boiling over a large area. The devil shark quickly adjusted its body. It opened its big mouth and sprayed a black ink from its mouth. The ink quickly spread out in the seawater, forming a huge black mist that enveloped Yi Yu. Seeing this scene, Xia Ling, Zhang Tian and the others were a bit worried that the demon shark still had this kind of ability. In this black mist where he couldn't see out of his hand, Yi Yu calmly closed his eyes and focused his mind. Sensing the location of the demon shark with his hearing color hegemony, one could clearly sense that the devil shark was rapidly rushing from below and opening its mouth to devour itself. Gun wave. Yi Yu will see water traction. Like a cannonball hit, a thick water column directly soared into the mouth of the devil shark. Directly from the tail through, the pain of the devil shark issued a scream, and also with a sense of coolness, the devil shark swam quickly, getting faster and faster, and rushed towards Yi Yu with a mountainous momentum. Yi Yu did not retreat but advanced. His fists condensed amazing power and directly blasted against the devil shark. The sea boiled again and the waves lifted 100 meters high. Xia Ling and others staring for the shock, the huge black shadow in the seawater, and a small group of silhouettes quickly in the seabed flashing. Collision. Every collision, bursting, set off monstrous sea waves, as if the seabed is constantly with a powerful bombs in the explosion. The battle lasted for a quarter of an hour and Yi Yu realized that the demon shark still had plenty of stamina and was not seriously injured. This demon shark life force defense is also very strong. Not bad, indeed is currently encountered. The single strongest opponent can be a painful fight. However, it must also end as soon as possible. Saying that, Yi Yu fist flow armed color hegemony, also known as flow cherry. In addition, red lightning like hegemony color hegemony lingered on the fist, also used the hegemony color winding. Obviously, what came next was Yi Yu's full strength. Yi Yu stepped on the seawater and directly used the counterthrust to storm out. His right fist carried the force of 10,000 pounds and heavily blasted against the devil shark again. The sound of clicking and cracking pierced the ears. More scales on the demon shark's body crumbled, and there was even a crisp bone-cracking sound. The demon shark let out an even more agonizing roar, and another mouthful of blood spewed out, dyeing the surrounding seawater into a blood-red color. The devil shark's heart was shocked. The body of a human. Why did it possess such a terrifying power that it was above it? But the devil shark wasn't afraid and wanted to fight consumption. Feeling more alive, the seawater once again continuously exploded. Each punch of Yi Yu carried the power of opening mountains and cracking rocks. Each strike on the demon shark's body could make the demon shark's body tremble. A large portion of scales crumbled, and the body's flesh and blood and bones were shifted by the shock. In the seawater, Yi Yu's double fists blasted together. In an instant it was densely packed fists all over the front of Yi Yu. Dense and horrifyingly powerful fists constantly bombarded on the devil shark's body. The devil shark swung its giant tail, and it couldn't completely break down the fist shadow. At this time, Yi Yu not only used the power of Jinping, no longer fishman karate, but the power of all incapacitated people. The combination of physical arts, arms black, muscles bulging, more powerful. Obviously the black wrist Zephyr factor. The fierce battle in the seawater continued, and when an hour passed, the surface of this sea was dyed red with blood, but it was all the blood of the devil sharks. At this time, the devil shark, the scales on his body were gone. All of them were broken apart by the beating. His whole body was bloody, bruised and dying. Can support until now. This devil shark is very strong. After all, Yi Yu every punch are very serious. Flow cherry plus bully entanglement, and the devil shark at least received thousands of punches. Yi Yu leapt up and rushed out from the seawater, facing the scarred devil shark below, pulled out the black blade knife behind him with a clang, held the blade with both hands and chopped down without any fancy. Emerald green light chopping burst, directly cut the seawater away. Seriously injured devil shark cannot avoid, can only open his eyes unwillingly. Fear watching the chopping came. Defense. Pust. However, the demon shark was directly split in half by this chop, and the seawater dyed even redder. After all, after so many punches, the devil shark's defensive scales had been completely shattered, and if he had used a sword technique in the beginning, he wouldn't have been able to directly split the devil shark in half. The devil shark died, but even Yi Yu did not notice that in the moment of the devil shark's death and closed his eyes. The depths of his eyes flashed a flash of gloating coldness, as if Yi Yu would soon face something even worse, so bad that he felt that Yi Yu would soon come down to accompany him. Wow! Split in half. The demon shark's belly clattered and gushed out too many skeletons, all of them human skeletons, as well as all kinds of broken weapons. Soon, on the surface of the sea, there were dense skeletons floating, covering thousands of square meters, and the people of the Beiju pirates were shaken by the sight of them. That's a lot of people to eat. Quite a few pirate groups have been wiped out by it. The captain is amazing. Once again I have seen the terror of the captain. Everyone was shaken by it. Xia Ling and the others felt that if there was no Yi Yu in the area, then it would be very difficult for the Bearing Feather pirates to come here, and could only choose to withdraw during the battle. A large part of the reason for this battle, to be able to solve the demon shark, lay in the fact that Yi Yu was in the seawater, like a fish in water, and was not restricted in the slightest. Otherwise Yi Yu, since the body art, even if it is very strong, it will be hindered. Very influential, then it is very difficult to solve the devil shark. After all, there is resistance in the seawater. Action. The power of the punches are limited. At this time, Yi Yu was in a good mood. Solving this demon shark, directly jumped 2 levels, 23 levels up. You know, starting at level 20, it's much more difficult to improve. Not to mention Yi Yu's leveling up, he needs more experience. So the experience given by this demon shark, it's a lot. It's very good. The battle until now, I'm a little tired. I've consumed a lot of physical strength. My fists and my arms are slightly numb. The power of this devil shark is also very strong, but gaining so much experience, it's worth it, especially since the big battle is coming in 4 days. It's a blessing in disguise. Also, look at what's at the bottom of this sea. Yi Yu realized that the sea was very deep. Yi Yu shouted to the crew, "Wait for me. I'll go down and take a look." "Yes, Captain." End of chapter. Chapter 109, A Terrifying Challenge at the Bottom of the Sea. Chapter 109, A Terrifying Challenge at the Bottom of the Sea. Yi Yu's stance was athletic as he kept swooping towards the bottom of the sea, just like a falcon swooping downward at high speed in the air. The surrounding seawater was like thick ink, and the further down it went, the more light was swallowed up. Already 500 meters under the sea. Such a depth would be extremely stressful for other incapacitated people, but Yi Yu was not affected. This sea area is really deep, Yi Yu muttered, his eyes flashing with excitement. To be sure, there must be treasure. Yi Yu continued to dive. The pressure around him kept increasing, but because he had inherited the ability of Jin Ping, even 2,000 meters under the sea would not be affected. It came to 1,000 meters under the sea, and it hasn't bottomed out yet. Yi Yu was more and more glad to have inherited the ability of VP. If he didn't choose VP, then even if he had a strong physical body, but now he was only 23 levels, then to the bottom of the sea at such a deep depth, he would definitely be crushed by this powerful water pressure. Right at this moment, a faint golden light from below pierced through the darkness and was reflected in Yi Yu's eyes. The light was like a star in the darkness, flickering and pulsing on the deep ocean floor. Yi Yu was delighted in his heart and accelerated the speed of his dive. As the distance drew closer, the golden points of light gradually enlarged, outlining the outline of the treasure chest, shining with bright golden light. This treasure chest, 5 times larger than the previous one, had a more blinding golden glow. Yi Yu was excited. Sure enough, there is. However, just as it was about to approach to take the treasure, for a moment, a purple light flashed to the side. Yi Yu looked towards the right side and was shocked. 10 meters away on the right side, there was a purple vortex stream. Yi Yu was astonished. Purple secret realm, unexpectedly stumbled upon a fixed point secret realm here, and this purple light, which is more piercing than any of the previous purple secret realms, represents that in the purple secret realm, it is an extremely difficult one, higher than the other purple secret realms. Yi Yu marveled in his heart while an uncontrollable excitement surged. The powerful strength of the devil shark was enough to prove the preciousness of the treasures in this sea, and now the appearance of this purple secret realm undoubtedly meant that the value of the treasures here was even more precious. After all, Demon Shark plus Purple Mystery are 2 difficulties, and it's going to be mandatory to participate. Yi Yu looked towards the purple vortex and quickly learned about the secret realm information. The secret realm will appear only after the death of the magic shark. The duration is only 1 hour. If you want to get this treasure, you must reach the treasure within this hour. Touch the treasure. It passes. The secret realm disappears. Get the treasure. Will also get the secret realm experience reward. And the content of this secret realm is that, to give gravity in this sea, from now on, for every 10 meters down, the gravity will increase by 1,000 pounds. And at this moment, there are still 200 meters from where the treasure is, which means that it will face a gravity challenge of up to 20,000 pounds. Yi Yu marveled. This is difficult. It's really not small. If there is no contractual even, I'll just give up. But it's okay. If it were any other top heavenly pride, even if they could defeat the demon shark, the battle with the demon shark would consume a lot. Not to mention participating in this secret realm. The current Yi Yu, his physical strength was already greatly depleted, and now that he was facing such a horrible gravity challenge, it was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. But Yi Yu didn't flinch and felt hopeful. The tougher it is, the more precious the treasure will be. Not only can we get the treasure, but also the experience of the secret realm. Great opportunity to improve. Very good. Must be seized. Inherited the very flat, Then in the sea, just like the land, will only bear the gravity of the secret realm, will not bear the pressure of seawater, otherwise gravity given to this sea, gravity plus seawater pressure superimposed, will be even more horrible, not to mention that this is the bottom of the sea more than 1,000 meters. It is difficult to imagine how horrible it will be, so no inheritance of the very flat, I will absolutely give up the challenge. But fortunately, Yi Yu took a deep breath and continued to dive towards the bottom of the sea. As the depth increased, gravity was like an invisible giant hand that ruthlessly pressed on Yi Yu. When the treasure was 100 meters away, the pressure began to build, carrying 10,000 pounds after all. When there were still 80 meters away from the treasure, Yi Yu felt as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. The previous battle exertion coupled with the current gravity, every inch of his muscles were being pressed painfully, and the gravity was from all sides, constantly squeezing his body. Despite inheriting the powerful physique of Demon Man Oz, at this moment, he was pressed to the point where he felt difficulty breathing and his chest was suffocating. Yi Yu clenched his teeth as sweat mixed with seawater and slid down his forehead. The eyes revealed determination, perseverance, and continued downward. The gravity was increasing crazily, and Yi Yu's bones began to make crunching sounds, as if they would break at any moment when they couldn't support them. When only the last 20 meters were left from the treasure, Yi Yu's body had reached its limit. It felt like every inch of his skin was under immense pressure, and blood was seeping out of his pores, spreading out in the seawater and forming a small flower of blood. But it was about to touch the treasure, carrying 18,000 pounds of gravity, and continue to approach. 15 meters, 10 meters. Yi Yu felt that the bones in the body seemed to be shifted, internal organs, filled with pressure, but also felt the strength of his body. Fortunately, also chose the Demon Oz, or just red hair, Roger and other people's physical body. It is difficult to make themselves in the 23rd level on the resistance to such gravity. At this time, on the surface of the sea, the crew was staring at the bottom of the sea, although they had simply lost sight of Yi Yu's shadow a long time ago. It's taken so long to see the captain. There can't be any more danger down there. It looked peaceful, because it's so deep. Even if something happens on the bottom, it's hard to notice. The crew was a little worried. Summerling rinsed, trust the captain. Zhang Sui prayed, Yi Yu, make sure you come up safely. 8 meters, 5 meters. At this point, 40 minutes had passed since the challenge began. Bearing the horrible gravity for such a long period of time tested not only the toughness of the physical body, but also the perseverance and endurance. Yi Yu's right arm stretched straight downward, gritted his teeth and insisted. The reason why he insisted was not only for the treasure anymore. Such a gravity environment was also a refining of the physical body. If he resisted, the strength of his physical body would definitely be further, because it was like going through a hammering right now. Can't carry it, falls apart and ruptures, resists it, it's just built tougher and tougher. In the end, the distance of 1 meter, Yi Yu fast difficult to adhere to, the limit, but with the last trace of strength. Reach out with all your might. Middle finger fingertips touched the treasure chest flashing with golden light. Right at the moment of touching the treasure chest, the purple swirling stream instantly disappeared and the gravity receded like a tidal wave. In an instant, the surrounding gravity was gone. Yi Yu felt as if he had come from hell to heaven all of a sudden. It was too comfortable. Every cell of his body was cheering. Yi Yu directly collapsed at the bottom of the sea, panting heavily, looked at the treasure aside, and sighed softly. In order to get you, it really makes me all so not easy but this is good. At present, only I can get it. The risk is directly proportional to the opportunity. End of chapter. Chapter 110, The World Shakes. Chapter 110, The World Shakes. The eyes of the crew of the Beiju pirates stared firmly below the surface of the sea. Their complexion tensed up. How come the captain hadn't come up yet after so long? After resting a little on the bottom of the sea, Yi Yu held the treasure chest with both hands, stomped his feet and swam towards the surface of the sea above like an arrow out of a string. On the surface of the sea, the crew of the Beiju pirates waited anxiously. Xia Ling and Zhang Sui was extremely worried. Pust. Yi Yu's figure broke through the water, and the crowd's taut nerves instantly relaxed, unanimously letting out a long sigh of relief. With a leap, Yi Yu lightly jumped onto the boat. Xiao Linger's face changed slightly. Yi Yu looked weakened with fatigue and there were still traces of blood on his body. Captain, you're hurt. I'll heal you. Xiao Linger activated her healing fruit ability. A soft green light enveloped Yi Yu. Yi Yu immediately felt his injuries recovering quickly. The pain was disappearing. Xia Ling quickly walked to Yi Yu's side, her eyes filled with concern, and she eagerly inquired, Captain, are you alright? Yi Yu shook his head. Although it made me consume a lot, it's fine. I'll be fine soon. The gravity just now, it did make even Yi Yu feel pain. but after hours of gravity, it was recovering quickly. After all, the life force was also amazing. Sun Long was surprised. Captain, when you fought the demon shark, it wasn't even this serious. Could there be a stronger sea beast under the seafloor? Yi Yu shook his head and said, there's a purple secret realm down there, and it's extremely difficult among the purple secret realms. The crew shook inwardly after understanding that the secret realm was gravity and was at a depth of more than 2,000 meters under the sea. Even without the existence of the secret realm, once the top heavenly pride arrived, they would be crushed to pieces by the powerful water pressure. As for Yi Yu, he had managed to get the treasure under such a horrible gravity environment. It was too strong. At the same time, they felt more and more that the Yi Yu contract choice was too right. Without the choice of even such a strong Yi Yu, it was impossible to get the treasure. Under Qiao Linger's continuous treatment, Yi Yu's injuries recovered quickly, basically equivalent to no injuries. Yi Yu was in a good mood. He gained a lot of experience through the purple secret realm. Although he didn't upgrade, he was just a little bit short of level 24. Inheriting 7 incapacitated people made leveling up as much as 7 times as difficult as the top celestials. Otherwise, with Yi Yu's talent and opportunities, his rank would have long surpassed those top heavenly prides. After Yi Yu recovered his strength, he immediately ordered, set sail for the treasure casting point. Zhang Naran quickly stepped forward and said, Captain, we are only an hour away from the treasure casting point, so basically we don't need to worry about other pirate groups taking advantage of the situation. Because the demon shark infested here before, no other pirate group dares to approach the sea. Yi Yu nodded his head, basically not encountering any obstruction. Soon, the Bully Feather pirate group to solve the news of the magic shark spread. Because some people are concerned, although they do not dare to approach that piece of sea to pay attention to, but did not see the Bully Feather pirate group out, so choose to approach, and did not see the Bully Feather pirate group, thinking that it is not overthrown, but soon discovered the demon shark's body that was in 2 halves floating on the surface of the sea. They stared with wide eyes, which meant that the demon shark had been solved by the Beijiu pirates. Therefore, this matter, quickly in the hot search explosion, occupy the first, the whole world for the shock. My god, the demon shark has been taken care of. Quite a few pirate groups have been wiped out. So strong. Does the Baja Feather pirates consume much? It's definitely going to be big, and it's definitely not going to be easy to tackle the demon shark. The Bearing Feather pirates must have acquired quite a bit of treasure. The Bearing Feather pirates have really shocked the world many times. The one who was most shaken was Wang Xiao, who had escaped earlier. Scornfully, surprisingly, he solved the demon shark. So powerful. It seems that the Bearing Feather pirates can't be messed with in the future. If I wasn't lucky, I would have died a long time ago. At this time, the 4 pirate groups of Tianzhou, Fei Tian, Juggernaut, and Green Dragon also knew about it. The captains and crews of these 4 pirate groups were incomparably shaken upon hearing this news, and their faces instantly became extremely ugly. On the ship of the Tianzhou pirates, Li Tsong was so angry that he slammed the table, his face grim. Damn, I can't believe I passed. Soon, Li Tsong's eyes lit up and he said urgently, let's immediately head to the treasure casting point and grab the treasure of the Beijiu pirates. They must have consumed a lot. After all, the demon sharks are very strong, so they have a lot of treasure right now, and they are still consuming a lot, so it's a good opportunity. The navigator frowned and said, we won't be able to catch up. The treasure casting point is too close to the sea where the devil sharks appeared. Because of the devil sharks, no pirate group dares to go near that area at all, and there won't be any pirate group to block the Baju pirate group. If we rush over there right now, we won't be able to make it in time at all. Li Tsong frowned. Even so, we have to go over there. After arriving, even though they have already invested their treasures, they must have consumed a lot. Take advantage of this time to easily solve the Beijiu pirates. At this time, Fei Tian, Juggernaut, and the Green Dragon pirates were also present. Tuoba Jia was anxious. Yes, hurry up and seize this opportunity to lean the ship over. At that moment, Shara frowned. It has not yet been determined if the Bearing Feather pirates are consuming a lot, so we'll head there when it's determined. Li Tsong coldly grunted. It must have consumed a lot. Such a powerful demon shark can still be solved without much consumption. I don't believe it. You are too high on Yi Yu. Lin Mushui chided. Li Tsong, shut up. Li Tsong could only hasten to shut up and not say anything. Wang Quan sure ordered. Hurry up and check to see what exactly is going on with the Bayou pirates. If the consumption is great, go directly to them. If the consumption is not great, then wait for 3 days. All the secondary ships will be built, and all the battle forces will go out together. If the consumption is great, then there is no need for all the battle forces to gather. They start poking around, and by now, The Baja Feather Pirates have arrived at the treasure drop point, where the large, golden piggy bank floats out to sea. Yi Yu took the treasure chest and prepared to arrange it. This treasure chest, which is very precious and can gain a lot of experience, will be me and Xia Ling hurriedly said. Captain, you cast alone. Zhao Yener nodded her head. Yes, Captain. After all, this treasure was only obtained by you fighting alone. We can't be embarrassed to share it. In addition, 1/3 of the treasure obtained from Lu Huani. Captain, you also voted for it, and we'll split the rest. The cadre, the crew, were all in favor. Yi Yu shook his head. That way you guys share too little. After all, I have a great difficulty in leveling up. More than this 1/3 is not much of a great impact. Then this treasure chest I'm a person to redeem. The rest, you guys come to share. And you can't just let me one person to be far ahead of the rest. The comprehensive strength is very important. To give me 1/3, and also almost can't let me level up. You guys come to be okay. That's it. Yi Yu decided directly. And the crew didn't say anything more, thinking that Yi Yu was too good. Yi Yu put this treasure chest into the piggy bank and instantly gained experience, reaching level 25. After all, just now from the 24th level is just a little bit short. So after reaching the 24th level, directly to the 25th level, after all, the acquisition of this treasure, for Yi Yu, are very difficult. First with the magic shark fighting, and the purple secret realm, Yi Yu almost did not get. So it's worth it to give so much experience straight away. End of chapter. Chapter 111, Beckman Compactors? Chapter 111, Beckman Compactors? 3/4 of the remaining treasure was divided equally between Xia Ling, Zhao Yener, and the cadres. The remaining quarter was divided equally between the combat and official crews. The lower crew members were not dissatisfied. On the contrary, they felt that it was a bit of a waste if they shared it. Now at this critical moment, the 4 top pirate groups allied in 3 days, was a great crisis. At this time, had to give more experience to the mid-range and high-end combatants. Xia Ling, Zhao Yener, Sun Long, and the others all had a considerable increase in their levels, and were all at level 24. This exchange had increased the overall strength of the Bearing Feather Pirates by quite a bit. Afterwards, he entered the gravity chamber and began to grind, knowing that he had to work harder, grabbing these 3 days and trying to become stronger. In 3 days, at this time, Fei Tian and the other pirate groups learned about the situation of the Bearing Feather Pirates. After all, as you sailed, you would pass by some islands, be seen by the people of the islands, and encounter some pirate groups. So one thing that has shaken the world once again is the fact that the Baja Feather Pirates looked on and had little to consume at all. Solving the demon shark, and not much exertion yet, shocked many people, and the 4 pirate groups shook. The combined strength of the Bearing Feather Pirates is a bit stronger than we thought. I thought there must be a lot of wounded on board, but there weren't. Even if it's a bit more powerful than imagined. So what? It's bound to be finished after 3 days. The gap with us is too big. After the shock, still confident. But, how shocked they would be if they knew that it was just Yi Yu alone who solved it. Golden Demon and Song Ling were a bit thankful and shook in their hearts that the Bearing Feather Pirates were so powerful. If there wasn't the addition of the Heaven's Pride and Green Dragon pirate groups, then after that it would just be the 2 of them dealing with the Bearing Feather pirate group. Even if they were able to win, they would definitely suffer a lot of casualties, and would perhaps withdraw in a sorry state again, just like they did last time. Li Tsong frowned and gritted his teeth. Yi Yu's level must have risen quite a bit, and some of this treasure is ours. Lin Muxue consoled herself and smiled coldly. That's good. He's at a higher level. I'll gain even more experience by defeating him in a solo ring match. Song Ling grunted coldly. Maybe you don't have this chance. In 3 days Yi Yu will be dead. Song Ling didn't want Lin Muxue to defeat Yi Yu by then, because that gained a lot of experience and the level would pull them apart a bit. Lin Muxue was also completely able to see through what Song Ling was thinking and said, he won't necessarily die, although he is bound to lose, but he is an incapacitated person after all. It's still possible for him to want to escape. By jumping directly into the sea and swimming quickly, it's possible for him to escape. Golden Demon does not care. The main purpose is to overthrow the Beiju pirate group. Snow shame, whether Yi Yu survives or not is not important. After all, if it is killed, it will also cause a lot of public opinion. Many people do not want to reduce the strength of the Heaven's Pride warriors. After all, 3 years later the Navy will descend. It is not yet clear how the Navy warriors. Li Tsong scorned. There's no difference at all whether there's him or not in 3 years. He's just powerful now. Lin Muxue agreed. That's right. 3 years from now will totally be his vulnerable period. By then I'll have enough with the rattling thunder fruit. Watch me destroy the Navy with lightning. Without talking about that, it's still a bit far away. Golden Demon's eyes were cold and firm. even if the combined strength of the bearing feather pirates increases a bit this time. So what? It's impossible to defeat the alliance of our 4 pirate groups. After 3 days, the hegemony feather pirates will definitely lose. Lin Mushue sneered. That's right, 3 days from now, that's when the Beiju pirates will cease to exist. At that time, there will definitely be people who will surrender and we'll split it equally. At this time, the ship of the Baju pirates was riding the wind and waves and docked next to an island with a small city. This island is a small city, but people come and go. The docking was not only to replenish supplies, but also to recruit members along the way to see if they joined. However, because of the previous threat of the top pirate group, many people were too scared to sign up to join, not to mention that they all felt that soon the Bearing Feather pirate group would be facing a huge crisis. They all knew that 3 days later, the 4 top pirate groups, Fei Tian, Tian Jiao, Juggernaut, and Chung Long, would jointly act with the goal of overthrowing the Beiju pirate group. This news was like a cloud over the heads of those who wanted to join, making many people afraid to join. Walking through the streets of the city, you can hear people whispering everywhere. It's pointless for the Bearing Feather pirates to be recruiting right now. Who would join them at this point in time? It's obvious that they're going to send them to their deaths. That's right. 3 days later, when those 4 pirate groups join forces, the Baju pirate group must be completely destroyed, before letting the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirate group evacuate in a mess, because at that time the other party was not all the battle force. And at that time, even if the fight started, it doesn't necessarily mean that the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirate group will lose. So they're wasting their time recruiting. However, despite that, it didn't mean that the Bearing Feather pirates would give up on recruiting. At this point, about to leave, there were just 5 who signed up, and just 2 who passed, or lower crews. Just then, however, a small group of pirates appeared in the crowd's field of vision and came to the shore to enroll. This pirate group was not large in number, about 100 or so people, but they had a neat pace, an extraordinary aura, and firm eyes as they walked straight towards the Beiju pirate group's recruitment point. The scene surprised the passers-by on the street as well as many pirates. No way. Is it a sign-up? I know this pirate group, which is basically incapable, but this pirate group's overall strength isn't bad. I also know that the indentured incapacitated, and surely all of them, are not weak among the incapacitated. Is it not good to join other top pirate groups? After all, many pirate groups are now also slightly emphasizing on incapable people, but this time actually want to join the Beiju pirate group. This is equivalent to joining the national army in the 49th era. At this time, even the crew of the Beiju pirate group was surprised when they saw it. Originally it was just recruiting with the mindset of trying, thinking that it would be good to have a few brave people to sign up, but they didn't think that so many people had come. Xia Ling, who was in charge of the enrollment office, looked at the neatly arranged pirates in front of her and her heart was filled with astonishment. She walked forward, swept her gaze over the crowd, and asked earnestly, "Aren't you guys afraid? In 3 days, the 4 top pirate groups are going to be allied against us. Fear not. If we were afraid, we wouldn't be here." These 100 or so people replied in unison, their voices deafening and full of momentum. Their eyes revealed determination and fearlessness, causing the people of the Baja Feather Pirates to instantly feel good about them and admire them from the bottom of their hearts. From their looks and tone, one could truly feel that they were truly fearless of the upcoming storm and truly wanted to join. Their gazes had anticipation, yearning. The captain at the head, Shock, took a step forward and said, "We know the danger we are about to face, but we like the Bearing Feather Pirates, and also the other main reason is that Yu is our idol, and all of us, basically, are incapable. This makes a lot of people understand. The original is to worship Yu, and the atmosphere of the Beiju pirate group, the world is aware of. It is indeed very good. Let a person aspire to. Not because of the crisis, there will be many people want to join." Xia Ling knew that they were basically incapacitated and immediately contacted Yu. Yu rushed here after learning about this. Only he was familiar with the King of Thieves and could quickly determine whether the potential and strength of the person who contracted the incapacitated person was strong or not. After Yu arrived, the other 100 people saw their eyes light up with incomparable admiration. Meet the idol himself. Without Yu, no one would have been so quick to take us seriously, and would have remained contemptuous of those of us who have contracted incapacitated people. I hope I can pass and be on the crew of an idol. They're all excited. Shook suppressed his excitement and introduced himself with a smile. "My name is Shook, and the indentured incapacitated person's name, Ben Beckman." End of chapter. Chapter 112, Beckman indentured servant as co-captain. Crew shocked. Chapter 112, Beckman indentured servant as co-captain. Crew shocked. Hearing the name Beckman, Yiyu's eyes lit up, trying desperately to keep himself calm on the surface, but extremely shaken on the inside. "I didn't expect that when I came to this island. I would meet someone with great potential and would have to join the Baju pirates. Beckman, no stranger to knowing the King of Thieves, is the vice captain of the Redhead Pirates, and in the current King of Thieves, the only dual king pirate group is the Redhead Pirates. Beckman's powerful, not inferior to the Redhead, although not many battles, but the official setting has long indicated that Beckman has the strength of the four emperors. The strength can be compared with the Redhead, with even the New World four emperors, the seven-armed sea, the admiral are very afraid of the powerful strength. This speaks to Beckman's power and the fact that he also possesses an extremely intelligent, clear-thinking brain. Many people tease Beckman is not allowed to move fruit ability. Top face yellow ape. A sentence is not allowed to move. Yellow ape will really raise his hands and not move. But this also shows the strength of Beckman. So, Beckman doesn't fight much, but his strength is unquestionable. Yi Yu forced down his inner excitement. Xiao Ku, you can directly join the Bearing Feather Pirates. This made Xiao Ku excited. Exempt from the examination. Directly join. Great. Become a member of the Beijiu Pirates. Yi Yu announced. Xiao Ku, not only do you directly join the Beijiu Pirates, your position, directly become the third vice-captain of the Beijiu Pirates. These words were like a heavy artillery shell that instantly exploded in the crowd. Xiao Ku's eyes widened. Incredulity written all over his face. He retreated a few steps, his hands swinging in panic. Captain, this can't be allowed. I've only just joined. How can I be qualified to directly become a vice-captain? Although I have a talent of level 9, but what I contracted is not a top demon fruit, the position of vice-captain. I really don't dare to be just give me a combat crew. If you want me to be a bit higher, cadre will be fine. Xiao Ku used to also feel unlucky. Into the devil fruit space. Artificial devil fruit is no longer available. Contracting the top devil fruit. There are only a few devil fruit that can only be contracted with a 10th level talent. And then they can only enter the space of incapacitated people. And incapacitated people are no more. But console yourself with the fact that the few incapacitated people left now represent the many who can't be contracted. And represent being the awesome ones among the incapacitated. So, he chose Beckman. After that, gradually as he leveled up, Shock realized that he wasn't that weak, and gained confidence when he met a genius, who had eaten an awesome devil fruit, and was defeated by himself. When Yi Yu's prestige resounded, he became even more confident. The crew of the Baja Feather Pirates also looked at each other, shaken by it, and murmured in low voices, "My God, straight to being a co-captain, the vice-captain of our Beijiu Pirates, but it's very strong." Xia Ling, Zhao Yenner, are the top heavenly pride, freezing, burning fruit ability, and the incapable person Xiao Ku, directly become the vice-captain? The captain is strong and fearsome because of inheriting 7 incapacitated people, and Shock is just one. Can he be a co-captain? No one has ever been able to directly become a vice-captain. Even the powerful Sun Long was only directly at the head of the cadre when he first joined. After the shock had passed, the crew was not disgruntled. Although they were shocked at Yi Yu's decision, they didn't ask more questions but believed it. In their minds, Yi Yu had extraordinary insight and determination, and must have his own considerations for doing so, and they chose to believe unconditionally. In the face of Xiao Ku's words, Yi Yu did not waver in the slightest. Striding to Xiao Ku, his right hand heavily on Xiao Ku's shoulder and patted it, his tone sincere and resolute. "Xiao Ku, you can just become the vice-captain directly. No one will have any objections. And don't feel unqualified. I believe that you are very clear about your own strength. If you really find it hard to accept, then later on, you can spar with Xia Ling or Zhao Yenner. If you lose, you'll be a cadre, and if you can fight to a draw or even win, you'll be able to become a vice-captain without any shame." Xiao Ku felt that this proposal was feasible. After all, directly ascending to the position of vice-captain, it did make him feel embarrassed with a lot of pressure in his heart. "Yes, Captain. Then as you say." Zhao Yenner, who was on the side, took the initiative and said, "I'll come and spar with Xiao Ku later." Yi Yu nodded in agreement, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Introducing the partners he brought with him, Xiao Ku walked to the side of the fat man with a rounded figure and introduced, "This is Fatty Wang, the co-captain of my ship, and the incapacitated person he contracted is called Lakilu." Yi Yu's heart shook when he heard this name. Lakilu, one of the cadres of the red-haired pirates, a fat man who often eats with a chicken leg in his hand, an extremely strong presence. Shock continued his introduction. "This is Lu Xiaobu. His contracted name is Jesus Bu." Yi Yu's eyes lit up once again. Jesus Bu, the same cadre of the red-haired pirate group, whose godlike shooting ability is famous in the pirate world, and may even be the #1 sniper in the pirate world. Usopp's father. Yi Yu listened carefully to Xiao Ku's next introduction. and was pleasantly surprised to find that the cadres of Xiaoka's pirate corps contracted were surprisingly all cadres of the Redhead Pirate Corps. They're joining, so that the comprehensive strength of the Baja Feather Pirate Corps will increase a lot. I didn't expect to come here and have such an unexpected gain. Xiaoka scratched his head and with a hint of pleading on his face, he looked at Yi Yu and said, Captain, I hope you can let these partners of mine come on board as well. Although they are all indentured incapacitated people, their strengths are not to be underestimated, and among us, there are no lowly crew members, so it's fine for the official crew to come aboard as a lowly crew member. As for my cadres, being a combat crew or full crew is fine. I guarantee that even though they are not ability users, their combat strength will definitely not let you down. Shock is very hopeful that his partner can be with him. Not a single one is left behind. Only 108 people. That is because their pirate group does not accept minions. Yi, you believe in this? After all, the cadres of the red-haired pirate group, none of them are strong. The crew of the main ship of the Redhead Pirates, small in number, were also elite. Yi Yu began to arrange, cadres of the Xiaoko Pirate Corps, directly exempt from the examination, become cadres to join my Beijiu Pirate Corps. Combat crew, official crew, the position will remain unchanged after boarding the ship. The lower crew members, on the other hand, need to take the examination, but I believe that with your strength, you will have no problem passing the examination. A delighted smile appeared on Xiaoka's face as he thanked him. Yi Yu said, there's no need to be so polite. Without strength, I wouldn't open the back door like this. At this moment, Lu Xiaobu and Wang Fatty and the other 7 people were shocked and froze. They couldn't believe their ears. The Bearing Feather Pirate Corps was a famous organization, and being able to become one of its cadres was something that too many incapable pirates could only dream of. But they could actually become cadres directly. Lu Xiaobu stammered, the ship, Captain, this position is really too high. We are afraid that we can't afford it. The crew of the Bearing Feather Pirates were also constantly stunned. Could it be that these cadres, their strength was really impressive as well? End of chapter. Chapter 113, all convinced. Chapter 113, all convinced. Yi Yu looked serious. You guys don't need to feel unqualified. Trust my judgment and are completely worthy of this position. If you guys feel embarrassed, you can also choose to spar with the cadres of the Bearing Feather Pirates. Okay, then let's each pick an opponent to spar with. Or it'll be too embarrassing. Xia Ling stood on the side with anticipation in her heart. Could it be that the addition of this Xiaoko pirate group could increase the comprehensive strength of the Beijiu pirate group by a lot? Because it could be seen that Yi Yu believed in them. Yi Yu said, then find a place where no one is around and spar. Shuk suggested, okay, go to that mountain forest. No one's there. Sun Long was ready to go over it this time. And Yi Yu said, Sun Long, look at the boat. Sun Long sighed softly, giving me this burden again. Though I would like to cut my teeth with the cadre of the Shock Pirates. So fine, I'll watch the ship. Then, coming into the unoccupied mountains, the crew gathered. The crowd's eyes were focused on Zhao Yener and Xiao Ko, wanting to see if this Xiaoka's strength could actually be a vice-captain. Yi Yu was expecting in his heart, and it was difficult to predict the outcome of this battle. Although Zhao Yener was a burning fruit ability, she hadn't begun to inherit Saber's own battle power before she had reached level 30 at the moment. Sabo, along with the burning fruit, is not considered an imperial-level fighter in the pirate world, and is arguably comparable to a Grand Admiral, while Beckman is a solid imperial level. So Yi Yu guessed that in this battle, perhaps Xiaoka had a better chance of winning. Zhao Yener and Xiaoka set up their stances and the fight began. Yi Yu said, you guys feel free to fight without worrying about accidental injuries. I'll watch from the side. If anyone is in danger, I'll step in. Okay. This made the two of them feel a little more at ease as well. There was no need to worry about it, believing that Yi Yu was completely capable of stopping it. With a poof, Zhao Yener's double fists burned with flames. Opposite Xiao Ku, tall and straight, wearing a black trench coat, hunting with the wind, holding a rifle in his hand, which is clearly the rifle of Beckman in the King of Thieves. Zhao Yener's feet fiercely stomped on the ground, and her entire body was like a discharged cannonball, wrapped in rolling waves of heat, soaring wildly towards Xiao Ku. Her right fist was raised high, and the flames burning on her fist instantly skyrocketed several feet, turning into a huge fire fist with a scorching temperature that could set the air on fire, directly blasting Xiao Ku. Xiao Ku's battle spirit rose with excitement, fighting atop heavenly pride for the first time. Good timing. Xiao Ku let out a low gulp, not dodging, but the rifle in his hand was instantly covered with armed color hegemony to become pitch black, and then lifted and slashed down, directly splitting this massive fire fists in half and scattering them. This made many of the crew members of the Bearing Feather Pirates' eyes widen in horror. So powerful. Just from this simple strike, it convinced the crew of the Beijiu Pirates that Shock was powerful. Zhao Yener was also surprised that the battle had just begun, and understood why Yi Yu had directly made Xiaoke the vice-captain. After splitting the flames, Zhao Yener surfaced in his line of sight, and the rifle in Xiaoke's hand was quickly raised, the muzzle of the rifle aimed at Zhao Yener, and he pulled the trigger. Meanwhile, Shook reminded, even though the captain is watching from the side, I'd like to remind you that my bullets, too, are covered with superb armed color hegemony, so you'll have to be careful even though you're a natural system burning fruit. Zhao Yener's wariness rose. Okay, got it. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out, and black bullets with a sharp whistling sound shot towards Zhao Yener like lightning. Zhao Yener saw the color cast and reacted extremely fast, turning her body in the air and using the flames to propel her body to move, narrowly avoiding the bullets. Immediately after, Zhao Yener pointed her hands at Xiaoke, shooting at him like a gun. Musket! Bang bang bang! With his hands like machine guns, a flame bullet soared out intensively. Shook moved quickly, dodging all the bullets and landing them all on the ground, but Zhao Yener locked on and continued to sweep. Shook quickly dodges while firing again, and Ace moves quickly and thinks about getting in close. With snipers or archers, many people know there is a weakness, and that is close combat. Quickly approaching, Zhao Yener made a spin in the air, then her legs were like two burning blades, slashing down fiercely towards Xiaoke's head. Xiaoke quickly resisted with the rifle covered in pitch-black armed color. With a loud bang, sparks flying everywhere, the powerful impact shocked Xiaoke's arm slightly numb. Sighing lightly, not slacking off on himself because he's a powerful fruit ability user. His physical skills aren't bad either. However, with a push, Xiaoke lifted Zhao Yener off the ground. Zhao Yener was shocked, so strong, lifted into the air. Her pupils shrunk. Xiaoke pulled the trigger again. Bang! Black bullets soared. Zhao Yener quickly raised her hands. Two index fingers of her right and left hands stretched out. The two index fingers posed in front of her body in the shape of a cross, and let out a low gulp. Crossfire. Instantly, a huge cross-shaped flame rushed out, the high temperature directly melting the bullet and sweeping towards Xiaoke. Once again, Shook used his rifle as a weapon and swept it out across the room, the powerful force knocking out the cross flames. The two fought fiercely. Zhao Yener exerted his burning fruit ability to his heart's content, and the flames transformed into various terrifying forms in his hands. From time to time, it was like a huge fire python with teeth and claws, pouncing and biting madly at Xiaoke. At other times, it transformed into a sea of fire, enveloping Xiaoke in it. For fruit development, not only will you inherit the degree of development developed by Sabo and the Pirate King as you level up, but you will also have your own development. Zhao Yener herself, on the other hand, had developed the burning fruit very well. Xiaoke faced Zhao Yener's fierce attacks, and with the rich combat experience and exquisite marksmanship he had been given, he dodged left and right, skillfully maneuvering around, while nimbly avoiding the flame attacks. He searched for gaps in Zhao Yener's attacks and fired back when he seized the moment. Each bullet carried his precise judgment and powerful armed color, forcing Zhao Yener to respond carelessly. The battle continued, and Zhao Yener fought to her heart's content, wanting to have a painful battle when she met such a powerful opponent. An hour later, near the end, Zhao Yener had consumed a lot and moved a little slower. Xiaoke seized an opportunity to pull the trigger. Zhao Yener was too late to dodge. Whoosh! Yi Yu quickly swept to. His right hand probed out like lightning, and in the next instant this pitch-black bullet was grasped in Yi Yu's hand. Zhao Yener breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. Thank you, Captain. This made Xiaoke even more adoring. So powerful. Catching my bullet so easily. Worthy of being the strongest incapacitated person. Xiaoke looked at Zhao Yener and exclaimed. You're also very powerful. Zhao Yener admired. I lost. No wonder the captain made you a co-captain straight away. Xiaoke humbly said. It's just now. Starting from the 30th level, the ability cadre is greatly strengthened. By then I won't be your opponent. At that time, I believe that quite a few ability cadres will also surpass me. And at that time, I'll let go of the vice-captain position. Lu Xiaobu and the other 7 cadres of the Xiaoke pirates also said. Yes, starting at level 30, it's the incapacitated vulnerable period. For the captain, the vulnerable period will be in the big late stage. After all, contracting 7 incapacitated. But for us, it's the vulnerable period. After all of them are just contracting 1. So when the time comes, we won't be qualified. Yi Yu said. Let's talk about what comes after that afterward. From now on, Xiaoke, you are the vice-captain. At this moment, no one in the Baja Feather Pirates had any doubts. He also didn't question Lu Xiaobu and the others anymore, but he still sparred with Zhou Xing and the others. After the cut, still caused shock. Lu Xiaobu's strength, not inferior to Zhou Xing, and most of the strength, is to be than the Beijing pirate group this side of the cadres, slightly stronger. It shook the crew of the Bearing Feather Pirates beyond belief. So powerful. Yi Yu was not surprised. After all, these 7 contracted ones were the 7 cadres of the red-haired pirates. Xia Ling happy, in this way, our comprehensive strength, indeed enhance a lot. Even if the gap with the Flying Sky and their 4 top pirate group alliance is still not small, but before the start of the war so not small enhancement, is also excellent. End of chapter.